Little Terrified Bun Chapter 1 to Chapter 60. Summer, 2002, B City. In the Wei family's old mansion located in the city center, in a room on the far side of the second floor, the white light was dazzling. Wei Jing was lying on the bed, touching the bandages wrapped around his head with a confused expression. He was really reborn. Wei Jing was one of the many illegitimate children of the Wei family. He was timid and had developed tear ducts. He would cry uncontrollably if he was frightened. He could be said to be the least competitive one. He didn't know if it was because of this, but the heir of the Wei family, his elder brother, Weijia, wasn't wary of him at all. He gave him a large sum of money to squander, doted on him, and spoiled him. However, it was this Wei Jing who stabbed Weijia in the back. This caused the company's shares to plummet. He was chased out of the house by his father and died in a car accident. Then he was reborn. Wei Jing recalled the past. His mother was Wei He's mistress and almost got married. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and died in a car accident a week before their wedding. When Wei Jing was young, Wei He also doted on him. However, after his mother died, Wei He's attitude towards him suddenly became bad. He looked at him as if he was looking at moving garbage. Wei Jing lived in the Wei family's mansion for more than a year. Just when he thought that he would be sent away, Weijia took a fancy to him and kept him by his side. If he didn't get it at the beginning, he wouldn't have suffered so much later. Wei Jing looked at his most respected father praising his elder brother generously. The jealousy in his heart was like a raging fire that wanted to burn everything to ashes. If Big Brother can do it, why can't I? I want to be better than Big Brother and win back my father's attention. At that time, he probably thought so. Then, he was foolishly used by others and hurt his elder brother who had always doted on him. Closing his eyes, Wei Jing's mind instantly flashed with the man's hurt eyes that were covered by tears. He was like a lone wolf that was walking on the edge of a knife and was bitten by the person closest to him, pushing him into the hell of despair. I'm sorry. Wei Jing covered his eyes with his hands and curled up into a ball. Bean-sized teardrops slid down his fingers. Wei Jing was 21 years old, and his household register was still with his mother's relatives. Wei He had never acknowledged him as his son. What was he thinking in his previous life? He actually hurt his only family member for a fatherly love that he had never had before. How could such a despicable person like her deserve Big Brother's love? Just as Wei Jing was immersed in self-blame and unable to extricate himself, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room. He was so startled that he immediately jumped out of bed. The clear voice of a maid came from outside, telling him to go down for dinner. The child responded in a childish voice. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash the tears off his face. Then, he opened the door and walked out. The Wei family's old house had been built for quite some time and had been renovated several times. Walking along the corridor, it was filled with a sense of beauty that was a combination of the last century and the current century. The first floor of the old house was for the servants, the second floor was for the guest rooms, and the third floor was for the master bedroom and study. Further up, there was a gym, a game room, a home theater. There was even a man-made swimming pool. In the beginning, Wei Jing was allowed to live on the second floor because he was small and his legs were short, so it was difficult for him to climb up. After his mother passed away, no one mentioned this matter. Wei Jing had been living on the second floor since then. In the living room on the first floor, the 13 or 14-year-old Weijia was wearing a decent suit and sitting upright on the main seat. Although he was young, one could already see the elegance and handsomeness that he would have in the future. Wei Jing's nose twitched. His eyes stung as he tried to hold back the tears that were about to overflow. Wei Jing's current body was only 6 or 7 years old. His eyes were round, his nose and lips were red, and his head was wrapped in a white bandage. Coupled with the fact that he looked like he was about to cry, he looked both pitiful and adorable. Weijia's dissatisfaction with the child for not coming down on time for dinner slightly lessened. He glanced at him coldly and said, "Hurry up." "Yes, Big Brother." Wei Jing nodded frantically and sat down beside Weijia on all fours. After sitting down, Wei Jing looked at the maid's shocked expression and suddenly realized, he wasn't on good terms with Big Brother now. Usually, he would sit opposite Big Brother, which was the furthest seat. Now, Wei Jing turned his head and used his eyes to secretly peek at his big brother's expressionless face. Was he angry, or not? Give me a definite answer. He was so anxious. Wei Jing was about to cry because of his own stupidity. If it was another illegitimate child who challenged his authority like this, even if Wei Jia didn't flare up at that time, he would definitely find a chance to punish him. But this was Wei Jing. This child was like a rabbit. He was stupid and timid every day and was destined to not have the right to inherit the family. He believed that at this moment, he was just being stupid again. A rabbit. With snow-white fur and big red eyes, it would hide behind its owner in fear when it saw strangers. Wei Jia matched the scene in his mind. He looked at Wei Jing, who was staring blankly and had a blank expression on his face. It seemed quite cute to have a little pet. Eat. Wei Jia picked up a piece of carrot and placed it in the child's bowl. Wei Jing was still in a daze. Eh? Was he not angry? Trembling with fear, Wei Jing ate the carrot. He glanced at the man and saw that he was eating the crispy pork ribs. He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A child at this age couldn't control many of his biological instincts. When Wei Jia noticed this, he subconsciously slowed down his eating movements. Seeing the child constantly sneaking glances at him, the evil feeling in his heart became more and more serious. Wei Jing chewed on the bland vegetables. The sadness in his heart flowed like a river. The Wei family's table manners were strict. The pork ribs were placed slightly far from Wei Jing. With his small arms and legs, he had to stand up from his chair if he wanted to eat. After finishing the tasteless lunch, Wei Jing was about to go upstairs to rest when Wei Jia stopped him. Wei Jia said that his father would come over at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and asked him to remember to come down and greet him. Wei Jing nodded obediently and said, okay. Wei Jing more or less understood his current situation. At this time in his previous life, he was blocked by a tall classmate in the corridor of his school. He accidentally slipped and fell down from above. There was a big hole in his head and he was brought back by the Wei family to recuperate. Today, not only would his father, Wei He, come back with his illegitimate son, Wei Min was smart. He was good at studying and had a sweet tongue. He made Wei He very happy. In his previous life, Wei Min could be said to be the best out of all the illegitimate children in the Wei family. But Wei Jing didn't like him. That was because the first thing he did after coming here was to step on him and coax Wei He and Wei Jia. In private, he even called him an idiot, and a piece of trash. But now, he was an adult who had lived to the age of 21. He couldn't possibly lose to a 5-year-old child. Wei Jing took an afternoon nap in his room and went to the living room just in time. A 13 or 14-year-old boy was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. There was a cup of warm water and cut fruits on the coffee table. Wei Jing obediently greeted him, "Big brother." The other party nodded at him and didn't say anything. That's right. Wei Jing suppressed the bitterness in his heart as he thought to himself. Big brother should be handsome, elegant, cold, and aloof like this. He should be like a king who had everything in his hands. He shouldn't look sad and desperate because of his betrayal. At this moment, Wei Jing made a decision. He had to stay far away from his big brother. He wasn't sure when he would do something that would make him sad. He also wasn't sure if he could control his hands and heart and walk down his old path again. So, he might as well stay far away from him. In his previous life, he got close to his big brother because he couldn't help but hug his big brother's waist and cry after being scolded by Wei Min. The two of them got to know each other better and their relationship gradually warmed up. But, if they didn't get to know each other from the start, then, after being sent out of the Wei family mansion, he probably wouldn't have the chance to meet his big brother again. Just as Wei Jing was lost in his thoughts, the door to the Wei family's living room opened. Wei He, who looked very young, walked into the living room holding the hand of a delicate little boy. Father. Wei Jia and Wei Jing called out in unison. Wei He nodded gently at them, mainly Wei Jia. He pushed the little boy forward and said, "This is Wei Min, your younger brother." He didn't make any unnecessary introductions. The little boy was very adorable. At first glance, he looked like a little girl. He smiled shyly and looked at Wei Jia with sparkling eyes. He said in a childish voice, "Hello, big brother." I'm Wei Min. I'm 5 years old this year. Wei Ji's cold gaze swept over the little boy. His eyes were dark and gloomy. The little boy's smile was a little stiff, but he still tried his best to smile. Wei He took in everything. He smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He brought Wei Min here to put pressure on Wei Ji. Whether he would become an assistant or an enemy all depended on Wei Ji's methods. The Wei family needed a strong successor. It didn't matter even if he was an illegitimate child. Wei Jing sat alone in the corner of the sofa. He listened to the questions and answers beside him, as well as his father's undisguised praise for his older brother. His heart did not waver at all. On the contrary, the child sitting opposite him pursed his lips and seemed to be a little unhappy. Wei Jing could not remember clearly what had happened when he was a child. His memories of Wei Min were only of him secretly insulting him when he was a child and his endless admiration for his older brother. It turned out that he was the same as himself, jealous of his outstanding big brother. The child sitting opposite him seemed to sense Wei Jing's gaze. He suddenly turned his head and gave him a provocative smile. Coming. Wei Jing nodded calmly at him and turned a blind eye to the boy's sarcastic remarks. After the father and son finished talking, before Wei Min could say anything, Wei Jing held his head and said with a pale face that he had a headache and wanted to go upstairs and sleep for a while. Wei He did not want to see this son of his if he could. Now that he wanted to leave, he definitely would not stop him. Even the most powerful person had nodded. What else could the other two say? Wei Jing got his wish and ran back to his room on the second floor. Wei He did not like him. This was something he had known for a long time. In his previous life, he had always thought that it was because he was not outstanding enough. But now, he understood. Even though the gap between him and many illegitimate children was so small that it was almost invisible, Wei He still disliked him the most. His father's warm embrace and generous hands when he was a child, he already could not remember clearly. Since that was the case, why should he stay downstairs and ask for a snub and be a stepping stone for others, a quiet passerby? This character was the most suitable for him. The walls of the room were painted an elegant sky blue. The desk and chairs were colored in colors that children liked. The bedsheets and quilt covers were warm yellow checkered. The sharp points were carefully wrapped to prevent children from accidentally bumping into them and getting hurt. At that time, when they decorated this room, they must have loved him, right? Wei Jing lay on the bed and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. A child's body was prone to sleepiness. In addition, Wei Jing had been injured not long ago. By the time he woke up, it was already close to dusk. The round, bright red sun appeared in front of the window like a large disk. A few rays of sunlight shone into the room. Wei Jing rubbed his eyes, yawned, and climbed out of bed. It was already past 5 o'clock. The Wei family would have dinner at 6 o'clock sharp every day. If they were late, they would inevitably be scolded by Wei He. At the top of the stairs, Wei Jing happened to bump into Wei Min, who was walking up from below. Wei Min raised her fair and tender face, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. However, she spat out a vicious word, idiot. Wei Jing raised his eyebrows and sized him up. Then what are you? The brother of an idiot is even worse than an idiot? Wei Min seemed to have not expected Wei Jing to retort. He was stunned for a moment. When he reached the living room, he forced himself to come back to his senses. He smiled innocently and said, "Older brother Wei Jing looks like a little piggy. You slept for a long time. It's almost time for dinner." This brat. Wei Jing pursed his lips. Would it kill him not to rebuke him? Then, you're my little piggy brother? The small child's head was wrapped in bandages. His originally pale skin was now so fair that it was almost transparent. He glanced at the other two people and stuttered, This isn't very good, right? Wei He, who had inexplicably become a piggy father, was speechless. Wei Ji, who had also inexplicably become a piggy brother, was speechless. This older brother who had been brought back to the main family and lived with them for more than a year was not as simple as Mom said. As Wei Min thought this, the way he looked at the child changed. The children's conversation did not attract the attention of the other two people. Wei He took the lead and sat down at the main seat. Wei Ji followed closely behind. As for Wei Jing, he was the last one to sit down. Then, naturally, he sat next to his older brother. Oh my God, this really wasn't intentional. He sat at the main seat at the long table. Wei Min sat next to him, and his older brother sat next to him. In other words, Wei Min and Wei Zhe were sitting opposite each other. Wei Jing couldn't just sit behind the tail all by himself, right? In a situation where he had to choose one of the two, cough cough. He did not want to sit with that annoying fellow Wei Min, who was sitting diagonally across from him, was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Wei Jing with a deep gaze. As expected, he was not simple. Wei Jing, who was really naive and sweet, was dumbfounded. Why was he looking at him? Was he going to rebuke him? They did not talk while eating, and the mealtime was calm and peaceful. It wasn't until the servants served the refreshments after the meal that the 12 or 13-year-old youth took a sip of freshly squeezed juice. His posture was graceful, and the black hair in front of his forehead covered half of his eyes. He smiled faintly and pushed a cut fruit in front of Wei Jing in a natural manner. Eat more. Why do you look so bad? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wei Jing's round eyes widened. His eyelashes fluttered up and down a few times before he said softly, I'm fine. Thank you, older brother. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable. Wei Zhe did not say much. He returned to his cold and indifferent appearance, as if the smile from before did not exist at all. Wei Jing's heart pounded. He felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. What did older brother mean? Was he trying to be friendly? Older brother, I want it too. Suddenly, another person's voice interrupted Wei Jing's thoughts. He saw Wei Min holding his face with both hands. His red lips were pouted, and his big watery eyes were looking at the young boy pitifully. Wei Zhe lifted his eyelids. Take it yourself. Daddy, look. Older brother is biased. Wei Min pursed his lips and whined to the man. I also want older brother to give me fruit. The man looked at the child with a faint smile. Don't you have hands? How vicious. Wei Jing sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this something a father should say to his child? Sure enough, Wei Min's face was ashen. His eyes were red, and he tried his best not to let his tears fall. He was still a child after all. He did not have the shrewdness of a future. That's enough. It's not a big deal. Why are you acting like a girl? The man looked displeased. He drank the tea in his hand in one gulp. I'll leave first. Wei Min will stay here during the National Day holiday. Someone will come and pick him up when school starts. I understand. Wei Zhe put down the teacup in his hand and nodded. Wei Jing looked at one person and then the other. He finally understood. Older brother was trying to suppress Wei Min. And he was just a tool for his older brother to use. Her heart suddenly felt stuffy. He knew that this older brother was not his older brother, but he still felt sad. He was busy with work and had a bunch of mistresses outside. He did not spend much time at the old mansion. Now that he was gone, there were only the three of them left in the big living room. Wei Min sat on the sofa, feeling wronged. How did things turn out like this? Everything was fine this morning. Wei Zhe said, the guest room on the second floor is ready. You will stay opposite Xiaojing during this time. If you have any problems, you can look for the butler. He will take care of it. Wei Min looked up and glared at the teenager. He pursed his lips and looked like he did not want to talk to him. How dare he be disrespectful to his older brother? Wei Jing immediately exploded. What's with your attitude? Don't you know how to respond when others are talking to you? What does it have to do with you? Wei Min was holding back his anger. Since someone had sent himself to the door, he retorted, look at yourself. You were bullied at school. You deserve it. You are the one who was bullied. Wei Jing gritted his teeth like a red-eyed rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. You are the one who was bullied. Is this the attitude you should have towards your older brother? Where are your manners and upbringing? You are a big idiot. As the child spoke, he opened his arms and made a big gesture. His classmates at school did not bully him. Everyone was very good to him. Humph. Okay, you can go and rest. The teenager interrupted Wei Min's words and looked down at him. His gaze was cold and piercing, making him feel cold from head to toe. Wei Min's feverish brain suddenly sobered up. He was annoyed. He came here to please his father and older brother. He tried his best to make them like him so that his mother could marry his father and he could live in the old mansion. In the end, he made his father unhappy. Then, he embarrassed himself in front of his older brother and went against him. The child's face suddenly turned pale. He tried his best to put on a bright smile, but in the end, he failed. He could only step onto the stairs with that twisted smile. Big brother, I am going up too. Wei Xiaojing, who was left behind, smiled. Embarrassedly. He wanted to cry. Ah. What did he do? Quarreling with a child? It was too embarrassing. Most importantly, it was in front of his older brother. Such a childish action would definitely be hated. You slept the whole afternoon. Can you still sleep now? The teenager raised his eyebrows and teased him. Wei Jing blinked. Why did it feel like his older brother's attitude had improved? Have you finished your homework? Wei Jia continued to ask. Wei Jing had a blank look on his face. Who was this perfect interpretation of who he was? Where was he? What was he doing? This sentence. Primary school students must have homework, but the problem was, he was a 21-year-old Wei Jing. No matter how good his memory was, he could not remember what kind of homework the second-grade teacher gave him on National Day. Kneel down. Take your bag and come to the study on the 3rd floor. I will teach you how to do your homework. Wei Jia adjusted the cuffs on his shirt and said reservedly. The little rabbit had just helped him. He should naturally return the favor. Wei Jing was still confused. Was it too late to pretend to be weak now? In the spacious study, warm light shone down from above. Wei Jing sat on a small chair and looked at the language homework in front of him. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He thought that math was too easy and that it would be difficult to pretend. After some thought, the child chose language without hesitation. It was only when he was about to start writing that he realized his handwriting didn't match. When he was in 2nd grade, his handwriting was a long scroll. Compared to the small regular script that he had practiced, the contrast was too tragic. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that the child was holding the pen without moving, Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. You don't know how to? Huh? Wei Jing smiled weakly and scratched his nose. No. The first question was to look at pinyin. He held the pen and tried hard to imitate his own handwriting. The child's hand was not as strong as an adult's, so his handwriting was naturally crooked. At first glance, there wasn't much difference. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief and focused on doing his homework. Wei Jia held a book in his hand and sat beside the child. He glanced at him from time to time. The language homework for 2nd grade was very simple. It was just some pinyin words and reading comprehension. Wei Jing did it very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had flipped the page. When Wei Jia saw this, he couldn't help but touch his chin and say softly, not bad. But why do you usually take so long? The pen on the workbook paused. The pencil couldn't withstand the weight and broke with a crack. Wei Jing's long eyelashes fluttered. His pink lips moved as he said, because I reviewed in school before. The child stuttered when he was nervous. It was a complete case of revealing 300 taels of silver here. Wei Jia chuckled. He wanted to tease the child. His finger slid across the child's fair cheeks. I just said it casually. Why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. Wei Jing instinctively denied it. Then why are you stuttering? Wei Jia asked. Wei Jing pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She just looked at Wei Jia with her big watery eyes. Her eyes were full of grievances, as if saying, how could you bully me? Wei Jia knew when to stop. All right, you can continue writing. Wei Jing had learned his lesson this time. He took out his usual speed and wrote stroke by stroke. His speed was comparable to that of a snail. It was simply painful. When he finished writing this small unit, the child's tense body relaxed. His face also had a look of relief as he said obediently, "Big brother, I'm done." Weijia took the workbook and checked it. He didn't find any mistakes and returned it. "Okay, go back and rest early." "Okay." When he walked to the door of the study and was about to leave, the teenager added, "If you want to be with Big Brother, you can just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." Wei Jing paused in his action of opening the door. He turned his head and stared at the young man in disbelief. He had never seen such a shameless person. His big brother's great image seemed to have collapsed at this moment. Wei Jing's small face was sullen as he ran away in a terrified manner. Weijia was left alone in the study. He rubbed his chin. Why didn't he realize it before? This little brother was quite interesting. Oh. He could get closer to him in the future. Anyway, he wasn't a threat. He could just treat him as a pet. When he returned to the bedroom, Wei Jing took out the things in his school bag. First, he looked at the books to see what he had learned. Then, he completed his homework according to the books. This way, when his big brother came to look for him tomorrow, he could confidently tell him that he had finished everything and that there was nothing left. The child smiled happily and wanted to give himself a thumbs up for his intelligence. After a night, Wei Man had already adjusted his state of mind. The next morning, he greeted Wei Jing with a smile and even poured milk for him affectionately. This made Wei Jing wonder if the milk was poisoned. As for Weijia, Wei Man was even more affectionate. He was thick-skinned and when he was scolded, he pretended not to understand. Wei Jing couldn't help but sigh. There was indeed a difference between people. Anyway, he couldn't do this. Unfortunately, the more Wei Man acted like this, the more Weijia was wary of him. It didn't matter if he had a silly little brother, but if he had a brother who was shrewd, flexible, and related to him by blood, he would be a strong competitor. He would never let his guard down just because the other party was young. Wei Jing watched the show happily from the side. However, Weijia insisted on dragging him into the water and acting like a gentle big brother. After a whole morning, the way Wei Men looked at him was strange again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, to put it simply, it was envy, jealousy, and hatred. Wei Jing, who was being used as a tool, was speechless. Forget it. Who asked him to be his big brother? Of course, he would forgive him. Unlike the leisurely Wei Jing and Wei Min, Weijia became busy in the afternoon. He began to receive lessons from a home classroom that was hired at a high price. The 13-year-old boy could already speak English and French fluently. Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief. He left Wei Min behind and went back to his room. Rebirth was too absurd. From yesterday to today, he had met his big brother, father, and Wei Min in just 2 days. These 3 people had left a deep mark in his life. Wei Jing didn't even have time to catch his breath. He followed his big brother's footsteps blankly. Wei Jing told himself that he couldn't continue like this. He had picked up a new life. This time, he had to live well. If his big brother needed him in the future, he would definitely do it. However, he couldn't be like in his previous life. He couldn't be a vine that relied on a tree to survive. Do business? No. He didn't understand at all. Be a celebrity? No. Acting skills? That was too difficult for him. Then, he could only draw pictures. Wei Jing covered his face. In his previous life, he was very interested in drawing and self-taught for a period of time. At that time, he especially liked to post all kinds of cute little mangas on Weibo. He had gathered a lot of fans. There were even publishing houses that approached him, but he rejected them. But in this life, he could start practicing now. He didn't want to be rich. As long as he could live a good life and be able to support himself, that would be enough. Moreover, property prices were cheap now. He could take advantage of this opportunity to earn some money and buy 2 storefronts. In the future, he could rent them out and earn a lot of money. That was awesome. Wei Jing was such a good-for-nothing person. Every day, he leisurely collected rent and drew his favorite comics. From time to time, he would go on a trip. He muddled along and relied on his interests. Such a life was so comfortable, he really didn't know what he was thinking in the past. Why did he want to snatch his big brother's company? It wasn't easy to be the president. Every day, he would leave early and return late. From time to time, he would have to entertain the old fox at the cocktail party. Just thinking about it made him tired. Wei Min felt very wronged, very wronged, very, very wronged. He had already lowered himself so much, but in the end, those two people were still so cold to him. They were simply inhumane. That big brother was very annoying, and Wei Jing was even more annoying. If it weren't for him, why would big brother treat him like this? Wei Min was also pampered by his mother. In a fit of anger, he called his mother to pick him up and said that he wanted to go home. When Mother Wei heard this, she could only persuade him to bear with it. She said that she would pick him up after the National Day holiday. Wei Min was unhappy. He told the woman about what had happened in the past 2 days. In the end, he added that his big brother hated him and would never accept him. The woman on the other end of the line was stunned and her tone became more serious. "Is what you said true?" Wei Min said with certainty, "Mom, big brother doesn't even care about me. He doesn't even want to talk to me. That Wei Jing is like a slug sticking to big brother. He doesn't even give me a chance." The woman on the other end of the line was silent for a long time. Then she said, "Mom knows. Bear with it a little longer. He doesn't want to talk to you, so you don't have to talk to him anymore. Just stay here. Mom will pick you up in a few days." With his mother's permission, although Wei Min was still a little unhappy, he didn't dare to go against his mother's wishes. He agreed, "Okay." Wei Min's mother was the illegitimate daughter of a small family in Shanghai. Her family had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. In order to climb up the social ladder of the Wei family, she sent her up. Because of her good looks, she was one of the more favored ones in the family. She had some status in the family. As soon as she ended the call with her son, she immediately called her father on the other end of the line. The two of them talked for a long time before they hung up the phone in satisfaction. If she wanted to climb up the social ladder, she had to be ruthless. That night, there was a heavy downpour. The raindrops fell on the windowsill rhythmically. It was early October. The sun was shining brightly the day before. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt and turning on the air conditioner, it was so hot that people wanted to squat under the air conditioner. Today, there was a gust of north wind, telling people that winter was coming. Wei Jing pulled out a pair of long-sleeved trousers from the wardrobe. He was still a little cold after putting them on. After hesitating for a while, he put on a thin jacket. A small child with short limbs, a childish voice, and a cute Mickey Mouse embroidered on his jacket. He was so adorable that it melted people's hearts. Compared to Wei Jing, Wei Min was much more unlucky. He didn't expect the weather to change suddenly, so he only brought 2 sets of summer clothes. Now, he was half lying on the sofa with the heater on. He wasn't cold, but others were hot. Wei Jing held a cup of warm water in his hand and unzipped his jacket. He glanced at his brother, who looked unhappy, and then looked at his beige knitted sweater and jeans. He turned his head and said, "Wei Min, are you cold?" "I'm not cold." He was very comfortable with the heater. "Since you're not cold, I'll turn off the air conditioner. The teacher said that it's not good for your health to be exposed to the air conditioner all the time." The child said seriously and even asked for Wei Min's opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned off the air conditioner. Wei Min angrily reached out to grab the remote control and shouted, "I wasn't cold when I was exposed to the air conditioner, but now that you turned it off, I'm cold. Give me back the remote control." Wei Jing raised his right hand and pushed Wei Min outside with his left hand. He tried his best to stop him. "But we're hot. If you're cold, I can give you my clothes." Wei Jing raised his eyebrows and his expression softened. He was definitely part of the we. "No, who wants your dirty clothes?" The child's voice was shrill. "I'll give you new clothes. I have clothes that I haven't worn before." Wei Jing tried to reason with the child. "No, no, no. Give me back the remote control." The child glared at Wei Jing and clenched his fists tightly. He looked extremely hateful. Wei Min was a little tyrant at home. Yesterday, he was full of anger. Today's matter was no longer about the air conditioning. He scolded without thinking, "You little bastard, don't think that you can bully me just because you're living in the main house. My mom said that you'll be kicked out in a few days. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Wei Jing was stunned. Even in his previous life, Wei Man had never scolded him so harshly, let alone in front of Wei Zhe. He subconsciously looked at Wei Zhe. He wasn't expecting him to stand up for him, but he was just used to it. As long as his brother was around, he would go after him whenever he encountered any difficulties. He didn't know when he had developed this habit. These words were too unpleasant to hear. It was hard to believe that they came from the mouth of a 6-year-old child. He's a bastard. What are you? A bastard's younger brother, a little bastard? Wei Zhe seemed to be smiling, but his smile was faint and cold. It didn't reach his icy eyes at all. Wei Man was so frightened that he took a few steps back in panic. His lips were trembling. He was only a 12-year-old boy, but the aura around him was so cold that no one dared to approach him. Wei Jing was also a little frightened. In fact, deep down, he was a little afraid of his big brother, especially when he was angry. Since you don't want to wear it, then let it freeze. Wei Zhe lifted his eyelids. He said to Wei Xiaojing, who was still sitting on the sofa in a daze, "Come over here and sit with me." Wei Jing obediently said, "Oh." He didn't dare to disobey his big brother at this time. Otherwise, he would have the illusion that he would be drowned in the mud in the next second. Wei Min stood alone by the sofa for a long time. His face alternated between green and red. The cool breeze from outside blew in through the gap in the window. It was so cold that the child shivered. He hesitated for a while, but in the end, he didn't dare to disobey the teenager. He couldn't stay here any longer. He stomped his feet and ran back to his room. He scolded you? Why didn't you talk back? Wei Zhe said as he got up and opened the window. The fresh air outside blew away the stuffy atmosphere in the room. Oh, this. The child scratched his head with his small white hands. I didn't react in time. After scratching twice, Wei Jing couldn't help but scratch his head again. The wound on his head had already scabbed over. Recently, it had been growing flesh, so it was very itchy. Don't move. Wei Zhe walked over and grabbed the child's hand. Seeing that the white bandage wasn't bleeding, his expression became better. If you scratch yourself, you'll be the one to suffer. But it's so uncomfortable, the child said pitifully. Bear with it. Wei Zhe let go of his hand. If I see any blood, you'll have to eat vegetarian for every meal for the next week. Such a childish and considerate threat came out of his mouth inadvertently. After saying it, the young man was stunned. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He rubbed his chest in annoyance. His mood became bad again. The teenager walked into the study without a word. His lips were pursed and his eyes were tense. Wei Jing didn't know what he had done to make his big brother angry. He panicked for a moment, gritted his teeth, and followed after him. The little child followed closely behind the young man. One was as smart as a porcelain doll, while the other was handsome and imposing. From afar, they looked like a beautiful painting. The staircase in the Wei family's old house was a beautiful spiral staircase. At this moment, Wei Jing was like a little tail. After a while, he finally mustered up his courage and asked, "Big brother, are you angry with me?" No. Wei Zhe turned his head and looked at him. He put one hand in his pocket and said, "Don't follow me. Go back." Wei Jing was lying. He was obviously angry, Wei Jing thought silently. However, he still looked pitiful. Big brother, I'll be very obedient. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Don't chase me away. I don't want to be alone." Wei Zhe hesitated for a while. In the end, he gave in. "Follow me, but don't cause trouble." Thus, Wei Jing grinned and replied, "Okay." In the spacious study, the teenager sat on the main seat and read the book in his hand. From time to time, he would take out a pen to write. The Wei family's study was very big and there were many books in it. Wei Jing walked around and finally chose a comic book to study the composition. After all, he had already decided what he wanted to do in the future. Of course, he had to work hard now. It was a short story. It was about an alien who wanted to destroy the Earth. He turned into a cat and was pampered by his owner. From the cat's point of view, he looked at the people in the past: family, love, friendship. The comic was heartwarming and funny, especially when the little fat orange cat, who was shouting that he wanted to destroy the earth a second ago, was bought over by his master's dried fish in the next second, and began to roll around and act cute without any moral integrity. Wei Jing couldn't help but laugh. He flipped to the next page. Next to the colorful comic, someone had written a line of words with a pen: "People who can't even stick to their own goals are terrible." The kid blinked and blinked again. This word? Why does it look so familiar? He couldn't wait to flip to the next page. He didn't even look at the content of the comic. Sure enough, there were all kinds of children's words at the back, with a childish innocence and persistence. He flipped to the last page of the comic. In the bottom right corner of the white inner cover, there was a line of small, inconspicuous words: "Orange cats lead a comfortable life. I can't become that kind of person, but I suddenly want to raise a cat." Different from the childish words at the beginning, this line of words had the beginnings of a person's character. He couldn't be more familiar with the words. The kid looked up and saw the teenager who was immersed in studying. Brother wants to raise a cat? But he was 26 years old in his previous life, and he didn't see a cat. Wei Xiaojing, the little pet who was pampered, was very confused. The kid's gaze was too presumptuous. Wei Zhe couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Wei Jing was so shocked that a scream almost jumped out of his throat. I'm fine. What are you looking at?" Wei Zhe's sharp eyes immediately saw the comic book in the kid's hand. His eyebrows twitched, and his heart thumped. He knew that he had stuffed the comic book in the corner. How did the kid find it? Nothing. Wei Jing quickly hid the book behind his back, although he didn't know why he did that. He didn't do anything wrong, but he had the illusion that he had been caught red-handed. "It's just an ordinary comic book." Wei Zhe was speechless. The kid didn't know that every time he lied, he would say it very badly. His eyes would wander, his voice would be high, his hands and feet would curl into a ball, and he would especially emphasize that it was ordinary. "What did you see?" Wei Zhe was in a good mood. When he saw that someone was more nervous than him, he relaxed. "Tell me." "No, nothing," Wei Jing said. Then, the teenager's fingers tapped on the desk, and his words were somewhat coaxing. "How did you feel after reading it?" "I want to be a cartoonist like him in the future," Wei Jing said almost instinctively. "A cartoonist who could make brother like him must be very good." "I'm asking you about your feelings, not your dreams." Silly kid. The rain outside the house had started again, and the sound of rain was endless. The lights in the house were not turned on, and the light was a little dim. Wei Zhe's face was half hidden in the shadows, and it was hard to read. After a while, the teenager let out a few muffled chuckles with some joy. "Not bad." Wei Jing was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Wei Zhe continued, "Since you have such good feelings, as your brother, I should help you realize them. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy some tools. Xiaojing, you have to draw well. Brother will check." Wei Jing was speechless. He seemed to have dug a hole for himself. Smiley face, angle, the weather was especially fresh after the heavy rain. The cool autumn breeze blew past, taking away the last trace of summer's stuffy heat. Wei Jing was called to the car by his older brother early in the morning. He said that he had to fulfill his promise from yesterday. Wei Min, who was shivering from the cold, saw him and followed him. He wanted to buy clothes. Wei Jing sat upright in the back seat of the low-key black car. His fair and tender little face was full of anxiety. If someone who didn't know the situation saw him, they would think that he was being forced. Why was his older brother suddenly so affectionate with him? What exactly was it about him that made his older brother treat him differently? Why was he so anxious? In his previous life, he could say that he was the one who shamelessly followed his older brother. But in this life, he had clearly changed. Why did he go around in circles and return to square one? The more Wei Jing thought about it, the more serious his expression became. A 6 or 7-year-old child had to act like an adult. It made people want to tease him just by looking at him. "Look at you. Are you afraid that your older brother will sell you off?" Wei Zhe suddenly said with a hint of ridicule. Ah? The child's pink and tender lips parted slightly. His pitch-black eyelashes fluttered up and down twice. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said aggrievedly, "I'm not worth much even if you sell me off." "How can that be?" Weijia supported his chin with one hand. His deep and bright eyes had a hint of darkness. "There are some places that like a fair and tender boy like you the most." Wei Jing glared at the teenager timidly and shifted his entire body to the side. He was using his actions to show that he didn't want to talk to his older brother anymore. Pfft. Weijia couldn't help but laugh out loud, which disappeared in an instant. He clenched his right hand into a fist and covered his mouth, swallowing the rest of his laughter back into his stomach. He went along with the teenager's words and said, "If I sell you off, you're indeed not worth much. You probably won't even be able to afford the car I'm sitting in now." Wei Jing, he was even angrier now. What should he do? Elder brother is so annoying. After this meaningless conversation, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became a lot better. Although Wei Jing said that he wanted to stay far away from his elder brother, it was not easy to change the habits that he had developed in his previous life. One look, one sentence, the tacit understanding between the two could be seen by anyone as long as they were not blind. Weijia was also very surprised. He hadn't interacted much with his younger brother before. Even though they had lived under the same roof for almost a year, they actually didn't know much about each other. However, ever since the child had sat at the wrong table last time, the two of them had a conversation. Only then did he realize that this person understood him very well. It was as if they had been living together for more than 10 years. Wei Min, who was sitting in the front seat and being ostracized, was both envious and jealous. He peeked behind them from time to time, his ears perked up high. He was afraid that he would miss a certain sentence of the conversation between the two of them. In order to cover it up, he deliberately took out the cell phone he had brought from home. At this point in time, the cell phone wasn't the large screen that Wei Jingyong was used to. Instead, it was the original small square. It was the size of a palm and had few functions, not to mention games. The only games it had were Snake and Tetris. Wei Min absent-mindedly opened Tetris. After a few clicks, there was no space left. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Wei Min looked at it and saw that it was his mother. They had just talked yesterday. He didn't understand why his mother was calling at this time. She should have already said what needed to be said yesterday. "Hello. Mom. Xiao Min, where are you now?" Wei Min answered very honestly. "I'm in elder brother's car. Elder brother took Wei Jing to buy some things. I want to buy some clothes." "Oh, Xiao Jing. Mom is also at the mall. After you get out of the car, Mom will take you out to play. There will be a big uncle coming to pick you up. You can go with him, okay?" "Okay, Mom." Wei Min looked at the phone and was puzzled. He didn't tell Mom that they were going to the mall. Why did Mom say that she was nearby? The child didn't think too much about it. Besides, it was his mother who said it. He was just happy that he didn't have to be with his elder brother anymore. After the quarrel yesterday, Wei Min had an inexplicable fear of Weijia. It was like a wild beast in the wilderness. When faced with a stronger species, it would naturally feel afraid. During the 7-day National Day holiday, many people went out to travel. The locals of B City went out, while the outsiders went in. The traffic was a mess. The black car kept stopping and driving, making people feel annoyed. Weijia and Wei Jing were fine. One was mature and didn't reveal his emotions easily. The other had experienced more than 10 years of traffic jams. It was difficult to move an inch, but they were both very calm. Wei Min couldn't take it. He rubbed his exposed arms and couldn't help but feel annoyed at himself for following them. When they arrived at the mall, Wei Min couldn't wait to get out of the car and run outside. Weijia drove slowly, got out of the car, closed the door, and turned to call out to Wei Min, who had already run some distance away. "It's just shopping. Why are you so excited?" Wei Min's raised foot paused. He felt that it was wrong for him to walk or stop. His little face turned red. "That. Big brother, are we going?" Wei Jing shrank back and called out carefully. He suddenly felt a little sympathy for Wei Min, although more of it was gloating. It was human nature to feel good when you saw the person you hated make a fool of himself. Facing Wei Xiaojing, Wei Zhi's attitude suddenly became gentler. The young man nodded and stretched out his right hand, motioning for the child to hold it. There were many people in the mall and it was chaotic. What if something happened? That wouldn't be good. Wei Zhi didn't come to the mall often. Usually, the housekeeper would prepare the things he needed for him. He only came once or twice occasionally. The child's hand was very small and soft, as if it had no bones. It didn't weigh anything in the palm of his hand. Wei Min was taken care of by the chauffeur. No matter what, Wei Min was Wei He's son. Since his father had handed him over to him, Wei Zhi couldn't let anything happen to him. At least, he couldn't let anything happen to him during this period of time. The mall was very big, and the sketchbooks and brushes that Wei Jing needed were easy to buy. Anyway, he was a beginner, and Wei Jing didn't have any big requirements, so he could use them first. Wei Min, on the other hand, was not easy to deal with. This child was very picky. He had always been meticulous about what he ate, used, and wore. How could he like the affordable clothes in the mall, after making a fuss for a long time and seeing that no one paid attention to him? He was particularly unhappy and casually took a coat. Anyway, his mother was coming to pick him up later, so he had to endure it for now. The person who came to pick up Wei Min was one of his distant uncles. The two of them had met a few times, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. The moment the man appeared, he explained his purpose for coming. Wei Zhi asked, "Do you know him?" Wei Min nodded and said, "My mother asked my uncle to pick me up. I'm going to find my mother." He said this as if Wei Zhi was forcing him not to leave. After receiving confirmation from the person in question, Wei Zhi didn't say anything else. He just watched the two of them leave indifferently. "Big brother, are we just going to let Wei Min go with him? Don't we need to call father and tell him about the situation?" Wei Jing was a little worried. After all, Wei Min was still a child. What if he was deceived and kidnapped? "Don't worry." Wei Zhi's voice was cold and indifferent. "He's not stupid." The corner of Wei Jing's mouth twitched. These words made him sound like he was stupid. He couldn't continue this conversation. That's not right. If it was really Wei Min's mother who asked someone to pick him up. Why was that? Wei Jing rubbed his chin and pondered. Wei Min's mother wanted to be the head of the family in her previous life, so she always thought of ways to let Wei Min live in the main residence. But now, she actually let her son walk out of the main residence, also. Wei Min's attitude towards his big brother was very strange. He especially hated and disliked him. It was completely different from his attitude in her previous life. What exactly was it that he had forgotten? "I realized that you really like to daydream." A well-defined hand suddenly reached out and pinched the child's chin. The teenager forced him to look up and meet his eyes. Wei Zhi said, "It's very boring when you're with me." The teenager's handsome and flawless face was magnified in front of him. Even Wei Jing, who had long been accustomed to his big brother's beauty, felt a little breathless at this moment. He frantically waved his hand and stammered, and no. The child felt a little wronged. He was thinking, not daydreaming. "You." The young man's words had just left his mouth when suddenly, a huge external force slammed into the car from the window. The car with excellent performance was hit by a big truck, and the front of the car hit a tree on the side of the road, making a loud bang. "Damn it." The driver's face was covered in blood. His fingers trembled as he unbuckled his seatbelt. "Young master, are you okay?" A large piece of Wei Zhi's hand was cut. Half of his body was pressed under the dried-up car. Scarlet blood with a sweet smell spilled onto the black leather sofa like ink. Wei Jing opened his eyes. The blood flowed into his eyes. The whole world changed color. The corners of his lips trembled and his body trembled non-stop. His throat seemed to be stuffed with cotton. He couldn't make any sound. He could only stare blankly at the scene in front of him. He looked at his omnipotent big brother who was so weak that it seemed like he would die. In the next second, the snow-white drawing paper that they had bought together was dyed red with blood. It was like a red lotus in full bloom in hell, welcoming the return of the dead. The corridor of the hospital was filled with the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. The fiery red lights in the emergency room flickered nonstop like thick blood. The nurses in white coats shuttled back and forth like ghosts. A 6 or 7-year-old child with messy clothes and black hair stained with blood hugged his knees. He curled up into a ball like a pitiful little hamster abandoned by its owner. "Little boy, come over here. Big sister will help you bandage your wound, okay?" A young and energetic nurse leaned over to look the child in the eye and coaxed him. Wei Jing's mind went blank. He hugged himself even tighter subconsciously. After a while, when the nurse was considering whether she should use force to drag him away to bandage his wound, he slowly but firmly shook his head. "I want to wait for Big Brother," he said. A trace of pity flashed across the nurse's face. It must be very painful to watch a loved one collapse in front of his own eyes after getting into a car accident. "Let's bandage the wound on your arm first. Big Brother will come out when it's done," the nurse coaxed the child. "I want to wait for Big Brother here," he repeated again. His face was resolute and there was no room for argument. The nurse paused awkwardly. In the end, she looked at the man who was on the phone. Are you the child's father? The child refuses to be bandaged." She was interrupted by the driver halfway through her sentence. The middle-aged man ran his fingers through his hair in annoyance. There was a cigarette in his mouth. The blood on his head had stopped, but the dried blood stuck to his face and stuck to his skin. "Young master refuses to be bandaged. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Nurse to bring the things we need to use here." "Sorry for the trouble." The young master was lying in the operating room. How could he be willing to leave? His life was at stake here. The nurse had no choice but to talk to the doctor upstairs. The doctor was a tactful person. He understood the importance of this group of people and personally brought the things to treat the child and the man. In this car accident, the most seriously injured person was the young man in the operating room. The child and the middle-aged man were not seriously injured and their lives were not in danger. The doctor removed the broken glass from the child's tender arm and applied some medicine to stop the bleeding. Finally, he wrapped a layer of bandage around the wound. Even an adult could not withstand the pain, but the child did not make a sound. It was only when the operation was over that he seemed to come back to his senses and thanked the doctor softly. His arm was in pain. It was as if someone had inserted a sharp needle and fork into his skin. It hurt his blood vessels, bone marrow, and heart. It was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. Wei Jing tilted his head and stared blankly at the door of the emergency room. Why was it so painful? It was more than when he died. Everything around him seemed to be far away from him. Only the sealed door was buried deep in his mind. This was the scene Wei he saw when he arrived. His proudest eldest son was lying in the operating room, and he did not know if he was dead or alive. The illegitimate son he hated the most was sitting in a daze in a chair. He was covered in blood and did not react to Wei He's arrival. The chauffeur in charge of driving stood to the side with a frustrated and anxious look on his face. "What's going on?" the man asked. The driver explained the whole story. The main point was that while they were driving, the big truck in front of them suddenly crashed into them like crazy. The tycoon's seat wasn't good. He was right next to the spot where the truck crashed into. "Where's the driver?" Wei He reached out to loosen the tie around his neck. His expression was dark. The chauffeur said that he had called the police and the police had already arrested the person. The other party seemed to have been drinking and reeked of alcohol. "So, it was an accident?" Wei He narrowed his eyes and spat out the words with a strange accent. It was as if he was mocking and questioning him at the same time. The chauffeur lowered his head. His entire body was tense as he said vaguely, "That depends on whether the police can find anything." "Okay." Wei He nodded and sat beside the child. He did not say anything else and waited for the results of the operation with them. At that moment, time passed abnormally slowly. Every second and every minute was like a mischievous child holding the world's needle in his hand and preventing it from moving forward. After an unknown period of time, the lights in the operating room suddenly went out. Wei Jing jumped off the chair and ran to the door of the operating room. He was so anxious that he almost fell. "Doctor, is my big brother okay? How is he?" At that moment, his voice was not as innocent as usual. Because of his urgency, it sounded too shrill. He sounded like a resentful ghost, mournful and sorrowful. The doctor's white coat was stained with blood during the operation. It was bright and dazzling. He took off his mask and looked exhausted. The operation was very successful. The patient's life is not in danger for the time being. He will be transferred to the intensive care unit. That's great. Big brother is fine. Wei Jing's expression had just relaxed when the doctor's next words froze. However, the patient's heart stopped beating for a minute or two during the operation. Although he recovered later, it caused some damage to his brain. Please be mentally prepared. After all, there are many areas in the brain that we have not been able to overcome until now. What do you mean by that? Explain it to me. The doctor looked up at the man behind the child and took a deep breath. What I mean is that the patient may never wake up again. Even if he is lucky enough to wake up, there will be some damage to his intelligence. The doctor said it very tactfully, but the three people present understood what he meant. No. That's impossible. Wei Jing took a step forward. He was short and could only tug at the hem of the doctor's white coat. He sounded like he was about to cry. My big brother is very capable. He will become a very, very capable person in the future. How could he have a problem with his intelligence? If he had a problem with his intelligence, wouldn't he be an idiot? My condolences. As a doctor, he had seen too many deaths. He was already numb to it. Other than this sentence, he really did not know what else to say. Can't we operate on him? Compared to Wei Jing, who was on the verge of breaking down, Wei He, who was the father, was calm and heartless. The doctor shook his head slowly. Wah. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't come here. If only I hadn't changed. It's all my fault. The child knelt on the ground weakly. His white and tender hands supported him on the ground. Bitter tears fell one by one onto the cold ground. His hoarse voice was incoherent as he said something that no one else could understand. He was so small. Now that he was curled up into a ball, he was both pitiful and lovable. The doctor sighed. He carried the child up and placed him on a chair. After giving him a packet of tissue, he walked away. Everyone had their own life. There was nothing they could do. Wei He glanced at the child with a strange gaze. He didn't know that the two of them had such a good relationship. I've heard from old Zhang about this incident. Wei Zhi got into a car accident because you went shopping. Did I remember wrongly? Wei He spoke slowly. Even when he heard that his son might become a vegetable or an idiot, he only felt a moment of unease. He quickly regained his composure and wanted to maximize his benefits. Wei Jing looked up in confusion. His originally bright black eyes had turned pitch black. They were empty and lost. Tisk. Wei He felt his hair stand on end. He instinctively took a step back. After calming himself down, he continued to speak. Now that the Wei family's old mansion is empty, you should move to your mother's place. I will send you living expenses on time until you reach adulthood. Although he said that, when Wei Jing completely disappeared from the upper class and disappeared from everyone's memories, how would anyone know what he wanted to do? What do you mean? That's what I mean on the surface. Wei He looked at him with disdain and said in a strange tone, you can't covet the Wei family's things. Are you giving up on Big Brother? Big Brother. He has always been outstanding. He will continue to be outstanding and become a good successor. Wei Jing jumped off the chair. His injured arm accidentally hit the wall, but he did not seem to feel any pain. He just stared at Wei He. Nothing has been decided yet. You can't make such a decision. The Wei family's old mansion was empty. Wasn't this telling Wei Jing that he was giving up on Wei Zhi? Childish. Wei He sneered. Do you think a miracle will happen? Miracles could not be seen or touched. Instead of pinning his hopes on a miracle, he might as well think about who he would groom as his successor without Wei Zhi. Of course, he would also keep an eye on Wei Zhi's situation so that he could make the best decision. The people around him had gone back and forth countless times. Wei Jing told himself that he couldn't cry. He couldn't be weak. His life wasn't just his own. No matter what his big brother became, he would always be his younger brother, and he would always be his most important big brother. No matter what? He had to take good care of big brother. So how could he be sent away? He did not need to cry. He had to hold on to his pitiful bargaining chip and negotiate with Wei He to let him stay by big brother's side. In the intensive care unit, a young man in a white and blue striped hospital gown was lying on the bed with an oxygen inhaler in his mouth. His face was pale. He had been lying like this for a week. During this period, many people came and went. The news that the eldest son of the Wei family had been in a car accident and was still in a coma had spread. Many people lamented that Wei Zhe had a bad life. His mother had passed away when he was a child, and his grandparents had been unhappy with him. Now that he was a little older, he was dying again. Of course, no matter what they thought, they had to show their sincerity on the surface. The more powerful families would send the younger generation to visit. In fact, they just wanted to buy some gifts, say a few nice words, and leave after sitting for a while. The less powerful families wanted to curry favor with the Wei family, so they had to visit in person. If they happened to see Wei He, that would be the best. Unfortunately, Wei He was busy catching the culprit behind Wei Zhe's car accident. He didn't have time to accompany Wei Zhe in the hospital. Of course, even if he had time, he wouldn't go. Anyway, there were nurses around. He just needed to get the final result. Wei He was not in a hurry to catch the culprit just to avenge Wei Zhe, but also to show his sincerity. The eldest son of the Wei family was lying in the hospital half dead after being hit by a car, but the culprit was still at large. How could the Wei family show their face? Wouldn't it be bad if they just let it go and let outsiders think that the Wei family was easy to bully? Wei Jing had been staying in the hospital for the past few days. His eldest brother was staying in a high-class single ward. The child had a small bed in the room and slept there every day. The hospital had a cafeteria for the doctors. The taste was average, but at least it was edible. He wanted to see Wei He, but who was Wei He? Was she someone that he, an illegitimate son who did not please him, could meet just because he wanted to? As time went by, Wei Zhe's condition gradually stabilized, and his complexion became better. On the other hand, Wei Jing seemed to be the one who had suffered the most serious injury in the car accident. His skin was so pale that it was almost transparent. It was as if a gust of wind would blow him away. Xiaojing, eat more. Don't die when your brother recovers. The nurse in charge of taking care of Wei Zhe looked at the child lovingly. Yes. Wei Jing stuffed a piece of cabbage into his mouth without tasting the food. I'm fine, Auntie. Don't worry. The two nurses were in their 40s. They had sons and daughters at home, and those who had married early even had grandchildren. At this moment, they looked at Wei Jing as if they were looking at their own child. Their hearts ached for him. The two of them had served Wei Zhe for a long time, so they naturally knew a thing or two about his illness. The longer he slept, the less likely he was to wake up. There were many things that could be done within a week. For example, the culprit who hurt Wei Zhe had finally been caught. The culprit was none other than Wei Min's mother. Her family was in the underworld, so it was easy for her to get involved in this kind of thing. Even the Wei family's driver had been bribed at a high price. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so coincidental that Wei Zhe was seriously injured and on the verge of death, while the other two only had minor injuries. The driver and the truck driver had aimed to crash into the car. All the coincidences had led to the inevitable. It was within expectations, but beyond reason. Wei Jing couldn't understand this matter. In his previous life, although Wei Zhe and Wei Min weren't very close, they would greet each other when they met and occasionally help each other with a small, harmless favor. They were considered to have a good relationship among the many illegitimate sons. However, in this life, Wei Min's mother inexplicably wanted Wei Zhe's life. To be able to do it so quickly and so ruthlessly, it naturally required a meticulous plan. It couldn't have been done on the spur of the moment. Thinking back to the difference between his previous life and this life, Wei Jing vaguely understood. During this period of time in his previous life, Wei Min had constantly mocked him to please Wei Zhe. At that time, he and Big Brother were like strangers, so Big Brother naturally didn't care about such trivial matters. Therefore, Wei Min relied on this to please Big Brother, and the two of them could be considered to have some feelings for each other. However, in this life, because of his change, Big Brother and Wei Min were like fire and water. This was the main reason why Wei Min's mother was determined to get rid of Big Brother in the end. "I'm sorry." Wei Jing held the man's pale hand and intertwined his fingers intimately. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only he hadn't been reborn, then fate would have followed the previous path, and Big Brother wouldn't have become like this." He leaned over and kissed the young man's fingertips sincerely. "I beg you, wake up. As long as Big Brother wakes up, I'll do anything. Although, Big Brother, you might not even need a burden like me." He smiled, but his eyes were filled with tears and his expression was bitter. In a place where the child couldn't see, the young man's other hand moved slightly. Weijia didn't know where he was at this moment. Just a moment ago, he was hugging a white chrysanthemum and standing in front of his younger brother, whom he had doted on for more than 10 years. Looking at the delicate face on the tombstone, his entire being was empty. Wei Jing died just like that. A few days ago, he had colluded with others to scheme against his assets. Did he think that he didn't notice his little tricks? That he just wanted to test him? Was he more important, or was power and wealth more important? Actually, he knew that this choice was especially laughable from the beginning. In this world, who didn't love money, but in his heart, he held on to a faint hope as he watched that person step into another person's trap step by step. He had clearly hinted at it several times, but that little idiot stubbornly walked down the path. The feeling of being betrayed and abandoned was unbearable. In the beginning, he had only wanted to raise a harmless little pet to relieve his boredom. But unknowingly, that person had become more and more important in his life. In the end, that person had left an indelible mark on his life, an irreplaceable mark. His father had wanted to kick him out of the family for more than 10 years. This time, he had finally found the opportunity to do so. At that time, he had already made the decision for the Wei family. In Weijia's opinion, this was a lesson to teach Wei Xiaojing and let him suffer a little. He was a flower that had been raised in a greenhouse. When he saw the dangers of the world and experienced hardships, he naturally came back to seek protection. But, how could he die just like that? How could he die just like that? Wei Jing's death was a pure accident. Weijia couldn't believe it and investigated it again and again. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the fact that he didn't even have a chance to take revenge. He had doted on his younger brother for so many years, but the boldest thing he had done in his life was colluding with someone else to steal his position as the CEO under his nose. Normally, he would be very patient when dealing with cats and dogs. But when he met someone who looked slightly fiercer, he would naturally cower. His younger brother, who loved cleanliness and was a little narcissistic. Just like that, he was suddenly gone. Weijia had single-handedly organized Wei Jing's funeral. Everything was used to the best of his ability. When the tombstone was built and the funeral was over, he looked at the black and white photo on the tombstone. Only then did he feel that this person was really gone. Suddenly, a feeling of sadness hit him like a tsunami. It was even worse than knowing that Wei Jing had betrayed him. He didn't know what kind of feeling this was, but he suddenly felt that the world had become barren and colorless. He wanted to accompany his younger brother. He wanted to be with him forever, even if he died. In the spacious and bright ward, the autumn breeze blew into the room through the half-opened window, bringing with it a chill. It had been 10 days since the car accident. Weijia had been moved from the intensive care unit to a normal ward, but he was still in a deep sleep, just like the sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. At this moment, Wei Jing's small body was curled up in the corridor outside the ward. He held the door handle tightly to prevent himself from being taken away by force. "I'm not leaving. I want to stay here and take care of Big Brother." His hands were so tight that his veins were popping out. "Weijia will have someone to take care of him," he said coldly. His gaze was as cold as a sharp blade that could pierce through flesh and blood. Wei Jing took a deep breath. The corners of his lips were trembling slightly. His eyes were calm, and he did not look like a child. "This is different. What if Big Brother wakes up?" The doctor has already explained his condition very clearly. "After that, you will probably throw Big Brother to a remote place and hire a few people to take care of him, leaving him to fend for himself. As for whether he is doing well? Is he happy? You don't care whether he is being bullied or not, right? It was a question, but his tone was firm. Wei He smiled indifferently and looked at the child without denying it. But I can take care of Big Brother. When Big Brother wakes up, you can send me over with him. Wei Jing calmed himself down and told him his plan. This will save you a lot of trouble, right? But... The man tilted his head, his words were bloody and cruel. What if he doesn't wake up? I can always stay here and take care of Big Brother. Wei Jing pinched his palms to clear his mind. I will go to school and move out of the main house. I will live near the hospital. Tisk, Wei He made an ambiguous sound. Your plan is based on the fact that I will spend money to take care of you, but... I don't want to spend a single cent on you. Wei Jing's face paled, and even the faint color on his lips faded. Fortunately, he had the experience of the previous generation and clearly understood how much Wei He disliked him. At this moment, he tilted his head, took a deep breath, and said, I will find a way to make money myself. He had been living with the Wei family for more than a year. In addition to the things his mother had left him when she passed away, he still had about 1,000,000 yuan in his hands. At this time, 1,000,000 was not as worthless as it was in the future. The houses in B City were not too expensive. He could buy a smaller house first and keep the rest of the money for his daily life. At the moment, the internet was still not very developed, and comics were all published in physical books. Tomorrow, he would buy some drawing paper and brushes and start drawing. Then, he would submit his work. When Weibo came out in 2 years, he would quickly apply for an account and work hard to become a big internet celebrity. Or, he could even open a treasure shop. In short, he would not starve to death. Almost instantly, Wei Jing thought of what he should do next. Okay, since you said so, you can live well on your own. Wei He smiled faintly. He waved his hand and turned to leave with the bodyguards in black. Phew. Wei Jing breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what? The first wave of attacks had finally been stopped. Big Brother. The child walked to the bedside and reached out to brush away the hair covering the teenager's face. Why haven't you woken up yet? The Wei family had been very noisy these 2 days. Almost all of the illegitimate children had come out, hoping that they could catch Wei He's eye and bring them back to the old mansion. However, no one had expected that the first to move into the old mansion would be Wei Min. It was Wei Min, the person whose mother had hired a servant to kill Wei Jia, who was still unconscious. Some people wanted to refute, but the Wei family was Wei He's word. Whatever he said was law. After being rebutted by him indifferently, the group of people had no choice but to give up. When Wei Jing heard the news, the hand that was wiping Wei He's face paused. The snow-white towel wiped the teenager's hair, leaving an inconspicuous black mark. Wei Jing stared at the handkerchief in a daze. Big Brother had been asleep for 13 days, almost 2 weeks. Because of the wound on his head, he couldn't wash his hair. His originally clean and neat hairstyle had become greasy. The people outside seemed to have forgotten about this piece of heaven and earth. Except for the 2 caregivers and himself, no one else came to see Wei Jia. Wei Jing's nose twitched. He muttered to himself, look at you. Why don't you even have a good friend? You're so pitiful now. Except for me, there's no one to accompany you. Eh? Why am I saying this? Big Brother, you haven't wiped your right hand yet. Wait a minute, I'll add some hot water. It's cold. The child got up to get the thermos and wanted to add some hot water. Wei Jing? A familiar, slightly hoarse voice sounded with uncertainty. Wei Jing, who had already turned around, froze. The tears that he had been holding back immediately fell down. He didn't dare to turn around, afraid that this was just a dream or an illusion. Wei Jing. This time, his tone was firm. The child cried out and turned his head abruptly. He ran forward, wanting to throw himself into the teenager's arms. However, he was afraid of touching the teenager's wound, so he stopped by the bed. He looked at the teenager's open, dark eyes, crying and laughing at the same time. He looked like a little lunatic. The situation now was very strange. Wei Jia looked like a 13-year-old, but his soul was that of a 26-year-old. After 13 years, he lay on the bed and received treatment from the doctor. However, his gaze was fixed on the child beside him, whose face was covered in tears. The 7-year-old Wei Xiaojing had a sharp face and big, bright eyes. They were covered in a layer of mist and looked like an exquisite doll. Why was he so thin? Weijia was displeased. Was he being picky again? How many fingers is this? The doctor in the white coat stretched out 3 fingers. Weijia frowned. His face was solemn and his black eyes were like a bottomless abyss. They were unfathomable. He was just a teenager with a thin body, but no one could ignore his presence. Just lying there made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if they were facing a top predator. The doctor was so frightened that he took a few steps back. His face was full of fear. Weijia glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "Are you my attending doctor?" "Yes." The doctor nodded. "Get me a smarter one." Weijia narrowed his eyes. "I don't need a doctor who doesn't even need to ask me how many fingers he has." The doctor was speechless. Huh? Huh? Wei Jing's eyes widened. Wait, this was different from what was said before. Didn't they say that he would become mentally retarded? Why did he feel that his big brother's aura was stronger? Was it an illusion? The weather today was very good. The sun was bright but not dazzling. A cool breeze blew into the room, bringing fresh air. Wei Jing stood by the bed and looked at the strange scene in front of him. Dozens of doctors in white coats surrounded the person on the bed and asked questions. They were not annoyed by the sarcastic remarks. They were so excited that it was as if they had discovered a new continent. At this time, Wei He, who had been informed by the hospital, arrived late. He asked, "What's the situation now?" The attending doctor at the beginning exclaimed in disbelief, "The damage to the brain seems to be completely non-existent to Mr. Weijia. His speech is logical, his reaction is quick, and he has perfect thinking ability. Of course, what's the specific situation? We have to test him again." "Okay." Wei He nodded at the doctor and turned to look at Weijia, who was lying on the bed, and said indifferently, "Do you know who I am?" After a period of buffer, Weijia clearly understood his situation. He had been reborn and returned to the time when he was 13 years old. Although this was unbelievable, it was true. Looking at his father, who was more than 10 years younger in front of him, Weijia raised his eyebrows and said calmly and rationally, "My father, Wei He." "Very good." Wei He nodded and turned to the doctor, "Can we do the test now?" "This?" The doctor looked a little embarrassed. "Yes, but the patient has just recovered from a serious illness and many of his wounds have not completely healed. It's fine as long as it's fine." Wei He looked at his watch, "My time is very precious. I'll give you an hour." After he finished speaking, he seemed to have realized something and asked Weijia in a declarative tone, "Do you have a problem?" "That," Wei Jing said softly. He could not bear to let his elder brother suffer. "No problem." Weijia and the child spoke almost at the same time. He suppressed the other party's soft voice. "I'm so useless." Wei Jing lowered his head unhappily and bit his lip. He hated himself for being like this. When would he have an elder brother? He was not greedy. He only needed a little bit of excellence. Eh? Did his elder brother look at him when he left just now? When Wei Jing raised his head, his eyes met with Wei Jia's as he walked out of the ward. Wei Jing's eyes were dark and deep, filled with nostalgia, joy, and a little anger. There were too many emotions in them, which made Wei Jing dazed. Wei. The intricate instruments were placed in the cold room. Wei Jia lay in the cold room in circles. The wound on his right arm was throbbing with pain. Even the wound on his abdomen where he was stabbed by the car window was starting to hurt. However, on the surface, he still looked calm, reserved, and arrogant. The doctors gathered together to discuss. They looked at the radiographic films in their hands and pointed at them. Sometimes they were deep in thought, and sometimes they were excited. An hour passed quickly. Wei He, who was waiting by the side, knocked on the mahogany table to attract everyone's attention. "What's the result?" "Sir, after our discussion, Mr. Wei Zhao's brain is indeed different from that of ordinary people." The attending physician's eyes were shining. "But this is not a bad thing." On the contrary, it's a good thing. His voice suddenly rose. The human brain is very sophisticated. Every part of the brain manages a part of the human body. If the limbs are compared to soldiers, then the brain is the general. And now, this general has promoted it. Wei He, who was sitting lazily on the soft office chair, looked absent-minded. He narrowed his eyes and sat up straight subconsciously. He had a guess in his heart. His throat was slightly dry. You. What do you mean? Mr. Wei Xiao will be a genius, a super genius. The doctor danced. Problems that are difficult for others may be easy for him to understand with a little thought. It's just like how some people are born with a high IQ. After this car accident, his brain has been greatly developed. At this time even Wei Zhe was slightly stunned. Of course, he did not take this seriously very soon. It did not matter to him whether or not he had developed an additional part of his brain. What a joke. He had won until the end in his previous life. In this life, he still had the memories and experience of his previous life. How could he lose? That's great, that's great. Wei He shouted twice without caring about his image. He was so happy that he looked like a beggar who had won a $5 million lottery. Wei He had always been a cold person. He had put all his effort into the Wei family and was determined to become the top person in B City. Unfortunately, there were still the Li family and the Jiang family in B City who were advancing side by side with him. No one could surpass the other. Wei He was not only their friend but also their competitor. Now, his son was a genius. A super genius, a genius who could lead the Wei family to the top with proper training. After his joy, Wei He quickly calmed down. After all, the doctor had misdiagnosed him once. It was possible that there would be a second misdiagnosis. Now that Wei Zhe had woken up, no matter what his IQ was, it was at least the same as before the car accident. He was still his most outstanding son. He sent Wei Zhe back to the ward and let him recuperate for a while. It was time to solve the mess outside. The setting sun shone through the window and dyed the cold bedroom a warm yellow. Wei Jing was peeling a big red apple. He peeled it very slowly, but he was very careful. When the white and tender flesh was exposed, the child reached out and handed it to the young man on the bed. "Brother, eat some fruit first. I'll go to the hospital to get some food." Wei Zhe wanted to refuse, but when he saw the child's sparkling eyes, he subconsciously took the apple. The fist-sized apple was peeled, but it was not cut into pieces. There was also no standard fork. Sigh. He sighed in his heart. Forget it, forget it. I'll eat it. What if Wei Xiaojing cries if he doesn't eat it? Wei Xiaojing looked satisfied and went to get food. When the doctor came to check on the ward, he saw the scene. In the afternoon, Mr. Wei, who was so domineering and looked like an ordinary person, was holding a fresh and juicy apple in his hand and gnawing on it. This was definitely a blow to his image. At this moment, the doctor's footsteps were a little weak. This was too, disillusionment. The young master of the Wei family was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his net worth was in the tens of billions. Shouldn't such a person drink coffee with a coffee mat under his cup and a small silver spoon beside it? Shouldn't the fruit be cut by a professional? Shouldn't he be the kind who looked very refined and handsome? This was a little too down to earth. After finishing the apple, his hands were sticky. Wei Zhe went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he came out, he saw the Wei family's housekeeper holding a large thermal box. The housekeeper was placing a sumptuous nutritious meal on the small table in the ward. There were 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, 1 soup, and 1 bowl of white rice. There was steamed fish, glutinous rice ribs, boiled cabbage, and mushroom chicken soup. These were all light dishes that were suitable for the patient's body. Therefore, Wei Xiaojing stood by the door with the sweet and sour ribs in his hands. He was a little sad. It seemed that he didn't even consider his older brother's health. He was so sad. Compared to the housekeeper's dishes, which looked, smelled, and tasted good, the food Wei Jing bought was just a big pot of rice. Naturally, it couldn't compare. "Why aren't you coming over?" Wei Zhe looked at the child standing at the door in a daze and frowned. "Didn't you say you were going to eat?" Then, big brother, you're so delicious. I'll go out and eat. I won't disturb you, Wei Jing stammered. He hugged the lunchbox and wanted to run away. Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows. You're taking the food away. What am I going to eat? Wei Jing, who had already turned around, turned back because of this sentence. His gaze subconsciously fell on the small table, and then he looked at his big brother. He expressed his meaning very clearly. Didn't someone bring you food? Wei Zhi started to lie without feeling guilty. I'm tired of eating those things. I want to eat the food in your hands today. But big brother. Wei Jing looked at him hesitantly and said timidly, it's not good to be picky about food. Moreover, you're a patient. You shouldn't be picky about food. Wei Zhi wanted to hit someone when he heard this. Who was he doing this for? He was just afraid that this little crybaby would cry. The chef of the Wei family's old mansion had excellent culinary skills. Wei Jing, who had been eating hospital food for more than 10 days, was so satisfied that he felt like he was in heaven. Wei Zhi found it funny when he saw him squint his eyes in enjoyment. He couldn't help but tease him, don't you eat it every day? Is there a need for such an expression? Wei Jing's expression immediately changed. He was a person who didn't know how to lie. Otherwise, Wei Zhi wouldn't have been able to see through his little scheme at first glance in his previous life. He was nervous and couldn't help but clasp his fingers between the cracks of the sofa. Why? Wei Jing didn't want to tell Big Brother that he had been kicked out of the Wei family. No matter how powerful Big Brother was in his previous life, he was still a young man with immature shoulders. He hadn't reached the age where he could soar into the sky. Why aren't you saying anything? Wei Zhi squinted his eyes. There was an undercurrent in his eyes. Nothing. A big smile bloomed on Wei Jing's face. Under the youth's increasingly powerful oppressive gaze, he began to think of ways to change the topic. His eyes swept around the ward and finally stopped on the sketchbook on the bedside table. The child rushed over to take the sketchbook and presented it to the young man as if he was presenting a treasure. Big brother, look. This is my drawing. What do you think? Wei Zhi's bright black eyes darkened completely. He knew that the child was avoiding his question, but he still took the sketchbook with a straight face. He flipped to the first page and saw a charmingly naive little sparrow. The brush was a little immature, but it was very lively. Anyone who looked at it couldn't help but smile. You drew this? Wei Zhi's hand touched the little bird. The rough feeling of the brush made his heart feel as if it had been brushed by a small feather. It didn't hurt, but it was a little numb. It was also a little itchy. Yes, yes. Wei Jing nodded vigorously. His eyes were shining. I want to be a great artist in the future. I want to draw good comics for Big Brother. This was a ready-made excuse. He wanted to tell Big Brother now that he wouldn't fight with him for the company. Although he couldn't compete with Big Brother, it was better to express his attitude as soon as possible. Why do you want to be a cartoonist? Wei Zhi thought for a while before he vaguely recalled what had happened in the study in his previous life. His fingers subconsciously rubbed the sketchbook. It was so hard to be a mangaka. He had to rush out manuscripts day and night, and he couldn't earn much. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to have a good sleep at home, eat some fruits, and watch TV when he woke up? How about starting a company and doing your own projects? If Wei Jing wanted a company, he would have been reborn in this life. Taking advantage of the convenience of being reborn, he would have made a few ruthless profits, created a company, and then given it to Wei Jing. This way, they would not repeat the same mistakes. Start a company. Wei Jing was shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Big Brother was indeed Big Brother. He wanted to start a business and earn money at the age of 13. In his previous life, he was probably still crying about why his father didn't like him. Indeed, one's vision determined how far a person could go. Why? You don't want it? Wei Zhi asked curiously. Big Brother, starting a company doesn't suit me. Anyway, in this life, he had gotten over it. Wei Jing smiled embarrassedly. I like drawing. I want to be an artist in the future. He set a big ambition. Wei Zhi thought for a while and understood. Wei Jing was still young. People's thoughts changed. In a few years, he might want to start a company. Therefore, Weijia felt that no matter what, he should start a company first. It just so happened that Wei He was in the prime of his life and didn't need him to take over. He should take advantage of this time to make a lot of money. Even if Wei Jing still didn't like it in the future, he wouldn't lose out. The Wei family's big brother and the Wei family's little brother, who thought that they had successfully communicated with each other, got along very well. It was really worth celebrating. Dinner was sent over by the Wei family as usual. After dinner, Weijia started to urge Wei Jing to go back. There were a lot of bacteria in the hospital. Even though the flowers in the VIP ward were changed every day, Weijia could still faintly smell the smell of disinfectant. Letting Wei Jing accompany him here for a day was already the limit. At night, there was only one bed. The small bed that Wei Jing requested was small and narrow. He felt that it was difficult to even turn over. Weijia naturally didn't want to see him suffer here. "Big brother, I'm fine. I'm small, so I can sleep comfortably on this bed." Now that he was out of the hospital, Wei Jing didn't know where to go. The Wei family had clearly expressed that they didn't welcome him. He had never met his mother's relatives. He wasn't old enough to rent a house. He had money, but he couldn't spend it. It was really frustrating. Wei Jing had been thinking of ways to please Wei's two caregivers. He wanted to use their identity cards to rent a house first. As for buying a house, his original plan was to wait until his big brother woke up and find a way to ask Wei He or his mother's relatives to help him. He would pay for the house and then put it on his household register. Anyway, the price of housing would explode more than 10 years later. By then, he would be an adult. Naturally, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. No, what's so good about staying in a hospital ward? Wei's attitude was very firm. "Big brother, I'll only stay for one night. Just one night. I won't stay tomorrow." Wei Jing started to beg for mercy. He looked at the teenager pitifully. "Big brother just woke up today. I can only sleep when I see him. I beg you, big brother." "All right." Since he had already said so, Weijia didn't have the nerve to continue rejecting him. He nodded and gave him a deadline. "Just one day. You'll go home tomorrow." Wei Jing nodded vigorously. "Big brother is the best." One of the caregivers had already been persuaded by him. Tomorrow, he would bring the caregiver to look for a house and choose a house near the hospital to rent. He could come and see his big brother every day. When they were separated in the future, he might not be so sad. The night was hazy. The crescent moon emitted a dim light and shone into the ward. The lilies in the room swayed and a faint fragrance filled the air. Wei Jing looked up. His bed was by the window, so he could clearly see the dark sky and the twinkling stars. What a great day! He sighed in his heart. After some time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded not far away. "Can't sleep?" It was Big Brother. Wei Jing was stunned. Under the cover of the night, he revealed a lonely expression that he didn't have during the day. The weakness in his heart began to bloom without restraint. "A little." "Big brother, you can't sleep too?" "Yes." "Why?" Wei Jing didn't understand. Big brother was a winner in life. What was there to be troubled about? "Why can't you sleep?" Weijia didn't answer. Instead, he threw the question back. Wei Jing subconsciously lifted the thin blanket on the bed to cover half of his face. His voice was muffled. He said something that he definitely wouldn't have said during the day. "Big brother is so sly. I was the one who asked first. I'm thinking about what to do after I'm discharged." Weijia said concisely. "I've said it. Now it's your turn." "Me?" Wei Jing looked up at the sky. His sharp chin was illuminated by the dim moonlight, glowing like jade. He said, "I'm thinking about how Big Brother suddenly became so close. I like Big Brother so much. It would be great if we could be together forever." Wei's face darkened when he heard the first half of the sentence. Just as he was wondering if he had gone too far, the latter half of the sentence touched his heart. His heart softened, and a gentle glimmer of light flowed in his eyes that he didn't even notice. "But that's impossible." Wei Jing yawned. A child's body was easily tired. "We're brothers. When we grow up, we'll both get married and have children. When Big Brother has a beautiful bride, he won't want me as his younger brother anymore. Who can be more beautiful than you? Weijia secretly said in his heart. When he grew up, Wei Jing's skin was as smooth as cream. He had bright eyes and white teeth. His facial features were exquisite. Every inch of his body was so good that it seemed like it was custom-made. His appearance was completely inherited from his mother and improved upon. Wei Jing's mother was a beauty from Jiangnan. Her slight smile was like the spring breeze in June. It was so mesmerizing that people couldn't extricate themselves from it. For such a woman with no background to be able to make Wei He marry her as his wife, one could imagine how beautiful she was. And her upgraded version of Wei Jing was even more stunning. If Wei Jing wasn't a man, one could imagine how many men would bend over and fight for such a great beauty. Although, it wasn't safe now. Weijia was angered by Wei Jing's words about his wife. He fell silent. His hands subconsciously caressed the bedsheets. His fingers seemed to still have the texture of the child's white and soft skin. Weijia didn't want to be separated from Wei Jing. He had raised Wei Jing single-handedly. He had spent so much effort to pamper him and provide him with the best material life, as well as his greatest patience and affection. Just the thought of someone taking him away from him made Weijia so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Big brother. In the dark night, Wei Jing called out timidly. Are you angry? No. Weijia knew that his anger came out of nowhere and he couldn't stand it. He lied without blinking. He didn't want Wei Jing to see him in such an ugly state. You're lying. Big brother is a big liar. Wei Jing was very sensitive to Weijia's emotions. He crawled onto his big brother's bed and hugged his big brother's arm with his soft hands. He comforted him softly. Big brother, don't be angry. Let's sleep together. This way, I'll have the energy to take back what belongs to you. Weijia's eyes softened. In the dark night, his voice was soft and gentle. Okay. He hugged him back. The autumn sun was not glaring. The warm yellow light shone into the ward and dyed the room with a warm color. A child's body was very sensitive. When Weijia woke up, Wei Jing was probably afraid of squeezing his wound, so he curled up pitifully at the side of the bed. Only his white and tender fingers were still stubbornly holding onto Weijia's hand. Seeing this, Weijia's eyes warmed slightly, and even his complexion improved a little. The caregivers were assigned to accompany the bed. The bed was originally indoors, but after Weijia woke up, he asked someone to move it to the next room. He really couldn't stand anyone other than Wei Jing sticking to him 24/7. At this time, the day shift caregiver had already arrived. Through the transparent partition in the ward, she saw that Weijia had woken up. She brought in the 5-grain porridge sent by the Wei family. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Weijia make a shu gesture at her. The caregiver followed the young man's gaze and saw that Wei Jing was sound asleep. She nodded in understanding and left. The porridge was in an insulated container, so it didn't matter if he ate it later. It was late in the morning when Wei Jing woke up in a daze from his sleep. He yawned loudly. His hair was messy, his clothes were wrinkled, and his long eyelashes fluttered. There was a layer of mist in his watery eyes, as if he was about to cry in the next second. Weijia couldn't help but use his free hand to ruffle the child's hair even more. Go wash your face and eat. Look at you. It's as if I bullied you. The half-asleep Wei Xiaojing suddenly blushed. He flung his hand away and ran in his slippers to the bathroom. Looking at his stupid appearance in the mirror, there seemed to be some unknown object in the corner of his eyes. The sadness in his heart was about to overflow. I let you sleep for so long, and now you've embarrassed yourself again. Wei Jing brushed his teeth and washed his face gloomily. The porridge in the thermos box was still warm. Now that Weijia opened the lid, the rich but not stimulating aroma burst out and made his stomach growl. When Wei Jing came out of the bathroom, Weijia had already scooped a bowl of porridge for him and put it aside. Big brother, you're not eating? Wei Jing hurriedly stuffed a mouthful into his mouth to soothe his stomach, which had been growling since early in the morning. You eat first. I haven't washed my face and brushed my teeth yet. Weijia said as he looked at the child meaningfully. It's all because of someone who keeps holding my hand and won't let go. Because of that, I can't get out of bed. The temperature on Wei Jing's face, which had already cooled down, rose again because of this sentence. He held the porridge and whispered, "Next time, you can take my hand away." "Oh." The young man replied calmly. After a few seconds, the young man added, "So there's a next time." Wei Jing. "Huiqu, what should he say?" The child looked at him pitifully, which made his palms itch. Wei Jing couldn't help but rub the soft hair that felt good to the touch. Then he walked to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. The Wei family brought a large portion of porridge. Wei Jing felt full after eating a big bowl. He couldn't eat any more. The rest of the porridge went into Wei Jing's stomach. He was already at the age of 13 or 14, and his body was much weaker after the car accident. He needed a lot of nourishment. Wei Jing looked at the white bandages that were faintly visible under the young man's white and blue striped hospital gown and felt very sad. If he hadn't come, then Big Brother wouldn't have met with this accident. When he heard that Big Brother might become a vegetable and mentally retarded, he almost broke down. But what would happen to Big Brother in the future? How could he live without anyone to take care of him? He gritted his teeth and endured it. And the situation now was really too good. Big Brother had become an even more outstanding Big Brother. And this burden, didn't exist anymore. Big Brother, if only I could be with Big Brother forever. Wei Jing's nose turned sour as they were about to part. His white and tender fingers hooked around the young man's thin palm and he forced himself to hold back his tears. He couldn't cry. Wasn't it obvious that he was asking Big Brother for help? Why can't we be together forever? Wei Jing grabbed the young man's soft and boneless hand. Because we will all grow up, Wei Jing thought that it would be great if they were both children forever. That way, no one would think that it was a problem for them to stick together all day long as brothers. We'll talk about it when we grow up. Wei Jing didn't want to discuss such a sensitive issue with the young man. He wanted to leave when he grew up, haha. Did he ask for his opinion? The young man glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "Don't you need to go to school? Go home and change your clothes. Rest for a while and go to school in the afternoon. You can't keep skipping classes." "Okay." Wei Jing was smiling. His smile was a little sad. "Then I'll be leaving, Big Brother." Wei Jing nodded. After the young man left, his mind was filled with that smile. Why did he smile like that? Is there something unpleasant going on? His hand touched the bandage on his abdomen. This time, he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a week at the earliest. The young man frowned. It shouldn't be a problem. A week would pass very quickly. Lunch was sent over by the Wei family servants as usual. Wei Jing ate absent-mindedly and took out his phone to check the time. It was Tuesday, October 17, 2002. So Wei Jing had skipped class yesterday? He raised his eyebrows. Was he afraid of being punished by the teachers at school? That was why he was sad. As he thought of this, his mood lightened up. He had just been reborn yesterday and had to face a completely different situation. There was also the young Wei Jing. No matter how calm he appeared, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After a night's sleep, his mood had calmed down. Only then did he have the time to think about his current situation. Looking at Wei He's behavior yesterday and Wei Jing's words last night about getting back what he had lost, it seemed that this car accident wasn't an accident. It was man-made. Wei He had left in a hurry yesterday. He must have seen that he was fine and went to deal with the aftermath. This man was just like that. He wouldn't act unless he was certain. If he didn't make sure that he was fine, he wouldn't bother with the aftermath. But, what exactly went wrong that caused this car accident? Wei Jing was deep in thought. He had to wait until he was discharged from the hospital and found out who the culprit was before he could investigate. Wei Jing couldn't help but smile as he played with the small cube-shaped phone in his hand. Was this really the golden age of the internet? At the same time, Wei Jing had brought the caregiver and the agent to sign a rental contract. A piece of white paper, a yellow key, a bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen. This small piece of land would be his in the future. A huge rock in Wei Jing's heart was finally lifted. His terrible mood was slightly better because of this. He handed a red packet with 100 yuan to the caregiver. The child smiled shyly and said, "Thank you, Auntie. I've troubled you so much. Take this and buy some water to drink." It wasn't a large amount, but in this day and age, it was quite a lot. For Wei Jing, it was just right. If he took too much and someone had bad intentions after seeing the money, he would be in trouble. If he took too little, it would seem insincere. The caregiver was a warm-hearted person. She pitied a child who had been kicked out of his home. How could she accept his money? She hurriedly rejected it. Wei Jing forcefully stuffed the red packet into the caregiver's hands and said, "Don't reject it. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't know what to do. Take it. Otherwise, I won't have the face to look for you when we sign the rental contract in the future." The caregiver agreed. She took the money and repeatedly reminded the child to look for her when he signed the contract. She didn't want him to be cheated by others. Wei Jing nodded as he listened. The caregiver had worked the night shift yesterday and had accompanied Wei Jing for the whole morning. She was exhausted. She said a few words to the child, yawned, and left. Wei Jing's rented apartment was exquisitely renovated. There was a well-equipped bed, a desk, an air conditioner, and a refrigerator. These two things weren't cheap in this day and age. Wei Jing was very satisfied. He went to the supermarket outside the neighborhood to buy some daily necessities. It took a lot of effort for him to bring them home. It was already noon by the time he finished all this work. When the doorbell rang, Wei Jing was struggling with the bed in his house. He was trying to arrange the bed sheets and blankets. "Coming," he shouted as he opened the door. "Is there any other problem?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jing was stunned. It wasn't the property manager he had imagined. The person who came was a man he was very familiar with, but also unfamiliar. It was his father, Wei He. Wei He was wearing a high-end custom-made suit. From his hairstyle to his accessories, everything about him exuded a domineering aura. It didn't match at all when he stood next to the elevator in the neighborhood. Wei Jing instinctively shrank behind the door and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing serious." Wei He looked indifferent. "From today onwards, you don't have to go to the hospital." "Why?" Wei Jing clenched his fists. His eyes were burning. "It's such a simple thing. Don't you understand?" He sighed and said, "I don't want Weijia to come into contact with you anymore. As long as you don't go to the hospital, I will find a way to get you out of the household register." "Didn't you say you didn't want to go there?" He was talking about Wei Jing's mother's relatives. Wei Jing's fingers were on the anti-theft door. He lowered his eyes and bit his lip. "Anyway, I can only see Big Brother for a short period of time." "Even so, can't I?" "No." Just the fact that the two of them had been together for the entire day yesterday had left Wei He in a daze. He really couldn't imagine that his son, who had always been high and mighty and arrogant, would actually treat Wei Jing so well. How could this be? Weijia could be on good terms with anyone except Wei Jing. Weijia was half lying on the bed, his fingers tapping anxiously on the soft bed sheets. As time passed, his expression became gloomier and gloomier, and his dark eyes were bottomless. It had been 3 days. Wei Jing had not visited him for 3 days. The Wei family's servants would deliver his 3 meals a day on time. When he asked if there was anything wrong, the servants would answer with a no. But if there was nothing wrong, why didn't Wei Jing visit him? Was it because he was too busy with his studies and couldn't find the time? Today, Weijia finally couldn't take it anymore and requested to be discharged. Weijia's body had mostly recovered, and he just needed to recuperate from his injuries. The reason he stayed in the hospital was because he was afraid that he would have an adverse reaction. Now that he was determined to be discharged, the doctors advised Weijia to come over every 3 days to change his medicine. The Wei family had a family doctor. Weijia explained the situation tactfully, and the doctor nodded in understanding. The Wei family's butler was the one who handled the discharge procedures for Weijia. He hurried over after receiving the notice. Weijia sat in the back of a calm and low-key black car. He was wearing a casual and loose low-collared sweater to prevent his wounds from being wrapped too tightly. The scenery outside the window was very different from what he remembered. The closer he got to the Wei family's old mansion, the more tense Weijia became. He had a bad feeling about this. Did anything happen at home while I was in the hospital? Weijia asked casually. The butler was stunned for a moment before he replied with a smile, "Young master, are you talking about young master Wei Min moving in?" Wei Min? Weijia was deep in thought. Why did he move in? Well, the butler didn't know how to explain and could only vaguely remind him. Because young master Wei Min's mother was in prison. Old master pitied him and sent him to the main mansion. As for why he went to prison, that was something worth pondering. As they chatted, the Wei family's old mansion was right in front of them. The first thing Wei Zhe wanted to do when he got back was to check on Wei Xiaojing. It wasn't until he opened the door to his room that he realized that Wei Jing hadn't moved to the third floor yet. Instead, he lived on the far side of the second floor. In her previous life, Wei Zhe had moved Wei Jing's room to the one next to his. That way, he could look at her whenever he wanted to and rub her whenever he wanted to. He raised his eyebrows and returned to his room. After staying in the hospital for so long, Wei Zhe went home and wanted to take a shower. Wei Zhe wrapped the wounds on his body with plastic wrap. He refused the servant's service. First, he washed his hair well and then took a bath. Although it was not a thorough bath, at least the smell of disinfectant was washed away. Wei Zhe changed into a set of loose home clothes and hurried up to the second floor. Today was Saturday. Given Wei Jing's habit of avoiding people, he naturally stayed in his room quietly. He probably didn't know that Wei Zhe was back. Wei Zhe could open the door suddenly and give the child a surprise. He could also scare him a little. Before he left, he said that it would be great if they could be together forever. After he left, he turned his back on Wei Zhe and didn't even look at Wei Zhe. He deserved to be punished. Wei Zhe thought about the scene that would happen later. His expression softened and his eyes rippled with a gentle smile. Hello, big brother. Wei Min happened to be walking out of his room when he saw Wei Zhe, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. His expression froze. Disgust, jealousy, and a trace of guilt were clearly displayed in front of the young man. If Wei Zhe had only been guessing before, he was now certain of it. The person who wanted to kill him was Wei Min's mother. Okay. Wei Zhe nodded indifferently. He stepped over Wei Min and continued to walk forward. Brother, you. What are you going to do there? Before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Wei Zhe opened the door of the room opposite him. Wei Jing had been gone for a few days. His room had long been cleaned up by the family's servants. The originally warm bedsheets and quilt covers had been changed to a uniform white. There was not a speck of dust on them. It was so cold that it made one's heart turn cold. Wei Zhe's mind went blank for a moment. He turned around abruptly and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Wei Jing?" Him? The young man's aura was awe-inspiring. He was like a hungry wolf. Wei Min was afraid. Didn't he move away? Where did he move to? Wei Zhe asked. Wei Min shook his head. I don't know. Wei Jing moved away a long time ago. After brother got into a car accident, he didn't come back. The next day, the servants cleaned up the room. At that time, his mother's crime had not been exposed yet. Wei Min was overjoyed. He felt that he had squeezed Wei Jing out and could take his place. Wei Zhe's face darkened. The little details of their time together had been dug out and filled in one by one. That little bastard knew from the beginning that he was going to leave. That was why he pretended to be reluctant to part with him. He even said that it would be great if they could stay together forever. Damn it. When he caught him, he would definitely spank his little butt until it was swollen. How dare he hide such a big thing from him? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Wei Zhe's expression was gloomy. He walked past Wei Min and strode towards the butler. The butler of the Wei family's old mansion had been working here for 20 to 30 years. He was very trusted by Wei He. Now that Wei Zhe was looking for him, he thought for a while and said that Wei He had sent him away. He was probably going to give him to his mother's relatives. He didn't know the details. If young master wanted to know the details, why don't you call old master and ask him? Wei Zhe's originally angry heart instantly cooled down. He held his head high and tidied the corner of his clothes with a calm expression. He said disdainfully, "No need. It's just a small matter." There's no need to trouble father. It's just that my pet ran away without orders. It's really infuriating. He purposely pretended to be arrogant and conceited like a young man. Wei Jing's existence was like a thorn in Wei He's heart that couldn't be removed. Every time he saw him, he would be stabbed in the heart. Wei Zhi could imagine that if he acted like he cared a lot about Wei Jing now, he wouldn't be able to see him again at least until he was in power. Therefore, he had to numb his opponent now and make him think that he didn't care about Wei Jing at all. He just wanted to raise a pet. He sent this message to his father. Wei Zhi was temporarily discharged from the hospital. Wei He returned to the old mansion that night. After the three of them had a quiet dinner together, Wei Zhi was called to the study by his father. Wei He's study was in the center of the third floor. It was usually locked and only opened when he came back. In his previous life, after Wei Zhi took over the Wei family, he simply moved his study to the open study that he often used. Since only he and Wei Jing lived in the Wei family, he would usually lock the door when he went out. Sit. Wei He gestured with his eyes for Wei Zhi to sit across from him. He took out a document from the study and handed it to his son. Take a look. What would you do if you were in his shoes? Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows. Was he trying to test his IQ? In front of Wei He, there was no need to hide anything. The more perfect his performance was, the more Wei He would value him. What's more, this was such a simple thing. Wei Zhi curled his lips meaninglessly. After his rebirth, he realized that his IQ had indeed improved. In the past, he had to look at things twice to understand them. In this life, he only needed to look at them once. For example, he could understand the benefits and loopholes in the document in his hand after a simple glance. He calmed himself down and explained his views one by one. Coupled with the advantages of his rebirth, his vision for the future, and some of his unique viewpoints, Wei He's eyes lit up. That's right, this was the person. He was Wei He's successor. The man looked at the young man with a burning gaze. He had already made up his mind to use all his resources to nurture him. He could even let Wei Zhi go out and do something big. He could take it as accumulating experience in advance. The two of them chatted in the study for a long time until it was late at night. The cool autumn air sneaked in through the cracks in the window, causing Wei Zhi, who had not fully recovered, to turn pale. Wei He was annoyed. Wei Zhi was his precious baby now. He could not allow him to get hurt. It's getting late. Go back and have a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Wei He's attitude was strangely gentle. Wei Zhi sat on the chair. His gaze was lazy and he exuded a nonchalant aura. Where did you send Wei Jing? Wei He instinctively frowned. His tone was full of disdain. Why are you mentioning him? Others might not know his identity, but don't you know? It's nothing. Wei Zhi still looked indifferent. His words carried a hint of contempt. It's just that I've always treated him like a pet. Suddenly one day. He smiled maliciously. His eyes were cold. The weak little rabbit ran away. As his owner, I was left behind. How could that be? He tilted his head and looked straight into the man's eyes. Don't you think so? Father, if anyone were to abandon him, I should be the one to abandon him. Just a pet? Wei He asked uncertainly. Of course. Wei Zhi's smile was cold and cruel. After all, who would dote on someone who was not related by blood like a younger brother? Wei He's thick fingers tapped on the cold table. He was deep in thought. Do you still want to keep this pet now? Oh. Wei Zhi thought for a moment and said, Wei Jing is timid, loves to cry, and is a coward when faced with trouble. This kind of person is the best to control. Even if I break his legs, I believe he won't dare to resist me. Isn't this a good tool to relieve stress? When Wei Zhi said such self-righteous words, Wei He could not help but smile coldly. Not bad, he said. All right, I'll return him. There's no need to trouble you, father. Wei Zhi rubbed his wrists. The meaning was obvious. Let me invite him back personally. After this incident, Wei Zhi successfully obtained Wei Jing's address from Wei He. Wei He was not easy to fool. He was an old fox. Fortunately, he still looked young. The other party probably did not expect that this body contained a man who had also been in the business world for many years. Therefore, he did not probe too much. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. Although he had obtained the address, he could not immediately go and catch him. The first time he changed his dressing at home, he suddenly appeared. He looked at the hideous wound on the teenager's waist and looked away disapprovingly. He teased, "Why didn't you catch your pet?" Wei's arms were spread out at the same level as his shoulders. The family doctor was wrapping bandages around him. He smiled casually and said indifferently, "It's just a pet that can't run away. Why would I risk my life to catch him?" "That's true." He smiled with satisfaction. Wei understood. From this moment on, he completely believed that he had treated Wei Jing as a deflated pet. Before this, if he showed any signs of eagerness, he would immediately pack him up and send him somewhere he could not see. Of course, when it came to Wei Jing, it was better to be careful. He narrowed his eyes and continued to stay at home quietly. The family tutor taught him the knowledge that he had already learned. Wei brought him to the address that he had given him. It was a middle-class residential area. Wei Jing's rented apartment was on the 3rd floor. The moment Wei pressed the doorbell, he suddenly felt a little nervous. What would he do when he saw him? Would he break down and hug him and cry loudly? Or would he laugh ecstatically? Or would he cry and laugh at the same time? Wei simulated many scenarios in his mind, but he did not expect Wei Xiaojing to act so unexpectedly. The moment the door opened, he saw a small face that was slightly pale from not going out for a long time. Before Wei could say anything, the door that had just been opened closed in front of him with a loud bang. "Wei open the door," he said through gritted teeth. Did he see a monster when he saw him? What was he trying to do? Did he turn the world upside down? Wei Jing felt that not only was there something wrong with his eyes, but he was also hallucinating. He actually saw Big Brother standing at the door. Did he miss him too much? Hearing the voice that resembled Big Brother's, Wei Jing trembled as he called out, "Big Brother? It's me." The door that had just been closed opened with a bang. Wei Jing's snow-white face looked up at the young man pitifully. He was extremely shocked. Was it really Big Brother? How did he find his way here? "I'm here to take you home." Wei looked at the child's thin and weak body and thought about what he should do when he got home. The door closed again. There was a mysterious silence. Wei inexplicably thought of a phrase that had been played by people on the internet in his previous life. If you have the ability to act cute, then open the door. Open the door. I know you're home. Open the door. Wei suddenly pervert. JPG. The atmosphere in the bright and spacious corridor was oppressive. Wei's eyes were sharp and his voice was low. His dark eyes were filled with helplessness and tolerance. Open the door. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Big Brother, why are you here? Wei Jing's mind went blank. He only remembered that he could not implicate Big Brother anymore. His body reacted instinctively. After he returned to the room and calmed down, he turned his head and realized what he had done. He wanted to strangle himself to death. She had brazenly locked Big Brother behind the door, and twice. He was done for. "I'm here to take you home." They could not see each other's faces through the wide door. Therefore, Wei could not see Wei Jing's uneasiness, and Wei Jing could not see Wei's tolerance. "I'm not going back." He said this without hesitation. Wei Jing took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with frustration. He repeated, "I can't go back." He was really going to rebel. Wei's forehead twitched. He turned his head and said to the bodyguards who came with him, "Go downstairs and wait for me." "This isn't a good idea." The head bodyguard reminded him tactfully. "Mr. Wei asked us to protect you. What if something happens to you? We can't bear the responsibility." It was more accurate to say that they were protecting him than monitoring him. Wei curled his lips and revealed a faint smile. His cold eyes stared at the other party. The aura around him was awe-inspiring and intimidating. He was clearly a young man, but the group of adults subconsciously swallowed their saliva. "I said, get down." "What's wrong? You don't even listen to your employer?" I'll have to reconsider your bodyguard team. This was a blatant threat, but no one could find fault with it. Right now, Wei's importance to Wei He was self-evident. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he would definitely become the next head of the Wei family. There was no need for people like them, who lived on the edge of a knife, to offend the other party over such a small matter. The head bodyguard thought for a moment, then waved his hand and left with his men. For the time being, there were only 2 underage children left in this small world. Wei Jia knocked on the door again and asked, "Are you really not going to open the door?" After a moment of silence, Wei Jing replied with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry." The child's forehead was pressed against the cold door. The young man's voice was slightly distorted when it came through the door. His nose was sour, and his eyes were red. He was wearing a white t-shirt that was slightly too big for him, and his hair was messy and stuck to his forehead. He looked like a wild animal that had been left alone. At this moment, every second seemed to be lengthened. After an unknown period of time, a young man's weak voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. "Oh. It hurts." Wei Jing's expression tensed up and he looked anxious. He knocked on the door with his young and tender hands, as if he was the one who was locked outside. "Big brother, what's wrong? Did the wound relapse? Do you want to call 120? The young man's unbearable and pained panting sounded intermittently in Wei Jing's ears. The child's heart was beating so loudly that he could hear it clearly. What should he do? Although he was afraid that he would hurt Big Brother when he went back, what if something happened to Big Brother now? Then what was the point of him persevering? Wei Jing couldn't hold it in any longer. He bit his lip and pulled open the steel door. "Huh?" The child tilted his head in confusion. The young man, who was about 13 or 14 years old, was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His heaven-defying long legs were wrapped in jeans, and a black low-collared thin sweater revealed his exquisite collarbone. His handsome face was cold, but his black eyes were burning with a raging fire. "You're finally willing to open the door," he said. His words were so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. "I've been deceived." Wei Jing finally reacted. He squeezed the doorknob with his small hand and tried to close the door again. However, how could Wei Jia, who had finally coaxed him to come out, let him have his way? The young man pushed with his hand. How could the child, who had been eating improperly for more than half a month, be a match for him? "Big brother, you're lying." Wei Jing pursed his lips, feeling wronged. His short legs retreated straight back as he complained to the youth. "Yes." Wei Jia accepted his crime well. He nodded and asked slowly, "So?" "Huh?" Wei Jing blinked in confusion. What else did he need? "I have nothing to say." The young man took a step forward, and the child took a step back until he could no longer retreat. He fell on the soft sofa with a thud. Wei Jia looked at the child from above. His face was facing away from the light, so no one could see his expression. Wei Jing shrank back on the sofa. Eh? He felt that Big Brother was so scary now. "QWQ, please let him go. He's still a child." "Then it's my turn to speak." Wei Jia remembered the day he returned to the Wei family mansion. When he opened the door to the child's room and saw the cold and empty room, his mind went blank. His rationality left him and he did something stupid like running to the butler to question him. Although he made up for it in time, Wei He was still suspicious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to test him again and again. In this world, only this little guy could affect his emotions like this. He had pampered him for 15 years. In countless days and nights, they had held each other's hands tightly. Those cold, heart-chilling days had turned into colorful, precious memories of laughter because they could hug each other to keep warm. No matter when, no matter what difficulties he faced, as long as he thought of the soft child who called him Big Brother, he would feel full of strength. He could overcome all the impossibilities. But now, this person wanted to leave him? What kind of joke was this? Wei Jia's expression became more and more gloomy. This was his little brother, his only family member. He definitely could not let him leave. "Why didn't you tell me that father wanted you to leave?" "Because I didn't want to cause trouble for Big Brother." There was nothing to hide. Wei Jing sat on the sofa and swung his legs. From Wei's angle, he could see the cute twirl of hair on his head and a small part of his fair neck. The child pursed his lips and continued, "Last time, if it wasn't for me, Big Brother wouldn't have gotten into a car accident. So, it's right for father to chase me away. The car accident was uncontrollable. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself." Weijia couldn't understand Wei Jing's mentality. He frowned and said, "I was the one who suggested buying you the drawing paper. The one who planned the car accident was Wei Min's mother. The driver was the one who caused the car to hit me. Speaking of which, you're an innocent victim." "No. Big Brother, you don't understand at all." Wei Jing thought, "You're not reborn." "What do you know?" Weijia thought, "Why did my cute little brother become so stubborn after being reborn? Are you coming back with me or not?" The teenager gave him an ultimatum. Wei Jing shook his head vigorously. "No. I'm fine living here alone." Hearing this, the teenager's gaze swept across the small space. The trash bin was filled with garbage. There were small insects flying around looking for food. Dirty clothes were thrown on the chair. Takeout packages and instant noodles boxes were piled in the corner. The whole room was gloomy and emitted a faint musty smell. Was this what he meant by fine living? Weijia was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Without another word, he sat on the sofa and flipped the child's body over. With the child's buttocks facing up, he pulled down the child's pants and slapped the child's buttocks twice. "Are you still obedient? You're just a 7-year-old brat. Do you still want to live alone? What if you encounter danger? Do you want to fight with others with your small arms and legs?" Wei Jing was dumbfounded. He was being spanked. No, no, no. That was not important. What was important was that he was being spanked. He was being spanked. He was a 21-year-old adult male, but he was being spanked. Not talking? You're not convinced. Weijia was worried sick. He increased his strength and slapped him a few more times. "You're living here alone. You don't go to school, you don't have an ID card, you're living off your savings, and you don't even want an older brother. Have you thought about what would happen if you fell sick and had a fever one day and there was no one to send you to the hospital? Your corpse would probably stink. No one would find out." Weijia could not finish his sentence. His throat felt like it was blocked by cotton. It was sour and uncomfortable. Just imagining it was enough to make his fingers tremble. Wei Jing could not care less about what the teenager was saying. He shouted, "Wah, wah, wah. You hit my butt. Bastard, how dare you hit my butt? Go away, I don't want to see you. Go away." Sob, sob, sob. Children had developed tear ducts. Wei Jing's tears fell uncontrollably like a broken faucet. In an instant, his face was covered in tears. "Tell him to go away," Weijia sneered. He did not want to waste time with him. He raised his hand and slapped the teenager's fair and tender butt. There was a lot of meat on the boy's butt. The teenager did not use much strength because he cared about the child. It was only slightly red and swollen after a round of slaps. But this was not a matter of pain. This was a psychological factor. Wei Jing was so embarrassed that even his body turned bright red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. After teaching the boy a lesson, Weijia pulled up the boy's pants and carried him outside. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he was just a small child. In just half a month, he had already lost a lot of weight. If he really lived here for a year or so, he was afraid that he would directly come here to collect his corpse. The head bodyguard, who was waiting downstairs, saw the teenager carrying a child and walking towards them from afar. He strode over to help, but was rejected by the other party. The man took a closer look and saw that the child in the teenager's arms was twitching and sobbing. It was obvious that the teenager had taught him a lesson. He looked at the child sympathetically. He thought to himself, how could a big employer be afraid that a small employer would care too much about this child? How could he care about him at all? At the Wei family's mansion, Wei Xiaojing, who was being lamented and lamented by everyone, was sprawled on the bed. His face was as red as his butt, and there were pitiful tears at the corners of his eyes. He clutched the bedsheets tightly with his white and tender hands and buried his head in the blankets like a puppet. Come out. Weijia held a tube of white ointment in one hand, while his other hand pinched a corner of the blankets and tore open the protective film. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Take off your pants." "I don't want to." Wei Jing was still angry. How could he listen to him? The child squirmed forward like a silkworm, but he didn't lift his head the entire time. The pillow in Weijia's room was big and soft. Wei Jing didn't say anything and continued burying his head. The teenager's fresh and cold scent wafted into the child's nose. It felt so embarrassing. His face, which was already red, turned even redder. It smelled like Big Brother. It smelled so good, Wei Xiaojing was addicted to the scent and couldn't stop himself. He didn't notice that the person behind him had already reached his sinful hand up his pitiful butt. He tore off his pants, applied the ointment, and rubbed it a few times to let the ointment melt and seep under his skin. The child, who was completely unprepared, cried out loudly. His tears, which had already stopped, showed signs of flowing again. "What are you doing? It hurts." "Big Brother, you bastard, bastard, idiot, idiot, idiot." These were the only words Wei Jing could say, and now they were all being enshrined in Weijia. Weijia == stop fooling around. The teenager gently slapped the child's red and swollen butt, trying to calm him down and stop struggling. "I'll apply the ointment for you. If you don't do it now, you'll be so swollen tomorrow that you won't even be able to sit on a stool." As soon as the cold ointment touched his skin, the child subconsciously shuddered. When the young man's hand rubbed the ointment away, the burning pain on his skin instantly felt much better. Even though he knew that his big brother was doing it for his own good, but he was an adult. Not only had he been spanked, his butt had even been rubbed. And this person was his big brother. Wait a minute. It was true that he was an adult at heart, but he was the only one who knew about this. Wei Jing, suddenly excited. JPG in front of others, he was just a child, and a 7-year-old at that. So what if he was spanked? Ha 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 ha. Who didn't have a dark history when they were young? After figuring everything out, the child lifted his buttocks up with a clear conscience and muttered, "Big brother, be gentler. It hurts a little. A little to the right, a little to the right. Right, right, right. It's right there. Rub it. It's so comfortable. Big brother, your skills are really good." It could be said that he was very conscientious. He didn't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water, and even remembered to praise him. Weijia was led around in circles. This little brat was complaining that it was too heavy, and the next moment, he felt that it was too light. He even rubbed left, right, up, down. This feeling of being taken advantage of for free made the young man feel very conflicted. "All right, get up." Weijia casually pulled out a tissue from the bedside and wiped the ointment clean. He looked at the poor quality white t-shirt that the child was wearing with slight disdain and said, "I've already asked someone to put your clothes in the closet next door. From now on, you'll live next to me. Rest at home today, and remember to go to school tomorrow." That. Big brother. Wei Jing huffed and puffed as he pulled up his pants. He looked a little nervous. "You're bringing me home? Have you talked to father? Did he agree?" "You don't have to worry about that. What you need to do now is to eat properly and gain some weight. You're all skin and bones." When family members looked at their own children, they always felt that they were too skinny. In reality, it was not as exaggerated as Weijia made it out to be. Wei Jing had indeed lost some weight during this period, but it made his figure look even more slender. His big, watery eyes, straight nose, and light pink lips were slightly pursed. Coupled with his often gloomy face, he looked exactly like a depressed little prince. No. When Wei Jing was stubborn, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. He slapped the pillow and his small body nimbly climbed up from the bed. I think it's better for me to go back home. If Big Brother misses me, you can come and find me." Weijia was so angry that he laughed. "Do you think that your butt doesn't hurt enough?" Wei Jing carefully shrank back and said very sadly. "You can't be so domineering." Oh. He understood the word domineering at such a young age. Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows. His ink-black eyes darted around and finally landed on his waist. The youth lifted his shirt, revealing the tender flesh that had just healed and was bulging fiercely. You caused me to suffer such a serious injury? Now you want to leave just like that? That's not what I meant. Wei Xiaojing was a little upset when he heard Big Brother's words. He bit his lip and rubbed his fair and tender hands together. It was because of me that Big Brother got into a car accident. Big Brother will be fine if I leave. Wei Zhi really didn't understand the logic of a child now. Was natural disaster something that he could control? But it didn't matter. He just had to coax him back. The youth's expression was cold and his gaze was gloomy. He exuded an evil aura from head to toe. TSK. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. I'm injured, so you'll be responsible for taking good care of me during this period. But Big Brother, haven't you already recovered? Wei Jing looked up blankly. Haha. Wei Zhi laughed coldly. Isn't there a scar? Wei Jing, equals the scar? How could it be healed? Even if the scar removal technology in the future was very mature, it was only a small scar. For someone like Wei Zhi who had undergone surgery, the area of the wound was large and there was no way to remove it. At most, the color would be lighter so that it wouldn't be so obvious. Also, Wei Zhi thought for a while and added, I've already asked someone to return the house she rented. If anyone dares to vouch for you again, I'll sue them for child abduction. Wei Jing lowered his head and rubbed his reddened eyes. He complained dishonestly, overbearing. Wei Jing had been raised very well in his previous life. If he wasn't going to school, he would be drawing and playing games. Occasionally, he would play the piano and put up a few bouquets of beautiful flowers. At most, he would cut some fruits for himself. As for other things, didn't he have a servant? When he moved in alone, he realized that he only had the core of an adult. He hadn't learned many of the essential adult skills. Cooking, how should he do it? How many meters should he put? How much water? How long should he cook? Cooking? Fine. Wei Jing couldn't even distinguish the types of green vegetables when he saw them. How could he be expected to cook by himself? He had even studied how to turn on the gas stove for a long time. He was lucky that he didn't die from poisoning. As for sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, washing the clothes, washing the dishes, and all kinds of miscellaneous tasks, Wei Jing was still in a daze. In the end, he successfully mastered the skills of takeout and instant noodles. As for the rest? What was there to sweep? He was alone anyway. It didn't matter if it was dirty. As for the trash? If he remembered, he could do it. If he didn't, there was nothing he could do. This little prince, who had been carefully raised, had turned himself into a rough man. The most important thing was that he was lonely. He didn't feel it when he was always with his big brother. When he moved in alone, he didn't even have someone to talk to. Staying in that small house every day was enough to drive a person crazy. That was why his big brother came to him. He was really happy, although it went against his original intention. It was too uncomfortable to be alone. He couldn't bear it. What should he do? Today, the sun was shining brightly and the wind was blowing gently. The smog in the air had disappeared, revealing the blue sky and cute little white clouds. Wei Zhi remembered that his son had been eating takeout and instant noodles for half a month, so he specially ordered the kitchen to make a light corn pork rib soup and a nutritious 5-grain porridge. The dishes that were placed beside Wei Jing were not spicy at all. Wei Jing scooped the porridge with a spoon and put it into his mouth, but his eyes kept darting to Wei Zhi. His favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Big Brother was so mean. How could he put it where he couldn't reach? He must have done it on purpose. How infuriating. What are you looking at? Just eat your food. Wei Zhi smiled lightly. Good girl, don't be picky with your food. Wei Jing, exploding with anger. Second brother, do you want to eat this? Suddenly, Wei Min, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. As he spoke, he pushed the sweet and sour pork ribs towards Wei Jing. He smiled very obediently and tried to please him. Second brother, if you want to eat anything in the future, you can tell me. I can help you. Wei Jing tightened his grip on the spoon. The expression on his face instantly calmed down and strangely revealed a coldness that was similar to Wei Zhe's. Don't bother. I actually don't like to eat this. Really? Wei Min's face turned pale. He seemed a little angry and a little aggrieved. Wei Min's life had not been easy recently. When he was sent to the Wei family mansion, he realized that everything here was under the control of Wei Zhe, especially when his father's attitude was so clear. Even if Wei Zhe didn't say or do anything, Wei Min still couldn't do anything. Those people in the Wei family mansion who wanted to please Wei Zhe would secretly make things difficult for him. Even if they told the butler, there was nothing he could do, because he had acquiesced to it. His brain, which was originally muddled, suddenly became clear. Wei Zhe was indeed the next head of the Wei family, so why did Wei He keep him here? Leaving him here, the child whose mother almost killed Wei Zhe? Stepping stone? A punching bag? Or perhaps it was both. He had already been abandoned by his father. That was why he was trying to get on Wei Jing's good side. Both of them had been abandoned, so wouldn't it be better if they hugged each other and fought against their common enemy, Wei Zhe? For the rest of the time, Wei Jing didn't touch the sweet and sour pork ribs. Not only him, but Wei Zhe, who had taken a few pieces before, also didn't touch them. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding as they both excluded Wei Min. Wei Jing sympathized with Wei Min. After all, it was his mother who did something wrong. He was still an ignorant child. But when she thought of her brother lying in the hospital's emergency room a month ago, she thought of that hideous scar. He couldn't sympathize with her at all. Instead, he felt so angry. After lunch, Wei Min spontaneously went back to his room to rest. He was 6 years old this year and was in the first grade of primary school. Afternoon classes started at 2 o'clock, so he could take a nap before going. After eating his fill, Wei Jing lay on the sofa like a boneless sponge. The TV was playing the story of SpongeBob SquarePants and his retarded gay friend, Patrick Star. The dubbing of the two was quite brainwashing. Wei Zhe sat next to his younger brother and stared at the TV for a long time. Just as Wei Jing was wondering when his older brother would start liking such funny cartoons, the teenager pointed at the TV and said, "Should I buy you one?" Wei Jing said, "Huh?" Wei Zhe made the final decision. "Do you want a sponge pillow or a doll?" Wei Jing's face was filled with rage. He grabbed his big brother's broad wrist and gritted his teeth as he asked, "What are you buying?" "Buy it for yourself. I don't like such childish things." "We understand." Wei Zhe nodded. "Then we'll buy both." He remembered that in his previous life, Wei Jing had liked this little yellow square for a while. After he bought a doll for him, his cute little brother was very happy and hugged him, saying that he liked Big Brother the most and that Big Brother was the best. Now, he could use it to comfort his injured little brother. Thinking about how excited his little brother would be, Wei Zhe could not help but smile mysteriously. Wei Jing thought, black face with a question mark? Forget it. There might be a generation gap between him and his older brother. After all, one was 21 years old and the other was 13 years old. This was normal and there was no problem, buddy. Wei Jing was 7 years old this year and was in the second grade of primary school. Due to Wei Zhe's car accident and the various things that happened after that, he had not gone to school for almost a month. Wei Zhe was afraid that his cute little brother would be bullied at school, so he specially gave him a big box of high-quality handmade chocolates in the morning and asked him to bribe his classmates. At the same time, he repeatedly reminded him not to fight if anyone bullied him. Instead, he told him to tell the teacher directly and he would take care of the rest. After all, in Wei Zhe's eyes, his little brother was like a precious and fragile piece of jade. If he accidentally bumped into something, he would be in big trouble. Wei Jing was fed a lot of nonsense in the morning and was having a headache. In the end, for some reason, he suddenly said, "Big brother, why are you so long-winded? Are you going through menopause?" He had successfully angered Wei Zhe. It could only be said that Wei Jing's words had poked Wei Zhe's sore spot. In his previous life, he was already 26 years old. Now that he thought about it, menopause was indeed not far away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thus, early in the morning, the people in the Wei family's old residence saw their eldest young master walking in front angrily with a dark expression while their youngest young master anxiously apologized behind him. Sigh. Poor little young master, it was a wonderful misunderstanding. The three members of the Wei family were now in the same school. However, Wei Jing and Wei Min were in the primary school while Wei Zhe was in the middle school. The family's chauffeur sent the three of them to their destination. Even though Wei Zhe was reluctant to follow his little brother to check on him, he could only stop. His age was a big problem and he could not risk letting Wei He know that he valued Wei Jing very much. In a few years, when he turned 18, everything would be fine. During this time, he would not be idle and would work hard to develop his own power. That way, he would be able to bring Wei Jing under his wing as soon as possible. The classrooms of the second grade of elementary school were almost all on the first floor. Only Wei Jing's class was an exception, because this was the legendary elite class. The second floor was much quieter than the first floor, allowing people to listen more attentively during class. Of course, there were also disadvantages. For example, last time, Wei Jing had fallen down the stairs. Although Wei Jing was not considered very smart, he was willing to work hard and was always in the top 10 in his studies. Coupled with his good looks and good upbringing, he was quite popular in school. Now, as soon as he returned to the classroom, he was surrounded by a group of people who were asking him questions. Wei Jing could not remember these elementary school classmates and could only force a smile to deal with them. He then matched their names to his seat. "All of you, get out of my way." Suddenly, a little fatty pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way to the front of the child. When Wei Jing saw him, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. This was one of his childhood nightmares, little fatty Yi. This child came from a good family and was strong and sturdy. Previously, when Wei Jing fell down the stairs, it was because he said that he wanted to be friends with him that caused him to accidentally step on the wrong side of the stairs. In his past life, when he came back from recuperating at home, he thought that he would have a new friend. Who knew that this child would suddenly change his mind and target him at every turn? Wei Jing could not beat him in a fight and did not know how to scold him. Children at this age were extremely disdainful of suing the teacher. He could only bear with it. After that, Wei Jing's elementary school life was deeply shrouded by this huge figure. "You, what do you want to do?" Wei Jing's body tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. Who knew that the other party would not act according to common sense? Wah wah wah. A demonic cry came out of the child's mouth. The little fatty's face was covered in snot and tears. "They all said that you fell down the stairs and died. I was so scared that you would die. Wei Jing, don't die." Wah wah wah. Wei Jing revealed a pitiful expression. "Who started this rumor? Step forward." Okay, don't cry. I'm fine now, aren't I?" Wei Jing, the miserable victim, came over to comfort him at this moment. He patted the other party's shoulder, took out a small handkerchief from his pants, and handed it to the little fatty. "Come, wipe your tears. Class will start soon." "Oh, right." Little fatty Yi tilted his head, blew a silly bubble from his nose, and smiled blissfully. "This way, I won't have to go to jail." "That's great." Wei Jing was speechless. He used the handkerchief to wipe his tears and snot. The little fatty heartlessly wanted to stuff the handkerchief back into Wei Jing's hands, but Wei Jing dodged. "Mommy, it's so dirty. I'm done. I'll return it to you." The little fatty looked at him in confusion. "Young master doesn't like you? Can't you tell? Damn fatty." A haughty and annoying voice came from behind the two of them. Wei Jing's expression froze. Here it comes, the second childhood nightmare. He was different from his childhood nightmare, the chubby but good-natured fatty Lin. The second nightmare, Su Jiahui, looked like a delinquent at first glance. He was born with blonde hair and was tall and strong. Usually, he looked at people askance, as if he was number one in the world and they were all mortals. Cough cough. He looked like he deserved a spanking. The only thing that comforted Wei Jing in his childhood was that Fatty Lin and Su Jiahui were especially at odds with each other. It was as if they had met an open flame and would explode at the slightest provocation. The teachers would even call their parents because of their fights. Every time this happened, Wei Jing couldn't help but gloat a little. Sigh. It couldn't be helped. Seeing the person who bullied him suffer, as long as he was human, he would feel good. I'm talking to Wei Jing. Do you have the right to speak? You foreign devil. Fatty Lin put his hands on his hips. There were still traces of tears on his face as he glared fiercely at the little boy sitting behind Wei Jing. Do you want to fight? Because of his hair, Su Jiahui hated it when people called him a foreign devil. He slammed the table angrily and stood up. Come on. Let's fight one-on-one. Whoever is afraid is a puppy. I'll beat you until you look for your teeth on the floor. Come on then. Fatty Lin rolled up his sleeves. Even if he was afraid that his parents would be called, he couldn't stop at this point because this concerned his dignity as the leader of the class. Wei Jing was completely ignored. He sat in his chair and blinked. He felt that he was already an adult and couldn't look at them like he did in the past. He had to reconcile. He didn't want to be friends, but at least they could get along peacefully. I brought chocolates. Do you want some? The child took out a beautifully packaged box of chocolates from his school bag and opened it in front of everyone, revealing the round, bead-like chocolates wrapped in gold foil. It's very delicious. My big brother brought it for me. The two people who were trying hard to argue with each other froze for a second. The child had fair skin, bright eyes, and childish facial features. She was even prettier than their class belle, Ling Dang. The chubby boy subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He thought that Wei Jing was really beautiful. If he brought him out to meet his friends, everyone would definitely be envious of him. Thus, he eagerly picked up a piece of chocolate and ate it. He even said politely, "Thank you." Su Jiahui glared at the little fatty with dissatisfaction. His ears were red because of excitement, but he said with a reserved and arrogant expression, "Since you're begging me to eat it, I'll reluctantly give it a try." Of course, Wei Jing, who was already an adult, would not have any bad thoughts because of this sentence. He even took out 2 more pills and handed them to her. Here, try some more. Su Jiahui blushed and stared at Wei Xiaojing in a daze. He subconsciously said what was in his heart, "You're so beautiful." Wei Jing. Please describe me as handsome, thank you. It was no wonder that Su Jiahui lost his composure. It was mainly because Wei Jing's usual behavior in school could only be described with 4 words, a flower on a high mountain. These people had been classmates with Wei Jing since the 1st grade. As soon as school started, Wei Jing's good-looking face caused a big fight. Everyone wanted to sit with him. Later, this position was snatched by Su Jiahui. At that time, he was still a cute and shy child. She was thinking about how to build a good relationship with her deskmate so that in the future, when they ate together, went to school together, and went to the toilet together. However, Wei Jing completely ignored him. Half a year had passed, but Su Jiahui had not spoken much to Wei Jing. It would have been fine if that was all, but who knew that in the second half of the year, Wei Jing would take the initiative to take care of his new deskmate, a cute little girl. Su Jiahui was silent for a long time. Finally, he was a pervert. In fact, Wei Jing was not entirely to blame. A year ago, his mother had just passed away. His father had brought him to the old mansion but did not ask about him. The child was sensitive and sensed that something was wrong. He was depressed every day and put all his energy into his studies. So, what was a classmate? Could it be Eaton? Wei Jing, who had a car to pick him up and take him to school, ate alone, went to the toilet alone, and studied alone, was inexplicably looked up to by others. But now, Wei Jing not only took the initiative to talk to him, but also gave him something to eat. It was as if a long-cherished wish of many years had suddenly come true. Su Jiahui was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He put the 2 chocolates in his pocket and decided to take them home and keep them safe. Wei Jing looked at the child's slightly twisted expression and the corners of his mouth twitched. Did he have to hate him so much? Seeing that Wei Jing only gave Su Jiahui the chocolates personally, the chubby boy was unhappy. He pursed his lips and snatched the whole box of chocolates from him. I have a lot of chocolates at home. What's so good about it? It's so bitter, but you still act like it's a treasure. How stingy. Wei Jing, who was inexplicably robbed, said. So why did you want to eat it before? The chubby boy was silent for a few seconds and said righteously, I'll try it for you. How bad can it be? Then I really have to thank you. Wei Jing looked helpless. He stretched out his hand and said, if you don't like it, then give it back to me. He was an adult, so it was not good for him to argue with a child. If you don't want it, then I don't want it. Come and snatch it from me. If you can snatch it, I'll give it to you. The chubby boy smiled wickedly. Wei Jing felt that he was still a child. At least his body was still small. To hell with the adults. But before he could do anything, Su Jiahui, who was sitting behind him, pushed the chubby boy away at lightning speed and snatched the chocolates from him. Then he crossed his arms in a very cool manner and lectured Wei Xiaojing condescendingly, be careful in the future. Don't be so stupid. You're so stupid. Su Jiahui, I feel so cool. Wei Jing was speechless. This domineering CEO posture, this domineering CEO line. Oh. No, it's so embarrassing. The chubby boy, who was pushed to the ground, stood up angrily and was about to punch back. Damn it. Su Jiahui, this bastard, dared to hit him. He was going to crush him with his weight. If he hit someone, the other party would definitely fight back. Both sides did not dare to use too much strength. Hence, it became like children playing house. People did not know whether to laugh or cry. These two were the little tyrants of the class. No one dared to interfere. In the classroom, there was only the sound of the two people panting and cursing. Wei Jing felt that he had really grown up. He could no longer understand the brain circuits of these children. Stop fighting. Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Wei Jing gritted his teeth and inserted himself between the two of them. The little fat man opposite him didn't hold back his strength and punched the child's thin shoulder. You. The chubby boy stammered, who let you in? Does it hurt? Do you want to see a doctor? Your hand won't be broken, right? He looked like he was about to cry again. Wei Jing rubbed his slightly painful shoulder. He was stunned by the chubby boy's words. Was he concerned about him? Who asked you to be so strong? Su Jiahui also nervously surrounded him. I'll carry you to the infirmary. Very good. Wei Jing narrowed his eyes. Inspiration suddenly burst forth. His eyes were filled with a pitiful light, as if he was about to cry. It doesn't hurt. Stop fighting. It's almost time for class. We won't fight, the two of them said in unison. Very good, the plan worked out. He felt that, in his previous life, he had been bullied unjustly. It turned out that these two guys were so timid. They were so scared by a little tear. It was the beginning of November, and the weather was already a little chilly. Bei Feng walked over slowly. Wei Jing was wearing a sky blue sweater and a pair of black, dirt-resistant jeans. His jet black hair was plastered to his forehead, and his skin was so supple that one could pinch water out of it. He was widely acknowledged as the little prince of the second grade. The chubby boy and Su Jiahui had been unusually quiet the whole morning. They did not make any noise or cause any trouble, but instead followed behind Wei Jing like a tail, staring at him with wide eyes. They looked so cute. Wei Jing was helpless. He turned around and wiped the water droplets off his hands with a tissue. Why are you following me? No. When did I follow you? Su Jiahui turned on the faucet and made a fierce expression. Does the toilet belong to you? I can come here whenever I want. The chubby boy looked left and right but did not look at Wei Xiaojing. One could say that he had mastered the word guilty to the point of perfection. Wei Jing pursed his lips. So what if you follow me? I didn't say that you can't follow me. What's with such a big reaction? Tell me. What do you want to do? The two boys lowered their heads, their hearts pounding. What could they say? Say that they wanted to play with him? That would be too degrading. Of course not. You really don't want to tell me? Wei Jing blinked, his delicate little face full of confusion. He coaxed, tell me now. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Then. The chubby boy jumped over excitedly, his eyes sparkling. I want to play games with you. I have a game console at home and a lot of game cartridges. Wei Jing, we can play whatever you want. Go away, stupid fatty. Su Jiahui didn't expect that someone else would take the lead when he was distracted. He was very annoyed. The yellow hair on his head was blown into a ball by the wind, and his small expression was particularly serious. My mother said that if I don't get into the top 10 this semester, my pocket money will be deducted. So Wei Jing, you are responsible for tutoring me. The last sentence was said in a domineering manner. Wei Jing tilted his head and said blankly, but aren't our grades about the same? One was in 8th place, and the other was in 11th place. The curriculum in primary school was simple, and most students' grades were only a few points apart. Therefore, there was not much difference between 8th and 11th place. Besides, it was better to hire a tutor. Su Jiahui's family should not be lacking in money. I don't care, you have to give me tutoring of course. The chubby boy's face was red. Wei Jing said he would play games with me. The fat boy was also furious. He glared at Su Jiahui. Go away. You're the one who should leave. Su Jiahui was taller than Fatty. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at him. He said arrogantly, you just hit Wei Jing this morning. You don't deserve to be friends with Wei Jing, damn Fatty. I didn't do it on purpose. The chubby boy's eyes were filled with tears. Besides, if you didn't do it, how could I have beaten Wei Jing? It's all your fault. It's your fault. It's yours. As the two of them spoke, they were about to start fighting again. The naked Wei Xiaojing scratched his head with a confused expression. Want to be friends with him? What was going on? Combined with the experience of being pulled by his clothes, being cornered, and being robbed in his previous life. Could it be that they were bullying him because they liked him? What the F***ck, please don't like me, okay? He could not accept this kind of treatment. Actually, when he thought about it again, although these two often bullied him in his previous life, they did not go overboard. Sometimes, when he was bullied, they would even help him. Otherwise, he would not have given them chocolates today to stop them from fighting. Fine. Wei Jing sighed helplessly. He would just take it that he owed these two little guys. As an adult, he would not argue with 7-year-old children. Then how about this? Wei Jing took the opportunity to suggest before the two of them started fighting. Let's study first. After that, we can sit down and play games together. How about that? But not today. I have to tell Big Brother. Let's do it tomorrow. Why play games? Look at this chubby boy's grades. Wei Jing, do you want to end up like him? Su Jiahui said. Young primary school students were especially concerned about their grades. The class could be vaguely divided into 3 factions, the top students with good grades, the bottom students with bad grades, and the 2 sides that were neither too good nor too bad. The chubby boy, whose grades had been hovering around the middle, was the target of these top students' disdain. The chubby boy clenched his fists and snorted. So what if I can't study? You're just a nerd who's been reading too much. What did you say? Idiot. Nerd, Wei Jing, equals the setting sun dyed the clouds in the sky a beautiful crimson color. The gray sky seemed to have a hint of life because of this. Wei Jing sat in the back seat of the car, hugging his little black school bag. He could not help but sigh in his heart. What a difficult day. The primary school classes were extremely boring, but he could not leave. The other 2 childish primary school students were about to quarrel with each other. Wei Jing was caught in the middle and had no choice but to play the role of lubricant. But at least things got better in the end. They could communicate peacefully. Tomorrow, he still had to fulfill his promise to go to the chubby boy's house to study and play games together. Wei Min, who was sitting in front, saw the boy's troubled expression. He smiled and asked in a sweet voice, "Second brother, what's wrong? Is there anything you don't like in school?" No. Wei Jing was stunned for a moment before he reacted and answered. Second brother missed a month of school. There must be some trouble. I can't keep up with my studies either. Wei Min muttered to himself and made a face. The progress here is faster than the school I went to. Why don't we hire a tutor together? Or second brother can teach me too. On the black leather sofa, the ink-haired boy pursed his lips and frowned. No need. I'm good at my studies. Or rather, he was too good. Really? Then I'll have to trouble second brother to teach me today. Wei Min's little face was flushed. He smiled shyly. Thank you, second brother. Did he promise the other party anything? Wei Jing was dumbfounded. This guy was very good at picking up girls. The boy thought for a moment and understood what Wei Min was trying to do. Humans were social animals. Wei Min, who was excluded, wanted to find a companion in the old mansion. But the problem was, Wei Jing did not want to be this companion. Wei Min was on the opposing side of his big brother. Wei Jing, on the other hand, would always be on Wei Zhe's side from now on. Wei Zhe was from the junior high school and was slightly further away from the school gate than the primary school. Thus, when he got into the car, he saw this scene. His cute little brother was being questioned by an annoying person. Although he was obviously reluctant, he had to answer out of courtesy. Drive. The moment the teenager spoke, Wei Min immediately fell silent. He was just sitting there, but it was impossible to ignore him. His aura was awe-inspiring and as cold as ice. His eyes were full of maturity and wisdom that did not match his age. At the same time, it made people feel intimidated, but at the same time, they could not help but have a deep longing for him. For example, right now, Wei Jing was looking at his big brother with starry eyes. Wow! His big brother was so handsome. He was definitely a domineering CEO. Wei Zhe enjoyed the other party's gaze. His palm, which was bigger than a child's, moved along the smooth leather seat and squeezed the other party's hand. Wei Jing's hand was very beautiful. His 5 fingers were long and slender. Because he had lived outside for a while, his palm was not very fleshy. It was all bones when he pinched it. Wei Zhe used his index finger to scratch the other party's palm. Although he was scolding him, his eyes were full of affection. Look at you. How thin are you now? When we get home, I'll ask the kitchen to make you a bowl of pork rib soup. Wei Jing covered his mouth with his other free hand, but he could not help but laugh. Stop moving. It's so itchy, haha, you can't stand it anymore? Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows and revealed a faint smirk. He suddenly grabbed the child's soft waist and made the other party laugh. Then, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. So sensitive. He would only do such a childish thing when the other party was Wei Jing. Wei Min, who was being ostracized and lonely, had a hint of resentment and jealousy in his eyes. Damn it, he also wanted that position. It was November, and the moonlight always came in a hurry. Just after dinner, the night had already descended on everyone's heads. Wei Jing sat at his little table with a solemn expression. His fair little hand held a pencil as he drew a cute cartoon character on his sketchbook. This was going to be his livelihood in the future. He couldn't lose his skills. He would draw every night to practice and strive to be independent and earn money as soon as possible. That was his noble wish. As time passed, a little boy wearing a black suit with a stern face and big watery eyes appeared on the drawing paper. Oh. He looks much cuter than Big Brother himself. Wei Jingxiao squinted his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, he drew another little person with a red nose who was shorter than the other party. He remembered that this little person loved to cry when he was young. Every time, his big brother would be at a loss. Big Brother and Me by Jing. The little boy wrote his name on the lower right corner of the drawing paper. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The little boy who was concentrating on drawing was startled. His wrist trembled and the fragile pencil lead broke, leaving an ugly black mark on the sketchbook. He was a little angry. Who is it? The little boy's tone was angry. If anyone came to find trouble, he would definitely beat them to death. It was the middle of the night, so they must be up to no good. It's me. The next second, a familiar young man's voice came from outside the door. I'm coming in. Wei Xiaojing immediately withered. Come to think of it, in the Wei family's mansion, who would come to find him other than Big Brother? He jumped down from his chair and looked at the young man strangely. Big brother, what's the matter? Wei Jing waved the ointment in his hand and said, I'm going to apply some medicine for you. Wei Jing touched his butt instinctively. His fair little face instantly turned red like a rabbit whose ears were being pulled. My butt is fine. There's no need. Are you really fine? Wei Jing was still a little worried. I'm fine, I'm fine. Wei Jing said as he made a big cross in front of his chest. He was using his actions to express his rejection. All right. Wei Jing took back the ointment. He felt a little regretful that the intimate contact with his younger brother was suddenly gone. I wonder what's going on. In her previous life, her younger brother had stuck to her like a piece of rice cake. She couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. Why did he suddenly change? Wei Jing didn't understand either. In his previous life, his big brother didn't like him at first. Every time he wanted to talk to him, he had to find something to talk about. It wasn't until they got familiar with each other that things changed. Why did it seem like Big Brother was sticking to him? Wei Jing, don't be too narcissistic. This must be the result of overthinking things. It was an illness, and it had to be treated. Both of them had their own doubts and incomprehension, but they could clearly feel that this was the person who had not been transmigrated. After all, they had been reborn, and their worldview had long been shattered. Even if a Taoist priest were to say that there was a netherworld, they would not be too surprised. The atmosphere was silent. Wei Jing wanted to spend more time with his adorable younger brother, but he didn't know what to say to his younger brother. How's school? After thinking for a long time, Wei Jing finally spoke. He chose a topic that was the least likely to go wrong. Not bad. Wei Jing was stunned. When did Big Brother become so worried? It was as if he had turned into an old mother. I made 2 new friends. Oh. Oh right, Big Brother, I forgot to tell you something. Luckily, otherwise he would have to go back on his word tomorrow. I have to tutor a friend tomorrow. Can I go home later? No. Wei Jing rejected without thinking. What if it's dangerous? You're just a kid. Where are you going to run to? Just 2 hours. I'll be back before dark. I promise. After the kid finished speaking, he saw that the teenager's face was still cold and disapproving. He thought to himself, you forced me, you forced me. Wei Jing abandoned his principles and began to act cute. Big brother, I beg you. I've already promised them. As a man, how can I go back on my words? Big brother, big brother, big brother. In the end, he even shamelessly kissed the teenager. Wei Jing's face softened. He compromised and said, I'll get the driver to send you there. Don't run around. Be a good boy, okay? Big brother is the best. Wei Jing smiled and praised insincerely. The only thing missing was the sentence I knew you would listen to me written on his face. Where did the little coward from his previous life who would cry at the slightest thing go? Wei Jing once again sighed in the depths of his heart. His younger brother had suddenly matured. He felt a little sad. He was like an eagle that was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky, no longer relying on others. The teenager thought absent-mindedly. His eyes casually swept across the room and finally fixed on the small desk. The 13-year-old teenager was already starting to grow taller. At this moment, from his angle, he could clearly see the picture album on the desk. He raised his eyebrows and said as he reached out to pick up the album. This is your drawing, Give it back to me. The child was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. He suddenly screamed and reached out to snatch it back. You're so agitated. He didn't finish his sentence because Wei Jing had already seen the title at the bottom, Big Brother and Me. She was a cute little girl with beautiful black eyes and a little teardrop at the corner of her eyes. Her nose was red, and she was wearing a light yellow short-sleeved shirt. Her fingers were secretly hooking the serious little girl on the other side. The depression that had accumulated in his heart was swept away. Wei Jing chuckled and teased, the drawing is quite good. The character's expression is very accurate. Not bad. Don't say it. Wei Jing put his hands on his waist and said fiercely, give it back to me. No, this is my drawing. I'll take the album. Weijia waved his hand. He ruffled the child's hair, messing up the hair that was originally stuck to the boy's forehead. Finally, you're a little lively. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me directly. The most important thing for a child is to eat, drink, and play. Big brother, you'll be a bad influence on me. Wei Jing was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, he felt a little bitter. He raised his head and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face. It faintly merged with the mature face of his future big brother. He felt guilty and asked tentatively, what if I become a bad guy in the future? What if I bully you and want to steal your things? You'll become a cowardly bad guy who loves to cry. Weijia teased. Do you think you can bully me? The sadness that had just risen in Wei Jing was completely dispelled by his big brother's arrogant words. He secretly said in his heart, in my previous life, not only did I bully you, steal your things, but I even stabbed you in the back. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Don't worry. Even if you become a bad guy, it'll be fine. Weijia straightened his face. He curled his lips and his eyes shone with confidence. He was like an emperor in the dark night. Because I believe in my little brother and I believe in myself. I believe that you won't really become a bad guy. I also believe that I have the ability to clean up your mess. Wei Jing's breathing quickened. He felt that his big brother was breaking the rules. How was he supposed to continue speaking like this? He lowered his head and looked at his tender little hands. In this lifetime, he would never hurt his big brother. Otherwise, he would let his big brother do whatever he wanted with him. He could kill him or scrape him as he pleased. Alright, it's late. Weijia bent down and left a light kiss on the child's white and tender cheek. Have a good dream. Wei Jing was speechless. Mommy. Big brother broke the rules again. The teenager naturally took the sketchbook and left, leaving the dazed child rubbing his cheeks and deep in thought. It wasn't his imagination. It was his big brother, who had really become clingy. Wei Jing didn't know what to think, but his face slowly turned red again. His clingy big brother was inexplicably a little cute. In the future, he had to always hold his phone and take a few photos of his big brother. When his big brother grew up in the future, he could keep them to make fun of him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door again. Wei Jing patted his face to make himself look more serious. He opened the door and said, "What's wrong? Did you forget to take something?" The latter half of his sentence was stuck in his throat. Wei Jing looked at the child who was about the same height as him behind the door. He frowned slightly and subconsciously tightened his grip on the door handle. He asked, "What's the matter?" His tone was cold and completely different from before. I'm a little scared. Wei Man was born with a good appearance. The pitiful look on his face made him especially pitiful. I want to sleep with second brother tonight. I don't have a good sleeping posture. Wei Jing rejected him tactfully. I'll lie on top of you tonight. Why don't you turn on all the lights in the room before you sleep? No, I'm still scared. Wei Man's tears streamed down his face. I'm really scared. I had a dream. I dreamed that my mother was gone and my father didn't want me anymore. Everyone hated me and I became a homeless orphan. I'll be good. Second brother, I can sleep on the sofa. The Wei Man in front of him suddenly overlapped with his past self. Wei Jing stared at him in a daze. No matter how well he was treated and how much his big brother spoiled him. When he was young, he was ostracized by his friends in kindergarten because everyone had a father except him. Later on, he had a father and a mother. In the end, his mother got into a car accident and was buried underground. His father's attitude changed drastically. After that, he no longer had a father and a mother. In this extravagant but cold Wei family's old mansion, Wei Jing secretly cried every day and night in his bed. As a young child, even his cries were as soft as a baby cub's. He was afraid that if he cried any louder, he would attract the attention of wild animals and be chased out. He would lose his last place to live. Those sensitive and fragile times were buried deep in his heart. That was why he was scared. When would his big brother abandon him when he had nothing? If he worked hard and became as outstanding as his big brother, Would he be valued? Because of love, he was worried. Because of love, he was afraid. This feeling reached its peak when a woman who seemed to be his big brother's fiancée appeared. In the end, he did something irrational in his hot-headed state. "Come in." Wei Jing turned his body sideways. His face was pale but firm. "But this will only happen once. In the future, you have to work hard to be a strong man. Do you understand?" Rather than saying these words to Wei Min, it was better to say these words to the distant, himself in the past. It was nighttime. Wei Jing was lying on the spacious bed with Wei Min under a thin blanket. He had slept with his eldest brother a few times when he was young. It had been more than 10 years. Now that there was someone else beside him, Wei Jing felt a little awkward. "Second brother, can't you sleep?" Wei Min turned his head in the dark. His shallow breath blew on the child's face. He said, "Let's talk." "What do you want to talk about?" Wei Jing looked at the dark ceiling. After staying in a dark place for a long time, his eyes had gradually adapted. He could already see the outlines of the objects around him. Wei Min thought for a few seconds. He asked casually, "Are you close to Big Brother?" "The last time you went home, Big Brother personally picked you up." "That's great. I want an older brother too." Going home was a euphemism. Wei Jing didn't understand his relationship with his eldest brother. Should he say that they were close? But it didn't seem like they had much interaction. Should he say it was hard to say? The two of them had a tacit understanding, as if they had known each other for a long time. "It's all right." In the end, Wei Jing could only think of an ambiguous answer. "I have an older brother too, but he's my cousin." Wei Min's eyes flashed. He muttered, "Although he bullies me occasionally, he's actually quite nice to me. When Mom is busy, she often takes me out to play." Cousin? That meant that he was the older brother on his mother's side. "But now that I've come here, I haven't seen him anymore." Wei Min's voice sounded a little tearful. "I miss him so much." Leaving a familiar place and familiar family to come to the unfamiliar old Wei family house was a shocking change for a 6-year-old child. Wei Jing hesitated for a moment. He reached out and hugged the child, patting his back comfortingly. "It's okay. We're all in the same city. If you want to see each other, you can wait until the break," Wei Jing said. "Really?" Wei Min asked uncertainly. "Will Dad be angry? And Big Brother, do they think I'm troublesome?" "It's just a meeting." "It's fine," Wei Jing comforted. "Thank you, second brother." Wei Min smiled through her tears. "When the time comes, I'll bring my brother over for you to get to know him. He's really a good person." Wei Jing actually didn't want to get to know other people's brothers, but he didn't want to directly refute the other party. In the end, he vaguely said, "We'll talk about it when the time comes. We still have to go to school tomorrow. Let's go to bed quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to wake up in the morning." "All right." Wei Min answered obediently. Her little hand groped in the dark and carefully pulled on the corner of the other person's pajamas, fully expressing her dependence on him. Wei Jing pursed his lips, but in the end, he did not push her away. "Just this once. Just this once." At the first glimmer of dawn, the entire Wei family mansion awoke from its deep slumber. The servants coming and going were busy with the work at hand. Before the master of the mansion woke up, they had to complete all the preparations. Wei's clock had always been punctual. He had already woken up at 6:30. At 7 o'clock, he ran around the artificial lawn outside the old mansion. At 7:30, he took a shower and changed his clothes. Then, he woke Wei Jing up and had breakfast together. But today was slightly different. The teenager looked at Wei Min, who walked out of the child's room in his pajamas. His expression was a little unpleasant. He asked in a deep voice, "Why are you here?" "Hello, Big Brother." Wei Min greeted him politely. His eyes were a little red, as if he had been crying. "I couldn't sleep yesterday, so I wanted to come and chat with second brother. After we met, it was late, so we slept together." "Okay." Wei Jia nodded when he heard the explanation. He thought to himself, "Today, I must have a good talk with Wei Jing." Don't let strangers sleep together for no reason. What if the other party has bad intentions or if there's something wrong with his body? Why wasn't this child vigilant at all? That big brother. Wei Min dawdled. He wanted to say something but stopped. There was a hint of pity in his eyes. Actually, there's something that I don't know if I should tell you. But I think that as the person involved, you have the right to know. What is it? Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows. What could happen between him and Wei Min? That. Didn't I just say it? I came over yesterday to chat with second brother, but I don't know why, but we talked about big brother. Wei Min reached out his small hand and scratched his fair and tender face. Second brother said that big brother is too strict and meddlesome. Especially when you hit him before, he felt embarrassed and annoyed. Of course, I believe that second brother was just a little angry. Wei Min smiled innocently. Because second brother said that his relationship with big brother is okay. The last sentence was said with great sincerity. At least from Wei Zhe's perspective as an adult, he definitely wasn't lying. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But, was it okay? There was a reason why Wei Min dared to say these words in front of Wei Jing's room. The Wei family's room was soundproof, so he wasn't afraid that the people inside would hear them. Plus, what else could be more convincing than the fact that he had just come out of Wei Jing's room? Of course, he definitely wouldn't let Wei Jing know about these words. He would work on both sides simultaneously and build a good relationship with both sides. In the end, it would be best if he could kick out Wei Jing and replace him. As long as there were no accidents, Wei Zhe's position as the successor would be secured. Wei Jing had now lost his biggest backer, his mother. His father hadn't been in touch with him these days. In this old mansion, only he, Wei Jing, and Wei Zhe were left. His father liked Wei Zhe, but he didn't like Wei Jing. This was something that Wei Min already knew. Now, he just needed to make Wei Zhe shift his attention from Wei Jing to him. He didn't need to ask for everything, just half of it would be enough. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as he had half of it, the other half would definitely come over. Wei Zhe still didn't know about Wei Min's little scheme. He was now in deep self-doubt. Did he know Wei Jing well? If it was a year ago, he would definitely say of course. However, Wei Jing betrayed him in the end and attacked him from behind. This made him very unhappy and made him doubt the Wei Jing in his memory. However, people were fickle. It was understandable that his younger brother took the wrong path. But now, the young Wei Jing actually found him annoying. Thinking back to his previous life, at this time, he was indeed more reserved towards Wei Jing. Could it be that children liked this cool style? Wei Zhe was a little confused. For someone who was obsessed with his younger brother, anything related to his younger brother was worth his time and effort. The Wei family's breakfast was always sumptuous, and today was no exception. Wei Jing sat in his seat, moving left and right, feeling a little restless. Why, was Big Brother looking at him strangely today? Big Brother was fine when he left last night. Nothing seemed to have happened when he woke up this morning. What was going on? Wei Jing hesitated for a moment before he asked in a small voice, Big Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is something the matter? It's nothing serious. Wei Zhe paused for a second as if he was organizing his words. Xiaojing, you're not a child anymore. It's better for you to sleep alone at night. Oh my God. Big Brother was treating him like a coward. Ah. It was all Wei Min's fault. His reputation was undeniable. Wei Jing glared at Wei Min resentfully before he said sincerely, Big Brother, don't worry. This won't happen again. Wei Zhe so something was still wrong. Where was the little coward who blushed and clung to him shyly and teared up when he talked to him? Was it the butterfly effect of his rebirth that caused his younger brother to become more mature than he remembered? Oh. Although he was still very immature. Wei Zhe was in a bad mood when he felt that his younger brother wasn't as clingy as he used to be. He didn't even have an appetite for breakfast. Wei Jing, who knew his big brother very well, QAQ big brother really hated weak and incompetent people. He had to work hard to become a different version of himself. Wei Min, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. Very good. As long as there was a flaw, there would be an opportunity. Every Friday, elementary school had one less class than middle school, and school ended about 40 minutes earlier. Since Wei Jing had promised the chubby boys, he wouldn't go back on his word. After they left the school, the three children walked together. Wei Jing walked in the middle to prevent the other two from fighting. Seriously, why did you come to my house to play? You're so annoying. Suddenly, he saw a child not far away. He tugged at Wei Jing's clothes with his chubby fingers and said, Wei Jing, look. That's a first-year student who just transferred over this year. Isn't he very good-looking? Wei Min's appearance was impeccable. Whether it was Wei He or his mother, their genes were top-notch. What caught Wei Jing's attention was the young man beside Wei Min. He was about 15 or 16 years old and had a cute baby face. When he smiled, 2 canine teeth could be seen. He looked harmless and friendly. The child couldn't help but frown. Because he was going to his classmate's house today, Wei Jia assigned the experienced driver to take care of him the whole time. As a result, the person who came to pick up Wei Min today was a servant who knew how to drive. Could it be that Wei Min didn't find a driver? Was he asking the young man? Wei Jing hesitated for a few seconds and walked towards the other party. No matter what? He should ask about the situation first. What if the other party was a bad person and had bad intentions? Wei Min was still a child. What if something happened to him? His life would be ruined. Hey! Wei Jing, what are you doing there? Su Jiahui followed behind him and said, do you know him? What's your relationship with him? On the other side, Wei Min, who had been paying attention to Wei Jing's movements, sensed that the other party was walking towards him. He lowered his voice and quickly said to the young man, you know what to do, right? Don't worry. The young man mouthed back, money makes the world go round. Wei Min, why are you here? Aren't you going home? Wei Jing had already walked to their side. He looked at the young man warily, afraid that he would do something bad. Second brother. Wei Min turned his head when he heard the voice. His fair little face was filled with joy. He introduced with a smile, this is the cousin I told you about. What a coincidence. Yesterday I said I missed him, and today he came to play with me. The child blinked and his face instantly turned red. He said embarrassedly, hello, my name is Wei Jing. Ah. He really thought too much. How could there be so many bad people in this world? How could he meet them coincidentally? Thinking about the abduction and organ trafficking that he had just imagined? He couldn't bear to look at it. Especially when the other party was a young man. Hello, my name is Lu Tianyu. The young man's eyes were very big, but there was no innocence in them. Instead, there was a coldness that seemed to have seen through the world. However, his smile was very bright, which added a bit of disharmony. It looked a little strange and made Wei Jing feel a little awkward. Oh. But if it was someone from Wei Min's mother's side, it was understandable. After all, their family's business was not serious. As a part of it, even if he was a child, he was probably more mature. Eh? The chubby boy exclaimed. His brain finally reacted. He's your younger brother? But that's right. Wei Min and Wei Jing. They sound very similar. Hey! Are we still going or not? It's going to be dark soon. It was only 3 in the afternoon. It was still early to be dark. Su Jiahui said this deliberately. He didn't like the young man. The way he looked at Wei Jing was strange. He couldn't describe that feeling. In any case, it was very uncomfortable. Then let's go, Wei Jing said. After confirming that Wei Min was fine, there was no need for him to stay here. The other party's cousin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, was here. He could leave some space for the two of them to catch up and play for a while. Second brother, don't go. Wei Min shamelessly grabbed the child's hand and looked at him pitifully. She said, we agreed before that I would introduce you to my cousin. Don't go astray, let's play together. Hey. No, Wei Jing promised to play with us a long time ago. The chubby boy, who was obsessed with appearances, originally had a good impression of Wei Min. Now, he was instantly angry. Was it easy for him to befriend Wei Jing? First, the other party was frightened and fell down the stairs. Then, he was beaten up by his parents and forced to apologize. Then, he secretly wanted to give the other party some fruit. He heard the child call him fat in the ward. It was a critical hit. After that, Wei Jing didn't come to school for a long time. Everyone said that his head injury was too serious and he was going to die. The chubby boy was scared out of his wits. He was afraid of going to jail, but he was also afraid that Wei Jing's resentful ghost would come and take revenge on him. He lost a lot of weight because of this. After going through untold hardships, they finally became good friends and could play together. This person actually wanted to snatch him away. How despicable. Okay, stop arguing. Lu Tianyu jumped in to smooth things over. Since Xiaojing has something to do today, let's change it to another day. As he spoke, he squatted down and looked directly at Wei Min. Cousin will take you to the amusement park today, okay? Don't throw a tantrum. TSK. Wei Min furrowed her brows inwardly and expressed her unwillingness. Then, all right. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Wei Jing subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if the three children were to quarrel, it would be a scene of carnage. The chubby boy's father was a businessman. His business was doing well and he bought a high-end single-family villa in B City. After the Wei family's chauffeur sent Wei Jing to the destination, he stayed in the car and waited outside the villa. This way, when the young master came out, he would be able to see him. Su Jiahui said that he wanted Wei Jing to teach him, but in reality, once the three of them entered the game room, they couldn't control themselves. In the 2000s, games weren't as varied as they were now. They all used game cards. Looking at the images on the big screen was simply too satisfying. Right now, the most popular game was Super Mario. Small people would jump around to avoid all kinds of small monsters and prevent themselves from falling to their deaths. Wei Jing felt that he was an adult after all. Such a simple game wouldn't be easy for him. 1 minute later. Game over. The chubby boy and Su Jiahui's gazes were a little indescribable. The corners of Wei Jing's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a few seconds and turned his head. Can I play another round? Just one round. The chubby boy waved his hand generously. It's okay. I have a lot of game consoles at home. You can play for the whole night. Okay. Wei Jing nodded gratefully. Half a minute later. The child who had died tragically lay at the bottom of the pit. The huge game over screen seemed to be laughing at him. Wei Jing was speechless. This rubbish game was a waste of his feelings. Probably because the child's expression was too hopeless, Su Jiahui quickly changed the game cartridge and said, let's change it. Xiaojing, this might not be suitable for you. Then, there was no then. What was a game to a lousy gamer? Could it be eaten? Wei Jing was greatly affected. His gaming skills were actually not as good as a real child's. This made him depressed even on the way home. It was past 6 o'clock in the morning. It was a traffic jam. The child looked at the scenery outside casually. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked the driver to stop by the side. His sketchbook had been taken away by his brother yesterday. He had to buy a new one today. The driver wanted to go down with Wei Jing, but he refused. Anyway, it was just a small bookstore nearby. It was so close. There was no need to trouble the driver to walk around with him. At this time, there were quite a lot of people in the bookstore. Wei Jing asked the bookstore staff. Without hesitation, he went straight to the store selling sketchbooks. He chose an A4 sketchbook with loose pages and bought a few drawing brushes. Little kid from the Wei family. Suddenly, a familiar male voice sounded behind him. Wei Jing turned around and saw Wei Min's cousin. He was still dressed in the same clothes as when they parted. It made sense. Who would be bored enough to change clothes for a few hours? The young man was holding a sky blue picture book in his hand. There were also some colorful crayons and crayons. Hello, this is. Wei Jing greeted him politely. His black eyes looked around curiously. This. Lu Tianyu raised the sketchbook in his hand and looked at the child with a smile. His words were generous and gentle. I heard from Wei Min that you like to draw. This is for you. Thank you for taking care of our little Min. We'll have to trouble you in the future. People came and went in the small bookstore. Wei Jing smiled awkwardly. He waved his hand and refused. It's okay. Wei Min is my younger brother. It's my duty to take care of him. Actually, we usually... Oh. We don't talk much. It's just a small gift. Keep it. The young man forced the gift to the child. He glanced outside and said enthusiastically, "Did you come here alone? It's late. It's not safe for you to be alone. I'll send you home." It's okay. Wei Jing suddenly had a few more gifts in his hands. Fortunately, they were cheap and he didn't need to feel too burdened. The child pursed his lips and said, "The driver is waiting for me outside. These gifts. Thank you. They're waiting for me at home. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye." The young man waved his hand and a bright smile blossomed on his face. However, the smile did not reach his eyes. "Let's play together next time." Okay. The child nodded. The autumn wind blew, bringing a chill. He hugged the gifts and walked out. He even forgot to take the picture album he chose. Because of this incident, the sky was already dark when Wei Jing returned to the Wei family's mansion. Only the red glow of the sunset was left. "I'm back." The first thing the child saw when he returned home was Wei Jia, who was sitting on the sofa with an unhappy expression. The young man held a thick book in his hand. His back was straight and his handsome face was tense. His eyes were filled with anger. "What did you promise me yesterday?" He raised his eyebrows and asked. Wei Jing looked up at the clock in the living room. It was already 7 o'clock. He suddenly felt guilty. He smiled at the young man and tried to change the topic. "Big brother, why are you reading here? It's bad for your eyes." "What do you think?" Wei Jia sneered. He threw the thick book on the coffee table with a loud bang. "Is this the 2 hours you promised?" If he admitted his mistake, he would be in jail. Wei Jing blinked and slowly walked to the young man's side. He held the young man's hand and started to act cute. "There's a reason for this, big brother. I should have come back a long time ago, but you took away my sketchbook yesterday, so I couldn't help but go and buy one in order to prove the truth of his words." Wei Jing took out all the things that Lu Tianyu had given him. Colorful boxes of markers and crayons, cute rabbit erasers, sky blue album cover with cartoon characters. All in all, they were all toys that children would like. They also suited Wei Jing's current appearance, age, and preferences. Although Wei Jia knew that there was a lot of exaggeration in the child's words, he didn't want to be too strict with him. Otherwise, he would really become an old mother. His complexion improved a little, but he still had to educate him. "Do you still dare to go back on your word after promising big brother?" I won't dare to. Wei Jing shook his head obediently. "Tonight's sweet and sour pork ribs will be confiscated. I asked the kitchen to make chicken soup. You have to drink 2 bowls. Before the child could refuse, the young man added slowly, "This is your punishment." When he said this, there was a faint smile on his face. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, but there seemed to be a storm brewing in his ink-black eyes. At a glance, it was bottomless. Wei Jing subconsciously shivered. So scary. It felt like he would be eaten alive. Big brother didn't hit him or scold him, but it felt even more chilling than that. Big Demon King. Humph, Wei Jing said in his heart. Wei Jia was true to his word. During dinner, he personally served Wei Jing 2 bowls of chicken soup. The chicken soup was mellow but not greasy. The aroma of shiitake mushrooms and chicken meat combined perfectly. It was irresistible. Wei Jing licked his lips and suddenly smiled. He looked like a little fox that had been fed, with a hint of slyness and cuteness. His big brother really couldn't bear to punish him. It was just some delicious soup. This should be a compliment. He, as he smiled, he turned into a silly rabbit. What slyness? It was just an illusion. Wei Jia's hand that was holding the chopsticks slowed down. He frowned slightly. He didn't understand what was wrong with his younger brother. Did his younger brother have a little secret without him knowing? This was really annoying. His originally relaxed brows were covered by ice and snow again. Weijia placed the third bowl of chicken soup in front of the child and said concisely, "Drink." Wei Jing was too skinny. He needed to be nourished. Oh, he should gain about 20 pounds. Wei Jing, QAQ big brother, I wronged you. Sob, sob, sob. He's going to stuff himself to death. The bowls used by the Wei family were very delicate and small. The 3 bowls of chicken soup didn't actually contain a lot, but the visual effect made it seem like a lot. Wei Jing drank all the punishment in his heart. After all, he didn't keep his promise. He deserved to be punished. After dinner, Wei Jing lay on the sofa like a salted fish. He felt that he could roast it if he sprinkled some salt and chili powder. Get up. Sit up straight. Weijia personally helped the child up. It was not good for the child to lie down like this after dinner. However, in less than 2 seconds, Wei Xiaojing fell down again. He laughed and said, "If I don't want it, then I don't want it. What can you do to me?" After eating his fill, he became bold and wanted to protest against his big brother's advances. Weijia raised his eyebrows and carried the child into his arms. He let the child sit on his lap and rubbed Wei Xiaojing's head. "Are you still going to make a fuss?" The young man's shoulders were not as broad as an adult's, but they were very strong. A faint mint fragrance drifted into the child's nose. He couldn't help but hug his big brother's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The strong and powerful heartbeat was intoxicating. It was great. This was his big brother. "You're acting cute with your big brother." A familiar teasing voice sounded above his head. The young man's slender hand patted the child's back comfortingly. Weijia was in a good mood. His whole body seemed to be shining. He couldn't say anything nice and didn't know how to coax a child. Perhaps it was because of this that Wei Jing betrayed him in his previous life. He was an unqualified brother. He only knew how to go along with him. He gave him money and status, but he couldn't say anything considerate. He might still be unqualified in this life, but it didn't matter. He would protect this person well and let him live a carefree life. In the innermost room in the corner on the 2nd floor, a little boy with rosy lips and white teeth was holding the latest mobile phone in his hand. The disappointment on his face was obvious. He said, "Uncle, what kind of person did you find for me? She's useless." Even Wei Jing ran away. Wei Min gritted his teeth as he thought about how close the two of them were. Take it slow. Don't be anxious. Build a good relationship with them first. A deep male voice came from the phone. You have to make Weijia like you and be willing to let you be his younger brother. That's the most important thing, understand? Got it. The child's tone was impatient. I hate Wei Jing, but I also hate Weijia. If it wasn't for him, my mother wouldn't have been locked up. But your mother can only be released if he values you. So be good, okay? Okay. As for Wei Jing, there's no rush. We can't let the other party find out. Don't give yourself away. I know you're upset, but for your mother's sake, you have to bear with it. Otherwise, she'll be in prison for the rest of her life. Okay. Wei Min rubbed his sour nose. I'll be good. As long as he could save his mother, he would do anything. In the cozy room, the rising sun shone through the cracks of the window onto the floor, leaving behind mottled shadows. The little child was curled up in the middle of the bed, covered by the cream-colored checkered blanket. After an unknown amount of time, his long and thick eyelashes fluttered, slowly revealing a pair of ink-black eyes. He rubbed his eyes with his small white hands, covered his mouth, and let out a big yawn. Saturday. It was a good time to sleep in. Wei Jing sat on the bed for a while. When his mind was clear, he stepped into the bathroom in his slippers and washed up. After everything was ready, the boy opened the door, and a large yellow cube that was as tall as an adult fell to the ground. The boy was foolishly squashed by a doll. Wei Jing equals a large yellow sponge with slender limbs and a big smile on his face. This was Wei Jing's childhood idol, the adorable and silly SpongeBob SquarePants. Next to him was his good friend, Patrick Star, a pink starfish. Wei Jing was dumbfounded as he hugged the sponge, which was more than twice his height, and the starfish, which he could pinch with one hand. When his big brother had said that he would give him a doll, he had thought it was a joke. But today, he was caught off guard. He was simply so touched that he was about to cry. He really wanted to cry. After placing SpongeBob SquarePants and his good friend Patrick Star in a corner of the room, the boy sighed softly and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Couldn't he consider the size of the gift? Was he going to make a bed for him? Wei Jing felt powerless. When he reached the living room, he saw his big brother walking out in a suit and leather shoes. "Big brother, where are you going?" the boy asked. Usually, his big brother would stay at home on Saturdays and weekends with a tutor. What was wrong with him so early in the morning? "I'm skipping a grade." Wei Jia adjusted the cuffs of his suit as he spoke. The 13-year-old boy had already started to grow taller. The black suit on his body accentuated his slender waist and long legs. His posture was tall and straight. "Ah." The boy's mouth opened wide in surprise, and his face was full of admiration. "Big brother, you're amazing. Are you going to skip to the 3rd year?" "No." Wei Jia said in a casual tone, "I've discussed it with my father, and we've decided to skip to the 3rd year of high school." Wei Jing thought that there might be something wrong with his ears. "What did you say?" "Jump to the 3rd year of high school." Wei Jia raised his eyebrows and repeated in confusion. F***ck. Wei Jing wanted to kneel down in front of his big brother. Who exactly was the one who had been reborn? He wondered if the Goldfinger had tapped on the wrong spot. Trembling, he asked, "Can we jump directly? Can it be approved by the higher-ups? Is there anything money can't solve?" Wei Jia looked at the kid strangely. "It's just a grade jump. If you want to, you can." Under the kid's sparkling eyes, Wei Jia sighed softly. "But your grades, forget it. What happened to my results?" Wei Jing pouted angrily. "You'll be scared to death if I tell you?" He knew all the university questions. Ha ha ha, in his previous life, Wei Jing had been severely biased in his subjects and had said that he wanted to rely on himself to go to university. In the end, he had only managed to get into a first-tier university. Wei Jia couldn't help but pat the kid's head with pity. He was good at English, but why was he so bad at mathematics? Sure enough, his logical thinking was bad. "Big brother, you're amazing." Wei Min, who had been sitting next to him, complimented him in a timely manner. He said affectionately, "When big brother passes the exam, let's call dad and celebrate together." What do you think? Wei Jia's expression instantly turned cold. He felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of the specious words this kid had said in front of him last time. Did he need others to judge his relationship with his brother? In his previous life, Wei Min was very obedient and never caused trouble. That was why he allowed him to live a carefree life as a rich second-generation heir. In this life, because of his rebirth, everything had changed. It was time to separate Wei Min and Wei Jing. Wei Jia was thinking about this in his heart, but on the surface, he replied casually, "We'll see." The teenager raised his head and looked at the wall clock in the living room. It was almost time for the appointment with his father. After exchanging a few words with Wei Jing, Wei Jia left the Wei family's old mansion with a chauffeur. Sigh. I don't know what to do after big brother left. Wei Jing hugged the soft pillow and lay on the sofa as if he had no bones. Then let's go out and play. Wei Min grinned and sat next to the kid. He cupped his face with both hands and asked expectantly, "How about going to the amusement park?" No. Wei Jing rejected without thinking. How old was he? Why would he go to the amusement park? Moreover, it was crowded with people on rest days. It was not worth it to have to wait for a long time just to ride a roller coaster. Hey. Is the latter part the main point? Oh. Wei Min took out his phone gloomily. When he saw that Wei Jing was not paying attention to him, he began to text the person waiting on the other side. He's not going to the amusement park. What should I do? The person on the other side replied almost instantly. What does he like? Drawing. Wei Min waited for a few minutes, but there was still no reply. He blinked and looked at Wei Jing again. He said, "Second brother, Do you have anywhere you want to go? Let's go together. It's so boring at home. I want to go out and play. Sorry. Wei Jing was a little apologetic. After all, Wei Min was only 6 or 7 years old. He was at the age when he was lively and active. It was really inappropriate for him to stay in the living room with him. The kid thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Why don't I ask Uncle Lee to take you out? You can go anywhere you want. Without you, what can I do out there alone?" Wei Min cursed inwardly. He wished he could learn hypnosis from anime and directly get him out of here. Coincidentally, a text message came in. He picked it up and looked at it. His palms were sweaty, but his face was full of joy. He said, "Second brother, I heard that there's an art exhibition on Northwest Road. It's organized by the recently famous artist Su Jiaming. Why don't we go and see it together?" Wei Jing raised his eyebrows strangely. "How do you know there's an art exhibition?" "This?" Wei Min was stunned. He lowered his head and looked down. "Because, my cousin also likes to draw." Finally finding a reason, Wei Min secretly sighed in relief. He looked up and said with a smile, "Cousin told me about this yesterday, so I remembered it. Let's go." "Second brother, there's nothing to do at home. Why don't we go and see other people's paintings?" Wei Jing had heard of Su Jiaming in his previous life. He was a very talented ink painter. His paintings were worth a lot of money. What left a deep impression on Wei Jing was that this person had an only son who was a police officer. He died in an accident in the line of duty, causing Su Jiaming to be unable to recover from the setback. Basically, there were no new paintings released to the public. Therefore, his early ink paintings were hyped up and became more and more expensive. It had to be said that Wei Jing was tempted. "Okay, let's go and take a look." Wei Jing stood up and said to Wei Min, "Wait in the living room for a while. I'll ask Uncle Lee to send us there." "Okay." Wei Min nodded obediently. Northwest Road was a little far from the Wei family's old mansion. Uncle Lee's driving skills were very good, so the car kept moving forward. After some time, Wei Min suddenly said, "My cousin will also come to the art exhibition today. Let's go together later." "Okay." Wei Jing nodded nonchalantly. When they arrived, Wei Min pulled Wei Jing and was about to leave, but the latter shook his head and lectured earnestly, "The two of us are still young. It's not safe for us to go out. Uncle Lee will go up with us later. You can't go out alone in the future. You can't do this, okay? What if something happens?" Wei Min's expression froze. "No way. What could possibly happen in public? What if?" Wei Jing sighed. His face was full of worry. He said seriously, "Wei Min, you're still young. You can't take such risks. What if something really happens? We can't beat the other party. We don't have money either. In the end, we can only be slaughtered by the other party. Remember, you must have an adult by your side when you go out, okay?" Wei Min's feelings were a little complicated. He nodded and replied softly, "I got it." Wei Min's cousin, Lu Tianyu, had been waiting at the entrance of the art exhibition for a long time. When he saw them, he strode forward to welcome them. "You're here." When the young man's gaze swept over the strong and sturdy Uncle Lee, he subconsciously frowned. "I bought tickets, but there were only 3. Lu Tianyu looked troubled. "Now, it's okay." Wei Jing looked at him strangely and said matter-of-factly, "You can just buy another one." "You're right." Lu Tianyu took a deep breath. His gaze swept over Wei Min Tsk, their plan failed again. At the same time, in the city's #1 middle school, which occupied a vast area and had abundant teaching resources, the principal, who was in his 40s or 50s, had a smile on his face. Wei He sat beside him, and the two of them were talking and laughing. "Heroes come from the young. Your son is so extraordinary at such a young age. It would be great if my son could be half as good as him." "You flatter me. He still needs to be polished." Wei He narrowed his eyes and waited patiently for the exam results to come out. He cancelled all his social engagements and spent a day here with Wei Jia. He hoped that the other party would not disappoint him. In the quiet and bright classroom, only the rustling of writing could be heard. Wei's brain worked quickly. Every time he wrote, there was no hesitation. It was as if he had the help of the gods. The two invigilators sat together and murmured from time to time. Their voices were so soft that only they could hear each other. "You're really fast. Are all the kids these days so smart? It would be great if my family was half as smart as this one. Don't even think about it. This is all done with money. Do you have that much money?" "That's true." The sun gradually moved away from its position. After finishing the last big question, Wei put away the pen in his hand. He looked up at the two invigilators in their 30s and said, "Teachers, I've finished the paper. Please give me the next chapter." Oh. The invigilator was stunned. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's getting late. Go and eat first. You can take the rest of the exam in the afternoon." "Okay, I understand." The youth nodded reservedly. "Sorry to trouble you." The two invigilators were flattered and shook their heads. "It's no trouble, no trouble." As expected of a child raised by a rich family. His upbringing was really good. Thinking about how their little brat only knew how to play games at the age of 14, they couldn't help but feel resentful. As expected, they should have confiscated all of his phones and computers. The child who didn't know that his father had already set his sights on his treasures was foolishly happy now. "Please allow me to be sad." The noon sun was scorching and it warmed people's bodies. Wei Jing stopped in front of an ink painting. With a few light strokes, he sketched out the undulating mountain range. The fiery red painting depicted the hazy morning sun rising. A few wild geese spread their wings and flew high in the sky, showing a surging vitality. People couldn't help but agree with this person's superb skills. "Second brother, you like this?" Wei Min was bored to death as he followed behind the child. God knows, he had no interest in these things at all. It looked the same no matter how he looked at it. "Yes." Wei Jing nodded heavily. "Master Su's painting is very good. I like it very much." He was already considering if he should use his little treasury to buy 2 paintings. Right now, Su Jiaming was just a little famous, but in a few years, he would be a real master. Naturally, the price of paintings would rise as a result. "It's getting late. Young masters, do you want to go out for lunch before continuing?" Uncle Li saw that it was about time and couldn't help but speak up. They were all children. They couldn't starve. The other 3 didn't have any objections. They would be able to go out anyway. A few minutes wouldn't make a difference. After walking for a while, Wei Jing's eyes suddenly swept over a fiery red glimmer. Most of the colors in ink and wash paintings were drawn with a brush of different shades of black. Now that he suddenly caught sight of this, a strong curiosity rose in Wei Jing's heart. He couldn't help but turn around and walk towards the place he had just seen. They walked to a corner. In this small space, a colorful oil painting suddenly bloomed in front of them. On the opposite side of the corner, there was a painting hanging on the wall. It depicted a girl wearing a straw hat with a smile on her face. As the wind blew, the girl's light blue skirt fluttered in the wind, outlining a beautiful curve. Her long black hair was braided, and a few knotty strands of hair jumped onto the girl's face. The entire painting was boldly painted in bright colors. Just looking at it made people smile uncontrollably. What caught Wei Jing's attention was the painting of a baby next to the painting. The baby was about a month old. He had thin arms and legs and was pitifully thin. This should be Su Jiaming's wife and son, Wei Jing guessed. Unlike the paintings outside, all the paintings in this small space gave off a warm feeling. It was like the winter sun shining on people's bodies. It made people feel comfortable and comfortable. Even someone like Wei Min, who didn't know much about paintings, couldn't help but say, "I like the paintings here. They look good. I'm a rough person. I don't understand much. But they do look better than the ones outside," Uncle Li chimed in. In terms of brush strokes, these oil paintings couldn't compare to the ink wash paintings outside. After all, Su Jiaming was famous for his ink wash paintings. However, the author gave these oil paintings a different feeling. The warmth, joy, and joy rushed to their faces. Wei Jing, who originally wanted to buy a few paintings but didn't know what to buy, suddenly had an idea. He found the person in charge here and told him that he wanted to buy the painting of the girl in the hat. The person in charge saw this and shook his head apologetically. He said, "I'm sorry. The paintings here are not for sale. They are only for people to admire." This was also why they were placed in such a remote corner. The person in charge enthusiastically started to promote other paintings. "The inkwash paintings outside are all very good. Do you have any other paintings that you like? I can wrap them up for you." "No need." Wei Jing shook his head. After seeing better paintings, he was no longer interested in the paintings outside. "I like this one." The person in charge sighed. "Then there's no other way." However, he could understand. Children liked colorful things. After spending a whole morning together, Wei Jing, Wei Min, and Lu Tianyu became closer. The three of them chatted casually at the dining table. After eating, Wei Min said that he wanted to go to the amusement park with his cousin and asked Wei Jing if he wanted to come along. Wei Jing wasn't very interested in this. He shook his head and said that he wanted to continue watching the art exhibition. "Then there's no other way." Wei Min sighed. He really didn't want to suffer anymore. He couldn't speak loudly and there wasn't anything fun to do. There were only paintings. Only the last few paintings were comfortable to look at. What else was there to look at? "Only the two of you are going to the amusement park?" Wei Jing frowned. "Yes." "What's wrong?" Wei Min didn't understand. The amusement park wasn't as peaceful as the art exhibition. There were people everywhere. It was said that there were people who were guarding the place. When careless parents put their children aside to go shopping, they would lure the children. There were also people outside waiting for them. If they weren't careful, it would be easy to get into trouble. Lu Tianyu was only 15 or 16 years old. Wei Min was even more so. He was just 6 years old. It was too dangerous. Wei Jing thought for a while and said, "Uncle Li, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Wei Min this afternoon. I'll stay in the art exhibition. When they are done, you can come here to pick me up." "How can that be? You're a child. It's more dangerous." Uncle Li disagreed. "It's okay. There are cameras in the art exhibition. I'll just stay inside and won't come out. There won't be any danger." Wei Jing said, "Don't worry. I'll take care of myself." Before Uncle Li could say anything, Lu Tianyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. He smiled slightly, revealing two cute little canine teeth. "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li to take care of us this afternoon. After all, my cousin is too noisy. I'm really afraid that something will happen to him if I'm alone." When Uncle Li saw this, he could only sigh. Before he left, he personally sent Wei Jing to the art exhibition. He also carefully warned him not to come out and to wait for him to pick him up later. Wei Jing knew that Uncle Li was concerned about him. Naturally, he nodded obediently and listened carefully. The art exhibition was no different from before. Wei Jing continued to look at the paintings one by one. He was amazed in his heart. When could a dabbler like him draw such paintings? Wait, he drew cute little cartoon characters. How could he compare himself to a master painter? Wasn't he looking for trouble? How embarrassing. Wei Xiaojing. With a joyful shout, a figure suddenly threw itself on Wei Jing. A child with yellow hair and a face that looked like a bad guy hugged Wei Jing affectionately. "Why are you here? Did you know that I would come here today, so you specially came to look for me?" "What?" Wei Jing said as he pushed the child hard. "Su Jiehui, come down quickly. You're crushing me." No matter how old his mentality was, his body was still that of a young child. Oh. Sorry." Su Jiehui let go of his hand. His fair little face was full of smiles. His eyes were shining as if to say, "I didn't expect you to care about me so much. I'm so happy." "Why are you here?" Wei Jing looked at him in confusion. Su Jiehui didn't look like he liked to draw. Sigh. "Didn't you come to look for me?" Su Jiehui was instantly depressed. He was so angry that his cheeks puffed up. This is my father's art exhibition. Of course I'm here. Although he's very annoying, I'll reluctantly support him for my mother's sake. What a little tsundere. Wei Jing cursed in his heart. Wait. Father. Su Jiaming, Su Jiehui. The child's eyes suddenly widened. This meant that the policeman's son that he had lamented earlier today, Su Jiaming's untimely death, was his elementary school classmate? The overhead lights were so bright that Wei Jing felt a little dizzy. He looked at Su Jiehui's silly little face and hesitated to speak. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "You have a painter for a father. Will you be a painter in the future?" Su Jiehui's nose shrank and he waved his hand in disgust. "I don't want to." He snorted and said happily, "Look at how tall and strong I am. In the future, I will be like the police and arrest all the bad guys." If one didn't know the future, to outsiders, these were just the words of a child. The police were a very great profession. They fought at the forefront of the people and worked hard to move forward even when faced with danger and difficulties. Of course, it was undeniable that some people were more extreme. They bullied the people and took bribes, but they were in the minority. There were good people and bad people in all walks of life. Wei Jing admired the police from the bottom of his heart. If someone else, such as little Fatty Yi, said that he wanted to be a police officer in the future, Wei Jing would definitely encourage him. However, if he knew that his friend was walking on a dead end, the child blinked and his beautiful and delicate face showed some fear. He softened his voice and said, "I heard that being a police officer is very difficult. You can't sleep in, you can't play games, and you don't even have snacks. You also have to train and run every day. You can't stop in summer or winter." For a child, this was simply unbearable. What? You don't even have snacks or games? Su Jiehui was flabbergasted and his heart shrank a little. Yes. Wei Jing nodded heavily and said seriously, "You don't have any. You're scared. If you're scared, then go home obediently and find another job." Wei Jing secretly laughed in his heart. Then I'll think about it." Su Jiehui frowned and didn't even have the mood to play. People came and went in Fei Tian amusement park. Adults with children, couples out on dates, and friends who had agreed to play together. They were all huddled together. Wei Min and his cousin, Liu Tianyu, were waiting in line for the merry-go-round. There were not many tourists waiting here, so Uncle Li did not follow them. Instead, he waited for them on the side. At this moment, Wei Min's expression was somewhat unsightly. His lips were tightly pursed and his eyes were filled with hesitation. Do we really have to do it? Even if Wei Jing is here, I can slowly make Big Brother value me. As for Wei Jing, Wei Min really didn't like him at first. But at this moment, when he thought of the child's concern outside the art exhibition, those slightly educated words, Wei Min, he suddenly couldn't hate him, and even, there was an inexplicable sense of closeness. Liu Tianyu sneered. He curled his lips and waved his hand indifferently. It's too late. Our people are already waiting outside the art exhibition. As soon as he comes out, he will be caught. The youth's eyes were filled with cruelty. Your mission is complete. Next, we just have to delay the driver so that he can't go to the art exhibition to pick up Wei Jing. Do you understand? Wei Min opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He was only a 6-year-old child. Even if he was smart, he couldn't see through the adult's thoughts and the implications of this matter. A young bait that wouldn't arouse suspicion didn't need to do much. He just needed to be a puppet doll obediently and act according to the script step by step. The afternoon sun was scorching, but Wei Min didn't know why his whole body was cold. Wei Jia, who was writing furiously, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky through the glass. The pure white clouds were slowly floating in the wind. The sun was shining brightly, and the time was peaceful. What's wrong? Is something the matter? The invigilator asked. No. Wei Jia looked away. Nothing. Liu Tianyu's real name wasn't Liu Tianyu. His hometown was very poor. The roads were blocked, and the people there weren't very educated. It was just a rundown primary school with only 2 teachers. His real name was also very common. He was called Liu Shower. He stayed in the village until he was 16 years old. He saved money to buy a train ticket and came to the big city of B City. A completely different world from the past bloomed in front of him just like that. Lu Xiaoer had done many jobs. He was a factory worker, a waiter in a hotel, and a furniture shopper in a furniture store. Later, he was blinded by greed and was arrested for robbery with his friends. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. In prison, he got to know a lot of people, including his current boss. After he was released, the group of people helped to look after the venue. Although he was small and looked like a minor, he was actually very strong. He was also ruthless when he hit people. They did quite well in this business. As they gradually gained some fame, more and more people came looking for them. This time, the kidnapping of Wei Jing was too risky. Some people didn't want to do it and left. Others, such as himself, gritted their teeth and took it. The other party had offered a very high price, so high that they were willing to risk their lives. They had already decided that once they were done with this job and received the final payment, they would return to their respective homes and look for their mothers. They would not contact each other anymore and would hide well. On the Northwest Road, in a KFC store, 3 or 4 men dressed in low-key clothes sat in a corner against the wall. From their angle, they could clearly see the entrance of the art exhibition that was being held across the street. That was the only exit of the entire art exhibition. One of them looked at his watch and couldn't help but grumble, "What's so good about this stupid painting? This bastard can stay here for the whole afternoon. No rush." One of the men shook his head calmly. The waiter said that he would lead them away. "We have a lot of time. We can't panic." "Got it, boss." The man smiled embarrassedly. "I was just saying." "You don't say. This rich family is really interesting." Another man said, his eyes full of interest. "They don't want to touch the heir of the boss, but they want us to kidnap a useless child. What do you think if we kidnap the grandson of the employer or not? Why do they have to waste so much effort?" "How would I know?" The boss shrugged indifferently. "Money makes the world go round. Who cares what they think? As long as we get paid, it's fine." "That's true." The other 3 men looked at each other and laughed together. After a few minutes, one of them suddenly widened his eyes. He elbowed the man beside him. "Look, isn't that our target?" The 3 of them stared at him for a few seconds. "Not bad. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. It's only 4 o'clock and he's already out of the art exhibition." "But the boy beside him, who is he?" "I don't know." "Who cares?" The boss gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with excitement. "At most, we'll catch them together and throw them away when we're outside." "Okay, let's do it. Follow the plan we set. Be careful. Don't expose yourself." "Understood." "Hey. Walk slowly. Be careful when you cross the road." Wei Jing was pulled by Su Jiahui to the opposite side of the road. He said helplessly, "The shop is there. It can't run away. I want to drink cola." "Wei Jing, what do you want to drink?" Before they reached the shop, Su Jiahui was already counting on his fingers. "And spicy wings, hamburgers, fries, I'm fine with anything." Unlike the future where there were fried chicken shops everywhere, it was not easy to eat KFC now. Wei Jing didn't eat this kind of food much in his previous life, but it was nothing new to him. After crossing the road, the KFC shop was directly opposite. The 2 children, about 7 years old, bumped into the 4 men who had just left the shop. "You little bastard, I finally caught you. Stealing money from your family to eat and drink. Your mother is still lying in the hospital. You heartless little thing." One of the men yelled at the 2 children. When the other 3 men saw this, they quickly picked up the children and pressed their faces against their chests so that they could not speak. Wei Jing struggled with all his might. His mind was blank. The surrounding people looked over and the burly man who covered his mouth hurriedly said, okay, don't blame your father. He's too angry. Don't quarrel with him. If there's anything, let's go home and talk." After that, the man smiled apologetically at the people around him. "My eldest brother is teaching his disobedient son a lesson for stealing money. My sister-in-law is dying in the hospital. This child is still so insensible. In this era, the internet was not very developed. Everyone had only heard of words like kidnapping. No one would have thought that it would happen. When they heard that the father was teaching his son a lesson, everyone was speechless. At this moment, Lao Si, who had gone to drive the car, arrived. The three men looked at each other tacitly and got into the silver van. The surroundings quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. On the wide and smooth road, a silver van was moving forward. In the car, an adult man was driving, and the other three were sitting in the front passenger seat. Two children about 6 or 7 years old were sleeping in the back row. Their small bodies were curled up, and their hair was sweaty on their foreheads. Their brows were slightly furrowed, and they seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, the van shook violently, and the driver stepped on the brakes subconsciously. The two children in the back seat rolled to the ground because of the impact. The nerves of the 4 people in the car were already taut, and they almost screamed at the sight. The driver glanced at the man in the front passenger seat and motioned for him to take a look. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was pounding, and his blood pressure was rising. His whole body was like a string that had been suppressed to the extreme. He lowered the window in fear and sneaked a peek outside. He saw a black car parked behind them, and a young man who looked to be in his 20s stood beside it anxiously. Seeing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He cursed, "Damn it, which bastard doesn't want to live anymore? Why are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" "So, sorry." The driver who had accidentally rear-ended the car blushed. "I didn't do it on purpose. I was driving just now, and it was a little unstable. I'll pay for it." As he spoke, he pointed at the emergency parking area. "Let's go there and talk. It's too dangerous here." "No need." The second brother in the front passenger seat was stunned. "I'm just unlucky. Let's go." The last sentence was directed at the boss who was driving. He didn't want to pursue the matter, but the driver who had rear-ended the car was very embarrassed. He quickly walked forward, took out a business card from his bag, and said, "If you change your mind later, call me at this number." Okay, I got it." The second brother gestured behind him to dismiss the alarm, and the 2 people holding sharp knives behind him silently withdrew their hands. The driver, who had survived, scratched his head and sighed. "What a good person. Damn it, I was scared to death." The third brother stroked his sweat-soaked hair. "I'm sweating all over." "Me too." Lao Si let out a sigh from his throat. This really can't be done often. It's simply a test of one's mentality. If that person had spoken a little later, I would have rushed out with a knife. The place where they met the driver was already very far away from the surveillance camera. The blurry pixels made it impossible to capture anyone. But fortunately, boss forced a smile. "Just this one time. After this one time, it will be enough for us to live the rest of our lives. We won't have to lick the blood on the blade anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore." "Number 4, go and put the child back on the chair," number 3 said. "Release what?" Lao Si shrugged indifferently. "Anyway, we've already passed the most difficult part. We'll soon arrive at the place where we change cars. I'm too lazy to move." "You can just be lazy to death." Even though he said that, old third didn't move. Anyway, he was going to send the child to a remote place in the mountains. Why should he care so much? In a place where they didn't know, Wei Jing opened his eyes and heard their conversation. He clenched his fists subconsciously, and his heart was beating like thunder. He told himself not to rush and to take it slow. These were a group of vicious criminals. He just didn't know whether this group of people was here for him or for Su Jiahui. The collision just now had caused too much of a commotion. When Wei Jing fell, he hit his head and woke up from the pain. He was now lying in the space between the back seat and the front seat. He was lying on the ground, so he was in the criminal's blind spot. The child secretly nudged Su Jiahui next to him, but there was no movement. Wei Jing didn't know whether to be happy or worried. He was happy that Su Jiahui didn't wake up, so they wouldn't make a commotion and be discovered by the criminals. He was worried because this group of criminals had obviously planned very carefully. Once they changed cars, they really wouldn't be able to escape. His only chance was to change gears when he switched gears. From the looks of it, this group of people wouldn't kill them. Then, they might be able to escape when the other party wanted to capture them alive but couldn't kill them. It was already very dark in the car. It was about 6 or 7 o'clock in autumn. They should have been missing for some time. He hoped that someone would discover them and quickly call the police. Once the criminals really went far, it would be difficult to deal with them. This was not like the future, where there were cameras everywhere, and the criminals' portraits could be quickly spread on the internet to be tracked by the whole nation. Once they left B City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh. Suddenly, Su Jiahui, who was next to Wei Jing, let out a weak moan. Wei Jing's eyes widened, and he hurriedly covered the child's mouth with his hand. Fortunately, the 4 people were talking happily, so no one noticed such a small movement. When Su Jiahui woke up, he saw Wei Jing's small face magnified. It was white and smooth, like a peeled egg, and it made people want to take a bite. He wanted to speak, but the other party covered his mouth with one hand, and the other hand kept making a sh gesture. The big men's voices were rough and barbaric, and their words were mixed with a lot of unpleasant swearing. Su Jiahui was stunned, and then he realized what was happening to him. He was kidnapped? She had been kidnapped by 4 men in front of so many people. Many things suddenly flashed through the child's mind. For example, he was clever and sharp, used his ability to get rid of the kidnappers, praised by his parents, and admired by his friends. Or he secretly left a mark, and let the police follow the signal to the kidnapper's lair. At this time, he didn't even think that being kidnapped was a bad thing, because he hadn't seen how scary the other party was. After an unknown amount of time, the whole sky was dark. In this secluded suburb, only the headlights of a white van illuminated the surroundings. The place they prepared to change cars was very remote, and there wasn't a single house around. There was only an old abandoned courtyard, and the new van was parked there. The car they were driving now would be disposed of when they arrived at the location. The old courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and the 4 kidnappers had been here many times, so they were already familiar with it. As soon as they arrived, they breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 of them still had to wait for Lu Shower to come before they left together. 2 of them went to dispose of the car, and the other 2 put the children in the new van. They took out some bread and water from the front seat to replenish their energy. In the darkness, Wei Jing secretly opened his eyes. The current situation was quite good for them, and if they wanted to escape, they had to seize this opportunity. He leaned over, his mouth almost touching Su Jiahui's ear. Later, we'll hold hands and run together. There's a small forest outside, so we'll run to wherever it's remote, got it? Okay. Su Jiahui, who was still treating this as an adventure game, nodded vigorously, his eyes full of excitement. Okay, 1, 2, 3, run. At this time, the 2 children had already reached the front row of seats. The kidnappers were careless, thinking that the 2 children wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, so they didn't even lock the car. Wei Jing knew how scary this situation was. If it was just a human trafficker, it would be fine, but what if it was an organ seller? He couldn't afford to gamble at all. In terms of physical strength, Su Jiahui, who was tall and strong since he was young, was definitely stronger than Wei Jing. However, Wei Jing was running with all his might, and he was actually a little faster than Su Jiahui. There was only one exit in this abandoned courtyard, and before Wei Jing went out, he found that there was an old-fashioned lock outside that could be hooked. He nimbly closed the door, hooked it, and locked it from the inside. His actions were done in one go, and his hand speed exploded to the extreme. This way, he could buy more time for them. The 2 big men started to knock on the door inside, and Wei Jing had already pulled Su Jiahui's hand and started to run into the forest. He had secretly looked around when he was in the car. This place was too remote, and there wasn't even a street light. It was impossible to find them, so he could only stall for time and wait for help. It was November, and most of the leaves had fallen. Fortunately, there were many leafy maple trees in the small forest. Wei Jing gritted his teeth, and he could already hear the shouts of the big men in the distance. The children's footsteps couldn't be compared to the adults. Do you know how to climb trees? Quick! Climb up. Wei Jing pointed at a tall maple tree and said. I don't know how to. Su Jiahui blinked, looking quite innocent. Step on my shoulder, then grab the trunk over there and climb up. Do you understand? They had to hurry up, and Wei Jing bent down as he spoke. No. In contrast to the anxious Wei Jing, Su Jiahui seemed more relaxed and leisurely. You're so thin, so you should step on mine. I'm strong. Where did you get this nonsense from? Hurry up, I can climb up myself. Wei Jing lowered his voice, and his tone was urgent. The faint voice of the big man behind him was like a sickle hanging over his head, and he was close to the threat of death. He was forced into a desperate situation, and his brain was spinning rapidly. Su Jiahui was frightened by Wei Jing's sudden sternness. He didn't dare to say anything more and stepped on him obediently. Wei Jing's body was weak, and he didn't have much strength. When a child heavier than him stepped on his shoulder, he gritted his teeth and clasped his hands on the rough bark of the tree. He sent the child up bit by bit. Hurry up, climb up. I see you. Do you want to get beaten up if you continue to hide? The big man's voice was close by. Wei Jing was shocked. Had he been discovered? At this time, he was holding on to the trunk and couldn't turn his head at all. He held his breath for a few seconds, but still, no one came to catch him. It was too dark, and in this weather, it was probably not easy for the other party to find him. After all, Su Jiahui was a person who was determined to be a police officer. He had good motor skills, and he quickly climbed up the tree. Wei Jing didn't turn his head. He nimbly climbed up the tree trunk. Almost in the next second, the big man used a small screen phone to illuminate the place where Wei Jing was just standing. Several times, the light flashed to the place where Wei Jing and the others were. Strange, there's clearly a sound here, the big man muttered. In the dense foliage of the woods, 4 burly men were holding up their phones. Those with backlights were using them, while those without backlights were using the light from their screens. They were searching the area. Wei Jing hid in the leaves and covered Su Jiahui's mouth with his hand to prevent him from making a sound in the heat of the moment. The blurry light shone from below and occasionally shone on Wei Jing's clothes. Fortunately, both of them were wearing dark-colored jackets today. Otherwise, they would be sitting ducks in the dark. Did you find them? No. The big man under the tree shouted, What the hell? 2 little brats who haven't even grown out their hair can still run away. Why didn't you two be more careful? The leader, who had gone out to destroy the car, shouted impatiently, We're finished if they run away. The other 2 knew that they were in the wrong, so they didn't say anything and focused on searching. Thump, 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 Wei Jing could feel his heart beating very fast. He bit his lip hard, afraid that he would accidentally make a sound. Mmm. Su Jiahui was uncomfortable after being covered for so long. He used his small hand to grab Wei Jing's hand and motioned for him to put his hand down. Wei Jing's hand loosened a little. He leaned close to the child's ear and shushed him softly. The burly man under the tree walked around twice but still couldn't find them. He ruffled his hair impatiently and continued to walk forward. Phew, Wei Jing let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, this place was safe for the time being. He carefully let go of his hand. The night wind blew, bringing with it a burst of cold air. His back was already soaked, and his hair had become strands because of his sweat. His palms, which had been abraded by the rough bark of the tree, were aching. The child's pale face was now even paler. What should we do next? Su Jiahui lowered his voice and asked. Wei Jing peeked outside through the gaps of the leaves. The 4 burly men were holding their phones. The white light was very conspicuous in the dark. They hadn't gone far. Wei Jing touched the phone in his trouser pocket. Very good, it was still there. Don't say anything. Let's wait for them to pass. When this group of people was far away, he could take out his phone to call home and even send a message to his brother. The only thing that worried him was that he did not know where he was. He wondered if there was a GPS system in mobile phones nowadays. Su Jiahui was a child who dared to take risks. Everything in front of him stimulated his excitement. He frequently stretched his neck to look in the direction of the other 4 burly men. His black and white eyes sparkled in the dark night. Wei Jing's nerves had just relaxed. He didn't notice that in just 1 or 2 minutes, the burly man who had left had returned. What's going on? It feels like there's someone here. Humans were very sensitive to other people's gazes. Even if they couldn't see, their bodies would have an instinctive reaction. Wei Jing's little heart was in his throat. He squeezed the child's hand and held his breath. His body was stiff, and every strand of his hair was trembling. Su Jiahui was very uncomfortable. He was an active person, and now he was sitting motionless on a branch. It was very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but move his wrists left and right. Wei Jing was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he didn't make any sound. It was a narrow escape. There's really no one. The burly man held his phone and shone it left and right. His 3 companions had now walked to the front. He cursed a few times and was about to leave with his phone. Gulp, it was really a very small sound, but in this quiet and dangerous night, it was like a flash of lightning, directly exposing the position of the children. Su Jiahui touched his belly in the tree, embarrassed. He had eaten his last meal at noon. It was now night, and he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. I've finally caught you, brat. The burly man laughed evilly and kicked the trunk of the tree. The branch shook a few times. Wei Jing was mentally prepared. He pursed his lips and didn't make a sound, but Su Jiahui couldn't take it. He had never climbed a tree before. Now that the branch shook, he was so scared that he let out a hurried cry. I'm sorry. I'll count to 3. We'll jump down together, okay? Wei Jing's voice was suppressed and hurried. It's too high. Su Jiahui shook his head. He looked down and didn't dare to land at all. Wei Jing didn't have time to slowly persuade the child. He counted 1, 2, 3. After this torment, Wei Jing's eyes had adapted to the night. He could vaguely see the figure of the burly man and the clear light of the phone. He gritted his teeth and jumped down in the direction of the burly man. The child's weight, coupled with gravity, directly smashed the burly man to the ground. Wei Jing turned around and opened his arms. He said to Su Jiahui, who was still in the tree, quick. Jump down. I'll catch you. This. Su Jiahui was still hesitating. The 3 burly men in the distance had noticed the commotion and had already rushed over. The man lying on the ground was stepped on by Wei Jing. The huge impact made him dizzy and unable to exert any strength. However, Wei Jing knew that this was only temporary. The human body had a strong ability to adjust. If they didn't leave now, the person under them would flip them over and catch them before the other 3 men arrived. Trust me. Hurry up. They're coming. The sweat on his forehead flowed into his eyes, bringing with it a sour feeling. Wei Jing opened his arms and stared at the person in the tree. Su Jiahui hesitated for a few seconds. He gritted his teeth and went all out. The boy's body weight was even higher than Wei Jing's. Even though he was prepared, his chest was knocked out of breath. He coughed violently from his throat and said, "Let's hurry. Go." Before the last word could be uttered, a huge force came from behind and lifted the child up. You guys really made it difficult for me to find you. A bunch of disobedient little bastards. Because of the previous delay, the person closest to them had already found them. The man's tall body, thick and powerful arms, and his blurry but unconcealable ferocious face, at this moment, was like a monster in the night. It made people's hearts turn cold. You let go of Wei Jing. Su Jiahui was stunned. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and crashed into the man like a small firecracker. The child was strong enough, and Wei Jing kept struggling. The man's grip loosened and he fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Jing, who was thrown to the ground, covered his mouth. His back was in pain, and his forehead seemed to have hit a stone. Warm liquid flowed down his forehead. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The burly man roared and got up from the ground. He grabbed Su Jiahui's neck with both hands. His anger had already buried his reason. With his neck being grabbed, the child's breathing was not smooth. Soon, the child's face was red. Mom. Su Jiahui opened his mouth, but could only make a vague sound. Tears fell uncontrollably. It was so scary. Mom, Dad, where are you? Save me. Who can save me? He was so scared that his mind went blank. Bang, following the loud bang, the man screamed and instantly let go of his hand. He reflexively hugged his leg that had been smashed and bent over. Su Jiahui fell to the ground. He opened his eyes and saw a flash of lightning in the distance, illuminating everything around him. Wei Jing held a sharp stone in his hand. His eyes were blank, and his face was filled with fear. His body was even trembling, but he was still determined. With a resolute attitude, he ruthlessly smashed the stone on the man's head. Once, twice, thrice. When the man was completely motionless, Wei Jing jumped over and pulled Su Jiahui, who was in a daze, and ran wildly into the distance. Rumble, the weather had been sunny for a long time, but today, there was finally a rainstorm. Wei Jing, who had already run some distance, could not help but look back. He saw two other burly men rushing over. They helped the two people who had fallen to the ground. The rain washed everything away. The crimson blood dyed the ground a strange color. He killed someone. Wei Jing's pale face was washed by the cold rain. It was so white that it was almost transparent. Su Jiahui, who was beside him, was not in a good condition either. His neck was bruised and his little face and lips were colorless. This rain really came at a bad time. B City No. 1 Middle School. The sun on the horizon dyed the surrounding clouds a fiery red. Wei Jia was wearing a black suit. He stood politely behind his father and listened to the compliments of the other two. No. It should be said that it was a one-sided compliment from the principal. Like father, like son. You got almost full marks. It's an eye-opener for me. The principal, who was almost 40 years old, smiled. Other than the symbolic deduction of a few marks for the Chinese essay, he got full marks for everything else. You're too kind. It was rare for Wei He to be in such a good mood. At this moment, it was as if he had thrown away a burden. He was very relaxed and even took the initiative to invite her. It's getting late. Why don't I treat you to a meal? The principal smiled even more brightly when he heard this. It would be impolite of me to refuse. The principal, the two teachers who were supervising Wei Jia's exam, and the father and son went to a high-end restaurant to eat and drink. Wei Jia was still young, so he could only be considered a bystander. When the evening lights were turned on, Wei He's phone suddenly rang. What's the matter? Did you lose it? Don't worry too much about it. I'll be back later. After he finished speaking, he nonchalantly hung up the phone. Wei Jia, who was standing beside him, had a bad feeling in his heart. What did you lose? Just your little pet. Wei He smiled carelessly. His eyes were cold and cruel. Get a new pet. Wei Min is not bad. Consider it Dad's gift to you. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. The few people in the school held their breaths and didn't dare to say a word. Wei Jia's polite smile instantly disappeared. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The gloominess in his eyes was undisguised in front of Wei He. His voice was as cold as ice. I don't plan to change my pet for the time being. Have you sent someone to investigate? We need to put pressure on the police and get them to hurry up. Wei He laughed as if he had heard something funny. He stared at his son with a strange and surprised look. What does his life have to do with me? It's best if he's dead. He's an eyesore. A gust of cold wind blew in from outside the window. Wei Jia stared fixedly at his biological father. After a few seconds, he suddenly smiled, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. The young man stood up and said politely, I have something to do later. Excuse me. After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly at the few people present. When he left, his posture was very calm. It was impossible to associate him with the violent young man from before. However, his strides were very large. In the blink of an eye, he left the cold and gorgeous private room. This? The principal smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Wei, if you have something to do, we'll meet again next time. It's fine. Wei He shook his head indifferently. He picked up the wine glass beside him and took a sip. The wine was rich and fragrant, and the aftertaste lingered in his mouth. His son was much more patient than he had expected. Then let's continue eating. Eat. The principal smiled apologetically and signaled the other two teachers to find something to say to liven up the atmosphere. As soon as Wei Zhe walked out of the hotel, he took out his phone and called Uncle Li. What the hell is going on? Uncle Li was about to go crazy. He didn't dare to hide the truth and told Wei Zhe the whole story. After he parted ways with Wei Jing at noon, he followed Wei Min and his cousin around the amusement park. When it was almost 5 o'clock, he wanted to bring someone to pick up Wei Jing. Who knew that the Lu Tianyu would suddenly be hit by a bicycle and break his arms and knees? Uncle Li had no choice but to accompany him to the hospital. He took an X-ray and negotiated compensation. In the end, the sky unknowingly turned dark. When he brought Wei Min to look for Wei Jing again, they found that they couldn't find him at all. And coincidentally, they weren't the only ones looking for the child. They heard that the son of the artist who organized the art exhibition, Su Jiaming, was also missing. They had already confirmed that the child was kidnapped through the surveillance camera at the entrance of KFC. They had already called the police, and the police had already started to investigate the surveillance cameras along the way. However, the kidnappers were very cunning. Not only did they take detours along the way, they often walked in the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. As soon as Uncle Li heard this, he knew that things were bad. He shamelessly went to KFC and asked to check the surveillance footage, saying that his family's young master was also missing. When he saw it, half of his soul flew away, and his legs turned to jelly. He had lost the Wei family's child. How could the Wei family forgive him? What he didn't expect was that Mr. Wei didn't seem to care about the child at all. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he was shocked by Wei Zhe's questioning call. "I'm sorry, I really didn't expect this to happen." Uncle Li sincerely apologized. His words were full of regret and disgust for the kidnappers. That group of shameless people. How could they do such a wicked thing as kidnapping children? To be honest, Uncle Li was at fault for not taking care of the children. However, it was also wrong for Wei Jing to insist on going to the art exhibition alone. However, now wasn't the time to pursue the matter. Wei Zhe quickly went through the whole process in his mind. After focusing on a few doubts, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Wei Min's cousin? Where is he?" "Him?" Uncle Li was stunned. "I don't know. We separated at the hospital." "Where is Wei Min now?" "I sent him back to the old mansion." "Okay, I got it." Wei Zhe hung up the phone and quickly made a call to the police station. The person who answered the phone was a girl with a gentle voice. Wei Zhe didn't have any tender feelings for the girl. He directly asked about the investigation of the kidnapping that happened this afternoon. The girl more or less knew a little, but she wasn't willing to say it clearly. She just said perfunctorily that the police would handle this matter. Wei Zhe pursed his lips and said sternly, "My younger brother was among the people who were kidnapped today. Do you know who he is? Get your chief to answer the phone. If my younger brother is missing, do you know about the mall that is going to be built in the western suburbs? That's my father's money. If my younger brother can't be found, I think there's no need to talk about this matter." Right now, the city center of B City was rapidly expanding and the population was increasing. The city intended to build a super mall along the city center to stimulate the economy. How big would the mall be when it was ready to be excavated? More than half of the people in B City knew about it. Now that the girl heard it, whether Wei Zhe was scaring her or not, she didn't dare to make a decision. She reported it to the higher-ups one after another. When the people in the police station heard it, they couldn't wait to tear the kidnappers apart. It was already troublesome enough to lose the son of painter Su. Even though Su Jiaming was only a slightly famous painter, he had connections. Among his friends, there was no lack of people of noble status. The police station was already in a half-crazy state and all of them were mobilized to search for him. Now, there was also the young master of the Wei family. This really didn't give them a way out. Wei Zhe was respectfully invited to the police station and met with Su Jiaming and his wife, who were anxiously waiting. If it were any other day, they might have chatted and gotten to know each other. After all, one more friend meant one more path to take. But now that the most important person to them was missing, neither of them had the mood to talk. they nodded at each other and didn't say much. The people in the police station followed Wei Zhi's request and showed him the surveillance video. It was a blurry video and a familiar abduction method from the future. It was a premeditated kidnapping. Wei Zhi pondered for a while and pointed at the surveillance video. He said, "Look, these people were sitting here without moving." From where they were sitting, they could see the art exhibition that was being held across the street through the glass. Yes, yes. The policemen, who were originally at a loss for what to do about this kidnapping case, were suddenly enlightened. It was good that they had a clue. They could follow this clue to arrest the kidnappers. They were just afraid that they would have no clue. Then, Wei Zhi pointed at another surveillance video. When Xiaojing and the others came out of the art exhibition, all the people in the shop looked over there. This should be to confirm who they wanted to kidnap. Although they weren't in the same surveillance video, it could be inferred from the time. A premeditated kidnapping and knowing that the two children were in the art exhibition. Wei Zhi turned his head and said to Su Jiaming and his wife, who were listening attentively, "I want to ask, have you made any enemies recently?" "No." Su Jiaming thought carefully and shook his head without hesitation. He was proud of his success recently. Plus, he had a good personality and a lot of friends. As for enemies, at most, he had some conflicts before, but there was no one who wanted to kidnap his son. And we brought Xiaowei to the art exhibition today. It was a last-minute idea. Su Jiaming's wife said with red eyes, "He was by my side before, and so was Xiaojing until this afternoon when he said he was hungry. I wanted to take him out to eat, but he took Xiaojing and ran away. At that time, I happened to meet an old acquaintance. I thought that he came here often, so I didn't chase after them. If only I knew. If only I knew." Mrs. Su began to cry as she spoke. Su Jiaming was also a little dissatisfied with his wife, but after all, they were close friends. Plus, she looked like she was about to break down, so he couldn't blame her at all. "Then, these people should be here for my brother." Without hesitation, Wei Zhi told her his judgment. "My brother came out alone this afternoon. In the morning, someone from my family followed him, but this group of people didn't appear. In the afternoon, Mr. Li followed Wei Min to the amusement park. They had agreed to pick up Xiaojing before dark, but coincidentally, Wei Min's cousin was hit by a bicycle and was sent to the hospital." Wei Zhi sneered. "Even more coincidentally, Wei Min's mother planned a car accident not long ago to kill me. Don't you think these coincidences are a little too much?" Then the people at the police station were still a little confused. "What are you waiting for?" Wei Zhi's voice suddenly became fierce, and his face was gloomy. "If you don't arrest them now, are you waiting for them to run away and then slowly investigate?" Yes, 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 the policemen, who were at least twice as old as Wei Jing, were like mice that had seen a cat. They shrank their tails and moved quickly. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Wei Jing held Su Jiawei's hand and found a big rock. This area was too remote, and there was no place to hide from the rain. The sound of the rain covered their ears, and the rain blocked their sight. In addition, Wei Jing did not hesitate to hit the rock hard. The kidnappers were also afraid that someone would die. The three of them hesitated for a while. In the end, one of the big men carried the man back to the yard. They planned to stop the bleeding first and then deal with the man after they caught him. The other two men continued to chase after Wei Jing and Su Jiahui. But it was enough. In just a short while, Wei Jing had already run far away with the child. At this time, the two of them had reached the limit of their physical strength and could not move forward anymore. Wei Jing looked at Su Jiahui, who was shivering in the cold. His face had turned pale. Wei Jing was also very cold, and there seemed to be a chill in the crevices of his bones. The blood on his forehead had already dried, and the wound on his back was faintly painful after being hit by the bean-sized raindrops. Wei Jing hesitated for a moment. He took off his jacket and threw it to Su Jiahui. He said, "Wait for me here. I'm going to look for something. I'll be back soon." "No, don't." The big man not only hurt Su Jiahui's throat, but also his courage. He held Wei Jing's hand. I'll go with you. I don't want to be alone. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Wait for me." Wei Jing comforted him in a low voice. Then, he walked forward in the heavy rain. He picked up some sturdy branches from the ground and casually picked up a large leaf. He carried it back to the original place. The child first put the leaf under the rock, then put the branch on the rock bit by bit, just like a bird building a nest. In the end, Wei Jing put his coat outside the tree branch, trying his best to keep the rain out. The two children, who were 6 or 7 years old, held hands and leaned against each other. They huddled in the last little jacket to keep each other warm. It was raining heavily outside. The two children huddled together. Although raindrops occasionally dripped down along the branches, the situation was much better than before. Their bodies gradually warmed up, and their faces regained color. Wei Jing patted Su Jiehui's back comfortingly and said, "Lean on me and sleep for a while. I'll wake you up when the rain stops." "Okay," Su Jiehui responded in a low voice. He was only 6 years old. He was still a child. Today's escape had consumed all of his energy. He was so tired that his legs were weak. He was holding on with all his strength. Now that Wei Jing spoke, his eyelids began to tremble. Wei Jing moved and glued the two of them even tighter. They could feel each other's body temperature through a thin layer of underwear. Wei Jing was also very tired. In terms of physical fitness, he might not be as good as Su Jiehui, who had been naughty since childhood. He had the heart of an adult, but he didn't have the corresponding ability. After an unknown period of time, Wei Jing felt dizzy and his whole body was hot. He had a fever. In such a bad situation. Su Jiehui, who was beside him, felt the warmth and leaned more and more against Wei Jing. Wei Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With the current temperature and the continuous rain, if no one came to save them tomorrow, the two of them would have to return to the kidnappers' territory. Otherwise, they would definitely freeze to death in this place because of the lack of heat. Now that he had a fever, his wet clothes could be used as a physical cooling. The heat was enough. But, it still couldn't last long. He didn't give up and took out his phone. The small black phone was only half the size of a palm. It stubbornly held a black screen. Obviously, after being washed by the rain, it had been damaged. It was really, when it rains, it pours. When the boat is late, it encounters the wind. Bad things happened one after another. In this cold night, Wei Jing opened his eyes wide. It was as if he saw a vague and terrifying figure. It was tall, strong, and had several holes in its head. It was glaring at him with resentful eyes. The child's body, which was already curled into a ball, shrunk even tighter. He muttered in his heart, "I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything wrong, I didn't do anything wrong. If I didn't kill him, the two of them would be the ones to die. These people are bad people, they deserve to die." The more he rejected it, the clearer the face that he couldn't see clearly became. This was the first time in his life that Wei Jing was so terrified. Even death happened in an instant. It could even be said that before he could react, he had already been reborn back to the time when he was 7 years old. Therefore, when he died in a car accident, it was like an unclear dream to him. It didn't affect him much. But this time, it had been at least 12 to 12 hours since he was caught. Wei Jing's nerves were constantly on edge. He had used up all his energy to escape, and he had jumped down from the tree without hesitation. He wasn't a brave person. In his previous life, he had accompanied his elder brother to participate in some outdoor training, but it was all for fun. There were specialized people to take care of him. Now that he had relaxed, he was suddenly afraid. Although they had already gone far, and although it was raining heavily now, that group of people shouldn't be able to find them, but, what if? If they were caught, they would definitely be beaten up. What would happen to their lives after that? Would they be sold? Or would their organs be sold? The former could at least survive, but the latter, they would be done for. This was also why Wei Jing didn't hesitate to pull Su Jiehui along even though he knew that escaping was very risky. He had already been reborn once. He ate, drank, and played. Although he died young, he didn't have any regrets. He just felt that he owed his elder brother. But what about Su Jiehui? He was still so young, and his life had just begun to bloom. If something happened to him in front of him, he would probably never forgive himself. Really, why was he trying to be a hero at this time? Wei Jing opened his mouth and bit the back of his hand. The pain instantly woke him up from his muddled thoughts. Hang in there, soon. Big brother will come and save us. Wei Jing encouraged himself. With a lead, the police quickly investigated. Wei Min was still young, and he was in the Wei family's old mansion. Even if it was for the sake of the Wei family's reputation, the police didn't dare to pursue the matter directly without concrete evidence. Therefore, their investigation fell on Wei Jia. The rest of the police frantically investigated Lu Tianyu. He claimed to be Wei Min's cousin, but there was no such person as Lu Tianyu. What if there was no ghost? Then there really was a ghost. The police split into two groups. Starting from the hospital, they searched frantically along the surveillance cameras. All the intersections on the highway were blocked to prevent the criminals from escaping. In a room on the second floor of the Wei family's old mansion, Wei Min sat on the edge of the bed with his head lowered. His fair little face was filled with uneasiness, and it was almost written on his face that he was the culprit. Wei Jia's face was filled with anger, and his words were filled with undisguised anxiety. Where did you take Wei Jing? Don't try to lie. The police have already sent people to investigate your so-called cousin. The truth will come to light soon. I don't know. Wei Min bit his lip and said fearfully. The real culprit was his uncle, his biological uncle. Moreover, he had taken the risk to do this to save his mother. Therefore, even if he was afraid, he wouldn't say it. He couldn't say it. Little brat, you'd better be honest. Wei Jia suddenly exploded and grabbed Wei Min in his hand. The veins on the teenager's forehead were bulging, and his handsome face was twisted into a hideous mess. He looked like a lone wolf who had been forced into a corner and only wanted to bite off his enemy's neck viciously to fight for his life. It's happening again. Wei Jia blinked, and a deep sense of powerlessness suddenly emerged from the depths of his body. It was as if his bones and meridians had been taken away. He had lost his family once again. He had lost his younger brother. Pain. Every cell in his body and every strand of his hair was screaming, "It's so painful." It was so painful that his rationality was on the verge of collapse. It was so painful that he wanted to kill someone. Big brother. Wei Min was in a daze as he watched the teenager who had used violence against him dispiritedly let go of his hand. Under the glaring light, the raging flames of anger in his eyes were wrapped in a circle of confusion. Was he crying? Wei Min felt that it was ridiculous. That cold, intelligent, cruel, and superior big brother of his was actually crying. You're not going to tell me, are you? Wei Jia suddenly laughed, and there was a hint of ruthlessness in his laughter. The teenager's strength was much greater than that of a child's. Almost instantly, he had pinned Wei Min under his body. With a bang, the bedside lamp was smashed into pieces. The sharp shards of the lamp were aimed at the child's white and tender neck under his frightened gaze. Tell me, if I kill you, will father help you or help me? Wei Jia's eyes narrowed. Now, are you going to tell me or not? I don't know. Wei Min was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and there were pitiful tears in his eyes. Pfft, Wei Jia got up and threw away the shards in his hand. Someone who is worth you protecting at the cost of your life. Do you still need to guess? The Lu family, TSK. You really have guts. You're going to be chopped off for extending your hand so far. Wei Min panicked when he heard this. Don't blame Uncle. He did all this to help me. He did all this to save my mother. Wei Jia stared fixedly at the child. His gaze was filled with pity and malice. After a few seconds, he said, How pitiful. You've been used. What Wei Min's mother had done in the past had challenged Wei He's authority. No matter what, Wei He would not release her for the sake of the Wei family's reputation. Then, why did the Lu family kidnap Wei Jing? Money? No, although the Lu family could not compare to the Wei family in any aspect, they would not do such a crazy thing for a little money. Wei Jia rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. The Lu family should not have dared to provoke the Wei family. Even if his sister went to jail, they could only swallow their anger. But now, what they had done was completely challenging the Wei family's authority. If Wei He was willing to intervene in this matter, with his power, Wei Jing would have been rescued by now. Moreover, what good would kidnapping Wei Jing do to them? Nothing at all. Instead, they would offend them. Unless someone ordered them to do so. This way, the whole matter could be connected. Wei Jia narrowed his eyes. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Father. Yes, what's the matter? Wei He sat leisurely on the soft leather sofa. He looked a little tipsy. Wei Jia went straight to the point. You were the one who ordered the Lu family to kidnap Wei Jing, he said in an affirmative tone. How can you say that? Wei He, who was exposed, smiled indifferently. I just hinted that I didn't like that child a little bit and expressed my intention to send him to someone else. But you didn't agree, which put me in a difficult position. After that, it was the Lu family who acted on their own. What does it have to do with me? Where are you going to send him? Wei Jia frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Since he doesn't want to go back to his home, I'll find him a family. Where is he now? How would I know? I didn't do anything. I'm an innocent citizen. Damn it. Wei Jia cursed in his heart. He was afraid that the last time he had personally brought Wei Jing back, he had attracted Wei He's attention. He was already extremely disgusted with this son who had made him a cuckold, and now he had a gun in his hand that didn't require any effort. The phone rang. We found Lu Tianyu. He's driving towards the suburbs in the east, the police said quickly. The police said quickly, please don't worry, we will definitely bring your brother back safely. Where are you now? I want to go with you. Wei Jia was not at ease leaving his brother's life in the hands of others. The car sped along the remote road. Lu Xiaoer drove a low-profile black sedan. Large raindrops smashed against the car window, making him anxious. He wondered what was going on over there. Once he was done and received the balance, he would be able to hold his head high and return to his hometown in glory. He might even be able to find a good wife and open a small store. The rest of his life would be completely changed. Behind him, the disguised police officers and Wei Jia drove a car and followed Lu Xiaoer from a distance. One car after another, following each other at a certain frequency and distance. Lu Tianyu turned a corner. This road was even more remote than the one they had driven on previously. They had scouted the area before and usually, no one would come here. But today, the headlights behind him caught his attention. He comforted himself that he wouldn't be discovered. The kidnappers had been caught and the Lu family would take care of the rest. They had done a perfect job and nothing would happen. But he didn't expect that there would be an accident. If it was really as the Lu family had predicted and the kidnappers only kidnapped Wei Jing and the Wei family didn't care, then this matter would really be settled. But who knew that there would be an additional Su Jiahui and then Wei Jia? This matter involved a lot of people and it wasn't something the Lu family could handle. The Lu family was going crazy. They called Wei He's phone but it was turned off and they couldn't get through. They wanted to contact the higher-ups to see if they could minimize the losses, but Wei Jia had already used Wei He's name to pressure them. Who would dare to pick up the phone? The Lu family had become an abandoned pawn. Turning another corner, Lu Xiaoer stared behind him. Don't follow me, don't follow me. He prayed in his heart. Unfortunately, God didn't hear his voice. Under the man's desperate gaze, one car after another turned into the road. He had been exposed. Lu Xiaoer's trembling fingers couldn't even hold the steering wheel properly. He took out his phone to inform the other 4 people, wanting them to take the child and leave first. Who knew, the other party would give him a bolt out of the blue. The child was gone. He had escaped. You bunch of trash. 4 grown men can't even look after a child. What use do I have for you? Lu Xiaoer scolded. F***ck your mother. If I don't get the money, we'll all die together. Xiaoer, don't be angry. Calm down. Calm down. The people on the other side was scared out of their wits. We will find the child. Right now. Right now. The police are behind me. Lu Xiaoer's palms were sweaty. I'm leading them in circles now. I'll give you an hour to find the child. If you can't, I'll drive the car over. Don't even think about running away. Lu Xiao'er hardened his voice. Don't forget that I know who you are. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. We'll definitely look for him. After the call ended, Lao Si, whose head was bleeding from being smashed, spat out a mouthful of saliva. Boss, we're really looking for him. It's raining so heavily and the sky is so dark. We can't find him at all. Besides, how are we going to run even if we find him? Lao San continued, his face full of annoyance. What's there to look for? Anyway, each of us got tens of thousands of yuan. Let's run away now and find a remote place to hide. After hiding for a few years, who will remember us when we come out? The leader said as he rubbed his sweaty hair, his sallow face contorted into a ball. You mean, we don't want the rest of the money? Lao Er looked reluctant. Is money more important than your life? While Lu Xiao'er is dragging the police away, let's run as far as we can. As for Lu Xiao'er, we can only say that he's unlucky to have been found by the police. We can't do anything about it. We can't just die with him. Alright, let's go. The four of them decided not to care about anything else. They drove the car that they had prepared beforehand and started to escape. On the other hand, Lu Xiao'er wasn't a saint either. He wasn't in the mood to be a saint. The police still needed him to find Wei Jing. Therefore, before they found him, he wouldn't be arrested. After taking a big detour, he drove the car without hesitation to the small courtyard that they had agreed on earlier. The police were afraid of alerting the enemy, so they drove further back. With just a glance, Lu Xiao'er saw the empty courtyard. Damn it, he cursed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Before the police arrived, he ran into the small forest. When he came to scout the area, he saw that there was a deep river behind the forest. Lu Xiao'er was a good swimmer. He decided to use the heavy rain to get rid of the police and then escape across the river. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't on his side. After about 10 minutes, the downpour suddenly became lighter and lighter until there was no more rain. Lu Xiao'er gritted his teeth in hatred, but he could only run around the forest. He was more familiar with the roads here than the police. He knew where to hide and where to hide. The police had many people, and all of them were holding bright flashlights. They were prepared to commit a crime in the dark. The rain seems to have stopped. Wei Jing's face was red. His limbs were weak as he nudged Su Jiahui beside him. Wake up, we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly. Su Jiahui rubbed his eyes and let out a big yawn. Although he didn't have a good sleep, at least he recovered a lot of his tired spirit. Previously, Wei Jing had saved his life and helped him escape from the hands of the kidnappers. Now, he was completely obedient to Wei Jing. Where should we go? Su Jiahui asked. Let's keep going forward. Wei Jing gasped. His brain was swollen and painful, so he couldn't think. Let's go as far as we can. Okay, Su Jiahui answered obediently. The night was very dark, so Su Jiahui couldn't see Wei Jing's ugly expression. He held the hand of the person beside him tightly, afraid that the burly men would suddenly jump out and take them away. Wei Jing. Listen, is there a voice? It seems like it's calling our names. Su Jiahui listened carefully and kept looking behind. I didn't hear it. The child's voice was weak. Su Jiahui said, Oh, then I probably heard wrongly. The person he trusted the most now was Wei Jing. If Wei Jing said there was no one, then there was definitely no one. Definitely. But, he really did hear it. It was all an illusion. It was an illusion caused by his hunger. Huiqiu Su Jiahui rubbed his stomach. So hungry. So hungry. Wei Jing, when can we get out of here? Su Jiahui clenched his fists in frustration. He pursed his lips and said, Thank you for saving me. I caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Even though he was still young, he knew that he was the one who caused Wei Jing to be beaten up. He even stepped on Wei Jing's shoulders to climb the tree. After that, Wei Jing had to shelter him from the wind and rain. Su Jiahui was extremely ashamed. When he thought about how he had shamelessly said that he wanted to be a police officer, he couldn't raise his head. It's okay. Wei Jing shook his head and said, Even if you didn't expose yourself, We would still have to climb down from the tree when it rained. How is that the same? If it wasn't for me. If it wasn't for me. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks and into his mouth. If it wasn't for him, they could have escaped quietly. How could Wei Jing have suffered so much? But the end result would still be the same, Wei Jing comforted him. You aren't angry with me? Su Jiahui asked carefully. I'm not angry. In the darkness, Wei Jing smiled. His eyes were filled with joy and happiness. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Helping others and receiving their gratitude was a new experience for Wei Jing. It made him feel that he was no longer a useless person. In his previous life, his father didn't like him. His mother's family didn't like him. His brother didn't like him at first either. Later on, he tried his best to please his brother. It took a lot of effort for him to gain his brother's favor. Later on, the two of them got along well and their relationship gradually deepened. Even so, he was still afraid every day. He was afraid that his brother would abandon him because he was useless to him. But now, he had helped others and proved his worth. The corners of Wei Jing's lips curled up. He was drowned in satisfaction from the inside out. The pain of the fever seemed to have disappeared. Rustle, 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 the sound of hurried footsteps rang in their ears. The sky was already turning bright. Wei Jing and Su Jiahui turned their heads at the same time. They couldn't hide the fear on their faces. The person who came was a teenager who looked about 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a dark blue jacket. He had a baby face and looked very innocent. Wei Jing's brain was already in a mess. He was stunned for a moment before he said with joy, "Are you here to save us?" "That's great." Su Jiahui still remembered this annoying teenager. He looked around and blinked. His face instantly turned pale. He grabbed Wei Jing and started running. "Let's go. He's with that group of people." "Huh?" Wei Jing was stunned. Only then did he realize that even if he was looking for someone, he shouldn't have sent a teenager. He shouldn't have come alone. Just like that, everything made sense. But, why did Wei Min want to harm him? He didn't do anything to let him down. In his previous life, they were clearly acquaintances who could casually talk to each other. But now, could this be the butterfly effect? Because he had been reborn, everything had changed. Big Brother had changed. Wei Min had also changed. Now wasn't the time to think about this. They were two exhausted children. How could they be a match for Lu Tianyu? Wei Jing gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to fight it out with the other party, the person beside him was faster than him. Su Jiahui rushed in front of Lu Tianyu like a small firecracker. He used the momentum to knock Lu Tianyu to the ground. Then, he used his arm to strangle Lu Tianyu's neck. This set of actions made it impossible for the teenager to resist for the time being. I'm going to be a police officer. How can I lose to a group of bad guys like you? At this moment, Su Jiahui's clothes were disheveled. His yellow hair was stuck to his forehead, his face was covered in dust, and the veins on his hands were bulging. Although there was fear in his eyes, there was even more determination. Wei Jing was dumbfounded. He was indeed dumbfounded. When the night was deep, Wei Jing saved Su Jiahui. When the sky gradually brightened, Su Jiahui saved Wei Jing. Every drink and every peck was predestined. I found the child. He's here. Come over quickly. He was saved. Wei Jing stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The plainclothes policemen kept gathering around him. Lu Tianyu was handcuffed and arrested. He looked like a naughty child who had just crawled out of the mud. His whole body was dirty. Wei Jing. This was a roar full of anger and pity. The child looked up blankly and saw his big brother. The man who had always been strict to the ends of his hair looked tired. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy. For some reason, Wei Jing suddenly felt like laughing. And he did laugh. This was not like his big brother at all. What are you laughing at? As Wei Jia spoke, he took off his jacket and wrapped it around the child's body. Then, he carried the child as if he was carrying a baby. Big brother. Wei Jing wrapped his arms around the boy's neck and rested his head on his collarbone. His breath was filled with the boy's fresh and cold body scent. The child's thoughts were in a mess. He said blankly, "You're really strong." "Okay," Weijia replied and started walking towards the parking lot with her in his arms. On the way, the policeman wanted to intervene, but he refused. Only by holding the child in his arms could he be sure that his little brother was really back. His empty hand grasped what he wanted, and the pain in his heart eased slightly. This was his everything. "Big brother, I'm so scared." "Don't be scared." Weijia hesitated for a moment and kissed the child's sweaty head too. "Comfort him. The bad guys have been arrested." "It's okay." Wei Jing burst out laughing. This really doesn't sound like something Big Brother would say. Weijia raised his eyebrows. "So what should I say?" "Big Brother. Big Brother should punish me severely and scold me. Let me remember this lesson so that I won't make the same mistake next time." Wei Jing's voice was already very low. His eyelids were starting to droop. "But I'm so stupid. I can't learn anything well. One day, Big Brother will be disappointed in me and abandon me." Weijia stopped in his tracks and froze in place. Wei Jing hugged the youth tightly. Hot tears flowed down his chin and into the youth's collar. "I'm really scared. I'm scared that I won't be able to see Big Brother again. I'm scared that Big Brother will hate me. I'm scared that I'm too useless." Once his tense nerves relaxed, the fear from before was like the northern wind in December, blowing layer by layer. It was just like a child who had fallen down. When he was alone, he would indifferently pat his leg and continue to walk forward. However, once his family members appeared, the child would wail loudly to attract their attention and seek comfort. This was an instinct that humans were born with. "Don't be afraid, Big Brother will always be by your side." Wei Jing lowered his head, so he did not see the seriousness in Weijia's eyes. "I've always been with you." If he dared to say it, then he would definitely do it. In this world, other than Wei Jing, who else could make him so worried? "Yes." Wei Jing nodded heavily. "We'll always be together." That was great. Hearing these words from Big Brother was like a beautiful dream that he could not help but indulge in. Just like that, Wei Jing fell into a deep sleep with a faint smile on his face. When he woke up again, the sky was already completely dark. The familiar smell of the hospital's disinfectant wafted into his nose. Wei Jing did not like this place. He instinctively frowned and casually glanced around. Then, he saw Weijia, who was sitting at the side with his eyes closed and licking his breath. There were dark circles under the youth's handsome eyes. For Weijia, who had a good routine and strong self-control, this was simply unbelievable. "You're awake." Weijia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright. Wei Jing, who had been caught peeking, was very embarrassed. He blinked and said, "Big Brother, why are you sleeping here?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work last night. Hurry up and go back to rest." "I'm fine." Weijia shook his head. "You must be hungry. I'll get someone to send up some porridge." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jing's stomach growled. The child's already red face instantly turned even redder. He secretly rubbed his disappointing stomach. Couldn't it have waited for Big Brother to leave before growling? It was too embarrassing. Weijia took in the child's movements. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a faint smile. The porridge was sent over by the Wei family's servants. Weijia was now very nervous. He felt that anyone who walked past him was going to harm his little brother. The porridge was very rich. There were some corn kernels in it and some refreshing side dishes to eat. Wei Jing scooped up the porridge with a spoon. He looked at his big brother and then looked around with a guilty conscience. Then, he lowered his voice and said with some fear and dejection, "Big Brother, I think I killed someone." Weijia's hand paused. His eyes were sharp. "What happened?" Wei Jingdian recounted the situation at that time. His eyes were filled with pitiful tears. "I really didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I was too scared at that time. I was so afraid of being caught by them, so I made a move. I smashed him a few times. At that time, there was a lot of blood, and the ground was dyed red. Don't worry. That person is not dead." the police have already arrested him. Wei Zhe heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He reached out and stroked the child's soft and smooth black hair. When his gaze swept over the scar on the child's forehead, his eyes were dark and unreadable. That kind of person deserved it even if he died. It's good that he's not dead. Wei Jing was extremely disgusted with this group of kidnappers, but that didn't mean that he didn't feel guilty after killing them. Now that he heard that the person was not dead, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As the saying went, without rules, nothing could be accomplished. If they made a mistake, they should be handed over to the country to be judged by the law. How is Su Jiahui now? He was so scared at the beginning. Wei Jing's expression relaxed a little after he got out of the predicament. But in the end, he was smart enough to realize that Lu Tianyu was not right. He also didn't hesitate to hit you. It was really beyond my expectations. Don't worry. He's fine. Wei Zhe glanced at the child. He's not in pain or sick. His parents took him home safely. Unlike you, who not only had a fever, but also had injuries all over your body. I'll be more careful next time. Wei Jing gave Wei Zhe a weird military salute. You want there to be a next time? Wei Zhe narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved into a strange angle that made people's hearts turn cold. No, no. Isn't it just a slip of the tongue? Wei Jing hurriedly distanced himself from this. When did his big brother become so unreasonable? A casual remark could make him angry. But, he was probably worried about him. Wei Jing felt an inexplicable sweetness in his heart. Wei Jing was a little too full for dinner. After being hungry for a long time, not to mention the fragrant porridge, even a hard steamed bun would be a top-notch delicacy. The child rubbed his stomach. Just as he was thinking about whether he should go out for a walk to digest the food, a door opened. Wei Jing. With a loud shout, the door was instantly knocked open. Su Jiahui looked at him with sparkling eyes and said loudly, "It's great that you're fine." "Don't worry. I'm fine." Su Jiahui closed his eyes and shouted out the words that had been lingering in his heart all day, "Wei Jing. I will definitely become a very powerful police officer in the future. Then, I will protect you." Wei Jing was instantly stunned. He knew that things were not going well. It was probably because the police had come to his rescue in time this time that made him admire them. He blinked and said, "There's no need for that. Look, I saved you once before, but you saved me again. We're even now." "No." Su Jiahui's face was full of caution. "Wei Jing, don't worry. I understand. No matter how hard it is, no matter how tired it is, I will persevere and become a good police officer. I will never give up halfway." Wei Jing was speechless. "What do you understand?" "I don't even understand." "What do you understand? Please, I'm begging you. You can be anything, but please don't be a police officer, okay?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wei Jing felt that his heart was very tired. Ha 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 ha. Since you have a goal, you have to work hard. At the door of the ward, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s smiled at Su Jiahui. "When you were young, you also said that you wanted to learn how to draw with your father. In the end, didn't you give up halfway?" "I really don't like to draw. I have to sit there all the time. It's so uncomfortable," Su Jiahui muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Wei Jing, don't you like to draw? Why don't you let my father teach you? He's not good at other things, but he's very good at drawing." "Hey! Little brat, what do you mean I'm not good at other things?" Su Jiaming was unhappy that his son had slandered him. "It's true. You're useless at housework." Su Jiahui looked at his father with contempt. "Even I know how to cook egg fried rice. Do you know how to cook?" Su Jiaming, the kitchen killer, was speechless. Did he know how precious his hands were? Did he know that a painting cost hundreds of thousands? If he had the time to cook, why didn't he draw? "Little brat, you don't know what's important," Su Jiaming complained in his heart. But on the surface, he was still a good father. The man smiled at Wei Jing. "Thank you for saving my son." "You're welcome." Wei Jing was flattered and waved his hand. I was the one who caused this. If he hadn't been with me, he wouldn't have suffered so much. No one expected this to happen. It's not your fault. Su Jiaming was a very rational man. Jie Wei told me about your escape. Anyway, thank you. Wei Jing smiled awkwardly. He felt that he didn't deserve this gratitude. I heard from Jie Wei that you like to draw. Sensing Wei Jing's awkwardness, Su Jiaming calmly changed the topic. Coincidentally, I like to draw too. If you don't mind, you can come to my house often. We can draw together. Although he said that, what was the point of drawing together with a child? He was hinting that he could teach Wei Jing how to draw and that he didn't have to be polite. Wei Jing. Wei Jing was stunned by this pie that fell from the sky. This was Su Jiaming. Su Jiaming, who stood at the top of the pyramid. In the bright and spacious ward, the faint smell of disinfectant permeated the air. Wei Jing's face was slightly red from excitement. He shouted excitedly, "Yes, of course I'm willing." Su Jiaming was amused by this child. He reached out to stroke his soft and smooth black hair, but under Wei Zhi's covetous gaze, Su Jiaming withdrew his hand awkwardly. He smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. When you've recovered, remember to come over." "Okay," Wei Jing replied loudly. Su Jiahui saw that Wei Jing liked his father so much, so he puffed out his chest proudly. "It's getting late, so we won't disturb you. You should rest early," Su Jiaming said as he pulled his silly son to the side. Originally, he had planned to prepare a generous gift tomorrow and bring his wife to Wei Jing to thank him. However, Su Jiahui had been howling about coming over to look for Wei Jing, so he had no choice but to follow his wishes and come over. "Okay, take care." Wei Zhi got up to send them off. Su Jiaming's face stiffened. Why did he feel that he was being strangely suppressed? The meaning of take care was get lost. No, no, no. He must be imagining things. Such a handsome young man was so polite. Su Jiaming's father was conflicted as he brought his sturdy son home. Wei Zhi frowned slightly. He was extremely unhappy. His younger brother had just woken up and was very weak. This person had come to visit him in the middle of the night. Really, Su Jiaming? He could paint with Su Jiaming in the future. Wei Jing's eyes curved into crescents. He felt that he was one step closer to his dream. He was full of enthusiasm but had nowhere to vent it. He started chatting with his older brother. Big brother, I'll work hard to paint. I won't let Uncle Su down. Wei Zhi == although I can't reach Uncle Su's level, I will still work hard to earn money. Wei Jing decided to work hard. Wei Zhi raised his eyebrows. You don't have enough pocket money? No. Wei Jing scratched his head. He didn't seem to understand why the topic had suddenly changed to this. He smiled shyly. I don't usually spend money on anything. How could it not be enough? Then why do you want to earn money? Do you think I need the money you spend? He used me instead of Wei family. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured down from the top of his head, causing his heart to turn cold. That's right. The money he would earn in the future was probably nothing in his elder brother's eyes. If it was any other day, Wei Jing would have avoided the topic. However, he had just encountered a great disaster yesterday and had used his own strength to deal with the kidnappers for a long time. Now was the time when his courage had greatly increased and he was unstoppable. Perhaps in Big Brother's eyes, thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions or tens of millions are not worth mentioning. Everything I can do, including myself, is useless. Wei Jing took a deep breath. He raised his head, his eyes burning. The two of them looked at each other, causing the youth to be a little dazed. But even so, I still want to work hard and become someone who can support myself. The small sapling that relied on the big tree to survive was also looking forward to the day when it would grow taller and receive the baptism of wind and rain. It would plant its roots deep into the ground and welcome the bright and beautiful sun. This didn't sound like something a child would say. This thought suddenly flashed across Wei Zhi's mind. Before he could think about it, Wei Jing's next words made him smile subconsciously. The corners of his eyes were filled with tenderness and love. His heart felt as if it had been soaked in a hot spring and it was slightly hot. The most important thing is, the child stammered, her pale face blushing. I also want to support my brother and let him spend my money. Ah. How could he say something like that? It was too embarrassing. Wei Jing lowered his head and closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Big Brother's expression. Anyway, he would definitely be ridiculed for overestimating himself, okay. It was a reply that was completely different from what he had imagined. It was a reply with a hint of a smile and satisfaction. Wei Jing turned his head in a daze. He didn't react at all. Huh? Wei Jia took the opportunity to sit on the edge of the bed. He placed his hands on the side of the child's body and lowered his head slightly. The two of them were forehead to forehead. They were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breath on their faces. Wei Jing's already red face turned even redder. His heart pounded and his breathing quickened. His mind was in a mess and he was in a daze. Then I'll wait for Wei Xiaojing to earn money for me to spend in the future, Wei Jia said. Wei Jing softly said, okay. He didn't dare to speak too loudly. He was afraid that there would be a bad taste in his mouth after eating. But you're still too young, so you can spend your brother's money first. How about that? Wei Jia was a very perceptive person. In his previous life, Wei Jing had always refused to say anything. He was only willing to show his happy side to him. After experiencing the child's outburst and the words he said when he was saved, Wei Jia vaguely understood the biggest knot in his brother's heart, inferiority. In his previous life, Wei Jia thought a lot about why he and Wei Jing ended up like that in the end. But he never thought that his brother, who he had doted on so much, who was even more meticulous than a little prince, would feel inferior. Was this a huge joke that God was playing on him? This? I have money, Wei Jing mumbled softly. But I want to spend money for you. I want to pamper you and pave the way for you. I want to see you happy every day. Wei Jia had never thought that he would say something like this. It was just a subconscious thought that came out of his mouth. After saying it, he was stunned. Yes. Didn't he want to do that? In his previous life, why did he have to see Wei Jing fall into someone else's trap? Why did he stubbornly want to see which side he would choose in the end? In the end, it was because he didn't believe in himself. Why did Wei Jing like to be with him? Why was Wei Jing willing to be close to him? Why was Wei Jing able to give him countless warm hugs without any reservations? It was all because he was too young and didn't understand who he was. In the dead of the night, Wei Jia often thought that once he understood who he was, he would probably leave without hesitation. When Wei Jia was very young, he knew that he was different from other people. He was a human without emotions. When he was young, he might have felt joy, sadness, pain, all kinds of emotions. But he didn't know when it started, but his heart became barren. His emotions didn't fluctuate strongly. Even when he was in danger, he could analyze the situation rationally. Why did humans cry? Why did they laugh? Wei Jia couldn't understand it. When Wei Jing first came into contact with him, he only held a slight, almost invisible curiosity. Why was it that his nominal younger brother always had tears in his eyes? Then, just like raising a pet, he divided this child into his own territory. After that, everything went beyond his expectations. He would be sad because of the child's cries, but he would also be happy because of his smiling face. A little white flower grew in his barren and lonely heart. He carefully guarded this treasure, but he also had some unspeakable thoughts. He was afraid that the flower would grow up and move to another country. When two people had conflicts and problems, it was never just one person who had problems. Big brother, you! Wei Jing exclaimed. His heart was suddenly filled with sweetness, as if he had drunk honey. He carefully and tentatively reached out his hand and wrapped it around the youth's neck. Their necks touched. I also want to do something for Big Brother. Anything is fine. Wei Jia hugged him back. Yes, me too. Separated by a thin layer of hospital gown, the two hugged tightly. The harsh winter outside the window had quickened its pace, but the room was as warm as spring. Big brother, I want to eat an apple. After saying everything, Wei Jing became bolder. He blinked his big eyes and pouted, acting like a real child in front of Wei Jia. Hearing this, Wei Jia put down the newspaper in his hand. He peeled and cut the fruit into pieces and placed it on a small plate. He didn't have a fork, so he took some toothpicks and stuck them into the cut apple. Absolutely considerate service. You deserve it. Wei Jing was amazed. He thought of the rotten apples he had cut when Big Brother was hospitalized. He really wanted to kneel down to Big Brother, who was so good at everything. Looking at the child in a daze, Wei Jia stuck a piece of apple into the child's mouth. Wei Jing, this little princess-like treatment, although it doesn't feel right, but... I'm so happy, *omega \**, Big Brother, you eat too. Wei Jing didn't forget the person who dug the well. He happily offered the flour to Big Brother. He fed Big Brother the apple he had cut himself. Yes. No problem. Are you happy? Wei Jia took a bite and asked. Wei Jing nodded vigorously. He was not only happy, but he also wanted to spin in circles. Big Brother cared about him so much. Does your body not hurt anymore? No, it doesn't hurt. He had a fever, but after taking an injection and some medicine yesterday, the child's body had a strong self-healing ability. Today, he was alive and kicking. Very good. Wei Jia nodded satisfactorily. I happen to have a score to settle with you. Huh? Wei Jing blinked with a dumbfounded expression. Wei Jia smiled lightly, and the atmosphere in the room quickly became cold. You went to an art exhibition alone, and the two of you went shopping hand in hand? You even saved the damsel in distress, bravely attacked the kidnappers for your companion, and even gave away your jacket when it was raining. Wei Jing, good job. The last sentence was as eye-catching as if it was written in a black and white book with a red pen. Wei Jing shuddered, and his smile was uglier than his crying face. Big Brother, how did you know? Other than the part about attacking the kidnappers, he did not say anything else. What do you think? He smiled amiably. Big Brother, listen to me. Wei Jing felt that this was completely different from what he had imagined. He had just returned from a disaster. Shouldn't Big Brother praise him, encourage him, and say that he was good? Tell me, I'm listening. At this moment, Wei Jia's face was practically saying, tell me, I'll see what kind of tricks you can come up with. Wei Jing braced himself and said, Big Brother, look. This Su Jiahui was kidnapped because of me, right? Besides, he's just a child. I can't just leave him alone. What if something happens to him? Besides, aren't we fine now? He said very softly. You still think that you're in the right and that you're very powerful, right? Wei Jia's voice suddenly became stern. Under those circumstances, what if something happened to you? You thought that he was a child, but why didn't you think that you're a child too? Wei Jing lowered his head, feeling a little wronged. I don't have a problem with you wanting to help others. Wei Jia said, but you have to act according to your ability. You have to be able to guarantee your own safety before you do anything else. Do you understand? When it came to this topic, Wei Jia's entire personality changed. But, even if I didn't save Su Jiahui at that time, I still couldn't guarantee my own safety. Wei Jing retorted unhappily. So you shouldn't have softened your heart and accepted Wei Min in the first place. You even let Uncle Li leave your side. Wei Jia pointed out his mistake coldly. Wei Jing was so angry that his cheeks puffed up. Wei Min is only 6 years old. I don't have any grudges against him. Who knew that he would want to harm me? I just saw that he had just lost his mother, and he came running over. So I was a little soft-hearted. Wei Jing's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. The more he spoke, the guiltier he felt. In this matter, he did seem to have done something wrong. I'm not trying to blame you. Wei Jia sighed softly and seemed a little helpless. It's just that this kidnapping could have been avoided if you had been more careful. Actually, from another perspective, this might not have been a bad thing. The enemy had always been in the dark, and no one knew when they would come out to take a bite. This kind of situation was even scarier. Now that Wei He's intentions had been exposed, he couldn't do too much due to his age. But, he could still hurt the other party a little and negotiate with him. Wei Jing's heart softened. He raised his head and gently rubbed his face against his big brother's shoulder. I've made you worry, Big Brother. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. I'll definitely prevent this kind of thing from happening again. It's good that you understand. Weijia raised his eyes and rubbed his wrists. This time, I'll hit you 30 times as a lesson. Wei Jing was confused at first. What 30 times? After 3 seconds, the child's entire body turned red with anger. Big brother, don't go overboard. I'm a man. How can I be spanked? You have to be punished when you make a mistake. Weijia glanced at him lightly. This way, you'll learn your lesson. Wei Jing was speechless for a moment. Where was the gentle big brother from yesterday? How dare you? Hurry up and spit out my big brother. Weijia had always been a man of his word. He never showed mercy. When the police came over for routine questioning, they saw that Wei Jing's eyes were red and there seemed to be tears in his eyes. He looked pitiful and adorable. Don't be afraid. Uncle has already caught the bad guys. The uncle in his 30s was so adorable that his heart trembled. He couldn't help but coax him. Don't run around alone in the future. It's better to have an adult by your side. Okay. Wei Jing replied obediently with a sobbing tone. I know. Sob sob sob. Big brother, it hurts when you hit me. This time, it was different from the previous time. Weijia had put in a lot of effort into the fight. At such a young age, he dared to run around alone. His guts were too big. He had to be taught a lesson. Poor Wei Jing only had the heart of an adult but not the body of an adult. Under Weijia's demonic claws, he turned into a puddle of cotton and was at his mercy. The police had already sorted out the ins and outs of the kidnapping case yesterday. They had arrested those who needed to be arrested and interrogated those who needed to be interrogated. There was no ambiguity at all. The main purpose of their visit today was to express their concern for Wei Jing. They didn't want the Wei family to get angry and end up in a bad situation. However, the child looked like he was overworked and was about to fall asleep. The police gave him a few words of consolation and gave him some fruits and toys that the child liked. Then, they tactfully left. Once the police left, Wei Jing was like a little worm as he wrapped himself in the blanket. He was spanked again. It was too embarrassing. Weijia found it funny. He reached out and pulled him. Come out. What if you suffocate yourself? Don't worry about me, Wei Jing said in a muffled voice. Even Big Brother doesn't want to worry about you? You still want to be spanked? Weijia raised his eyebrows and said. Stupid. Stupid Big Brother, you bastard. Wei Jing said with a sobbing tone. He felt that his tears were about to fall uncontrollably again. The child's body was too troublesome. He couldn't control it at all. Wei Jing was still upset for a while. He felt that he was the most aggrieved person in the world now. He didn't want to be kidnapped. He didn't do anything wrong to save the child. He couldn't just leave Su Jiahui alone and run away. Besides, Su Jiahui saved his life later on. In the end, not only did his big brother not understand, he even spanked him. Moreover, he spanked his butt. Even a whip was better than spanking him. After a while, there was no sound from outside. Wei Jing held his breath and listened. Oh. Big brother must have left. Humph. Didn't he say that he was the most important person yesterday? I won't accompany him today. Wei Xiaojing felt a little uncomfortable. Alright. Big brother wasn't like him. He was very busy. He shouldn't blame Big Brother. Wei Jing comforted himself for a while. Then, he secretly lifted a crack in the blanket. He was about to suffocate under the blanket. At this moment, a hand as fair as jade with distinct bones abruptly lifted the blanket in front of the child's stunned gaze. Wei Jing was lying on his stomach with his butt sticking up. Wei Jing, QAQ Big Brother is bullying me again. After Wei Jia lifted the blanket, he thoughtfully covered the child with it again. He exposed the child's head. The youth pinched the child's tender face. When facing Wei Jing, he was like a patient with skin craving, always wanting to be in contact with him. Don't hide anymore. The youth's chuckle sounded in his ears. The child subconsciously touched his ears when he heard such doting words. How could his big brother be so attractive from a young age? He got goosebumps when he heard those words. The child snorted coldly and didn't reply. Someone will send food over later. You eat first. I have something to deal with. I'll be back before 8 o'clock in the evening at the latest. Weijia said. His dark eyes reflected the child's smooth black hair and delicate and cute face. His voice was unbelievably gentle. Big brother, where are you going? Wei Jing asked subconsciously. It's just a small matter, Weijia said with a smile, looking very relaxed. When he left the ward, his face suddenly darkened. A small family like the Liu family actually dared to touch his brother. Unlike the tranquil and peaceful atmosphere in the hospital, the Liu family was in a mess at this moment. Old Master Liu was in a high position. He supported himself with a mahogany walking stick. His expression was dangerous, and his gaze was aggressive. Who told you to meddle in the Wei family's affairs? What happened now? Did something like this happen? Dad, we didn't expect things to turn out like this. That goddamn Wei, he abandoned us just like that. Didn't sister-in-law give birth to a son for him? How can he be so heartless? A woman in her 30s looked haggard. There were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and she was crying. Wei He is an illegitimate son, but he killed all his brothers and sisters. If he wasn't heartless, would he be in charge of the Wei family now? Old Master Liu used his walking stick to hit the ground twice. He couldn't wait to drag out his disappointing son and give him a good beating. The Liu family was in decline. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given their beautiful daughter to Wei He to be protected. Not long ago, their plan to kill Weijia had failed. Their daughter had been sent to prison, and the Liu family's position in Wei He's heart had plummeted. Now, there was this mess. They didn't want to give the Liu family a way out. Dad, what should we do now? Fang Da has been arrested by the police. We have to think of a way to get him out. Without Fang Da, how am I going to live alone with my son? The woman patted her chest, her eyes filled with worry. Okay. I'll think of a way. Old Master Liu waved his hand impatiently. Leave. Don't be an eyesore here. Hearing that Old Master Liu had agreed, the woman's face lit up. She sighed softly and tiptoed out of the room. After all, her husband had been by Old Master Liu's side since he was young. Their relationship was deep, and other people couldn't compare to it. The whole room was silent. A cool northern wind blew into the living room through the cracks in the window, causing people's faces to feel cold. Old Master Liu sat for a long time. His straight back was hunched, and his face looked even older. His eyes were cloudy. He was an old man in his 70s, and he was about to die. Hello, Chief Liu? Hello. I'm looking for you this time because of my disappointing son. I still have a few bottles of good red wine here. I'll send them to you another day. Elder Liu, what are you talking about? As a party member, I naturally have to serve the people and do things according to the law. I will not bend the rules. The other party said righteously. Director Liu. Before Old Master Liu could finish his words, Lu Chongfeng interrupted him. The person on the other end interrupted, I'm really sorry, I have something to do here. I'll contact you another day, a beeping sound came from the phone. Old Master Liu was stunned. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he made a few more calls. Those who had a good attitude, he answered perfunctorily. Those who had a bad attitude, he didn't pick up the phone at all. This time, when the other party was about to hang up, Old Master Liu hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I just want to ask, this time. Who's behind this? He asked very tactfully. Silence. The other side was hesitating. When Old Master Liu saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, even if I'm going to die, I want to die knowing the reason. I'm not very sure either. It seems like the Wei family and the Yi family are putting pressure on both sides. The higher-ups have already given orders. I'm sorry. After that, the other party hurriedly hung up, afraid that people would think that he was involved with the Liu family. The Liu family was weak. The Wei family could not even suppress them, let alone the Yi family, which was only slightly inferior to the Wei family. It's over, Old Master Liu was horrified. This was no longer a matter of whether his son would go to jail or not. This was a matter of the entire Liu family. If the other party did not let the Liu family off, they would be finished. Sure enough, a few days later, the Liu family's business in the gray area was exposed. They were wantonly attacked and fined a huge sum of money. The entire Liu family was like a swarm of locusts passing through, dilapidated. Old Master Liu could only bring his family back to his hometown like a rat. Meanwhile, in Director Liu's office, the faint fragrance of tea wafted in the air, enshrouding the young man's handsome face. Weijia picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip. The high-quality oolong tea was fragrant. It tasted bitter at first, but when the bitterness passed, it was sweet. The young man praised, "Good tea." Director Liu was a man in his 30s. He was a little plump, and his black suit couldn't cover his fat belly. With his small eyes and naturally upturned mouth, he looked like the Maitreya Buddha worshipped in the temple, which made him look very amiable. "Mr. Wei, I've already rejected old Master Liu. Don't worry, we will definitely arrest those who should be arrested. We will not be soft-hearted." At this moment, Director Liu's forehead was covered in sweat. He had a fawning look on his face. He wanted to say something but hesitated. "Look over there. Please don't worry." Weijia put down the teacup and said politely, "You did a good job. I will talk to my father." "That's really troublesome." Director Liu breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. He greeted him warmly. "It's late now. Why don't we have a meal together?" "You're too polite. But I have something to do later." Weijia deliberately stopped talking. Sure enough, the man hurriedly said, "It's okay. Go ahead." Weijia walked out of the office in satisfaction. After he left the office, the polite smile on his face disappeared, and he turned back into the cold young man he once was. He took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket and wiped his fingers carefully. The middle-aged man's fat and greasy hands made him very uncomfortable. But he had no choice. He had just been reborn and had no power. He could only deal with others like this. Weijia looked at the vague shadow of the young man on the wall and felt a little irritated. He was not of legal age and could not do anything. Once Wei he found out, he could take back everything under his name as his guardian. Oh. Wait, Weijia touched his chin. He could put all his assets under his younger brother's name. Wei Jing's household register was under his grandmother's. The two families had no contact at all. He believed that no one would suddenly check the assets under a child's name. Moreover, there was no difference between his younger brother's assets and his own. Wei Jing stayed in the hospital for 2 days. After he was discharged, he did not return to the Wei family's old house. Weijia bought an apartment in the city center and moved in with Wei Jing. Wei Jing sat on the sofa anxiously. The house was decorated in his elder brother's usual style. It was simple and elegant. Sunlight shone in through the huge transparent glass in the living room and shone on the child's body, dyeing his hair with a golden halo. "Elder brother, will I be living here in the future?" Wei Jing was very sad. Did his elder brother not want him anymore? "It's not you, it's us," Weijia said as he poured Wei Jing a glass of honey water. "Drink it to moisten your throat." We? Wei Jing's eyes widened in a daze. Was his elder brother going to move out with him? It was no longer the Wei family's old house that symbolized his identity as the heir. Yes. Weijia nodded. He did not explain further and instead changed the topic. "The location of this apartment is very convenient. It's very close to both of our schools. There's a large supermarket nearby and the greenery in the neighborhood is very good. There's a small pond in front and some toys for children to play with. If you're bored and want to play, you're not allowed to go alone. You have to wait for me to go with you. Do you understand?" Wei Jing thought that there was something wrong with his brain. His wise and powerful elder brother said that he wanted to play with him. Ha 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 ha. As expected, there was still something wrong with him even after he was reborn. It was fine if Wei Min was OOC, but why was his elder brother OOC as well? Weijia seemed to be in a hurry. In just a short while, Wei Jing saw him look at his watch several times. The child quickly took a sip of the sweet honey water to calm himself down. He advised, "Elder brother, if you have something to do, you should go first. I'll be good and stay at home." Weijia glanced at him and did not say anything. A few minutes later, the nanny hired by Wei Zhi arrived. She was a woman of about 40 years old. She looked honest and her face was covered in sweat. When she saw that her employer was a young boy, she was stunned for a moment before saying, "I'm so sorry. I just received the news and rushed over. There was a bit of a traffic jam on the way here, so I'm late." "It's okay." Wei Zhi shook his head. This time, he had asked for a nanny at the last minute. It was not easy for the Yi family to find a reliable nanny so quickly. Wei Jing == no wonder he didn't leave. He wanted a nanny to take care of him. What could happen if he stayed at home and didn't go out? His elder brother was too careful, wasn't he? Then Wei Jing understood that he was thinking too highly of himself. Because, before leaving, the very worried Wei family's elder brother warned the nanny, "I've installed cameras in the apartment. I have a backup of your identity information. Please do your job well." The loyal and honest nanny trembled at her words. Wei Jing, very good, very strong. As expected of his elder brother. Good, there was nothing wrong with it, my ass. Auntie, don't mind. Wei Jing smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, "Because I was kidnapped a few days ago, my elder brother is a little paranoid. Actually, he's a very good person." "Oh. I understand. I understand." Before the nanny came, she was prepared for her employer to make things difficult for her. After all, he was offering 3 times her salary. It was no big deal if it was a little difficult. What was there to be afraid of if he installed cameras? Anyway, he was not afraid of a crooked shadow and would not abuse a child. The nanny looked at the delicate child and felt that this child was very sensible. He spoke well and was very organized. He was not at all like her grandson, who was still playing in the mud in his underwear. On the other hand, Wei Zhi took a taxi to the Wei family's old mansion. Ever since Wei Jing was kidnapped, he had not returned. After so many days, everything in front of him had become unfamiliar. The servants greeted him curiously and cautiously. Wei Zhi ignored them and went straight to the study on the 3rd floor. The angry Wei He was waiting for him in the study. As soon as the teenager entered the room, he was confronted with the man's interrogation. "Look at what you've done. You're helping the Yi family and stealing your own business. You're really something." Hearing this, Wei Zhi gently curled the corners of his lips. He stood at the door of the study and the light shone in, illuminating half of his face. It was a strong contrast with the other half that was hidden in the shadows. It was as if a demon hiding in the dark had bared his fangs. "It's just a small surprise. Father, you don't have to make such a fuss." "Surprise?" Wei He coldly snorted. His gaze was very strange, with a bit of disgust and a bit of surprise. "I've underestimated you. You helped the Yi family snatch a business deal worth 30 million yuan from me. You're really bold." 30 million yuan was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. It was just enough to step on Wei He's bottom line. It was within his tolerance range. However, if word of this got out, the Wei family's reputation would be tarnished. Even though he was being questioned like this, Wei Zhi was still very calm. He lifted his feet and walked towards the man step by step. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the tip of the man's heart, causing the man's heart to tremble. The two of them looked at each other. One of them was sitting at the desk, while the other was standing opposite him with his hands on the desk. One of them was a middle-aged man, while the other was an underage teenager. Aura was a very mysterious thing. At this moment, Wei He strangely felt that he had lost ground in front of Wei Zhi. His entire body was suppressed, and even his breathing was a little hurried. "Compared to the gift you gave me, father, this little thing is not worth mentioning," Wei Zhi said calmly. "A little bastard? Worth 30 million yuan?" Wei He's eyes were filled with disgust for Wei Jing. "You were the one who brought Wei Jing home. It's too late to deny it now." Wei Zhi shrugged. "Why don't we have an honest talk? I will raise Wei Jing outside and he will not be an eyesore to you in the future. Similarly, you are not allowed to cause trouble for him. Keep your claws to yourself." "Why should I agree?" Wei He said. "There are many easier ways, aren't there?" Wei Jing was Wei He's lifelong humiliation. Because he was an illegitimate son, he treated his mistresses and their children equally. Wei Jing's mother was from Jiangnan. She had the gentleness of a Jiangnan woman. Even Wei He, who was used to seeing beautiful women, was deeply stunned by her beauty. This woman was beautiful, gentle, and generous. Perhaps it was because her life had not been going well since she was young, but there was always a faint sadness in her eyes that made people want to reach out and smooth it out. Wei He had really liked this woman. He had also liked Wei Jing, who looked very similar to her. Otherwise, he would not have brought Wei Jing, who had been useless since she was young, to the old mansion. But the more he liked her, the more disgusted he was when he found out that this woman had slept with her lover in her apartment on the eve of her wedding. Wei He's mind went blank at that moment. What followed was anger. He had been fooled by a woman and had almost married a woman who had cheated on him. It was a great humiliation. However, before Wei He could do anything, the woman died in a car accident while escaping with her lover. Perhaps I did feel sad at that time. However, there was more, joy and a trace of regret. He was happy that the person who insulted him was dead. He was regretful that he could not torture her with his own hands. If Wei Jing had always been like an invisible person, wandering around the Wei family without being valued, lowly, and pitiful, Wei Zhi would have been happy to support him and watch him make a fool of himself. However, Wei Jing had changed. The admiration in his eyes had disappeared. He dared to rebel against him and had started to grow up. And his son, whom he valued, had actually put on an act in front of him and protected him for this person. How could this be? I believe in your abilities, father, but you don't seem to believe in mine. This is really troublesome. Wei He shook his head. Under Wei He's provocative gaze, he suddenly said, the government has decided to open up the highway on the wasteland on Xian Road in City A. What? Wei He was stunned at first. When he came back to his senses, he frowned and lowered his voice. How did you know? Where did you get the exact information? I have my own channels. Wei Zhi's gaze was calm. Just like how I had the ability to let the Yi family steal the Wei family's 30 million yuan business. The sun was shining brightly outside the window and the heater was turned on in the room. Wei He loosened his tie because of the heat. After a while, he looked at his most outstanding son as an adult for the first time. Tell me. What do you want to do? It's very simple. Wei Jing and I will move out. What will happen to us in the future? Father, please don't interfere. I will also distribute my resources to you, Wei Zhi said. Wei He took a deep breath. Okay, I promise you. But if the information is fake, it won't be. Wei Zhi said firmly. Then he smiled indifferently. Even if it's fake, the Wei family can afford to lose this little bit of money. Okay, I'll give it a try. If it's successful, I want 20% of the profits, Wei Zhi said. The man frowned. Don't go overboard. If you want to gain something without risking anything, you have to look at who you are dealing with. You casually said that and I was the one who did all the work. You want me to not cause trouble for you when you ask for 20%? Wei He's expression at this moment, using a futuristic online slang, was, you're so awesome. Why don't you go to heaven? 15%. That's it. Wei Zhi returned the man's words. I'm providing you with information. You have to pay me for my hard work. If you want to gain something without risking anything, you have to look at who you are dealing with. 10%. That's it. Wei He choked. His expression was rather twisted. Deal. Wei Zhi agreed without hesitation. He vividly portrayed how he had tricked Wei He. Asking for a high price and sitting on the ground to pay. First, he set a price that the other party could not accept. Then, he pretended to give in and let the other party think that he had taken advantage of him. Knowing that he had been tricked, Wei He waved his hand and gestured for Wei Zhi to leave. Although he was looking forward to having a capable son, how could he like his son if he was completely out of his control and liked to go against him? Wei Zhi did not mind his attitude. As long as he could negotiate and obtain the agreed benefits, everything would be fine. Oh. By the way, shouldn't we get rid of Wei Min? He's an eyesore. Wei Zhi narrowed his eyes. There was a dangerous aura in his ink-black eyes. TSK, Wei He looked at the young man in surprise. I thought you would let him go because of his age. A 6-year-old child is as small as a sparrow. You can crush him to death with a stretch of your hand. Wei Zhe did not follow Wei He's words. He narrowed his eyes and said, I don't care how you deal with him, but I want him to never appear in front of me again. Don't worry. Wei He smiled indifferently. His eyes were full of indifference. When Wei Zhe left, he bumped into Wei Min, whom he had not seen for a long time, at the corner of the stairs. His hair was a little longer, and it was messy in front of his eyes. His body was trembling as he stepped back and called out timidly, Big brother. Wei Zhe's footsteps paused for a moment. Then, he continued walking forward without stopping. He treated Wei Min as if he was nothing. Wei Min, who was left behind, became even more gloomy. He was not as lively and cute as he used to be. When Wei Zhe returned to the apartment, the sun was shining brightly. The TV was playing a popular period drama. Wei Jing's small body was lying on the soft sofa. A fluffy blanket was draped over his body. His snow-white face was slightly red from the warmth of the heater. His curly and thick eyelashes made people want to touch them. In fact, Wei Zhe did so. First, it was his eyelids. Then, it was his eyelashes. Then, it was his nose. There was even some saliva on his crimson red lips. Wei Zhe used very little strength. He was afraid that he would wake the sleeping child. Wei Zhe's tiredness from going head-to-head with Wei He was swept away. He let out a low laugh. His heart softened. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. Su Jiahui's father, Su Jiaming, was on good terms with the next heir of the Yi family. After Wei Zhe took control of the Wei family in his previous life, he knew everything about the Wei family's businesses. He wanted to teach Wei He a lesson and let him know that he had good connections. After Wei Zhe contacted the Yi family, he did not hesitate to tell them about the contract. Not only did the Yi family successfully intercept the contract, but they also received 5 million yuan for their hard work. A business deal worth 30 million yuan was nothing to the Yi family. The important thing was that they had surpassed the Wei family. Ever since Wei He, that vicious and merciless person, took control of the Wei clan, the Yi clan had always fallen behind. Their hearts were filled with grievances. Now, they had actually stolen something from the Wei family. Although they had the help of the Wei family, they were still very happy. In the future, there would only be the two of them here. His and his little brother's little nest. When Wei Jing woke up, he saw his big brother leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed. He had already fallen asleep. Mommy. His big brother could actually fall asleep on the sofa. This position must be very uncomfortable. The child wanted to ask his big brother to sleep in the bedroom, but he was afraid that he would wake him up. His delicate little face scrunched up and he could not decide. Wei Jing got off the sofa quietly and covered the young man with a blanket. He carefully supported his body and wanted him to lie down on the sofa and sleep for a while. After his experiments, he found that the sofa was soft and bouncy. It was very suitable for sleeping. He gave it full marks. He was not afraid that it would become arrogant. The sofa == Wei Zhe was a light sleeper. He woke up when Wei Jing moved. The young man rubbed his eyes and looked up at his watch. It's already past 4. What do you want to eat? Let's go out and eat. In a few days, I'll find a chef. Whatever you want to eat, I'll ask the chef to make it for you. The apartment Wei Zhe bought was very spacious. It had 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. There was also a huge balcony. It was more than enough for 2 people to live in. But hiring a chef? Where would the chef live? Idiot. Wei Zhe flicked his stupid little brother's forehead. What was the child thinking? He showed it on his face. Of course we won't hire a permanent helper. We'll hire a part-time helper. He lowered his head and looked at the child with his black eyes. This is our home. Other than us, no one else is allowed to live here, okay? Wei Jing was stunned. Suddenly, a big smile bloomed on his face. It was bright and bright, just like the sun today. Okay. A home that only belonged to the 2 of them. Just thinking about it made his heart feel warm. The morning sun shone warmly through the glass windows of the balcony and into the house. Even the air was fragrant. Wei Jing was sitting on the sofa with a small backpack on his back. He propped his cheeks on his hands and swung his short legs up and down. A silly smile appeared on his face from time to time. After leaving the huge Wei family, the oppressive and cold Wei family mansion felt like a mountain that he had been carrying on his shoulders for a long time. He felt relaxed. The handsome young man took out 2 bottles of warm milk from the kitchen. He passed one bottle to the child and kept the other for himself. Wei Jing's face fell. He said pitifully, "Big brother, I'm very full. I can't drink anymore." Pure milk and whatnot were simply evil things. Wei Jia inserted the straw into the bottle and forced it into the child's pink mouth. "Drink, little shorty." The last 3 words were gentle and affectionate, making it impossible for anyone to get angry. Wei Jing held the bottle unwillingly and took a big gulp. He was 173 meters tall in his previous life. Although he couldn't compare to his big brother's 185 meters, he had definitely reached the average height of the Chinese. Little shorty? He couldn't tolerate it. Yes. He wanted to drink a lot of milk and then beat his big brother. He wanted to look down on him and laugh at him for being a little shorty. Wei Jing imagined himself standing in front of his big brother and protecting him in the future. He couldn't help but put on a silly face. Coupled with his laughter, he looked like a comedian and made people laugh. He was very good and energetic. The Wei family's big brother looked at his silly little brother and felt very satisfied. In the morning, Wei Jing and Wei Jia took a taxi to school. They asked the driver to send Wei Jing to the school gate first. Wei Jia carefully reminded him to be careful. If anyone bullied him in school, he should go to the teacher. He shouldn't tolerate it by himself. Wei Jing felt sweet when his big brother showed concern for him. Before he left, he kissed his big brother on the cheek. Ah! Big brother's skin was so soft and smooth. He really wanted to kiss it again. Wei Xiaojing ran into the school. Her face was red, and she did not dare to look back at her brother's expression. The driver saw all of this and sighed. You 2 brothers have such a good relationship. Wei Jia's heart was filled with joy. Okay, he replied reservedly. He and his younger brother had a good relationship to begin with, so it was good to stir-fry chicken. Better than anyone else in the world, from his big brother, whose brain had been burned by a kiss. The people in school were still the same, and the friends were still the same. When Wei Jing returned to school this time, he was just in time for the monthly exam. Now, he was able to blend in with this group of primary school students very well. It was a simple test paper. While he was daydreaming, he thought about his elder brother. He didn't think much in his mind and finished it quickly. After the teacher collected the papers, Su Jiahui spontaneously poked Wei Jing's back. The child frowned and said, "I didn't even have time to finish the rest of the essay. I'm in trouble this time." Wei Jing, do you think my parents will be called? Don't worry. Wei Jing waved his hand indifferently. We were kidnapped not long ago. It's normal for us to not study well. You're right. Su Jiahui's eyes lit up. He looked at Wei Jing with admiration. This person had completely evolved into Wei Jing's little fanboy. If Wei Jing said that the sun was square, Su Jiahui would not hesitate to say, "You're right." Little Fatty, who was excluded, stood unhappily between the 2 of them. Humph. If little Blondie's seat was not right behind Wei Jing, he would be the one on good terms with Wei Jing. Thinking about how Wei Jing and Su Jiahui both took leave not long ago and returned to school at the same time, he felt a sense of crisis. Little Fatty thought about it and said proudly, "Isn't it just a flop? What's there to be afraid of when you have money?" Even if he scored a 0, his father could spend money to send him to a good school. Little Fatty always thought that he was very arrogant because his family was rich. Wei Jing and Su Jiahui, who had never been short of money, were speechless. Su Jiahui glanced at little Fatty with disdain. When he turned to look at Wei Jing, his eyes sparkled. "Do you want to come over to my house to play tonight? You can even draw with my father." He had already thrown the exam to the back of his mind. After all, he was not the only one who had failed the exam. When the results were released in a few days, Su Jiahui looked at Wei Jing's first place in shock. He felt that he had been cheated. Wei Jing hesitated for a moment and declined. No, big brother and I just moved. We still have a lot of things to do. Let's wait a few days. All right then. Su Jiahui, who was rejected, was like a little cabbage that had been hit by frost. He was on his last breath. Little Fatty Yi, who was ignored, laughed heartily when he heard that. He looked at Su Jiahui and felt very satisfied. Wei Jing went to his house to play last time, but he did not go to Su Jiahui's house. In Wei Jing's heart, he was more important. Happy Wei Jing ate his lunch in the school cafeteria. His current situation was not like when he was in the Wei family's old mansion. Everything was arranged for him. Big brother was in high school and had self-study in the afternoon. Moreover, he was in the 3rd year of high school, where every second mattered. It was not safe for him to go home alone. He might as well eat in the school cafeteria. The cafeteria had cheap dishes and slightly more expensive stir-fry dishes. Wei Jing ordered sweet and sour pork ribs and stir-fry meat. He sat on the chair and ate slowly. Sitting opposite him was a senior student. He was tall and thin, with slightly pale skin. His facial features were very delicate, and he looked like a depressed young prince. Compared to Wei Jing's lunch, this person was much more pitiful. He had a big bowl of rice and a bowl of plain Chinese cabbage. The bowl was accompanied by some salted vegetables and seaweed egg drop soup that the school gave for free. Wei Jing looked at him and then looked at himself. He blinked and pushed the food in front of the boy embarrassedly. He asked carefully, "Do you want to eat some?" The boy looked up and glanced at him. He pursed his lips and said, "No need." Although he said that, the boy's body was very honest. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had not eaten meat for a long time. A 12-year-old boy was growing up, and his appetite was very big. "It's okay. I can't finish it alone, and it will go to waste in the end." Wei Jing was telling the truth. His appetite was not big. Logically speaking, one dish should be enough. However, he was a picky eater and did not like to eat the same dish all the time. He only bought 2 servings. Under the child's kind gaze, the boy carefully picked up a piece of stir-fry meat with his chopsticks. "Thank you." "Okay." Wei Jing nodded and ate with him. During the meal, the boy was very careful. He only took a little bit each time. When Wei Jing was full, he put down his chopsticks and asked hesitantly, "You finished eating?" Wei Jing smiled and said, "Yes." "If you don't mind, can I trouble you to finish all these? After all, it's shameful to waste food." The boy understood that the child was deliberately giving him a way out. He thanked him in a low voice and ate in big mouthfuls. The boy's upbringing was very good. Although his movements were very fast, he did not look embarrassed at all. He had a natural temperament. Wei Jing looked at the boy in confusion. He felt like he had seen this face somewhere before. After thinking for a while, he could not remember where. He did not think too much about it. In any case, he just happened to meet a boy and shared some of his food with him. After school at night, the eldest brother of the Wei family came to pick him up. Wei Zhe had specially applied to the school not to study at night. After all, he still had a stupid brother at home. What if something happened to him? After dinner, the two of them sat on the sofa and watched a boring drama together. Wei Jing suddenly thought of something and jumped up from the sofa. He turned to look at his eldest brother and said in confusion, "It's so strange. I haven't seen Wei Min all day today." Wei Zhe calmly changed the channel with the remote control and said, "Wei Min has already transferred to another school." "Where did he transfer to?" "I don't know." Wei Jing felt complicated when he heard this. Logically speaking, Wei Min was still a child. Even if he did something wrong, he should be magnanimous and forgive him. But, he really could not do it. This was not about badmouthing him behind his back, nor was it about throwing a tantrum in front of him, but, he was really going to kidnap him and sell him to a poor mountain village. As for how he would live after being kidnapped? He did not know, but it would not be good. Even if he was a child, this idea was too vicious. Don't think about it. Wei Zhe saw Wei Jing's scrunched up face and knew what was bothering him. He pulled his silly brother into his arms and pressed his broad chest against the boy's warm back. Don't you want to draw? I'll accompany you to the Su family this weekend. Really? Big brother? Are you free on that day? Wei Jing was instantly diverted from the topic and responded excitedly. I'll always have time for your matters. Wei Jing felt that these words were so embarrassing. It made his body temperature rise a lot. Big brother, this unconsciously flirting was really unbearable. That was great. Big brother now belonged to him alone. Even if he had a wife, it would be a long time in the future. Wei Min was sent out of the Wei family's old mansion. He refused to go back to his hometown with his grandfather. The fact that her uncle had used her made Wei Min feel extremely terrified. If even her closest relatives couldn't believe it, then, who else could believe it? He chose to live alone outside. The house belonged to Wei He. It was a schoolhouse and was very close to the school. It was only a 5-minute walk. There were 2 nannies at home. The environment was not as good as before, but it was definitely not bad. After all, he was his son. Wei He did not have to be harsh on him. The house was very big. In the dead of night, Wei Min stared blankly at the ceiling. He did not know what to do. There was no father, no mother, no grandfather, no uncle, no aunt, no cousin. Even Wei Zhe and Wei Jing, whom he did not like very much, were not there. It was empty and lonely. Unknowingly, Wei Min began to cry. At first, it was soft and suppressed sobs, but in the end, it turned into loud wails. It did not matter even if he smashed everything because no one would care about him anymore. He had been abandoned. Both he and his mother had done something wrong, so they had received the punishment they deserved. It was December, and the north wind was blowing. It was so cold that people wrapped themselves up like dumplings. Wei Jing wore a cream-colored down jacket and thick snow boots. His nose was red from the wind, and half his face was buried in a scarf. He looked like Santa Claus's little elk. He was so adorable. Wei Zhe walked beside the child. He had a good physique and was not afraid of the cold. He only wore a black coat with the collar open, revealing a navy blue cotton sweater underneath. He was tall and straight, and his eyebrows were like ink paintings. One could already see how extraordinarily handsome he would be in the future. Su Jiahui lived in a high-end villa area in the north. It was a single-family 3-story villa with its own garden, so it was very private. Wei Jing had already made an appointment with Su Jiahui to come over today. They had just arrived, and before they even knocked on the door, Su Jiahui rushed out like a little firecracker. He shouted excitedly, "Ah! Wei Jing, you're here. Come in quickly. It's so cold outside. My mom baked cookies. Let's eat them together." Wei Jing was shocked. He patted his chest and breathed heavily. Okay. When he finished speaking, he saw Su Jiahui and Mrs. Su standing together at the door. He smiled at them. "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Come in quickly," Su Jiaming said cheerfully. "It's so cold outside. It's warm inside." The eldest brother of the Wei family followed behind Wei Jing. He politely handed an exquisitely wrapped fruit basket to the Su couple. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, sorry to disturb you." The Su couple was stunned. They looked at each other and said nothing as they welcomed them in. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by the warm air that made them feel comfortable. Wei Jing took off his cream-colored scarf and hung it on the maroon coat rack. He changed into a pair of fluffy cotton slippers. The living room was decorated in a typical pastoral style. The beautiful everlasting flowers were wrapped in vintage newspaper and hung on the wall. The sofa cover was white with small floral patterns. It was obvious that Mrs. Su had chosen it. On the coffee table, there were a few plates of cookies in the shape of small animals. The brown color was very appetizing. For some reason, Wei Jing was a little envious of Su Jiahui. At this time, he was walking behind his elder brother. Looking up at his elder brother's tall back, the child hesitantly pinched his thumb. Forget it, it was better not to tell his elder brother. His elder brother was already busy. How could he trouble him, decorating an apartment? He can do it himself. They chatted for a while in the living room. Under Su Jiahui's reluctant gaze, Wei Jing took his album and followed Su Jiaming to the studio. In the spacious and bright space, several of Su Jiaming's paintings hung on the walls. Other than that, there were also some oil paintings with immature brushstrokes that were full of spirit. Wei Jing was a little curious. He pointed to one of the paintings and asked, "Uncle, was this painted by Su Jiahui?" Su Jiaming burst out laughing when he heard that. "That brat of mine can't even hold a brush properly? How can he paint? Don't even think about it. This was painted by one of my disciples. Although he is still young, he is really talented in this field." Wei Jing exclaimed, "Wow. Will he come today?" "Yes." Su Jiaming nodded. "He will be here in a while. Then, you can paint together. Come, come, come. Draw something you like. Let me see." "Me?" Wei Jing blinked. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and quickly drew a cute little person on the album. Of course, it must be his elder brother. Wei Jing thought happily. The child's hands were round and white. His fingernails were a healthy pink with small crescents. Su Jiaming's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, "Is this your elder brother?" "Yes." Wei Jing nodded heavily. The man looked at the child and said, "Have you learned how to paint before?" "I taught myself." Wei Jing lowered his head and said vaguely, "I read books that taught me how to paint and then I learned how to paint myself." In his previous life, he had watched many videos that taught how to paint. But in this life, in 2002, the internet was just beginning to emerge. It was still in the early stages of exploration. How could there be teaching videos? "You drew very well." Su Jiaming was not stingy with his praise. "At your age, you have not learned how to paint systematically. It is already very good that you can paint like this. Have you thought about what path you want to take in the future?" Wei Jing's black eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Jiaming. He said loudly, "I want to be a manga artist in the future. I want to draw many, many good manga." Su Jiaming almost lost his breath when he heard this. He had already expressed so clearly that he wanted to teach him. Why did this child want to lower himself to become a manga artist? This kind of feeling was like seeing a piece of unpolished jade and wanting to make it into a rock. At this time, the animation industry in China was still under development. It was not like in the future where IP could be developed. It was also not possible to accumulate fans on various social media platforms and accept advertisements. It could only be published in magazines such as manga. With Su Jiaming's status, he naturally did not care about it. This was still a child. He did not know anything. He had to take it slow. Su Jiaming said to himself in his heart. He lowered his head and looked directly at the child. He said with a hint of coaxing, "Do you like oil paintings? Uncle will teach you how to paint oil paintings, okay?" Wei Jing scratched his head. He felt that something was wrong. But since the great artist in the future said so, then it should not be a problem for him to learn. After all, they all had to draw compositions. It was more or less the same. Hey! The difference was too big. When Wei Jing started to paint, Su Jiaming realized that his foundation was very stable. Now, one was teaching and the other was learning. One was a very talented artist, and the other was a fake child with memories of the future. Naturally, they got along very well. Outside the neighborhood, a young boy about 12 years old was wearing an old cotton jacket and a pair of shoes that were slightly unglued. When the neighborhood security guard saw him, he smiled and greeted him. "Li Pei, you're here again." "Yes, hello, uncle." The child nodded. His eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and he had a melancholy aura. It made people feel sorry for him. "It's so cold. Go in quickly." The uncle in his 30s waved and motioned for him to leave quickly. The cold winter wind blew, and it made people shiver subconsciously. Li Fei jogged to his master's small courtyard and rang the doorbell. His family was poor. His father was a gambler, and his mother was timid. When he was beaten up by his father, it was his master who saved him. He even brought him home to give him clothes and food. In the end, he saw that he had a talent for painting and decided to accept him as his disciple. It had to be said that Li Fei was born to be a painter. After only a year of learning, his paintings were able to sell well. 2 of his paintings were even sold at a good price, more or less enough to support his family. Of course, this was all thanks to his master. Otherwise, no matter how many paintings he had, it would be useless if he didn't have connections. Unlike usual, when Li Fei entered the living room, he saw a young boy sitting on the sofa. The boy looked about the same age as him. He was well-dressed and had a mature aura that he didn't have. Li Fei's body stiffened. He didn't have much confidence. With a timid face, he greeted his master's wife and Su Jiahui. "Ah. Big brother Li Fei, you're here." Su Jiahui howled and jumped to Li Fei's side. He pointed at Wei Jia and said, "Dang dang dang, this is my good friend Wei Jing's older brother, Wei Jia. Big brother Wei Jia is super awesome. He's only 13 years old, but he's already in his 3rd year of high school." After an hour, Su Jiahui had one more idol. 3rd year of high school? Li Fei couldn't hide the shock on his face. He didn't even know some of the questions for the 6th grade, but this boy was already in his 3rd year of high school? It was really amazing. "Hello, my name is Li Fei," the teenager said with a bit of cowardice. "Su Jiaming's disciple? Oh. So my little brother will be spending a lot of time with him?" Wei Jia stood up. His eyebrows were like ink, and his dark eyes were deep and mesmerizing. He said politely, "Hello, I'm Wei Jia. Xiao Fei, you're here to look for Jiaming, right? He's in the studio. You can go up." Seeing Li Fei's restraint, Mother Su said gently. "Then I'll go up. Sorry to trouble you." "Go ahead." Su Jiahui watched as another person he liked left. His heart was full of grievances. Why was his bastard father always trying to steal people from him? Hate you like you are nothing more than, but fortunately, he still had big brother Wei Jia. Su Jiahui turned his head and looked at the young man with sparkling eyes. Unexpectedly, after the young man picked up a phone call, he said apologetically, "Sorry, something came up at the last minute. I'll leave Wei Jing to you. I'll come over to pick him up tonight." "You're leaving alone?" Mother Su was worried. "I'll have my driver send you. No need to trouble yourself. The place I'm going to is very close." Wei Jia refused tactfully but firmly. Mother Su looked at the boy, suddenly at a loss for words. She could only watch as he strode out of the living room with quick, determined steps. After his rebirth, he had quickly accumulated wealth. This was the goal Wei Jia had set for himself. Based on his memory, he had found a movie that would be a big hit in the future. He had hoped to invest in it, but because of his age, he had been rejected. But today, the person from that movie called him. There was nothing to be surprised about, right? Because one of the investors pulled out at the last minute, the progress of the movie was halted several times. In the end, the director gritted his teeth, sold his house, and borrowed a loan to finish the movie. But now, with a stupid but rich kid like him, why would the director be so stubborn about his age, anyway? It was fine as long as there was an investment. Wei Jia didn't have much money on hand. From his New Year's pocket money and the 5 million he earned from the Yi family, he had a total of a little over 10 million. Low investment, high profit, quick money, and low risk. This was the only thing he could do now. When he had more money, he would be able to do something else. In the back seat of the taxi, Wei Jia narrowed his eyes. He looked through the car window at the azure sky. No one would have thought that in just a few decades, this place would be overtaken by smog and the sky would turn gray. Just as no one would have thought that the power of the internet would develop to an unimaginable level. The atmosphere was very awkward. Wei Jing sat on the chair and drew absent-mindedly. He didn't expect Su Jiaming's disciple to be the depressed young man who had eaten the same dish as him yesterday. What made him even more embarrassed was that when he heard the other party's name, he remembered who this young man was. Li Fei. When he was 21 years old, he brutally killed his biological father and buried his body in pieces. When he was arrested by the police, he shouted with a ferocious expression, "That man deserved to die. I don't regret killing him at all." The whole country was shocked and scolded this child for being an ungrateful wretch. At that time, this matter dominated the trending searches for several days. In the end, this young man was sentenced to life imprisonment. Wei Jing even supported him on Weibo at that time. He felt that this man was really abominable. He could even kill his biological father. He was cold-blooded. Now, time had passed. From 2011 to 2002, the man who killed his biological father had become this shy young man with a shy smile beside him. Wei Jing felt that time was really a strange thing. It could change a person beyond recognition. Just like him. When he was a child, he probably didn't expect that he would betray his big brother just to let his father's gaze stay on him for a while longer. What's wrong? Do you want an eraser? Seeing that the child kept looking at him, Li Fei asked blankly. Did he do something wrong? No, I have an eraser here. Wei Jing waved his hand and smiled awkwardly at the young man. Oh. Li Fei took the eraser back. He had a good impression of this child. Although he was dressed as delicately as the young man downstairs, he gave people the feeling that he was soft and cuddly, like a harmless little animal. He wanted to hold him in the palm of his hand and kiss him. He wasn't a person who was good at saying nice things. He wanted to say a few words to the child, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about. The three people in the room were painting in silence. Only the sound of brushes brushing could be heard. The heater in the atelier was on full blast. After a while, Wei Jing couldn't take it anymore. He got up, took off his down jacket, and put it aside. When he turned around, he saw that the young man's forehead was covered with sweat. Wei Jing tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Brother Li Fei, aren't you hot? Why don't you take off your coat and put it with mine?" Li Fei's body stiffened and he looked away. No need. I'm fine. Oh. Wei Jing, who was rejected, looked at the young man curiously and returned to his seat to continue drawing. On the other hand, Su Jiaming was attracted by their conversation. He turned his head and looked at Li Fei from head to toe. Suddenly, he frowned and looked angry. When he saw Wei Jing from the corner of his eye, he immediately looked away. Su Jiaming put down the paintbrush in his hand and whispered, "Xiao Fei, come with me." "Master?" Li Fei looked embarrassed. "Come out. You don't even listen to your master now?" Su Jiaming scolded him harshly. Wei Jing was startled. The Su Jiaming he had come into contact with had always been forthright and gentle. This was the first time he had seen him bristling with anger. Li Fei bit his lip, put down the things in his hand, and followed Su Jiaming out of the atelier. Wei Jing was very curious, but the other two people were obviously avoiding him. He was not a real child. How could he be so thick-skinned as to follow them? In the study not far away, Su Jiaming looked Li Fei up and down and said, "Take off your coat." Master? Li Fei wanted to fight for it. If the master saw the traces inside, he would be so angry that he couldn't eat. Su Jiaming looked at his little disciple condescendingly. He had raised this child for a year and almost regarded him as half a son. It's just that Li Fei, this child, looks soft, but in fact, he has a stubborn temper. He refused to accept financial help and refused to move to their house. Su Jiaming could only buy him some clothes from time to time. He told him that the price of selling the paintings was higher than the actual price. He would put in some money and give him some subsidies so that the child could live a better life. However, after a year, not only did the child not gain weight, he even lost weight. Li Fei hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, under Su Jiaming's stern gaze, he took off his old cotton coat. He was wearing a round-neck sweater inside. The sweater was a little too big, revealing a patch of skin on his neck. There was a red mark on it that was extremely conspicuous. Su Jiaming gritted his teeth and pulled the sweater a little. He could vaguely see the boy's scarred back. "He hit you again." Su Jiaming really wanted to kill someone. What kind of father was that bastard? He was lazy and didn't earn money to support the family. He also drank and gambled every day. When he lost, he came back to beat his wife and child. No matter how much money he had, it couldn't fill the hole of a gambler. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Li Fei shrugged indifferently and comforted him. "Master, you know that my skin is white. These marks look scary, but it doesn't hurt at all." "Silly child." Su Jiaming rubbed the child's head. How could it not hurt after being hit? Wait here. I'll ask my wife to bring some medicinal wine up. I'll rub it for you to dissolve the bruises. Li Fei nodded obediently. The lingering warmth on his head made him feel warm in his heart. In the beautiful tea restaurant, a faint saxophone tune drifted in the ears. Wei Zhi sat in a remote corner. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. He was thin and small, and his hair was neatly combed behind his ears. He was wearing a clean and tidy blue striped suit and leather shoes. In fact, this man was too thin to wear a suit at all because he couldn't hold it up. He looked like a child stealing an adult's clothes. It looked a little ridiculous. Wei Zhi picked up the black and white contract on the table and quickly skimmed through it. He invested 3 million RMB, accounting for 12% of the total investment. The conditions were very generous. However, there was an additional condition. It clearly stated that he was only responsible for the money and the profits. He had no right to control how the movie was shot or who the actors were. This was probably because the director was afraid that a 13-year-old boy like him would suddenly decide on a whim to add or remove an actor. Wei Zhi smiled indifferently. He had no interest in making a movie. He just wanted to make some money. After the two of them discussed the details for a while, he signed the contract without hesitation. The thin director was stunned. He looked at the handsome boy in front of him and couldn't help but say, "You don't look like a 13-year-old boy. When I was your age, I didn't know anything. I only knew how to go out and play every day." The pen in Wei Zhi's hand paused for a moment. He pushed the document in his hand to the director and said casually, "Before signing the contract, we need to do some preparation, don't we?" "You're right." The director sighed and his eyes were full of disgust. "Unlike me, I can't see through people and almost ruined the movie." The person who had withdrawn his investment was his best friend, so he didn't sign the contract immediately. Who knew that after 2 days, the other party would turn hostile? "Don't worry." Wei Zhi stood up and patted the man's shoulder. "That person will regret it." An opportunity to increase his assets by 10 times didn't come by often. By the time Wei Zhi came out of the cafe, the sky was already dark. He looked down at his watch and saw that it was 5:21 p.m. Winter was like this. Before people could realize what was going on, they had already left in a hurry during the day like a gust of wind. The young man hailed a taxi and went straight to the Su family's villa. Oh. His silly little brother was still waiting for him? He was a little depressed. He didn't care about painting as a hobby, but it was too hard to make it a career. But there was no other way. Wei Xiaojing was determined to do this. The Su family's villa was still the same. It hadn't changed at all since he left. The moment Wei Zhi entered, he saw his little brother sitting on the floral sofa with a rabbit-shaped cookie in his hand. On his left sat Su Jiahui, and on his right sat Li Fei. The two children were whispering to each other. He didn't know what they were talking about. Li Fei was eating the cookie in silence. From time to time, he would move the plate of cookies closer to Wei Jing's hand so that the child with short arms and legs could move more easily. Wei Zhi didn't know why, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Why was he trying to please his little brother? Big brother. The child looked up and his eyes happened to meet his big brother's gaze. His little body instinctively shrank back and then he quickly ran to Wei Zhi's side. His soft little hand held the young man's broad palm and he said in a slightly fawning manner, "Big brother, you're back. Did you specially come to pick me up? Come, big brother, eat the cookie. Auntie Sue's cookies are delicious." Wei Zhi looked at the half-bitten rabbit-shaped cookie with saliva on the side of his mouth. Wei Jing. Oh ho. It was a mistake. It was a subconscious action. The child looked like he had nothing left to live for. He looked at his big brother pitifully and said as if his parents had died, I didn't do it on purpose." His habit of stuttering when he was nervous still hadn't changed. Smiley face, angle, just as Wei Jing was hesitating whether he should withdraw his hand, he felt a warmth on his fingertips. The child raised his head in shock. Big brother actually ate the thing that he was biting halfway. After eating, Wei Zhi commented, "It tastes good." Wei Jing. Smiley face, angle, you brothers are really close. Mother Su, who was standing beside Weijia, covered her mouth and laughed. She was already in her 30s, but she took good care of herself and looked like she was in her 20s. There were a few smile lines at the corners of her eyes, but they added a bit of a mature woman's charm. Wei Jing had a moment of realization. In his previous life, Mother Su's hair had turned completely white before she was even 50 years old. Her face was haggard and she looked like an old woman in her 60s or 70s. Her entire body was filled with the aura of death. His gaze shifted and subconsciously fell on Su Jiahui. What's the point of being a police officer? Do you want to be a doctor? How nice, a proper job, with a guaranteed safety? Realizing that his idol was looking at him, Su Jiahui flashed a silly smile. Wei Jing wanted to pinch him hard. It's getting late. Why don't you two stay and have a meal together? Mother Su said warmly. She really liked Wei Jing and Weijia. One was smart and cute, and had saved her son. The other was mature and reliable, and was very good to his younger brother. Sigh. She sighed inwardly. If only Wei Jing was a girl. Then maybe he could be together with her son in the future. How wonderful would it be to be childhood sweethearts. Mother Su might be old, but deep down, she was still a little princess. No thanks. Weijia smiled and politely declined. We still have something to do, so we won't trouble you this time. Next time. After the previous incident, Mother Su realized that the young man was a very opinionated person. She could only shake her head regretfully. You said it yourself. You're not allowed to leave next time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mother Su, Weijia left the Su family home with his silly younger brother. Wei Jing took his older brother's hand and asked curiously, "What are we going to do next?" Of course. Weijia smiled. The streetlights shone on his head, casting a golden glow on his figure. We're going to buy something you want. Wei Jing's heart skipped a beat. He blinked and played dumb. What do I want? Little liar. The young man reached out and pinched the child's white nose. His voice was affectionate. Who was the one who couldn't even bear to blink when looking at that thing at the Su family home? He bent down and looked into the child's eyes. We agreed before that if you want something, just tell me. Don't hold back. Tell me, aren't you a little liar? Wei Jing felt like he wanted to cry. Not because he was sad, but because he was too happy. So Big Brother had been watching him all this time? So Big Brother had always known what he wanted. Wei Jing took a deep breath and held the young man's broad hand tightly. He mustered his courage and said, I'm stupid. I can't tell what Big Brother wants. But if you want something, you have to tell me. I'll do my best to satisfy Big Brother. Okay. The warm atmosphere lasted less than half an hour. Wei Jing stared at the high-end toy store in front of him, dumbfounded. Big Brother, did he misunderstand something? Kneel down. What? You don't like it? Weijia frowned. After scanning the store, he picked up a remote-controlled racing car. It had a black and red body with smooth lines. The windows could even be manually opened. It was obviously expensive. He looked at it for 2 seconds and said with certainty, this is the same model as the one in the Su family. Wei Jing racked his brains and finally found the structure of the Su family from his memory. The house was decorated by about 3 people. In addition to the obvious female favorites, there were paintings by Father Su and Su Jiahui's toys. Wei Jing felt complicated after being coaxed like a child. But it wasn't strange that his big brother misunderstood. After all, his body was that of a child, smiley face, angle. Under the young man's puzzled gaze, the child broke into a big smile. He rushed over and hugged the young man's thin waist. He said happily, Big Brother, you're the best. I like you so much. I like you the most. No matter what, this was his big brother's kindness. How could he refuse? Weijia bought many of the child's favorite toys in one go. The two of them went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. When they returned to the apartment, it was dark inside. Weijia rubbed his chin and thought about where to find a reliable driver. It was too troublesome to take a taxi. On the other hand, Wei He had rushed to City A early in the morning. Ever since the negotiation with Weijia a few days ago, He had asked his men to investigate the plot of land near Xian Road in City A. However, no matter how hard they tried to investigate it, it was useless. However, no matter how hard they tried, there was no news that the highway was going to be opened. Tomorrow was the day of the land auction. He took a plane with his assistant and rushed over. They had already chosen one of the pieces of land. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. The main thing was that it was spacious and bright. Whether it was a shopping mall or a residential area, it was a good choice. Mr. Wei, the highest price we can accept for this piece of land is 60 million yuan. Isn't that a bit too high? The assistant, who was in his 30s, said hesitantly. They still needed to pay for the construction of the land. Although it would definitely increase in value if they bought it in this day and age, whether it was a house or a shopping mall, if there was no traffic, it would be useless. The money they could earn was too little, and the effort they spent was too much. What was the point? It was better to invest in something else. 60 million yuan it is. He glanced at his assistant and said casually. As Weijia had said, even if the highway wasn't opened, the loss of this piece of land was within his acceptable range. However, once the highway was opened, it would be a completely different story. Of course, He didn't choose to gamble. It was just a medium-sized piece of land. If he had accurate information, he would directly bid for the biggest piece of land. Yes, sir. The assistant reminded him. Seeing that he didn't intend to change his mind, he stopped talking. The next day, the auction in a city was in full swing. He sat in his chair and watched the small pieces of land being auctioned off. After a series of warm-up, it was finally the piece he wanted. The auctioneer in front of him explained, this piece of land is located near Xian Road. It has a total area of 65 square kilometers. Although the land isn't big, the terrain is excellent. The starting price is 25 million yuan, and each increment must be no less than 100,000 yuan. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to raise his sign. 26 million yuan. 27 million yuan. 28 million yuan. 30 million yuan. He narrowed his eyes. He couldn't wait for the price to rise bit by bit. He raised his sign and directly raised the price by 10 million yuan. 45 million yuan. There was a moment of silence in the surroundings. Soon, some people whispered a few words to the people beside them. They all felt that this price was not worth it to rise any higher. Thus, most people gave up on this piece of land and turned their eyes to other places. 45 million yuan going once. 45 million yuan going twice. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? If you like it, hurry up and buy it. 45 million. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted. 46 million yuan. He frowned. He turned his head and saw that the person who had spoken to him was a member of the Yi family. He raised his sign again. 56 million yuan. The Yi family was laughing like crazy. Was Wei's brain muddled? 46 million yuan for this piece of land was more or less profitable. If he added another 10 million yuan, he would only be left with a mouthful of saliva. If he had that kind of money, he might as well earn something else. The Yi family had come here to follow in Wei's footsteps. They didn't bid for anything and waited for the auction to end. This person shamelessly walked to Wei's side and mocked him. Mr. Wei is really bold. I admire you. You're throwing away more than 50 million yuan just for fun. He glanced at the man emotionlessly with his pitch-black eyes. He casually adjusted his sleeves and nodded. It's better than someone who came here just to buy some soy sauce. He can't even afford to fork out a small amount of money. The man was speechless. He walked away with an unhappy expression. He sneered. He raised his head and looked at the bright lights in the auction hall. He hoped that his good son wouldn't disappoint him. Time passed by unhurriedly. Wei Jing went to school every day, went to Su Jiawei's house to learn how to draw, and at night, he chatted with his older brother about recent events. Before he knew it, it was already the end of the year. Wei Jing was wearing a brownish-yellow sweater as he sat on the soft sofa. He held a sketchbook in one hand and kept sketching with a pencil in the other. Soon, a lifelike pangolin cat appeared on the drawing paper. This was the new member of the Su family, the plump girl, Xiaohua. Huh? Big brother, where are you going? Wei Jing looked at the formally dressed teenager. He was wearing a black suit and a woolen coat of the same color. He looked mature and steady. Wei Jia thought for a moment. He looked at Wei Jing's expression and said carefully, "It's the end of the year. Father wants me to go back to the family gathering." He sat down on the child's lap as he spoke. "The nanny will be here soon. Be good and wait for me at home. I'll be back tonight. TSK." Wei Jia was quite annoyed by the fact that he had to go to the Wei family's old residence during such a good time. For some reason, the old madam of the Wei family, who had not shown her face for a long time, suddenly returned to the Wei family. Madame Wei was not Wei He's biological mother. On the contrary, there was a deep hatred between the two of them. In the past, Wei He had used all kinds of underhanded methods to get his brothers to kill each other and break apart. In the end, he had reaped the benefits. But no matter what, on the surface, old Madame Wei was their elder. Now that the elder was living at home, if they, the younger generation, didn't pay a visit and let the outside media know, there would be a big article to write about. Wei Jing looked at the teenager's rare cautious expression and the subtle sadness in his heart suddenly disappeared. This was his family. "I'm fine. Big brother, hurry up and go. It won't be good if you're late. If the gathering is too late, you don't have to rush back because you're worried about me. It just snowed a few days ago, so it's not easy to travel. You can just stay over there." Wei Jing cupped his face with both hands, and his eyes were sparkling, making people unable to help but like him. Wei Jia, who was still hesitating, suddenly calmed down. He pursed his thin lips and pinched the child's delicate and smooth cheeks with his large hands. It was warm to the touch, and he couldn't help but linger on it. Wei Jing looked at him in confusion, as if he didn't understand. "Let's go over together today and say hello to old madam. We'll come back after a simple meal," Wei Jia explained. "Together? Didn't you say that I would stay at home?" His voice became softer and softer until it disappeared. The child lowered his head and subconsciously moved his 5 fingers. He had a conflicted expression on his face. He was very happy to be able to be with his big brother. However, if his father saw him, he would definitely be angry. Then, he would be angry with his big brother. This was not good at all. "I don't think I'll go." Wei Jing sneaked a glance at Wei Jia, like a small animal that was trying to detect its enemy. "Oh. Why isn't big brother saying anything? Does he agree or not? I'm so anxious." Wei Jia raised his eyebrows. "Reject him?" The teenager's warm hand circled around the child's waist. While the child was still in a daze, he lifted him up. The child's body was very soft, as if he had no bones. Wei Jia did not dare to use too much strength in his hands. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt his delicate little brother. Big brother." Wei Jing blushed. "Princess Carrie." Ah. He was a man, but he was being carried in a princess. Carried by another man. Why didn't he carry him on his back or carry him? He was not afraid of discomfort. After all, it was just a little distance. Smiley face, angle. When Wei Jing was placed on the bed in the room, his brain was still in a daze. He did not react until Wei Jia threw a cute little white cotton jacket in front of him. The front of the jacket was at most a little hairy. Since it was winter, it was warm and it was not a big problem. However, on the back, there was a pair of white rabbit ears on the hat. There were even pink cochlear implants in the ears. The design was so realistic that it made people want to pinch it. Wei Jing hugged the jacket with both hands. He felt that he was already mentally retarded. Indifferent face. JPG Wei Jia's words were concise but firm. "Hurry up and put it on. We'll leave together later. I'll call the housekeeper and tell her not to come over." Wei Jing looked at the closed door and then looked at the imitation animal jacket. Ah. When Big Brother bought this jacket, he had stuffed it at the bottom of the wardrobe. How could he still find it? How infuriating. The child opened the wardrobe with a conflicted expression and looked at the thick down jacket inside. Wei Jing's body was cold and he was afraid of the cold. Therefore, all the winter jackets were specially custom-made. The inside was stuffed full of eiderdown and looked like a ball. When he imagined himself wearing this jacket to the Wei family's old mansion, the scene was too beautiful. He would definitely be laughed at. As expected, Big Brother had good taste. He had wronged Big Brother before. Xianxia, who only wanted to see his little brother act cute, was speechless. It was only a few days until the Chinese New Year. Even in 2002, there was still a lot of traffic. Weijia and the others left at 8 o'clock in the morning and were stuck in traffic until 10 o'clock before they arrived at the Wei family's old mansion. The roses in the garden had already withered. A layer of white snowflakes covered the row of evergreen trees. It was a beautiful sight. The water in the artificial fountain at the front door was frozen into thick ice. The environmental problems in this era were not as serious as in the future. The greenhouse effect had not yet occurred, so winter was still winter. It was so cold that people's bones were frozen. Wei Jing followed Weijia into the house. He knew that Wei He did not like him, so he tried his best to be invisible. After greeting him, he closed his mouth and did not say anything. In the living room, other than Wei He and Madame Wei, there was also a mother and son. The woman was already old. Even though she had exquisite makeup on, it could not hide the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She was wearing a bright red cheongsam. On such a cold day, her white legs were exposed. Her hair was tied up in an 80s hairstyle with a golden phoenix hairpin. She wore a set of pearl jewelry around her ears and neck. Graceful and luxurious, with a natural air of nobility. However, Wei Jing knew that this woman was just like his mother. She was Wei He's mistress. Beside the woman sat a young man of about 15 or 16 years old. His features were not as delicate and gloomy as Wei He's, nor were they as handsome and domineering as Wei Zhe's. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He looked honest and reliable. However, it was this person who instigated him to fight with Big Brother for the position of CEO in the future. He had even prepared a fake document about Big Brother's company's financial problems for him. This was to make him go in full of confidence and be defeated. As Wei Jing thought about it, he suddenly felt like laughing. He regretted the stupid things he had done in his previous life. He clearly knew that he was not smart enough, so why couldn't he be as quiet as a chicken? Fortunately, he had given him a fake document. He had probably just wanted to fool him, but he had not expected that he would actually dare to go in the end. Of course, this person was not to be underestimated. He had always had designs on the Wei clan. That fake document was probably posted online by Wei Yuhui. Coupled with his forced abdication incident, the stock price of the Wei clan plummeted when he died. Wei Jing did not hate him. He really did not hate him. The other party had only given him a document. In the end, he had done what he wanted to do, so he had done it. Although he had been used, it was because he was stupid. If he did not have such thoughts, how could the other party have succeeded? However, he did not know what had happened to Big Brother and the others in the end. The old madam of the Wei family was old. Her silver hair was combed behind her ears, and her face was covered with age spots and wrinkles. Her skin was as dry as tree bark. It was obvious that she was not living a good life. Her 2 sons were dead, and her husband was no longer around. The Wei family had been taken over by the illegitimate son she hated. She was the only one left, abandoned in this world. How could she live well? Cough, cough. Madame Wei covered her mouth and coughed twice. She tapped her walking stick on the ground twice. Since you are all back, why don't you sit with me for a while? Young people nowadays are so rude. I have been back for a day, but you only showed up today. Wei Zhe, who had been secretly belittled, took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, "Good tea. No matter what you do to me, I won't move at all." "What can you do to me?" "Old madam, don't be angry. Wei Zhe is just a child. Have some tea to cool down." Zhao Wanwan had a polite smile on her face. She handed a cup of chrysanthemum tea to Madame Wei with her brightly painted fingers. The young man beside the woman chimed in, "Zhe is still young. Grandma, don't be so calculative with a child." Wei Yuwei looked simple and honest. He was obviously a mature and reliable person. When he said that, people who didn't know what was going on would really think that he was helping Weijia. Madame Wei snorted and said, "He's already in his teens. In my era, he was the backbone of the family and did all the dirty and tiring work. But now, he's eating and drinking well, but he doesn't even know the most basic respect for his elders." Really? When people got older, they liked to reminisce about the past. Madame Wei was no exception. "Grandma, you were amazing back then." Wei Yuwei gave her a thumbs up and complimented her cheerfully. "You're too kind." Madame Wei waved her hand modestly. Her heart was full of self-satisfaction and her face was full of pride. She rambled, "My eldest brother is the amazing one. He built up such a big business from scratch. Back then, we had to buy food with food stamps." Madame Wei was bragging about herself. The other two were very cooperative and listened attentively. Wei Yuwei interrupted from time to time and asked a few questions as if he was really curious about the information of the 1980s. It was strange. Madame Wei hated Weijia and the other illegitimate children, but she treated Wei Yuwei with special respect. She even used her own money to compensate Zhao Wanwan and her son. It was because of this that the two of them were so respectful to Madame Wei. When Wei Jing heard Madame Wei's words, he almost jumped up and pointed at her. But his eldest brother pulled him back and motioned for him to keep quiet. The child sat in the corner of the sofa and was very angry. Everyone knew that Madame Wei had an old grudge against their father. Now that she couldn't win against her father, she vented her anger on her elder brother. How could an old man with one foot in the grave be so narrow-minded? Unfortunately, Madame Wei's seniority was 2 generations higher than his, so he could only suppress his anger in his heart. Wei Jing. QAQ. Because of this incident, Wei Jing couldn't even enjoy his meal. He gloomily stuffed rice into his mouth and looked at the 3 people who were enjoying themselves. It was rare for him to have such evil thoughts. Since Wei He disliked Madame Wei so much, then Zhao Wanwan and her son, who were close to her, would also be disliked by him. Don't think that he didn't know that these 2 people were helping Big Brother on the surface, but they were secretly derogatory words. After lunch, Weijia and Wei Yuwei were called to the study upstairs by Wei He. Wei Jing looked left and right. Other than the servants, the only people on the first floor were Madame Wei and Zhao Wanwan. He took out his phone and browsed through the still somewhat shabby website. He read the news and played the single-player game that came with his phone. The 2 of them glanced at him, and old Madame Wei even let out a disdainful snort. Wei Jing's face was expressionless. He pretended that he didn't hear anything. After some time, Wei Jing heard Madame Wei call his name. He raised his head reflexively and heard Madame Wei ask casually, "You and Weijia live outside? Other than the 2 of you, is there anyone else at home?" Wei Jing blinked. Was she trying to get information out of him? Impossible. Yes. Wei Jing scratched his head and smiled bashfully and innocently. He looked adorably silly. Madame Wei's face darkened. Her cloudy eyes suddenly shot out a sharp gaze. She asked anxiously, "Is it a man or a woman? What does she look like? How old is she?" "The auntie is about 40 years old. She's a little chubby and has a round face. She's very nice and kind." Wei Jing propped his chin up with one hand and swayed his legs in front of him. Just as Madame Wei was thinking about who the other party could be, Weijia smiled. "She cooks very well too," Wei Jing added with a smile. "Cook?" Zhao Wanwan and old Madame Wei couldn't wrap their heads around it for a while. "Uh-huh." Wei Jing nodded solemnly. "The auntie that Big Brother hired is very good at cooking. I love her cooking." Madame Wei Jing felt very comfortable when he saw the other party's ugly expressions. "Who asked you to slander my big brother? Now you've been fooled. An eye for an eye. Ha 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 ha. Is there anyone else besides the servants?" Madame Wei told herself that he was only 7 years old. He was still a child, so it was normal for him to not understand the situation. She didn't want to take it to heart. "Is there anyone else?" Wei Jing widened his big round eyes with a look of confusion and bewilderment. Madame Wei felt a lump in her throat and was instantly unable to speak. "Why are you so naughty, child?" Zhao Wanwan saw that the situation was not good and quickly tried to smooth things over. She smiled gently and charmingly and said coquettishly, "The two of you are living outside, so Madame Wei wants to show some concern for the younger generation. After all, it's not very peaceful these days. You need an elder to take care of you. There's no need for that. My brother and I are living quite well." Wei Jing was really confused at this time. What were these two trying to ask in a roundabout way? Xiao Wanwan's eyes darkened when she heard this. She and Madame Wei looked at each other and said a few words to Wei Jing perfunctorily. Then, she helped Madame Wei upstairs and said that she wanted to rest. In the study, the father, son, and brothers were sitting on the sofa in a triangular formation. There was a document on the coffee table, as well as tea and an exquisite fruit plate served by the servants. Wei He leaned on the sofa and pointed at the document with his finger. "This is the piece of land I bought on Xian Road in City A. It's been almost 2 months since November, but the government hasn't revealed any news that they are going to build a highway." The man's gaze was fixed on Wei Zhe and there was a trace of irritation on his face. Wei Zhe pretended not to see it. He reached out and picked up the document and flipped through it page by page. The young man read the document very quickly and finished it in less than 3 minutes. He said with a little pity, "Is this the only piece of land? TSK. How about building an office building for rent?" The man looked at the young man coldly for a few seconds and saw that Wei Zhe still had that relaxed expression on his face. His eyes were full of confidence and it was a kind of absolute confidence in his own ability. Wei He slowly curved his lips. "Everything you said is built on the premise that there is a highway. What's the hurry? There's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste." Wei Zhe casually glanced at the stiff-faced Wei Yuhui and there was a faint smile in his eyes. The government also wants some people to have a good new year. During this period, father, you should have a good rest. When the time comes, you will be busy. Then I'll wait. Wei He raised the teacup in his hand and looked at the calm young man from afar. "Yu Wei, you are going to take the high school entrance examination this year, right?" The man looked away and turned to his other son. "Wei Zhe is 3 years younger than you and will take the high school entrance examination this year. Don't embarrass me." "Yes." Veins popped out on the back of Wei Yuwei's hand and his well-trimmed nails dug into his flesh. He still had that silly and honest smile on his face. "Father, don't worry. Although my studies are not as good as my younger brothers, I have no problem compared to ordinary people." "That's good." Wei He nodded. He rubbed his hand on the warm surface of the cup and looked at the two young men with an unreadable gaze. No matter how good a jade was, it still needed to be polished before it could shine brightly. The three of them stayed in the study for a while and Wei He acted like a good father. He asked his son about his homework and interpersonal relationships and gave some guidance. When he was almost done, he waved his hand and motioned for the two young men to leave. Wei Yuwei smiled in front of Wei He, but when he turned his head, his face darkened and his eyes revealed a viciousness that did not belong to his age. Damn it! Did Wei He take him for a fool? He wanted to use him as a whetstone. Wasn't he afraid of breaking the knife? He walked quickly in front and when he was about to reach the living room, he retracted the viciousness on his face. When he looked up again, he had that honest look on his face. The young man walked into the living room with his hands in his pockets. His originally casual gaze suddenly paused. He narrowed his eyes and walked to the side of the sofa. He looked at the small child, who he could strangle with one hand, playing happily with his phone. Wei Yuwei glanced behind him. Wei Zhe, who was walking behind him, had not followed him. "Wei Jing, I heard that you and Wei Zhe moved out of the Wei family's old mansion." Wei Yuwei suddenly spoke, his face full of confusion. "Why? Isn't it good to stay in the old mansion? We can't even come in if we want to." The child seemed to be frightened by the sudden sound. Her white and tender fingers trembled, and the long gluttonous snake collided with her body. "Game over. Tell me secretly. I promise I won't tell anyone else." The young man half lay on the sofa. When necessary, his face was Wei Yuwei's weapon. No one would have thought that this young man's soul was as cunning as a venomous snake. Wei Jing was 200% on guard against him. He didn't know why he moved out, and even if he did, he would never tell the other party. He pretended to be stupid and said a few vague words. He deliberately acted slow and dull so that the other party wouldn't be in the mood to ask. What can I get out of an idiot? Wei Yuwei thought to himself. Phew. Wei Jing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, it wouldn't have been a big deal if he didn't want to talk. However, he had probably been fooled by this person in his previous life. Now that he saw him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Wei Jing's gaze darted left and right. When it came to a certain point, it suddenly paused. A big smile appeared on his face. Like a small animal that had found its owner, he ran happily towards the door. The little rabbit ears on his hat trembled. Big brother. Wei Yuwei realized that he had been fooled. Haha. Let's go home. Wei Zhe picked up the child in his arms. He patted the child's back comfortingly, his eyes full of tenderness. Wei Jing hugged the young man's shoulders and rested his head on his neck. He asked in a low, muffled voice, "Aren't we going to leave after dinner? Was it really okay to not give Wei He any face?" "It's okay. I've already told father." While talking to Wei Jing, Wei He glanced at Wei Yuwei coldly. His ink-black eyes were bottomless, as if he was being stared at by a top beast, causing Wei Yuwei's forehead to be covered with fine beads of sweat. Fortunately, Wei Zhe walked out with Wei Jing in his arms. Wei Yuwei stood in the gorgeous but cold living room, covered in cold sweat. Wei Jing and the others were sent home by the Wei family's chauffeur. When they arrived at the door, it was already a little late. Wei Jing was a little sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and yawned loudly. His body instinctively moved forward. Suddenly, the person next to him froze. Wei Jing turned his head in confusion. He didn't know when, but a man in his 30s had appeared behind them. The man was wearing a clean-down jacket and a pair of black strappy shoes. He was tall and had a murderous look on his face. He looked like a criminal. Wei Jing recognized him. He was Wei Zhe's youngest uncle and his mother's younger brother. But the strange thing was, no one in the Yan family was willing to interact with his eldest brother until his death in his previous life. Why, did he suddenly appear in this life? Wei Zhe. Yan Laosan pursed his lips and walked over aggressively. People who didn't know better would think that he was here for revenge. Yes, it's me. What's the matter? Wei Zhe took a step forward and instinctively shielded Wei Jing behind him. Yan Laosan seemed to be very dissatisfied with Wei Zhe's attitude. He furrowed his brows and looked even fiercer. He pointed at his car and said, "Let's talk in the car." Wei Zhe thought for a moment and said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll send my younger brother up first." Although Yan Laosan looked like a mafia boss, he was actually a good person who got rid of evil for the people. He was honest and reliable and had a lot of love for the young. In his previous life, he had dedicated himself to fighting against abduction and had saved countless children and women. No need. Let's go up together. Yan Laosan glared at Wei Zhe. It's too dangerous for a child to stay at home. Yan Laosan's car was a tall and domineering off-road vehicle. It was a perfect match for him. At least, that was what Wei Jing thought before he got into the car. At this moment, he looked at the fluffy seat cushions, the cute character cushions, the Teru Teru Bozu hanging on the front mirror, and the perfume that filled the car. The smell was not unpleasant. It smelled a little like osmanthus flowers in autumn. The moment he entered the car, the fragrance hit his nose. After a while, it gradually dissipated, leaving behind a faint aftertaste. Wei Jing felt that this was a little different from the Uncle Yan in his memory. He turned his head and saw the shock on the young man's face. Wei Jing was instantly comforted. Look, at least he was not the only one who was blind. Yan Laosan sat in the front while the child and the young man sat in the back. Seeing that the man was not speaking, Wei Zhe frowned and took the initiative to ask, "You can tell me now. Why are you looking for me?" Yan Laosan held the steering wheel with both hands. His palms were sweaty, and he felt as if someone was blocking his throat. He could not speak. After all, they had not seen each other for many years, and their relationship was shallow. Moreover, there was also Xianxia, who was angered to death by Wei He. Xianxia was Yan Laosan's elder sister. She was also Wei Zhe's mother. Back then, Wei He had not taken control of the Wei family yet. He was just an inconspicuous illegitimate child. When Xianxia first met Wei He, she was captivated by his appearance. She was an insensible daughter of a wealthy family. She ignored her family's objections and wholeheartedly wanted to marry Wei He. Old Master Yan had 3 sons, but only one daughter, Xianxia. He was really afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. Moreover, Wei He had not shown his ruthlessness at that time. In Old Master Yan's opinion, although he was just an illegitimate child and was not capable, there were still benefits to him. The incompetent Wei He could only rely on the Yan family. No matter what? He had to treat his daughter well. In the beginning, the two of them did have a good time. Wei He was also gentle and affectionate. Later, when Wei Yuwei's existence was exposed, Xianxia was so angry that she gave birth prematurely. However, since Wei He was her child before they got married, Xianxia did whatever she wanted. When she saw that Wei He had no intention of bringing him back, she endured it. It wasn't until Wei He successfully took over the Wei clan that his fangs were truly revealed. Xianxia's was a child. She had caused her father and brothers felt sad for her. In the end, her father fell ill and made. Wei's father was father's, SSS. Ants. And Yan S's caused her father answer her S and S's, Yan's. Wei's is right SSS, went. After a series of battles, the Yan family was at a disadvantage. They had no choice but to recuperate. Wei's existence became awkward in the Yan family. He was Xianxia's only child and Wei He's son. At that time, Old Master Yan was in a fit of anger. He said he didn't want Wei He. After he calmed down, he was too embarrassed to ask the Wei family to visit his grandson. Although the two families didn't interact with each other after Xianxia's death, they had been secretly paying attention to their nephew, Wei Zhe. They were secretly happy that Wei Zhe had entered high school at such a young age. However, they suddenly heard that he had been kicked out of the Wei family's mansion. They discussed this matter internally for more than 2 months. Now that it was almost the new year, they finally couldn't help but send Yan Laosan over to check on the situation. "Are you doing well outside?" Yan Laosan finally asked after holding it in for a long time. "Pretty good." "Oh. That's good." He smiled embarrassedly. However, he was already cursing in his heart. Those bastards made him face a child. Who knew that his appearance was the most unlikable among all children? Some were even scared to tears by him. "Do you need help with anything recently?" Yan Laosan asked quickly. He was afraid that Wei Zhe would reject him. "As long as you ask, the Yan family will definitely help you. Don't be shy. After all, we are a family and the same blood flows in our veins." Wei Zhe thought for a moment. While Yan Laosan was feeling uneasy, he slowly said, "I do have something that I need your help with, uncle." Yan Laosan came at the right time. What? Yan Laosan's mind went blank. Xiaozhe was calling him uncle. Uncle. Ha 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 ha. He was so happy that he couldn't wait to hug the child and kiss him. Fortunately, the little bit of reason left in his heart held him back, so he didn't go crazy. Wei Zhe didn't understand the man's excitement. He took out his phone and said, "Let's exchange numbers. I will tell uncle when I need your help." Okay. Yan Laosan was dizzy. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. When the sky was completely dark, Yan Laosan drove his big baby and brought his little baby Wei Zhe out for a meal. The guests enjoyed the meal to the fullest. After they parted, Yan Laosan couldn't wait to call Big Brother Yan and happily talked about his intimate contact with his nephew. They were actually eating at the same table. Ha 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 ha. You guys didn't want to come because of your pride. My nephew must be obedient, cute, and responsible. Yan Laosan, who had a thick fan filter, started to boast. The expressionless Big Brother Yan was speechless. The villain in his heart was biting his handkerchief and crying loudly. Nephew, cute nephew, ******. Time always passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was New Year's Eve. This time, Wei Zhe didn't bring Wei Jing back to the Wei family's old mansion. After New Year's Eve, it was the most important spring festival for the Chinese people. On that day, the Wei family was bustling with people. Wei Zhe followed Wei He and greeted all kinds of guests with a polite smile on his face. Everyone was saying good wishes to each other with joyous smiles on their faces. The first thing they said when they saw each other was Happy New Year. At the same time, the martial arts movie that Wei Zhe invested in was officially released. Due to budget constraints, the director didn't invite any popular stars. Therefore, on the first day, the movie's screening rate wasn't high and the attendance rate was average. However, on the second day, the attendance rate increased by a large margin. It turned out that many people came out of the cinema to tell their families and friends about this funny, heartwarming, and tear-jerking movie. There were always curious people who came to the cinema to watch the movie. Just like that, word of mouth spread. The director was also willing to spend money on costumes and special effects. Soon, the movie was a new force to be reckoned with and the box office sales soared. The investors couldn't stop smiling. As for the actors in the movie, even the supporting characters who only appeared a few times, they instantly became popular. Not to mention the lead actors, they were completely popular. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, school reopened. City A, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly made a big move when no one was prepared for it, building a highway. When the news came out, all the businessmen who had bought land near Xiyan Road went crazy. It was as if he had only intended to buy a small watermelon, but the buyer had waved his hand and brought him a golden watermelon. The land was still the same, and the area was still the same, but its price was no longer the same. When Wei He received the news, the shareholders' meeting had just ended. He was stunned. His first reaction wasn't ecstasy, but confusion. Wei Zhe was just a teenager. Where did he get his connections from? President. The assistant, who was in his 30s, couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He said respectfully, "You really have a divine foresight. You can even predict this. When do you plan to start construction on this land?" "Yes. You really have a divine foresight." Wei He narrowed his eyes and said ambiguously. The assistant felt that there was something wrong with his words. Wei He stretched out his hand to loosen his bow tie. He turned his head and glanced at the assistant. He said coldly, "Since the government has already issued a policy, go and ask the people below to quickly come up with the proposal. I want to see the results in a week." The assistant heard him and replied in a low voice, "Yes." After the spring festival, the most painful thing for the children was undoubtedly going to school. Even with Wei Jing's mature mind, he couldn't get over it in a short time. Not to mention, he still had to go to Su Jiahui's house to learn how to draw. It was double the work. "Look at how sleepy you are. Don't let your head fall into the paint later." Wei Jing felt that something in his hand was taken away. His hands were stained with paint. He didn't dare to rub his eyes. He could only blink hard. In the blur, he saw Li Fei standing beside him with a smile. "School just started. I haven't adjusted my schedule yet." Wei Jing grumbled. "Alright, one more day won't make a difference. Go and rest for a while. It's not worth it if you tire yourself out," Li Fei said. After spending some time together, Wei Jing and Li Fei's relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Li Fei was gentle and considerate. Although she wasn't good with words, she was very good to him and Su Jiahui. Wei Jing couldn't imagine that such a person would actually kill his father. After beating around the bush, Wei Jing learned that Li Fei's father was a scumbag. Not only did he gamble, but he also abused his family. Immediately, he had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that one day in the future, Li Fei would be angered by his father? The resentment that he had suppressed for many years would erupt, and he would lose control of his emotions and kill his father? Okay. Wei Jing's current state was indeed not suitable for painting. He was so sleepy that his hands were shaking. After leaving the studio, Wei Jing yawned. He decided to take a nap on the sofa downstairs and wait for his older brother to come and pick him up. At that moment, the door to the apartment was open. Mother Su was holding a kettle and watering a small winter sweet by the door. Suddenly, there was a burst of crying not far away. The crying seemed to come from the heart and lungs. It was sharp and mournful. Wei Jing, who was sleepy, suddenly shivered. He woke up in fright. He ran out of the door and asked in confusion, "Where did the crying come from?" "I don't know either." Mother Sue shook her head. She put down the kettle in her hand and looked outside. Hearing that the crying was still there, she said, "I'll go take a look." "I'll go too." Wei Jing followed Mother Sue out of the courtyard. He saw many workers moving furniture one by one. Behind them stood a familiar-looking man and woman. They seemed to be husband and wife. The crying came from the mouth of a little girl between them. The little girl was wearing a white plush coat with a dress underneath. Her hair was braided into 2 small braids. She looked like a little princess, if she didn't cry. At that moment, the little girl seemed to be shameless to her parents. She cried and yelled, "I don't want Aunt Lee. I don't want her. Mom, Dad, I don't want her." She cried so hard that her voice became hoarse. "I want you to change an aunt for me. I hate her. I hate her, Ningle, be good. Aunt Lee has taken care of you for so long. Don't throw a tantrum." The woman wore a large pair of sunglasses. Her skin was snow white and her lips were flaming red. She wore a knitted hat on her head, revealing her straight and black hair. "Aunt Lee has worked so hard to take care of you. Who can tolerate your temper?" In contrast to the woman's gentleness, the man's words were much harsher. "I don't want her. I don't want her." The little girl was tired from crying. Her cries turned into sniffles, but she was still stubborn and said something. "Ningle, do you know how hard it is to find a good nanny these days? Aunt Lee is your dad's distant cousin. Although she's a little strict, she won't hurt you. You'll be 8 years old after the new year. You can't throw tantrums like before." The woman lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. "Look at you. You don't look like a girl at all. You got into a fight right after school started. Mom and Dad are already very tired from work. Do you know how embarrassed we were when we were called to school? We lost all our face because of you." The 2 adults lectured her one after another. The little girl's head lowered lower and lower. Her 2 white and tender hands were intertwined together. Her little body trembled slightly with her almost inaudible sniffles. She was like a beast in pain, seeking her parents' protection but to no avail. Instead, she was forced into deeper despair by them. After all, it was their family matter. Wei Jing was hesitating whether or not to step forward and say a few words of advice when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What's going on?" Wei Jing turned his head and saw Li Fei looking at the scene in front of him with some confusion. "It's like this." He hesitated for a moment, then told Li Fei everything he saw. At this time, Mama Sue didn't know whether to step forward or retreat. After all, at a glance, it was obvious that the parents were educating the naughty brat at home. As an adult, she could understand parents occasionally scolding their children, but, weren't the parents in front of her a little too much? It was as if they were unconsciously releasing the grievances and pressure they suffered at work on their own daughter. "Ching, don't say any more. Ningle is still young." A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s walked over from around the corner. She saw the scene in the distance and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly ran over and began to put in a good word for the little girl. "It'll be fine when she's a little older and more sensible. Auntie, you're still speaking up for her. You don't even know that just now she was crying and saying that she doesn't want you." The woman waved her hand in annoyance. "Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. I just hope that she'll be more sensible in the future. She won't always get into fights and throw tantrums over small things. What's there to cry about? The child is still young." The nanny smiled kindly. She squatted down and took out a handkerchief from her pocket. "Come, wipe your tears. Don't cry anymore." At a glance, it was a harmonious scene. But Wei Jing couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. What exactly was it? He saw that the little girl's body trembled even more. She timidly reached out her hand and pinched the corner of the handkerchief. She carefully held it in her palm. The sobbing that was about to stop became louder. As if she was afraid that her parents would be angry, she covered her mouth with both hands. Her black hair covered half of her face. But for some reason, Wei Jing just felt that the child was crying. And she was crying even more sadly. She seemed to be afraid of that nanny, unconsciously, Wei Jing took a step forward and ran over. If that nanny was really good to the little girl, why would she be afraid of her? Are you okay? He stood in front of the little girl. After he asked that question, he secretly cursed himself for being retarded. This girl was crying like this, and he still asked if she was okay? You are. The little girl looked up. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was full of tears. Wei Jing's mind exploded, and he was stunned. Ninggle. This was Nia Ninggle. If Wei Jing was asked to name his best friend in his previous life, it had to be Nia Ninggle. In his memory, this girl was even more manly than a man. She was 1.78 meters tall, had long legs, a six-pack, and a well-defined vest. Coupled with her short black hair, sharp, trimmed eyebrows, and sharp words, she always said all kinds of sharp words. She didn't love BMWs, but loved motorcycles. When she fought, she could easily take on 3 people. And this little girl in front of him was actually Nia Ninggle. Nia Ninggle, who was worshipped by countless people as the Prince Charming. Can I say a few words? Li Fei, who was following closely behind Wei Jing, saw that he didn't speak for a long time, so she took the initiative to speak. You keep blaming the little girl, but did you ask her why she wanted to change the nanny? The woman looked at the young man from head to toe. Looking at the tattered clothes on the other party, she made a disdainful sound. What reason could there be? She's just throwing a princess tantrum. Seeing the woman's attitude, Li Fei pursed his lips, and a bit of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. He turned to the little girl and encouraged her. Say what you want to say. If you don't say it, how will others know what you're thinking? I. Nia Ninggle opened her mouth for a long time, but nothing came out. Wei Jing, who came back to his senses, hurriedly encouraged her. Come on. Ninggle, tell us everything that the other party has done to you. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I won't let her hurt you. The nanny saw that the situation was not good, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. This is Qingqing's family matter, why are you 2 children getting involved? Go home. Why are you panicking? Wei Jing narrowed his eyes. Are you feeling guilty? You're funny, little brat. What do I have to feel guilty about? It's you who are meddling in other people's business all day long. Don't you have homework? The woman shouted fiercely. Her behavior was too obvious, and everyone noticed that something was wrong. The woman and man looked at each other through their sunglasses. They looked at the flustered nanny, then looked at their daughter who was crying miserably. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. Under everyone's encouraging gazes, Nia Ninggle held the little brother's hand tightly, as if this hand could give her unlimited courage. She sobbed and said softly, she hit me. Brother Ayong even took off my clothes and bit me. The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, with the childishness and innocence of a child. Her eyes were wide open, filled with innocence and innocence. She had no idea what kind of impact her words had on everyone present. What nonsense are you talking about, child? The nanny let out an ear-piercing scream. Her originally kind face twisted into a strange expression due to anxiety and anger. Shut up. The woman wearing sunglasses scolded in a low voice. Her white fingers were tightly clenched. She took a deep breath and pulled out a comforting smile at the frightened little girl. She whispered, Come. Ninggle, what else did she do? Don't leave out a single word and tell me everything. Brother Ayong wanted to take off my clothes. I didn't allow it. He hit me. She also hit me. The little girl trembled as she pointed at the nanny. Perhaps it was because of the change in her mother's attitude, the little girl seemed to have found her courage. She ran over and hugged her mother's leg, crying loudly. Mama, she hit me so hard. Look, she hit me with something. The little girl pointed at her back and tried to take off her clothes. Even though she was young, she knew that a girl's body should not be seen by a boy. This was wrong. Ninggle, don't cry. Let's go home first. There were people coming and going here. The workers moving furniture looked over curiously from time to time. The woman held her daughter's little hand tightly and glared at the nanny and the man. Look at what kind of family you found. If this is true, I'm not done with you. The man's eyes were also filled with anger. He grabbed the nanny's collar and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go. Call your son over too. He's so young, but he doesn't learn good things. See if I don't break his legs." Yong was the nanny's son. He was 14 years old this year and his hormones were raging. "Children, thank you. We'll visit you another day to thank you." Before leaving, the man said to Li Fei and the others, "It's fine." Li Fei shook his head. The young man's face was like jade and his eyes were delicate. The slightly upturned corners of his eyes seemed to have a small hook that could steal people's hearts. Since they were both facing domestic violence, he naturally wouldn't be stingy if he could help. The little girl was led by her mother into the apartment. In her teary eyes, she turned back to look at the little boy, and her heart warmed. She carefully reached out her hand and waved at them, "Goodbye." Li Fei gave the little girl a comforting smile and mouthed, "Good luck." Wei Jing looked at the little girl and then looked at Li Fei. His delicate little face was full of shock. Wait a minute, could Li Fei be the man Nia Ningel liked in her previous life? Does that mean Li Fei is gay? This was a bitter secret love story. The little princess who was saved by the prince was deeply infatuated with the handsome little prince. She secretly loved him, and one day, she finally couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart. Holding a pink girl's love letter, she confessed to the prince. But, the prince said, "Thank you for your love, but I'm gay." Different genders, unable to fall in love. Then, Nia Ningel changed from a little princess who wore a princess dress, had her hair in pigtails, and spoke gently to a real woman who was more handsome than a pure man. Nia Ningel said, "Since you like men, don't you think I'm manly enough? This way, it's the same if you like me." "Li Fei, girl, you can think like that." When Wei Jing heard Nia Ningel talk about this, he even asked what happened after that. "Where is that man now?" But Nia Ningel only held the lady's cigarette tightly in her hand. Her beautiful lips collapsed, and her eyes had a complicated expression. She didn't say anything. She had a crush on a hopeless person and buried him deep in her heart. Day after day, she dug out this bloody wound and thought about the past, but she was happy. Moreover, the person she had a crush on had reached a place she could never reach. Li Fei was imprisoned for 3 months. During the rainy summer, when the lotus flowers bloomed, he used a small piece of porcelain to end his life forever. "Wei Jing, Xiao Jing? What are you looking at? Why aren't you saying anything?" In just a few minutes, countless thoughts ran through Wei Jing's mind. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the youth's bony wrist. "Senior Li Fei. In the future, you must think twice before you do anything. Don't get angry because of some people's words. Control yourself. I believe you can do it." The child's hand was soft and tender. Li Fei's mind went blank. He could only nod and say, "Okay." When Wei Jing saw Nia Ningel again, she was in class. The little girl had a shy smile on her face. She followed the teacher into the classroom. Her fair face seemed to be glowing. She said, "Hello everyone, my name is Nia Ningel. I'm 8 years old this year." Wei Jing. The surprise came too suddenly. He couldn't believe it. "Teacher, I want to sit with him." The little girl seemed to have recognized Wei Jing. She pointed at her fair fingers and said in a childish voice, "No. Wei Jing is mine." Little Fatty Yi, who had finally managed to snatch the seat beside Wei Jing, was furious. F***ck. Su Jiahui wasn't easy enough. Now there was a little girl. Why was it so hard to be friends with good-looking people these days? Wasn't this the femme fatale that Mama said? Little Fatty Yi turned his head and looked at Wei Xiaojing with a complicated gaze. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Wei Xiaojing was really good-looking. She was prettier than all the other girls in the class. I just want to sit with him. Wah wah wah. The little girl saw that the teacher was hesitating and began to cry and act shamelessly. Wei Jing was dumbfounded. This was a real spoiled brat. She had princess syndrome. Little Fatty Yi was angry and looked like he was about to cry. "You can't change my seat. I'm going to complain to my parents. I'm going to tell them that you bullied me." Su Jiehui, who had been silently watching the battle, suddenly raised his hand and said with a fighting spirit, "Are we fighting for seats now? Then I want to sit with you." Teacher, a bunch of spoiled brats. Get lost. Wei Jing was expressionless. He only felt that his elementary school life wouldn't be so easy from now on. Time always passed in the blink of an eye. Without the huge pressure from the Wei family's old mansion, Wei Jing and Wei Zhe's relationship became more harmonious. Soon, Wei Zhe reached the age of 18. After many years of lying dormant in the dark, a few small companies that were originally under Yan Laosan's name were all transferred to Wei Zhe's name overnight. There were also some stocks that were hidden in the dark. The entertainment company that suddenly rose 3 years ago. A huge business empire was slowly opening its fangs. Ever since Wei Zhe graduated from university at the age of 17, he hadn't achieved anything. Just as everyone was speculating that he might just be an embroidered pillow, he gave everyone a heavy blow. Wei Zhe's name instantly resounded in the upper-class circle of B City. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wei Jing now, because he was called to the teacher's office with a dumbfounded look on his face. He was recommended to participate in the youth art exhibition. Back when Yan Ninggle transferred to the same school as him, she quarreled with little fatty Yi and Su Jiehui, causing the teacher to have a headache. After much effort, the three of them were finally appeased, arguing over who had the best relationship with Wei Jing. They quarreled every 2 days and quarreled every 3 days. This caused Wei Jing's head to swell. He couldn't take it anymore and jumped 2 grades. Now, all 3 of them were dumbfounded. Without Wei Jing, the femme fatale, the 3 of them hugged each other for warmth and became good friends in the end. Wei Jing, F***CKU, in his previous life, Wei Jing had a crush on Yan Ninggle. He liked Ningle's optimism, strength, and omnipotence. Those were things that he could never have. But now, forget it, he'd better draw. Who could understand the pain of having one's idol shattered? Now, for years had passed. Su Jiehui and the others were still in the 6th grade of primary school, but Wei Jing was already in the 2nd grade. Wei Jing, your drawing skills are obvious to all of us. Our school will nominate a total of 3 students to participate in the youth art exhibition this time. The teacher has reserved a spot for you here. The class teacher, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, smiled as she handed the registration form to the youth. Do your best. Strive to make it to the finals. Wei Jing held the registration form, dumbfounded. You want me to go? That's not good. The teacher believes in your ability. The woman patted Wei Jing's shoulder and encouraged him. You'll get bonus points for the middle school exams this time. Do your best. Wei Jing, whose grades were always in the top 5 of the grade, == thank you, teacher. I'll do my best. Then. Teacher, I'll go to class. Wei Jing took the registration form and walked out of the office. Okay, remember to fill it out. Send it here before school ends today. Yes. The middle school and primary school that Wei Jing was in were integrated and could be directly promoted. There were also many who came from other schools. There were many awesome people. Wei Jing looked at the registration form and felt a little worried. He had been learning painting from Su Jiehui all these years, but every time he finished painting, he would be scolded badly by teacher Su. Wei Jing was a little depressed. He felt that he might not have the talent in this area. Now that he had been recommended, he could not help but feel terrified. What if he was eliminated in the first round? How embarrassing would that be? Wei Jing, what's wrong with you? You're frowning as if someone owes you millions of dollars. A friend from school joked. Wei Jing sighed deeply and patted the other party's shoulder weakly. He looked at the other party with a "you don't understand" look. If someone really owed him money, did he have to act like this? Over the years, he had humbly asked his elder brother for advice. Under his elder brother's guidance, he had bought a lot of stocks. His little treasury had increased by 4 or 5 times. Now, he could be considered a millionaire. Although he still could not compare to his elder brother, smiley face, angle, he felt that earning money to support his elder brother was really a long road ahead. His elder brother's net worth was so much higher than his. He could not afford to support him. For the whole day, Wei Jing's little face was bitter. When he handed the registration form to the teacher, he repeatedly asked, "Teacher, are you really going to recommend me? Don't regret it. There's still time. Think about it. Do you want to change to someone else?" The teacher was directly amused by his words. He felt that this child was very sincere. It was such a good opportunity, but others could not get it even if they wanted it. In terms of painting skills, their school definitely could not compete with a specialized art school. This time, the reason why Wei Jing was recommended was that, first, he had shown good skills during the class meeting. Second, he was the youngest. He had just turned 12 and met the registration requirements. With him around, even if the school lost, they could find an excuse and say that the student in their school was still a child. How could they have the nerve to talk about winning and losing with a child? Didn't they say that friendship came first and competition came second? Wei Jing did not know what was going on. As soon as he got home, he threw his school bag aside and ran to his art room with his short legs. This room was originally set aside for Wei Jia to use as a study. After Wei Jing learned how to paint, he simply emptied a space for children to paint. Taking out his drawing board and oilcloth, Wei Jing took a deep breath and began to think about what he should paint. After a while, he clenched the pencil in his hand and began to sketch on the canvas. He was very serious as he drew, one stroke after another. Slowly, the familiar scene, the large balcony in the living room, the soft fabric sofa, the cute little yellow sponge pillow. The young man with only the back of his black head was half squatting on the ground. The young boy standing opposite the young man revealed half of his delicate face. The bright sunlight passed through the transparent glass of the balcony and shone on the two of them, casting a layer of blurry halo on them. There were also magazines scattered on the coffee table, a white spider plant that had bloomed in a small flower pot in the corner, a devil's ivy that was fixed to the wall, stretching out its veins, and a gray rabbit slipper that was thrown outside the shoe rack. Wei Jing used a lot of warm colors in this painting. The warm and familial house, the tall young man, and the smiling child whose hair was being rubbed, formed a beautiful picture. After Wei Jing finished painting, he stared at it for a while in a daze. This was actually painted by him. Smiley face, angle, it was really unbelievable. When he was painting, he did not think about anything and just subconsciously moved the brush. As a result, this painting was better than all the oil paintings he had painted before. */omega \**, it was lively and lively, as if the person in the painting would jump out at any moment. It was pitch black outside the house, and only a few scattered stars dotted the night sky. When Wei Jing heard the door open, he ran out of the studio excitedly. "Big brother." The young man who had just entered the room was tall and straight. He had handsome features and a slight glance of his long and narrow almond-shaped eyes had an irrefutable domineering aura. At this moment, when he saw the young boy running towards him, the ice in his eyes melted and turned into spring water with an unconscious gentleness and affection. "Why are you running? What if you fall down? Big brother, come and see my painting." Wei Jing was very excited at this moment. He grabbed his big brother's wrist tightly with both hands and pulled him into the studio. Wei Jia had just rushed back from a banquet. There was a faint smell of alcohol on his body, and his head was a little dizzy. Now that Wei Jing was pulling him forward, he was not angry. He only secretly rubbed his temples with his hands to wake himself up. All these years, big brother of the Wei family's principle of raising his younger brother was to praise him when he had the conditions and create the conditions when he did not have the conditions. "This is me?" The moment Wei Jia saw the painting, he was a little stunned. Yes. The young boy's eyebrows had already matured, and he could vaguely see the picturesque young boy he would become in the future. His pitch-black curly eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyelids. His round cat eyes were naturally upturned, and when he looked at others from the corner of his eyes, it was extremely seductive. "This is Big Brother, this is me. It's just our living room, our home." The young boy's fair fingers touched the oil painting. The paint had not dried yet, so he did not dare to touch it. Wei Jia looked at it for a long time, then he suddenly laughed. Perhaps his drunkenness had clouded his rationality, but he did what he did a long, long time ago. The adult male's well-defined hand passed through the young boy's neck and pulled him into his arms. He mischievously blew a hot breath into the young boy's cute little ear, and said in a low and sexy voice, "Little fool, the you in the painting is different from the real you." People could see others every day, but it was very rare to see themselves. Little fool, the air conditioner in the house was working quietly, and Wei Jing's mind was blank. At this moment, he was no longer the person he was after his rebirth, but in his previous life. Every time he did something wrong, his brother would hug him and gently call him little fool. Big brother. You. Why do you call me that? Wei Jing widened his eyes, and his expression was complicated. Could it be that big brother was also reborn? Then would he hit him? Hit? If he hit him, then he hit him. He should have hit him anyway. Wei Jing's imagination ran wild, and his brain was filled with all kinds of voices. He was about to explode. The drunk Wei Zhi did not notice that something was wrong with the young boy. He laughed softly, and his voice was loud enough to make people's ears explode. Aren't you a little fool? Wei Jing Wei Jing subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also a little sad and inexplicably disappointed. It was not Big Brother. That's right, he was alone in his previous life, so wasn't it normal for Big Brother to call him little fool? The young man's body was burning hot, and the young boy's back was pressed against his chest. Wei Jing had difficulty breathing and pushed Wei Zhi. Big Brother, are you drunk? Go and rest. Although Big Brother's business had already started, he still needed to consolidate it. These days, he had been running around outside, and Wei Jing's heart ached when he saw this. Yes. Wei Zhi nodded tiredly, and there were already dark circles under his eyes. He glanced at the young boy. Have you eaten? Wei Jing blinked, and blinked again. He lied decisively. Yes. Huh. Little liar. Wei Zhi picked up the phone and called his assistant to send up some food. He then turned to look at the young boy who was nervous because his lie was exposed. His face revealed a rare arrogance of an 18-year-old youth. You dare to lie in front of me? Even if you blinked, I would know what you wanted to do. Wei Jing was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. Big Brother, you're so powerful? Could this be an additional superpower after the development of the brain? What are you thinking about? Wei Zhi was amused by his stupid look. He reached out and flicked the young boy's forehead. I'm lying to you. How do you think I know where the food in the living room is? Wei Jing felt that Big Brother was too bad. How could he bully him like this? Smiley face, angle. Wei Zhi's assistant was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing an exquisite ash-gray suit and his hair was combed behind his ears, revealing his mature and handsome face. He graduated from the same university as Wei Zhi and had known him for several years. He was deeply trusted by Wei Zhi. The mature and reliable assistant was carrying delicately packaged food. He had a decent smile on his face as he knocked on Wei Zhi's small apartment door. Assistant Su didn't understand. The boss had money and connections. Why did he want to live in such a small and cramped apartment? Hello. The person who opened the door was a 12-year-old boy. He was beautiful and his eyes were like a painting. He looked up at the man and asked, Did Big Brother ask you to bring me dinner? Assistant Su exclaimed in his heart. He felt that this child was really good-looking. He had heard that Boss had a child at home. It was said that the child was Boss's half-brother. The two of them were very close. Back then, Boss had broken ties with the Wei family because of this child. That was why he was able to develop such a powerful force. Assistant Su had explained to his friends that his boss was really magnanimous. If his parents had an illegitimate child, he would definitely strangle the child to death. But today, he was caught off guard and saw the child in person. Oh. She was a little good-looking, but how could she make the boss lose his mind with just her looks? Besides, there were so many good-looking people in this world. Why was he the only one who was favored? Is there something on my face? The man's expression was focused and his eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt. Wei Jing felt awkward and uncomfortable. It was as if he was a little white mouse locked in a glass box and someone would come and peel off his skin at any time. Huh? The man was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he quickly restrained his expression and put on a considerate and sincere smile. He handed the food in his hand to the child. I bought some noodles and side dishes that are easy to digest. I hope you like them. Wei Jing was stunned by the man's sudden change in expression. He replied in a daze, "Oh. Have a good meal." Wei Jing, she was a good assistant, but she was acting like a delivery man. Shouldn't she be asking for a 5-star review next, Assistant Sue? Why is this child looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? After Wei Jing said thank you to his assistant, he carried the food to the dining table and opened it. As soon as he opened the takeout box, a burst of fragrance assailed his nostrils. It was a noodle soup with a tender yellow egg on top of it. Together with some tasty side dishes, it was very suitable for supper at night. Wei Jing was too engrossed in his painting. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 11 p.m. His eldest brother had already fallen asleep. He sat alone on the chair, picking up the soft and smooth noodles with his chopsticks and eating slowly. His hungry stomach was filled, and he no longer clamored for his presence. After drinking the last mouthful of soup, Wei Jing let out a loud cry. Oh! It felt great. After eating and drinking, Wei Xiaojing rubbed her white and tender belly. She tidied up the things on the table and piled them up. After all, he was useless at household chores. Feeling very good about himself, he went to rest. The next day, when Wei Zhe woke up with a hangover, he saw the messy dining table. He knew whose masterpiece it was at one glance. He silently rubbed his forehead and personally threw everything into the trash can. God knew how much he wanted to throw the table away when he saw it. At this time, the sky was just turning bright. A ray of light lit up half the sky, and the dark night gradually faded away. Everyone was welcoming a brand new day. The housekeeper came at the right time and greeted her employer with a gentle smile. She carried fresh vegetables into the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast for the Wei family brothers. When Wei Jing woke up, breakfast was already prepared and placed on the table. Like every other day, the two of them ate breakfast together. Wei Zhe sent Wei Jing to school first and gave him detailed instructions. In the end, Wei Jing silently shut his mouth. The driver was already used to this and quietly sat in the front, pretending to be invisible. When Wei Jing took the drawing he drew last night to the office, he was very nervous. He was afraid that his drawing was too bad and would embarrass himself. Therefore, when he saw the other two contestants standing in the office with their drawings, he simply wanted to turn around and leave. How did he bump into them? If it was just him and his teacher, it wouldn't matter if it was a little ugly. At most, his spot would be taken away, but now, Junior, you're here too. What a coincidence. The third-year senior greeted Wei Jing with a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Wei Jing was at a loss for words and smiled awkwardly. It was too much of a coincidence. Okay, among the three contestants this time, other than Wei Jing, the other two were ninth-year students. One of them was the president of the student council, the senior who greeted Wei Jing just now. She had big eyes, fair skin, and long straight hair. Not only was she good-looking, but she was also proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She was recognized as the goddess of the school and many boys had a crush on her. For example, little Fatty Yi from the elementary school next door. The other one was Lu Qing, who had participated in the youth art exhibition last year and had won third place. It was said that he had been learning from a master since he was young. His drawing skills were excellent and he was also quite arrogant. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, he was a genius. Wei Jing silently retreated to the side. The cat's eyes, which were originally shining brightly, drooped down in dismay. The curly dark eyelashes were like small fans, making people want to touch them. The senior who was worshipped as the goddess of the school secretly covered her nose. Mommy. For someone who was obsessed with good looks, this kind of beauty was indeed too much of an impact. Lu Qing originally had a lot of opinions about this junior who had entered the competition from the back. If he didn't have the ability, why the hell did he join? Not only did he take up a spot for nothing, he would also be eliminated in the first round. How embarrassing would that be for their school, but looking at this child's pitiful appearance, he held his breath. F*ck. Did you know that acting cute was against the rules? Wei Jing, who was just standing there and doing nothing, was speechless. Alright, what are you still standing there for? Just give the painting to the teacher. Lu Qing felt that as a good senior, he had to learn to be considerate of his classmates. He patted the young boy's shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Even if you get eliminated in the first round, I won't blame you. Lu Qing felt that his words were watertight. It was really good. But Lu Qing just had to be born with a mean face. His eyebrows were long and narrow, his eye sockets were deep, his lips were thin, and his facial features were Western. He had a twisted and scary smile, just like a venomous snake that was about to pounce on its prey. Wei Jing was so scared that he trembled. He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Senior, don't worry. I will work hard." Big brother. He felt like he was being threatened. What should he do? Lu Qing was speechless. Something seemed wrong. Gada Senior was speechless. What happened to being arrogant? Ha ha ha. Seeing that you two have such a good relationship, the teacher is relieved. The homeroom teacher sighed with a motherly smile on her face. Wei Jing, give your painting to the teacher. Okay. Wei Jing's fingers were trembling slightly. His heart was beating extremely fast and his little face was tense. Especially when the homeroom teacher removed the outer layer of the canvas, he really wanted to cover everyone's eyes. This was drawn by you? The teacher's tone was full of doubt and surprise. Yes. I didn't draw very well. Teacher, do you want someone else to do it? Wei Jing said timidly in a small voice. He was very upset. This was the best painting he had ever drawn. He thought that even if it couldn't be compared to his seniors, it would at least be considered average. In the end, the teacher had such an expression. Was it really too bad? This is still considered bad? Oh my God. The teacher raised the painting excitedly. Your painting is excellent. It's like the work of a master. The teacher was at a loss for words. She didn't expect that Wei Jing, who was just there to make up the numbers, could actually draw better than the other two. After all, a 14 or 15-year-old youth would usually draw simple things when drawing oil paintings, such as arranged fruits or sculptures. If the painting was too complicated, it would make their paintings look dirty. This was because the lighting and shadows were not handled well, causing the painting to have no layers. However, the composition of Wei Jing's painting was very perfect. The sunlight shone in from the window, the rows of furniture, and the various details were handled well. After the excitement, the teacher calmed down and asked carefully, "You drew this yourself, right?" She couldn't be blamed for being suspicious. However, everyone in school knew that Wei Jing's family was well off. This painting wasn't drawn in front of him. It wasn't impossible that his parents were willing to spend money to buy a painting to make their child happy. I drew it last night. Seeing that the teacher's expression didn't seem to be fake, Wei Jing glanced at the other two's paintings. One was a cute little tabby cat, and the other was a grassland. After looking at it, Wei Jing glanced at the senior strangely. This was very good. Wei Jing felt that he had been cheated. In fact, Wei Jing couldn't be blamed for this embarrassing situation. God knew that Su Jiaming had high expectations of Wei Jing. Especially after Wei Jing showed an amazing talent in painting, Su Jiaming's expectations of Wei Jing became even stricter. In order to prevent the child from becoming arrogant, he would fiercely criticize Wei Jing's paintings every time. In the end, he would grumble, "Even when I was in primary school, I could draw better than you. With your standard, do you think you are still in first grade? Remember, you are 12 years old, not 2 years old." After that, Wei Jing, who had low self-esteem and lacked confidence, felt that he was indeed a good-for-nothing and was useless. Wei Jing's inferiority complex left a mark on him when he was very, very young. At first, it was because his friends in the neighborhood ostracized him because he didn't have a father. When things finally got better, his mother passed away and his father didn't care. He lived in the Wei family's mansion and had an outstanding older brother. The servants in the mansion often looked at him with a look of disgust and pity. Wei Jing couldn't help but feel even more inferior. Therefore, when he was raped by Su Jiehui, Wei Jing firmly believed that he was a good-for-nothing. Lu Qing and the other two were also embarrassed. They had thought that Wei Jing would be cannon fodder, but in the end, the other party had turned around and crushed them. "You've learned oil painting before?" The senior looked at the young man curiously with her big round eyes. "Yes." Wei Jing nodded honestly. "I've learned oil painting for 4 years, but I'm not good at it. The teacher often scolds me." The senior and Lu Qing. "Ha ha ha. Do you know that you'll be struck by lightning for being pretentious?" The homeroom teacher could be said to be in a good mood at this time. She patted Wei Jing's shoulder with deep relief and said with pride, "Okay, you guys go to class. Leave this painting to me. Wei Jing, do your best. Don't slack off. Try to get into the top 3. After Wei Jing looked at the other two's paintings, he had regained some confidence. "I'll try my best." The youth oil painting competition started by collecting oil paintings from all over the country. After rounds of selection, the top 100 would be chosen. They would then paint on the spot for the judges to appraise. The top 20 would be chosen, and the winner would be chosen from the top 20. After leaving the office, the 3 of them walked along the school corridor. Lu Cheng's fair face was slightly red. His black fringe covered his eyes and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He thought about what he had said to comfort Wei Jing and felt very embarrassed. With his painting skills, he still had the nerve to say that others could work hard. "Wei Jing, you're really good. I've also learned oil painting for a long time, but my paintings are not as good as yours," the senior complimented. The senior female student praised. Her fair face was full of smiles, and her long black hair was blown by the wind, bringing with it a burst of fragrant scent. Wei Jing let out an ah and said, "But senior sister, you have a lot of things to learn. Piano, dance, go, oil painting is just one of them. I'm not as good as you. I don't have the energy to learn anything else just by learning how to paint." The young man's voice was sincere and not pretentious. Even Xiaosusu, who was used to being praised, was overjoyed when she heard it. She waved her hand and smiled reservedly. She said modestly, "You're flattering me. You're more talented than me. Good luck when you become a great painter in the future." This was the first time Wei Jing heard someone say that he was talented. He blinked and looked at the girl with his beautiful cat eyes. His eyes were bright and innocent. When no one could see him, he clenched his fists tightly. His palms were covered in sweat. He unconsciously asked carefully, "I'm very talented in this area?" "Of course." Xiaosusu said matter-of-factly, "You're only 12 years old this year, and you can already paint such a painting. You'll definitely be better in the future." After saying that, she looked the young man up and down. She frowned and slapped him hard on the back. "Hey! 12 years old is the prime of youth. How can you be so lethargic like an old man? Raise your head, straighten your back, hold your head high and puff your chest out. Your grades are excellent, your family background is good, and you even know how to draw. What's so good about you? You're not confident." After thinking for a while, Xiaosusu finally found the right words. "Oh." Although her junior looked good when he lowered his head and looked a little worried and timid, but a confident man was more beautiful, wasn't it? Wei Jing covered his mouth and laughed out loud. His eyebrows were curved and he looked beautiful. "Senior, you're a little different from what I imagined. What do you think I am?" Xiaosusu raised her eyebrows and looked at him with an expression that said, "If you dare to say anything bad about me, I'll kill you." Wei Jing tilted his head and thought for a while. He said, "A gentle and virtuous fairy who doesn't eat the food of mortals." This time, it was Xiaosusu's turn to laugh. She laughed so hard that her image was ruined. "Oh my god. You're so funny. You've watched too many idle dramas. Eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Child, I feel sorry for you. One look and I can tell that you're easy to bully." Wei Jing, alright, stop teasing him. Along the way, Lu Cheng's expression had returned to normal. "Stop laughing. If others see it." As soon as his voice fell, the expression on Xiaosusu's face suddenly changed. The early morning sun shined on her body, creating a warm halo around her. Today, she wore a white dress that went past her knees. Her legs that were exposed outside were very fragile. There was a faint smile on her face that was as gentle as water. Two male classmates who happened to pass by blushed and stole glances at her. They muttered, "Xianxia," one look and you could tell that they were Xiaosusu's fans. Wei Jing, oh my god. This contrast is too big. Can't you be more sincere and less scheming? Lu Cheng's expression was also cold. He looked straight ahead as he walked past the girl and stood beside Wei Jing. He used his actions to show that, I don't know her at all. Xiaosusu snorted and pursed her lips. What's so strange about that? Do you dare say that you don't have a different side to you? Wei Jing was speechless. Who didn't have a little secret? But Senior Xia, this contrast was too big. He couldn't take it. Wei Jing took a deep breath and told himself not to panic. He thought about how Nia Ningle, that spoiled brat with princess syndrome, had now become a tyrant in primary school. She was in high spirits. So, there was nothing wrong with Xiaosusu, but he still wanted to kneel. Perhaps Wei Jing's performance was too shocking. When they parted, Lu Cheng patted him on the shoulder understandingly and said, "Take it easy. I was almost bewitched by her back then. Fortunately, I discovered her true colors in the end." Wei Jing, do you think you can beat the white bone demon 3 times? At the Yen family. Wei Jia, who was already an adult, sat on the black leather sofa with a lukewarm smile on his face. His long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Sorry, I have to go home tonight." The lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Old Master Yan who was sitting in the main seat. Old Master Yan was already in his 70s. His hair was all white and his face was full of wrinkles. He was wearing a loose tang suit and a string of Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist. "Why are you going back? It's not easy for you to come here. You don't even want to rest for a night? There's still a child at home. I don't feel safe leaving him alone." Wei Jia took a sip of hot tea and said, "That illegitimate child?" Old Master Yan frowned. Everyone else looked unhappy. After all, Wei He's illegitimate child was something they couldn't bear. Although the past is in the past, it doesn't mean that you can raise his illegitimate child. Have you heard of raising a tiger will only invite calamity? When his daughter died, Old Master Yan's health almost collapsed. She was a precious child in his hands. The daughter he had doted on for so many years was gone just like that. How could he not be sad? How could he not be heartbroken? Wei Jing is only 12 years old this year. Mother's death has nothing to do with him. Xianxia died when Wei Jia was 3 years old. Old Master Yan obviously understood this. However, he was unhappy when he saw Wei He's child, except for Wei Jia. He snorted coldly and said reluctantly, "You want to see the child, right? When the time comes, you can bring him over too." Everyone was shocked by Old Master Yan's words. "Dad." Boss Yan frowned and looked rather reluctant. He had grown up with the deceased Xianxia and had a deep relationship with her. He had completely taken care of her as if she was his daughter. Even after so many years, he still wanted to strangle Wei He to death whenever he mentioned him. Old Master Yan and Wei Jia had a lot of business dealings over the years and had met Wei Jing several times. He had a good impression of him and tried to persuade him. "He's little Jia's younger brother. Let's just meet him. He's only 12 or 13 years old. Don't scare him." Old Master Yan rolled his eyes at him and thought to himself, "With your looks, you should worry about yourself." Since Old Master Yan had spoken, the others could only bear with it even if they were reluctant. While they had reached a consensus, Wei Jia hesitated. He pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Jing is timid, loves to cry, and is sensitive. If he finds out that you don't like him, I'm afraid he'll be sad for a long time." Old Master Yan, did this mean that they had even invited a noble Buddha back? "Wei Jia, don't worry. As your uncle, I'll show him love and care." Old Master Yan gritted his teeth as he said this. He was different from the rough-looking Old Master Yan. Old Master Yan, who was almost 40 years old, looked like a scholarly businessman with a gentle smile. Wei Jia hadn't had much contact with the Yan family over the years, But the Yan family had always supported his business and helped him solve many problems in secret. He had seen it all. Therefore, Xianxia had a good impression of the Yan family. They were different from the cold and strict Wei family. The Yan family was warm, passionate, and harmonious. He didn't know why, but he had protected Wei Jing very well in this life and protected him from all the harm from the outside world. But this little boy was still irresistible. He was more and more like the Wei Jing in his memory. Why do you still feel inferior? Why are you still so timid? Why can't you be more daring and do whatever you want to do without restraint? He could not find the reason, and because of this, he was deeply hesitant and stopped moving forward. He was afraid that if he acted rashly, it would make the sensitive rabbit run away. Because of the importance, they were panicking. Right now, the Yan family was in a good mood. Xianxia wondered if Wei Jing had any other relatives besides him. His friends were pitifully few, and they were only the few people from primary school and Li Fei, who had studied painting with him. He wanted to pull Wei Jing out of his small circle and tell him, "Don't be afraid. My family is your family, and my property is also your property. What do you like?" What was he trying to do? Don't hesitate. Because I'm willing to be your strongest support. Well, I'll pick him up when Xiaojing finishes school. He wanted to let Wei Jing and the Yan family get to know each other. What if something happened to Wei Jing in the future and he couldn't rush back in time? Then he could ask the Yan family for help. Big brother, do I really have to go to the Yan family with you? At this time, the setting sun shone on the ground and dyed everything red. The little boy carried his school bag and sat beside Xianxia. His palm-sized face was wrinkled and his eyes were uneasy. As an illegitimate child, he ran to the Yan family. Wasn't this a blatant provocation? Don't worry. Xianxia comforted him. I've already talked to Grandpa, and they all agreed. Don't feel burdened. Just do what you normally do. Wei Jing heard this and couldn't help but complain in his heart. He boldly rolled his eyes at his big brother, and there was obvious disdain in his eyes. Don't make it sound so nice. It was like some people were naturally afraid of the dark. If you told them not to panic, and it was no different from daytime now, except that it was a little darker, how could they not be afraid? Xianxia was stunned by the stare. There was a hint of a smile in his long and narrow eyes. He was in a good mood with a smile on his face. Energetic little rabbit. Not bad. Wei Xiaojing, who was still feeling uneasy. Smiley face, angle. When they arrived at the Yan family, Wei Jing followed closely behind Xianxia. His little head was lowered, and his soft black hair rested on his forehead. His big cat eyes were also lowered innocently. His little pink lips were tightly pursed. He strived to be a good and obedient student. He didn't want to cause trouble for his big brother. He didn't want the Yan family to dislike his big brother because of him. Come, Xiaojing, greet uncle. Xianxia turned to the side and said to the Yan family, who were looking at him curiously, "This is my little brother, Wei Jing." "Hello, uncles." "Hello, grandpa." As Wei Jing greeted them, he politely bowed deeply to the Yan family. The other party was stunned. Why did this child look a little stupid? All the members of the Yan family thought in unison. Xiaojing, come into uncle's arms. Yan Laosan was the only person in the Yan family that Wei Jing knew. Wei Jing raised his head and looked at Xianxia. He asked with his eyes, "Can I go over?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows indifferently. His eyes were full of encouragement. "What do you want to do? Just do it." This back and forth vividly displayed the tacit understanding between the two of them. After getting his big brother's permission, Wei Jing ran over to Yan Laosan. He raised his beautiful cat eyes and said in a low voice, "Hello, uncle." Yan Laosan had a good impression of Wei Jing. His rough face smiled ferociously. He had the effect of a bully and couldn't change it. "Come, Xiaojing. Let uncle introduce you. This is my father, my big brother, my little brother." Yan Laosan introduced them one by one. Wei Jing greeted them one by one. When he saw the dignified old master Yan, he subconsciously shivered. The Yan family didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't dislike Wei Jing anymore. Among the Yan family, Yan Laosan looked the most like Old Master Yan. At first glance, they could tell that he wasn't a good person. During dinner, the Yan family secretly observed Wei Jing. They found that this young boy was really timid. He was very obedient during dinner. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He sat quietly in his seat and answered the Yan family's questions. If no one spoke, he wouldn't open his mouth. He was like a small animal guarding its nest. He would only show his true self in a place that he thought was safe. He didn't have the arrogance and recklessness of other youths. He had the caution of an adult, but compared to a real adult, he was too naive. He was like a well-protected canary that didn't know how to interact with others or how to gain benefits. Oh. Wait, this kid was only 12 years old. They were all led into the ditch. What did a 12-year-old kid know? Big Boss Yan rubbed his temples. He felt that he was really bewitched. He thought that maybe it was because this kid wasn't smart enough and had a simple personality. That was why Wei Zhi paid so much attention to him. Wei Zhi never lacked smart people around him, whether it was in terms of EQ or IQ. When Wei Jing, who was completely different from the others, entered his eyes, he felt that it was interesting. Moreover, in the following interactions, Wei Zhi's attention became more and more focused on him, and it got out of hand. Oh. Suddenly, he felt that this kid was a little cute. Old Master Yan was born in the military, so he naturally had an iron-blooded temperament. She did not know if it was because of this, but in the Yan family, from Old Master Yan to eldest Yan's son, all of them looked mature and reliable at first glance. Except for the silly and adorable acts when they were very young, when they grew a little older, they put on a straight face and spoke like an old man. It was precisely because of this that the spoiled Xianxia was spoiled by the entire Yan family. They were sad about Xianxia's death, but it had nothing to do with Wei Jing. According to their investigation, Wei He and Wei Jing's mother did not know Xianxia before her death. That was why they could accept Wei Jing into their house. If it was Wei Yuwei, haha. They could forget about it. If they did not break his legs, it would be their loss. After calming down, the Yan family looked at Wei Jing again. They only felt that this child was so lovable. Look at his small arms and legs. They were as white and tender as a newborn baby. It was as if they would break with a pinch. Then, they looked at his gentle and quiet girl-like appearance. He spoke in a soft voice. His appearance was too lovable, wasn't it? After dinner, eldest brother Yan sat on the sofa respectfully. A servant brought in some cut fruits and placed them on the coffee table. He glanced at Wei Jing and saw the young man leaning against Wei Zhi. His small hand was even holding on to the corner of Wei Zhi's shirt. Eldest brother Yan covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. He said, "Today is Xiaojing's first visit to our Yan family. Uncle did not prepare a gift. Take this red packet. If you need anything in the future, just tell Uncle. We are family, so don't stand on ceremony." Third brother Yan, who was still thinking about what to give Wei Jing, haha. Cunning eldest brother, do you think Wei Xiaojing will be bribed by this little amount of money? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Wei Jing, who was afraid that he would cause trouble for eldest brother, looked up blankly. Why, was he suddenly going to give him a red packet? He subconsciously looked at big brother, not knowing what to do. Uncle gave it to you, so just take it. Wei Zhi secretly pinched the child's soft fingers and looked at him encouragingly. Then, thank you Uncle, oh. No. Uncle. Wei Jing's mind went blank when he was acknowledged by his brother's family. He gripped the thick red packet in his hand and repeated his brother's words. 2 seconds later, he realized what he had said and quickly changed it to Uncle. Old Master, I don't have anything good to give. Just like your uncle, I'll be a little more vulgar. Money will do. Old Master Yan watched from the side. He secretly rolled his eyes at his son, took out a red packet from his pocket, and stuffed it into Wei Jing's arms. You're Wei Zhi's younger brother. You don't have to call me uncle. Just call me uncle like him. This brat, how dare he do this in secret? If he hadn't asked someone to prepare, this child would think that other than Boss Yan, everyone in the Yan family didn't like him crying. What should he do? He was already so old, but why did he still do things like a kid? Boss Yan, who had been rolled his eyes at, was speechless. He was dumbfounded. He thought that his father wouldn't like this child. The older a person was, the more they liked children and noises. Old Master Yan didn't like Wei He's son, but since this child was Wei Zhi's family member, how could he, as a grandfather, hurt his grandson's feelings? Besides, Wei Jing was indeed innocent. He was like a small sapling, exuding a cool and warm aura. How could anyone not like him? The more experienced a person was in the business world, the more they liked people who were simple and easy to see through at first glance. This was because they didn't need to feel burdened when they were with such a person. They didn't need to worry about being stabbed or betrayed. They could relax and have a good rest. We've known each other for many years. Just as Wei Jing was still in a daze, Yan Laosan interrupted. You came here at the last minute, so I didn't prepare a gift. It just so happens that I have a small apartment on Beiyuan Road, Unit 5, Block 21. Consider it my gift to you. Ah. No, no. Wei Jing shook his head vigorously after he understood what was going on. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Although the price of housing in this era wasn't as high as in the future, it wasn't low either. It was steadily rising. This small key represented a few million yuan. Okay, just accept it. Yan Laosan glanced at Wei Zhi, who was behind Wei Jing, and said meaningfully, someone has helped me make a lot of money over the years. This is just a drop in the ocean. I'll just take it as. He thought for a while before he finally came up with the words in his mind. Gift Buddha with borrowed flowers. Wei Jing turned his head. His small face was scrunched up, and his eyes looked pitiful. Wei Zhi wanted to laugh. He was the one who had given him a gift. Why did he look like he was the one who had cut his own flesh to feed the eagle? Uncle is giving it to you. Don't be shy. Just accept it, Wei Zhi said. We're family. Don't be so calculative. Yes, yes, yes. We're family. Yan Laosan hurriedly added. He tried to force a gentle smile on his serious face. This was the first time that Wei Zhi had admitted that they were family. Even though he had called him uncle before, he had been very distant. Inviting Wei Jing over and being nice to him was the right thing to do. Yan Laosan thought about it and looked at Wei Jing with a burning gaze. Wei Jing, although he knew that Yan Laosan didn't mean any harm, it was still so scary. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, uncle. Wei Jing carefully reached out his hand and took the key. It didn't just represent a house. More importantly, it was proof that the Yan family was willing to accept him. I don't have anything good in my hands. Yan Laosan was the youngest in the Yan family. He was 24 years old and had graduated from university less than 2 years ago. He was only 2 years older than Yan Laosan's son. He took out a key like Yan Laosan. This is an off-road car that I bought not long ago. I'm giving it to you. Although he had a straight face, Wei Jing didn't know why, but he saw a touch of heartache in the man's eyes. Before he could say anything, Wei Zhi directly rejected Yan Laosan's gift. There's no need for this. Xiaojing is young and can't drive. Uncle, you don't have to give it to him. Just give him a red packet. Yan Laosan had bought this off-road car not long ago. He loved it so much that he had been holding on to the car keys for the past few days. Wei Zhi didn't expect that Yan Laosan would be willing to give this to Wei Jing. Wei Jing immediately understood what Yan Laosan meant. With his small body, he couldn't even get a driver's license. What would he do with a car? While Yan Laosan was hesitating, he quickly said, Big brother is right. I don't need a car. It's too wasteful. Okay. Yan Laosan didn't know if he was relieved or regretful at this moment. In short, he had mixed feelings. Since Yan Laosan didn't prepare a red packet in advance, he thought for a while and took all the cards in his wallet. He even wanted to give his wallet and money to Wei Jing. Everyone was embarrassed. Old Master Yan even scolded him directly for being ridiculous. In the end, Wei Jing took all the money in Yan Laosan's wallet and returned the empty wallet to him under his warm hospitality. Wei Zhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yan Laosan's actions. His uncle usually looked mature and reliable, but after all, He was young and didn't think as thoroughly as old Master Yin. Today had given Wei Jing a huge shock. Even after he had showered and put on the pajamas that the Yin family had prepared for him, he was still very excited and couldn't calm down. The Yin family actually acknowledged him and even gave him gifts. They even patted his head and praised him for being a good boy. Ahem. Although he was an adult on the inside, who asked the other party to be his elder? He had no choice but to let them pat him, hug him, and praise him. Wei Jing lay on the bed and hugged the soft pillow as he rolled around. His black hair was messy on his forehead and his eyes were bright. He seemed to be a little insomnia. He couldn't sleep. He was so excited. Wei Jing hesitated for a while before he put on his slippers and ran next door. He gently knocked on the door. "Big brother, are you asleep?" There was no sound from inside. Wei Jing stood and waited for a few seconds. Just as he was about to go back in, the door suddenly opened from the inside and gave him a fright. The young man was wearing loose pajamas. His hair was wet and stuck to his scalp. His long and narrow eyes appeared in front of the young boy. Weijia had deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge. His facial features were very well defined. In addition, he had broad shoulders, a thin waist, and long legs. The young man had just showered. The corners of his eyes were seductively red and he exuded a strong scent. It was rare for Wei Jing to have such thoughts. He couldn't help but glance at a certain part of Weijia's body. Could it be that? Ahem, what was it? No, no, no. He couldn't do this. It was too dirty. Weijia raised his eyebrows. He moved aside and gestured for Wei Jing to follow him in. What's wrong? It's so late and you're still not sleeping. Are you going to laze in bed again tomorrow? It's because I can't fall asleep. Wei Jing smiled ingratiatingly. His large eyes were filled with innocence. No one could bear to blame him. Weijia picked up the hairdryer from the bedside table and glanced at him without saying a word. Big brother, let me help you dry your hair, Wei Jing volunteered when he saw this. Weijia's hand that was plugging in the hairdryer paused. He turned and stared at the young boy for a while before silently stuffing the hairdryer into his hands. Here. Wei Jing's expression was serious as though he was doing something very important. Big brother, don't worry. I'm very skilled. Weijia was speechless. I'm talking about your hairdryer skills. After a few seconds, Wei Jing finally reacted and called out. His white face was dyed crimson because of shyness, and it was very beautiful. Weijia glanced coldly at the young boy in the mirror. You know quite a lot, don't you? How old are you? Who told you all this? You're still young and your body isn't fully developed yet. It's best if you don't. He couldn't finish his sentence. Wei Jing's body temperature rose by 2 degrees. He looked unnatural as he growled, Big brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm only a little. His body hadn't even reached puberty yet. Big brother A** shoal. The topic of conversation suddenly turned to a discordant place. The young boy in the mirror was blushing, and his eyelashes were trembling uneasily. His dark eyes seemed to contain a hazy mist that would shatter at the slightest touch. Weijia couldn't help but laugh. How cute! This caused Wei Jing to repeatedly look at him in the mirror. Wei Jing felt that he was being mocked. He grabbed a handful of his big brother's hair with his little claws and tried to make a fierce expression. Don't laugh. I'm not laughing. Weijia narrowed his eyes and turned his head slightly to look at the young boy. His expression was serious and sincere. Wei Jing was speechless. Even his big brother had become bad these days? He almost thought that what he saw before was fake. The young boy snorted twice, but he couldn't bear to do it. He reluctantly put down the hair in his hand and picked up the hairdryer to continue drying Weijia's hair. The wet black hair gradually became fluffy and soft. Wei Jing's 5 fingers shuttled through it, pressing on the young man's scalp from time to time. After a while, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, cover his mouth and yawn. Okay, big brother, I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. You're leaving now? Weijia raised his eyebrows. Wei Jing tilted his head and asked with his eyes. What else could he do other than leave? Okay, you can stay and sleep with me tonight. Wei Zhi rubbed his chin. It seems that we brothers haven't slept together in a long time. Okay. Wei Jing said as he walked to the bedside. He suddenly pounced on it, and the soft slippers were kicked to the side by his little feet. The little boy's feet looked not much bigger than an adult man's palm. His pink fingernails were like budding flowers, embellished on his white jade-like toes. Wei Jing's skin was very white. His insteps, which had not been exposed to sunlight for many years, were as white as snow. One could clearly see the green veins on his insteps. They were fragile and pitiful. Wei Zhi sighed softly. He reached out and pinched the young boy's insteps in his palm. Ha ha ha. So itchy. Big brother. Let go. The young boy stretched out his other leg and kicked the young man's arm. His leg was soft and Wei Zhi didn't have to use much strength to catch the young boy's left leg. You even dared to hit Big Brother. You've really turned the world upside down, Wei Zhi teased. I didn't. Wei Jing's legs were caught, and he couldn't move. He opened his eyes angrily, and his eyes were filled with tears. He was like a little animal that had been bullied, weak and helpless. Everything about him was in the palm of his hand, and he could decide his life and death with just a thought. The night deepened. Sleepiness hit him. Wei Zhi's heart seemed to have been touched by something. He let go of his hand in a slight panic and turned his head to cover it up. Let's sleep. Oh. Good night, Big Brother. Wei Jing's two legs intertwined and rubbed against each other. After rubbing the itchiness away, he whispered, Big Brother is bad. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Wei Zhi stood by the bed and rubbed his temples with his slender fingers. He narrowed his almond-shaped eyes and pursed his thin lips. He looked down at his lower body in annoyance. He didn't know why he had been thinking about something just now. He suddenly thought of the grown-up Wei Jing. The beautiful young boy with bright eyes and white teeth was half lying on the bed in a loose white bathrobe. His white and slender legs were bent at a nice angle, and his insteps were taut. His toes were curled together like a flower bud that was about to bloom. His clothes were half naked, and his chest was as white as jade, his slender neck, his delicate collarbone, and his weak Adam's apple. His eyes were filled with tears, and his curly black eyelashes were like crow's feathers. He looked so pitiful, as if he had been severely bullied by someone. Wei Zhi didn't know why, but he felt his lower abdomen heat up. That feeling came and went quickly. It only lasted for a moment. But even so, it was enough to make Wei Zhi doubt his life. Wei Jing was his younger brother. Although they weren't blood-related, they had been together for so many years. What was the difference between them and biological brothers? He actually had an unspeakable desire for the future Wei Jing. It was simply too wrong. The young man looked at the young boy who was sleeping soundly and couldn't help but pinch his nose. He muttered, little heartless boy, sleeping so soundly. If you dare to betray me again in this life, I'll break your legs. Do you understand? Wei Jing, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, was speechless. That night, Wei Zhi had a dream. He dreamt of his previous life. He was already 27 years old, and he was handling official business in his study. At this time, the grown-up Wei Jing was wearing a loose V-neck sweater, revealing his delicate collarbone. A white apron with small lace was tied around his waist. His face was so exquisite that it took one's breath away, and there was a gentle smile on his face. His eyes were filled with brilliant sunshine, making one feel as if they were in a warm April. It was this smile that made Wei Zhi instantly understand this was a dream. After growing up, Wei Jing always carried a melancholy that he didn't understand. His brows and eyes were filled with worry, just like a pool of spring water, making people wish they could offer everything in front of him, just to win a smile from the beauty. Wei Zhi had once sighed that it was fortunate that Wei Jing didn't like to go out. Otherwise, with that face of his, who knew how many men and women he would harm? Big brother. Wei Jing held a bowl of rich pork rib soup in his hands. He pouted like a child, hugged the man's neck with both hands, and leaned his soft and boneless body into the man's embrace. Wei Zhi didn't know what to do. No matter how hard work is, you still have to eat well. Wei Jing's fair fingers poked the man's hard chest through the thin shirt, and his pink fingernails circled around the muscles suggestively. A thin layer of red appeared on his face, and his earlobes were so red that they looked like they were about to drip blood. He shyly glared at the man and said in a half-coquettish and half-threatening tone, "Big brother, if you don't take care of your body, you're not allowed to sleep with me tonight." Weijia felt that his brain wasn't enough. He felt as if he had fallen into the clouds and said, sleep together? Big brother, you're so strange today." Wei Jing tilted his head, and his beautiful cat eyes curled up. His dark, curly eyelashes fluttered uneasily. He puffed up his mouth angrily and said with some grievance, I'm doing this for Big Brother's good." "Humph. Okay. It's my fault. It's my fault." How could Wei Jia stand his younger brother acting coquettishly when he loved him dearly? "I know you love me the most, Big Brother," Wei Jing said with a smile. He bit his lips and mustered up his courage to kiss the man's lips. "This is a reward." The young man's lips were soft and smooth, with a faint sweetness. Wei Jia stared blankly at the familiar yet strange face in front of him. His heart was filled with guilt, but at the same time, there was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was sour and bitter. "You're my younger brother. It's not right for us to do this." He resisted. "Big brother, what are you talking about?" Wei Jing tilted his head and smiled coquettishly. He was like a demon tempting mortals. He hugged the man's neck tightly, his legs clamped the man's waist, and his perky butt kept rubbing against the man. "We're not related by blood from the beginning. Why do we have to stick to this world? We're the people who know each other the best in the world, and we'll be together forever. Isn't this good?" "That's right. This way, they could be together forever." He wouldn't have to worry about a woman suddenly appearing one day, holding his beloved younger brother's hand, saying that they were getting married and moving out of the home that belonged to both of them. If he and Wei Jing became each other's lover, no. Wei Jia's remaining rationality was struggling. He said, "I've raised you as my younger brother for so many years." Before the man could finish his words, he was interrupted by the young man sitting on his lap. Wei Jing's soft tongue licked his earlobe. The young man called out softly, "Then I'll be the child bride that Big Brother raised." Boom! Wei Jia could hear the sound of his rationality completely collapsing. As if he was possessed, he placed his hand on the young man's slender waist and rubbed it twice. Then, through the thin sweater, he touched the firm and soft skin. Big brother." The young man sat on his lap, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. He tilted his head and kissed the young man's tender lips. Slowly, he pried open his pearly white teeth. The impatience in his heart made him go on a rampage without any restraint. Hey! Big brother." As if it came from a faraway place, it sounded a little childish and familiar. Wei Jia suddenly woke up from his dream. He saw the young version of Wei Jing dressed and looking at him from the bedside. "Big brother, have you been very tired recently? We're at Uncle's house. It'll be rude if you don't get up. You can catch up on your sleep when we get home." Wei Jia's mind was blank at this moment. He subconsciously tightened his expression and answered vaguely, Okay. You can go down first. I'll be done soon." "Okay." Wei Jing nodded. "Then I'll go down first. Big brother, hurry up." "Okay." After sleeping for a night, Wei Jia felt even more tired. He lifted the blanket and felt the wet patch under his body. His mood couldn't help but worsen. Could there be a worse situation than this? For some reason, he actually had feelings for the adult Wei Jing. When he thought of the young man's soft body in his dream, the bone-chilling pleasure and indescribable satisfaction almost swallowed him whole into an endless abyss. Wei Jia laughed bitterly. When he thought of the 12-year-old Wei Jing, he felt even more ashamed. "It's okay," he told himself. He found an excuse that even he didn't believe. It was just a moment of impulse. His body had been holding it in for too long. It'll be fine soon. Besides, Wei Jing was still so young. Even if he really wanted to develop something with him, he had to wait for him to grow up first. Oh. There were still 6 years left. It would be very soon. Wait, what was he thinking about? Wei Jia held his head in frustration, but he couldn't get rid of the thought just now. Wei Jia stood in the middle of the spiral staircase and looked at the laughter downstairs. The young boy sat on the chair obediently. Yan Laosi, who was beside him, said something that made the people around him laugh at the same time. Weijia subconsciously clenched his fists. He told himself, he's still young. You shouldn't be impulsive. Take it slow. Maybe I'm just at a loss? He took a deep breath and controlled his expression. He calmed down as if nothing had happened and went downstairs. In the morning, Weijia sent Wei Jing to school as usual. He watched him smile at him, wave at him, then turn around and step out of his sight. His heart instantly became restless. He couldn't bear the thought that one day, this person would leave his life in the same manner. Boss. The driver in the front seat noticed that the young man's expression wasn't right and called out softly. Weijia, who was immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly looked up. His sharp gaze pierced the driver's eyes. A few seconds later, Weijia retracted his gaze. Drive to the office. Yes, the trembling driver said. While Weijia was struggling with his feelings, Wei Jing went to school step by step. Occasionally, he would chat with Senior Lu Qing and Senior Xiaosusu, who were also participating in the youth oil painting competition. They would have lunch together and their relationship slowly deepened. In April, the results of the competition were released. Lu Qing and Xiaosusu squeezed into the top 100 as expected. As for Wei Jing, he directly got second place. The school even gave Wei Jing a 2,000 yuan bonus and carefully instructed Wei Jing to rest well and not tire himself out. The next Thursday, the school would specially send teachers to take them to participate in the semifinals and finals. They wanted him to strive to get into the top 3. 2,000 yuan wasn't much, but it was the scholarship money that he earned himself. Wei Jing happily put away the money, waved his small hand, and said excitedly, "Let's go, I'll treat everyone to lunch today." Xiaosusu patted her chest and wrinkled her nose. She snorted and said, "Of course it's your treat. You didn't see how the principal was like. He wanted to worship you. Lu Qing and I have become your foil." As she spoke, she deliberately put on a sorrowful look. Since you was born, why was Liang born? Lu Qing couldn't help but facepalm. Don't scare your junior brother. Lu Qing, this is the only bad thing about you. You're not cute at all. Xiaosusu didn't care about her image and rolled her eyes at him. You're just like my dad, pulling a long face every day. You're so boring. Lu Qing chuckled twice and said, better than you, who is neither inside nor outside. Xiaosusu, Wei Jing watched them bicker from the side and couldn't help but say, the two of you have such a good relationship. Who has a good relationship with him? They answered in unison. The two of them stared at each other awkwardly. The three of them walked together. They were all geniuses and attracted the attention of many students. The school's treat was naturally in the cafeteria. Because he had a meal card, he didn't use the 2,000 yuan he had just received. Wei Jing also had a plan in mind. He was thinking about buying a gift for his older brother. Since it was Friday, he could buy the gift on his way to Teacher Su's house after school. Wei Jing held the small phone in his hand and sighed silently. When would he be able to see smartphones, Weibo, and Taobao, at the same time, in City W, not far from City B? In an old neighborhood, two elderly people who were over 50 years old were sitting on the old but clean sofa. One of them was reading the newspaper with a pair of presbyopic glasses, while the other was knitting a sweater. The ordinary navy blue wool ball became smaller in the hands of the elderly person, while the number of woolen stones in her hands increased. After some time, the old lady suddenly called out, "Old master, what time is it now? Don't you still have class in the afternoon?" The white-haired old man glanced at the clock and said slowly, "It's still early? It's not even 1 o'clock yet." So early. The old lady was in a daze for a while. She smiled and said, "Look at my impatience. Old man. Time passes so slowly. Just like when we were young, Ah Kuan was still a naughty child. In the blink of an eye. Okay. It's been so many years. Do you have to keep mentioning it?" The old man's eyes were a little red. He was afraid of agitating his wife and quickly changed the topic. The peaches in the supermarket downstairs seem to be on sale. I'll bring some back for you after class. Don't you love eating peaches the most? I don't want to eat peaches anymore. The old lady secretly wiped her tears. My teeth are not good anymore. Nonsense. Old Chen next door is over 60 years old this year. He still eats peaches as he likes. Wait, I'll bring you some when I come back. If you really don't want to eat it, we'll squeeze it into juice. The old man did not allow the other party to refute. Fine, I'll buy a little. Old Madam sighed. Her gaze subconsciously fell on a ranking board. In the black and white photo, a man with delicate features had a shy smile on his face. He was forever frozen in that moment, no longer moving forward. Her son was just going out to make a living. How could he be gone just like that? Ah. Old man, tell me, wasn't our Akuan very close with a woman back then? I heard that the woman had a son. Before the old lady could finish her sentence, the old man interrupted her angrily. How many years have you been thinking about this? They said that the woman was alone and did not have a son. Don't keep talking about those crazy words. How many years has it been? What's wrong with me saying it? Can't you leave it for me to think about? The old lady put down the half-knitted sweater in her hand. Her heart was still flustered. Bang! 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 The old man glanced at the indifferent old lady and said as he opened the door, "Okay, calm down. It must be our little sister's family. Don't quarrel this time. Second brother, I'm really sorry. Our little rascal doesn't know any better." The first person to enter was a woman in her early 40s. She was wearing a colorful dress, and her face was full of wrinkles when she smiled. Why don't you apologize to your second aunt? You're already an adult, but you still don't know anything. The child who was pushed out was about 13 or 14 years old. His skin was as black as charcoal and it was obvious that he had a lot of skin on his face. He walked up to the old lady hesitantly and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry, second aunt." After that, the young man closed his mouth and refused to speak again. What else? The woman secretly glared at the child, indicating for him to finish his sentence quickly. The young man dawdled for a long time and said, "When I grow up, I will be filial to my aunt and take care of you and uncle in your old age." The air was silent. The old lady and the old man's expressions were not good. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you watched Ah Jen grow up. Ah Kuan liked Ah Jen very much and even said that he would have a son like Ah Jen in the future. The woman had a warm smile on her face. We're all family. It's just a small matter. The child doesn't know any better. Second brother, please don't take it to heart. All right. I understand what you're trying to say. The old man's hunched back seemed to be even hunchier now, and his cloudy eyes were filled with fatigue. But as you can see, your second sister-in-law and I are already at this age, and we really don't want to adopt a child. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. Brother, what are you talking about? The woman's voice suddenly became sharp. It's precisely because we're old that we should adopt a child. There's an old saying that goes, adopt a child to prepare for your old age. The woman seemed to realize that she was too agitated, so she chuckled and said tactfully, if you can't move in the future, my Ah Jen can take care of you. Besides, this house is too quiet for two people. It'll be lively with a child. My old lady. I just like the quiet. The old lady, who had been silent all this time, said in a strange tone, how can anyone rest in this noisy house? The old man, who had been hesitating, sighed softly. He put down the newspaper in his hand and smoothed out the wrinkles. He was old and had no energy, so everything was done slowly. I agree with my old lady. This child really doesn't need it. Seeing that the woman was about to say something, the old man directly asked them to leave. All right, you can all leave. I still have to go to class, and there's nothing to entertain you at home. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother, you have to think carefully. Don't listen to my second sister-in-law. No matter what, Ah Jen has the same blood as you. He also has the same blood as you, so he's no different from your own son. The woman secretly glared at the old lady. She wanted to skin her alive and break her bones. At the same time, she secretly hated her second brother for being so useless and listening to a woman. Go. The old man only felt his heart ache. Ah Jen is my nephew, and he'll only be my nephew in the future. The two of them tugged at each other for a while. In the end, the woman saw that the old man had made up his mind, so she reluctantly left with her son. As soon as they left the neighborhood, she slapped her youngest son. "Why are you so insensible? Of all things to play, why did you play Chen Kuan's ranking game? Is that something to be messed with? Ouch. Mom." Ah Jen rubbed the place where he was hit impatiently and said confidently, "I've already apologized." "What else do they want? Wasn't it just a few scratches with a small knife?" "I can't tell." "You little brat." The woman secretly cursed, but in her heart, she agreed with her son. She didn't break anything? Second brother and the others were making a mountain out of a molehill. Was Ah Jen angry as well? Why should he be adopted by uncle and the others? Why didn't he adopt his older brother? His parents were biased. They only loved his older brother and didn't dote on him. But if he really put it that way, wouldn't the woman actually feel wronged? She had two sons in her family. Her elder son was 2 years away from graduating from university, while her younger son was only 14 years old and was still in his second year of junior high school. His studies couldn't be compared to his elder brother's. It was a complete mess. Therefore, the woman calculated that her eldest son would soon be able to earn money. If she gave her younger son to her second brother for adoption, not only would he be able to inherit the other party's inheritance, but he would also be able to save a large sum of money on school fees and books. Wouldn't that be great? Humph. I may be old, but my heart is not muddled. The old woman who was knitting a sweater threw the things in her hands onto the sofa. Isn't it just because she wants the little money in our hands? I've already told her that she can adopt anyone, but not her family. All right, all right. How many times have you nagged? I'm going to class. The old man put on a thick coat and put a small wallet in the pocket of his coat. Don't be angry. It won't be good for your health if you get angry. The old man was a teacher at a high school nearby. He would retire in 2 years. Their family's financial situation was originally just average, but last year, the old house was demolished. In addition to changing a house in a new neighborhood, they also received a large sum of compensation. Previously, when they didn't have much money, because of the 2 old houses, his younger sister's family had always wanted to adopt a child. Now that they had the compensation, their family was even more enthusiastic. The old man had also thought of this before. After all, he was old. Having a child would at least give him something to look forward to. That was why he brought the child to his house to raise and wanted to get used to it. Who knew that not only was the child too naughty, but he was also insensible? Was the memorial tablet something that could be moved casually? After moving it, he still acted as if he had done nothing wrong. This made the 2 elders so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The adoption matter was delayed just like that. The sky outside the window was blue. The old woman got up and walked to the balcony. Her rough hands caressed the old rocking chair. It was as if a child appeared in front of her. The child had delicate features. When he smiled, there would be a small dimple at the corner of his mouth. He was a little shy and would hide behind her when he met strangers. Gradually, the boy slowly grew up. The liveliness of a teenager, the calmness of a young man, her son was so handsome when he was young. He was gentle and considerate. Which girl in the neighborhood didn't want to marry him? Later, her son went out to work. One day, he suddenly called and told them that he had someone he liked. It was a very gentle girl. He even sent them a photo. At that time, she and the old man were overjoyed. They felt that the girl was really beautiful. They even told their son to treat her well. However, a few months later, they received the news that their son had died in a car accident. A living person was gone just like that. Human life was so fragile. As night fell, the street lights on the street lit up. The little boy sat on the soft sofa. His fair fingers held a black velvet gift box. An exquisite silver tie clip lay quietly in the box. This was the gift that Wei Jing finally chose after thinking for a long time. Click, the door to the living room was opened. Wei Jing's dark eyes lit up, and an impatient expression appeared on his delicate little face. He ran in front of the young man who came in and raised the gift box in his hand high up. Big brother, this is a gift. What? Weijia, who was still in a dilemma, looked confused. Is there a festival today? No, no. Wei Jing hurriedly shook his head. He bit his lip and felt a little embarrassed. He said softly, Didn't I participate in the oil painting competition a few days ago? I got a place in the competition. The school gave me a scholarship of 2,000 yuan. I wanted to. Big brother. Cough, cough. Buy a gift. He thought for a while and added, just take it as a souvenir. After all. Big brother, you have been helping me. I want to do something for you. Weijia looked at the little boy who was trying hard to suppress his nervousness and excitement. It was as if something in the bottom of his heart had completely collapsed. His long and narrow eyes narrowed. He bent down and gently bit the little boy's fair and tender face. His voice was so ethereal that it sounded as if it fell from the sky. Thank you, Xiaojing, for the gift. I like it very much. Since you want to do something for me? Then you have to grow up quickly. This was his little brother. He had pampered him for so many years. However, they were not related by blood. Since that was the case, what did it matter if he made him his lover? Whenever he thought about how Wei Jing would leave him after he grew up, just like in his previous life, Weijia felt as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out. At first, it was painful. After the intense pain, it was empty. In fact, his feelings for him had been very obvious in his previous life. However, he had always used the word brother to whitewash the peace. He did not dare to take half a step out of the city. He was afraid that everything would fall apart in the end. Wei Jing covered his bitten cheek with one hand. His big brother's gaze was too strange. It was as if he was going to eat him up in the next second. He called out timidly, Big brother. Weijia chuckled softly. He deliberately lowered his voice, which was hoarse and sexy. Can I open the gift? Wei Jing's ears turned red. He looked away and muttered, You haven't even seen it before. How can you say you like it very much? Big brother, you big liar. I'm not lying. As long as it's from you, I'll like it. Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt that his big brother had changed completely in just one day. He was like a peacock in heat. Not only was he emitting hormones that could not be ignored, but he was also trying his best to bloom his tail feathers to attract females. Could it be that he was going to have a sister-in-law soon? Wei Jing bit his lip. He was extremely anxious. In his previous life, his big brother only had a fiancée when he was 27. How could he already have someone he liked when he was only 18 in this life? Big brother, do you have someone you like? Wei Jing hesitated for a long time. When his big brother changed out of his tie clip and started to admire himself, he finally asked this question while trembling. Weijia glanced at the child. The corner of his mouth curved into a mischievous smile. He teased, Yes. Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt like crying. Huiqiu, who is it? The young boy pouted. His nose was sour. He said, Big brother, with your age, isn't it a little too young to be in a relationship? You're only 18. How can you be in a relationship, no matter what? You have to wait until you're over 20. He did not want his big brother to be in a relationship. Once his big brother had a sister-in-law, he would have his own family. He would not be with him anymore. Then, slowly, he would despise him for being useless, despise him for being a burden, and abandon him. Weijia looked at the young boy's jealous expression. Although he knew that it was just a childish possessiveness, in his heart, he could not help but feel happy. The person he cared about also cared about him. Was there anything better than this? That person. It's. The young man's eyes narrowed. He dragged out the last word. It's you. Thump, 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 Wei Jing could hear the sound of his heart beating violently. His small heart was reacting so violently that he had to secretly cover his chest, afraid that the young man would hear it too. Big brother likes me, but I'm his little brother, no, no, no. When Big brother said that he likes me, he must mean that he likes me as a brother. I'm too stupid. No matter what, I'm only a 12-year-old child. Unless I'm a pervert, how can an adult like me like a child? Wei Zhi's troubled period was over. He was in a good mood and fed his younger brother every day, kissing, hugging, and lifting him up high. Wei Jing started to feel troubled again. Whenever he thought about Wei Zhi finding a wife that he could share his life with, he would feel a lump in his throat and a sour feeling in his heart. With the mentality that one day was one day less, the young boy was unusually obedient during this period of time. He was like a little tail that stuck to the young man's back. Wei Zhi naturally enjoyed this. He enjoyed Wei Jing's childish possessiveness. Even if it was just brotherly love, it didn't matter. The two of them, one willing to hit and the other willing to receive, couldn't be more harmonious. A few days later, Wei Jing received a notice from the school that he would be going to the neighboring city to participate in the youth oil painting competition. He reluctantly bid farewell to his elder brother and boarded the train to the neighboring city under the guidance of his teacher. Assistant Su couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. "Boss, you and little boss are really close." Wei Zhi glanced at the man indifferently and looked at him with a look that said, "Aren't you spouting nonsense?" He said reservedly, "Of course." Assistant Su was speechless. It was his fault. It was his fault. The venue for the finals was a large exhibition stage. The organizers would provide the paints, canvases, and other materials. There would be a television station that would film some scenes. After editing, it would be broadcast on the Central Children's Channel next week. In order to ensure that the students were in peak condition, the school specially allowed them to arrive a day earlier. The accommodation was booked in advance at an express hotel. There were a total of 3 rooms. Wei Jing and Lu Qing stayed together. The 2 male teachers who were in charge of taking care of them stayed together. Xiaosusu stayed alone in a single room. That night, the 2 teachers took the 3 of them to a nearby hotel for a good meal. They also showed extra concern for Wei Jing and reminded him not to have stage fright. Even if there were cameras, he shouldn't be afraid. He should say whatever he wanted to say and smile if he really couldn't. Wei Jing entered the finals with good results in 2nd place. Since he was young, the television station would definitely come over to interview him. Wei Jing's mind was filled with thoughts of his eldest brother, so he was not paying attention to the teacher's words. He kept nodding his head, but no one knew if he had heard the teacher clearly. The 2 teachers only thought that he was shy, so they patted the young boy's shoulder encouragingly and said, "Good luck." Then they changed the topic and stopped pressuring him. After eating and drinking, the 5 of them took a taxi back to the hotel. Because Wei Jing was thinking about something, his steps slowed down. When Lu Qing, who lived with him, saw this, his steps unconsciously slowed down as well. "Have you heard? One of the judges this year has just reached adulthood." Lu Qing muttered in a low voice, "He seems to be a disciple of some master, the one who is famous for his ink painting." Wei Jing blinked. "Master Su Jiahui?" "Yes. That's him." Lu Qing racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He turned to look at Wei Jing curiously. "You've heard of him? But that's right. After all, he's a master who's in the limelight right now." "Wait, what did you just say? There's a very young judge? He's Master Su's disciple?" Wei Jing asked. "Yes." Lu Qing nodded. He saw Wei Jing's excited expression and said, "Although that person is young, he has real talent. I've seen his paintings. They're very spiritual, so don't worry too much. In 2 years, you'll definitely be able to achieve this." Lu Qing thought that Wei Jing was upset, so he comforted him. Wei Jing laughed and shook his head. He was speechless. "What are you thinking?" He rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I didn't tell you before, but the master who taught me since I was young is Master Su. If I'm not wrong, that person, he, should be my senior brother." Lu Qing was dumbfounded. He looked at the young boy's slightly upturned cat eyes, his dark curly eyelashes that were like crow's feathers, and the innocent expression on his delicate face. His hands inexplicably itched. "Why didn't you tell us before?" Lu Qing complained. Although he knew that his complaint was unreasonable, he couldn't help it. "Sorry." Wei Jing glanced at Lu Qing helplessly and said in a low voice, "I can't just say that I'm Master Su's disciple. Isn't that weird?" It's like, showing off, isn't it? Alright. I forgive you. Luching pursed his thin lips and smiled faintly. His facial features looked soft because of it. The two talked as they went back to their room. It was a clean and tidy double room with a complete set of facilities. Wei Jing took advantage of the time when Luching went to take a shower to take out his phone and call his big brother. Big brother. Wei Jing looked out the window. The night was dark and the crescent moon hung in the sky, dotted with stars. There was a deep dependence in his eyes that he didn't even realize. I miss you so much. I miss you too. The other side chuckled and said, I want to hug you and kiss you. Wei Jing blushed when he heard these simple words. Even his voice softened. Big brother. I'm here. Big brother, wait for me to come back with a good ranking and buy you a present. He hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Perhaps the night was too beautiful, but Wei Jing was already tipsy. His brain turned into a pile of paste. He had a lot to say, but he couldn't say anything. This was his big brother, and he could only be his big brother. Wei Jing felt that he was so bad. He actually thought so much because of a few simple words. If his big brother knew, he would definitely hate this perverted version of himself. Wei Jing's mood suddenly fell. He didn't know how to pretend. The disappointment and depression in his words could be guessed by the person on the other end of the line even though they were separated by a long cable. What's wrong? Who made my little prince unhappy? The man's voice was as gentle as ever, as if he wanted to drown in it. Wei Jing was used to this kind of big brother. He couldn't even remember how calm, indifferent, and high and mighty his big brother looked like. But, no matter what, it was still fascinating. Wei Jing's hand gripped the phone tightly. He hid his ridiculous emotions and lied. No. It's just that it's too late and I'm a little sleepy. The other end was silent for a while, as if he believed him. Okay, go and rest. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Wei Jing didn't react until the phone call ended. He mumbled, I can't go back until the day after tomorrow. The next day. The warm sunlight shone on the curtains, and a few scattered rays of light shone into the room through the gaps between the thick curtains. The little boy's entire body shrank into the clean and flawless quilt, only revealing half of his delicate little face. After a while, he woke up from his sleep and reached out to rub his eyes. Wei Jing gave a big yawn, and tears flashed in his eyes. When he got out of bed and washed up, he pushed Luching next to him. Senior, get up. The teacher said to gather in the hall at 7 o'clock. Okay. Right away. 5 more minutes of sleep. Wei Jing walked into the bathroom and thought absent-mindedly as he brushed his teeth. Senior Luching looked mature and steady, but he didn't expect him to be someone who liked to laze in bed. When the two of them were done, there were only 3 minutes left to 7 o'clock. Wei Jing couldn't help but say as he took the elevator, we were almost late. Luching touched his nose embarrassedly and smiled. The bed here is too hard. I couldn't fall asleep last night. I'm sorry. While the two of them were talking, the elevator stopped on the first floor. Then, Wei Jing saw someone he didn't expect to see. Big brother? The little boy's beautiful eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly. Why are you here? I'm here to see you. Wei Jia put down the newspaper in his hand and said casually, I'm also here to cheer you on. The breakfast provided by the hotel was a buffet. When Wei Jing sat down next to his big brother, his mind was still blank. After a while, he recovered and said in a trembling voice, Big brother, you didn't come here because of what I said yesterday, did you? Wei Jia reached out and peeled a white and tender egg for the boy. After stuffing the egg into the boy's plate, he said, I told you yesterday that I'll see you tomorrow. Wei Jing was delighted when he heard this. His mouth and stomach were filled with sweetness. Even the egg yolk, which he usually didn't like to eat, tasted delicious. Wei Jing couldn't help but smile when he thought about how his big brother had rushed all the way from B City to S City overnight for him. His big brother actually cared about him so much. He cared about him more than he did in his previous life. How wonderful, he must listen to his big brother obediently in the future. If his big brother asked him to go east, he would never go west. As long as it was for his big brother, he was willing to do anything. As Wei Jing thought of this, he subconsciously said it out loud. Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows when he heard it. His long and narrow eyes fixed on the little boy in front of him. He smiled meaningfully with a natural and irresistible charm. Don't worry. I'll definitely ask you to do something in the future. When that time comes, you're not allowed to refuse. The man's gaze was hot and there was something in it that Wei Jing couldn't understand. Wei Jing's hair stood on end when he was stared at. His little body trembled. What was this feeling of being stared at by a wild beast? Did he say something wrong? The oil painting competition started at 9 a.m. According to the rules, everyone had to be in their seats by 8:30 a.m. To ensure fairness, the seats were arranged by drawing lots at the last minute. Wei Jing drew number 58, which was in the middle. It was neither good nor bad. Lu Qing and Xia Susu were more unlucky. One of them drew number 5, while the other drew number 98. The two cameras in front and behind were like black holes that shot straight into people's hearts. Some of the more unstable youth's fingers might have stiffened. In the spacious venue, the white crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light. The youths coming and going were all about 14 or 15 years old. Most of them had already developed, and their faces were full of youthful vigor. Among them, Wei Jing, who was only 12 years old and short like a doll, was particularly eye-catching. Hey! Which school are you from? What's your name? How old are you this year? The little girl sitting beside Wei Jing used her fingers to touch her paintbrush. Her bright eyes had a sly glint, and she looked lively and cute. Wei Jing had a good impression of the little girl. He smiled and said, "My name is Wei Jing. I'm from the neighboring city A." Before the little boy could finish his sentence, the little girl covered her mouth and screamed as if she had seen a ghost. You're Wei Jing, the one who got second place previously? Yes. Wei Jing nodded. I didn't expect you to look so young. The little girl's index finger and thumb made a small gesture. The blood in her body was burning, and she was clamoring for battle. Her eyes were shining. I was first in the preliminary round. This time I will still be first. Ah? Wei Jing tilted his head and said indifferently, Oh. My goal is to be in the top 3. What? The little girl slammed the table and stood up. She stared angrily at Wei Jing's delicate face. You're so good at painting? How can you only aim for 3rd place? This time, if not for Wei Jing's rusty brush strokes, the first place in the preliminary examination would have changed hands. The young lady had thought about many things before she came here, but she had never thought that Wei Jing was such a soft child. He had no ambition at all. How infuriating. Crying with anger QAQ, but don't you want 1st place? Wei Jing glanced at the young lady strangely, his eyes filled with confusion. So what's wrong with me aiming for the top 3? He thought for a moment and said, and we seem to be enemies. The little girl stood there in a daze for a moment before saying, That's right. They were now in a competitive relationship. Why should she care about whether the enemy was ambitious or not? Wei Jing was very pleased to see this. See, there are only a few smart people in this world. I can't compare to the best, but I'm still better than the worst. If Big Brother needs my help in the future, I should be able to do it. Woo. It's all Big Brother's fault. His gaze in the morning was too oppressive. Is that the 2nd place of this year's preliminary examination? He looks so young. Is he really 12 years old? He's so cute. His eyelashes are so long, like a girl's. Due to the commotion caused by the young lady, many people were attracted to the scene. In addition, Wei Jing's looks were heaven-defying. Not only did he get 2nd place in the preliminary examination, he was also very young. Furthermore, the golden period of a boy's puberty was between the ages of 13 to 16. In terms of visual effects, he seemed to be a few years younger than everyone present. Hey! This person is Wei Jing. He's just a little brat. Was he really the one who drew the previous painting? I heard that his family is very rich. Maybe he bought it. Ah. That's too unfair. There were also people who didn't like Wei Jing and said indignantly, so what if he's rich? Now he has to draw on the spot. Don't tell me he's so scared that he can't hold the paintbrush. Ha 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 ha. Maybe he really is. If Wei Jing was really a child, he would probably be trembling with anger. The experience from his previous life came in handy in this life. He didn't know how many times he had heard more vicious words than this. That's the young master of the Wei family? Look at his soft and tender skin. Is young Master Wei raising a pet? How pitiful. I heard that all of the family's assets belong to young Master Wei. When young Master Wei gets married, he'll be kicked out of the Wei family. He, then we can. I heard that young Master Wei dotes on his younger brother a lot, but in my opinion, he just wants to spoil him until he's useless. That way, he won't be able to compete with him. TSK. What a vicious method. This Wei Jing has no ability and no scheming. When Wei he dies, he'll be finished. Ha ha ha. Don't say that. He still has a good face. Maybe he'll serve you well in bed. When Wei Jing heard these words for the first time, he was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. He angrily ran out to argue with the other party. The other party was clearly belittling him, but on the surface, they were submissive and didn't dare to talk back. Thinking that he had won, he was overjoyed. Big Brother was really good to him. He was the one who didn't live up to expectations and was unreliable. Why did they say that? After that, even more rumors and slanders spread among the endless branches like a forest that had been set ablaze in autumn. If a lie was told 1,000 times, the people who told it would believe it, and the people who heard it would also believe it. Then, it would become the truth. Just like the devil's bait to lure humans into depravity, Wei Jing believed that Big Brother cared about him. But this layer of care was so thin. It was like the last snow of winter. Under the bright sun, it would disappear at any time. So he worked hard to prove his worth to everyone. In the end, he lost his life because of his bad luck. He imitated others and got drunk at night. After drinking a bottle of wine, he squatted by the roadside and couldn't get up. In the end, he was hit by a tired truck. But in this life, Wei Jing gave a faint, honey-like smile. In the beginning, his elder brother had dared to rebel against his father for his sake and was even willing to abandon the status of the Wei family's old residence. How could he not trust such an elder brother? Besides, he was much more powerful in this life than he was in his previous life. He didn't want to cry after being scolded by others. He didn't have friends or dreams. He didn't want to be like a pitiful and weak canary, staying in the oppressive old mansion of the Wei family every day and enduring the strange and pitiful gazes of the servants. After being reborn, he was still an ordinary person among the millions of people in this world. But compared to his previous life, he lived a much more relaxed and happy life. At around 8:40 p.m., the TV station and the judges appeared on the wide stage together. Wei Jing immediately saw Li Fei walking at the back. The 18-year-old Li Fei was about 1.7 meters tall. His refreshing black hair fell on his forehead. His eyes weren't big, but they were well-shaped. His eyelashes were long and his pupils were light, like the finest colored glass. He was wearing a simple light gray suit today. The suit was well-tailored, and it accentuated his slim waist and long legs. He was so beautiful that he looked like a prince in a fairy tale. Wei Jing was a little dazed for a moment. Unknowingly, so much time had passed that Li Fei had become a mature and reliable young man. Since Li Fei went to high school, the two of them had less time to see each other. In addition, when they met at Su Jiaming's house, he was either wearing a simple t-shirt or a large overcoat. Clothes make the man, just as horses make the saddle. That was not an exaggeration. Li Fei also saw Wei Jing. He secretly winked at him and looked at him encouragingly. Wei Jing nodded slightly and told him that he would work hard. It was only after he was done that he realized, why did their series of actions seem so much like a meeting between mafia spies? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The hosts of the TV station were the golden partners of the children's channel. Most of the young people here grew up watching them. Therefore, the moment the two of them appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. The cameraman set up the camera and asked the judges to say a few words first. Then, the host symbolically said a few words of encouragement. The host walked off the stage and stopped in front of the girl who had talked to Wei Jing before, asking a few questions. The girl was bold and didn't have stage fright at all. She was lively and cute in front of the camera, which made the host talk to her a little more. After interviewing the first contestant, the host directly changed the direction and started to talk to Wei Jing. Wei Jing, right? How old are you this year? You look so young. The female host with exquisite makeup said with a smile. Her tone was deliberately low and gentle, with a cute syllable. Looking at the black camera, Wei Jing subconsciously became nervous. I'm 12 years old this year. This program was broadcast to the whole country. He didn't want to lose face in front of the whole country. QAQ 12 years old? What a cute kid. In the first round, this cute kid got second place. The male host said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Kid, are you confident that you can get first place in the finals?" "I'll work hard." Wei Jing adhered to the principle that the more he said, the more mistakes he made. He would only answer a question when the other party asked. The host gave Wei Jing a few compliments. Even though he didn't say much, the camera kept moving in his direction. The main reason was that this child was too good-looking. Who wasn't obsessed with good looks these days? After that, the host interviewed the third and fourth place winners, and then 2 more children. After getting enough material, he returned to the stage, satisfied. At this time, it was almost 9 o'clock. With a pleasant sound, the competition had officially begun. Due to the uniqueness of the oil painting, this competition would last for a day. From 9 o'clock in the morning to 11:30 in the afternoon, they would rest for 2 hours. They would come back at 1:30 in the afternoon and finish at 4:30 in the afternoon. If it was a painting carefully drawn by a master, this amount of time would definitely not be enough. But for a group of children, there was enough time. Wei Jing thought for a while and picked up the paintbrush. The young man's knuckles were long and slender, and his fingernails were soft and pink with healthy crescents. The skin peeking out from his sleeves was delicate and smooth, and the faint dark blood vessels were quietly dormant under his skin. Just his hands alone were enough to amaze many people. The young man who was painting seriously had a gentle smile at the corner of his eyes. His dark eyes were like a pool of spring water, his small nose was high, and his light pink lips were slightly curved. Although he was still young, one could already see that he would have a beautiful appearance in the future. The children had just started to compose their paintings, and the cameraman couldn't help but point the camera at the young man. When Wei Jing realized this, he smiled shyly. His smile was shy, like a harmless little animal that made people want to hug him and stroke his fur. Time passed little by little. Wei Jing concentrated on the painting in his hands. It was a beautiful little garden with green grass. Delicate and beautiful white roses were quietly blooming on the branches. A little honeybee was resting on a small bud, its thin wings trembling slightly. In the corner of the painting, there was half a branch of a tall and straight evergreen tree. This was the future, the Wei family's old house. During the lunch break, there would be special people guarding these paintings. Wei Jing called Wei Zhe and learned that he had returned to B City. He was a little disappointed, but he still cheered up and told his elder brother not to worry and that he would go back tomorrow. The two of them talked for a while before Wei Jing reluctantly hung up the phone. A slight pain spread from the bottom of his heart. He sighed. It was not easy for Big Brother. He was only 18 years old, but he had to do so many things. He was so busy that he could barely keep up. Seeing this, Xiaosusu couldn't help but roll her eyes and mumble, "You guys are too clingy. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that she was your little girlfriend." Wei Jing lowered his head and looked at his current height. Then, he looked at his soft, youthful fingers and asked, "Who do you think would want to date me?" Xiaosusu. Wow. There was nothing wrong with it. At this time, rotten culture had not yet spread. Most people had only vaguely heard about homosexuality. Fujoshis were secretly cute, but they didn't dare to say it out loud for fear of attracting strange looks from others. Lu Cheng's I do was stuck in his throat. Wei Jing was cuter than a girl, but it was a pity that he was a boy. He thought to himself regretfully. After lunch, they went back to the hotel to rest for a while. In the afternoon, they continued to draw. After a morning of training, Wei Jing could ignore the camera now. His slender, white fingers slowly outlined a beautiful scene. First, it was light, then dark. The layering became clearer and clearer. The light above their heads was still dazzling. The teenagers turned their paintings around and aimed at the stage. The 5 judges looked at them one by one. From time to time, they would whisper to each other and share their thoughts with the people around them. Due to the limited time, the judges gave the scores very quickly. After removing the highest and lowest scores, the average score of the children's paintings was taken. The camera followed the judges' footsteps. The host interjected a few words from time to time. The atmosphere was peaceful. Before the other party came over, Wei Jing glanced at the girl next door. The girl's painting was similar to his. He painted the garden during the day, and the girl painted the garden at night. The fiery red roses were like a beauty wearing the skin of a fairy, budding. It was just a painting, but he seemed to be able to smell a faint fragrance. He had lost. Wei Jing clearly understood this. However, it was no big deal. He smiled and scratched the edge of the drawing board with his pink fingernails. Last time, he had surpassed himself and fell into a sudden inspiration. That was why he could draw the vigorous and warm feelings in the painting. This time, he had thought of the theme long ago. He drew it step by step according to the process. Perhaps there were still feelings, but those feelings were too faint. The final result was as Wei Jing wished. He successfully entered the 3rd place. To his surprise, the 1st place was not the girl next door, but another young man. That person was wearing a navy blue jacket. He looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. His face had already matured, and he was a handsome young man. Wei Jing did not care about the rankings. At that time, he curiously stole a few glances at that person. After being caught by the other party, he awkwardly looked away. It was very late at that time. The TV station came to do a brief interview and let the group leave. The warm sun in the west left only half of one's face. The fiery red clouds floated in the sky. It was magnificent like a painting. Wei Jing walked behind to comfort Xiaosusu, who had the lowest ranking this time. Lu Cheng, who was next to him, had successfully entered the top 10. Xiaosusu's family taught her a lot of things. This caused her to know a little of everything, but she was not proficient in any of them. Wei Jing. Suddenly, there was a shout behind him. Wei Jing instinctively turned his head and saw the 1st place of this competition, the delicate young man, rushing towards them. The young man's words were very sharp. Did you draw that previous painting? It gave me a completely different feeling from your painting today. Huh? Wei Jing blinked with a dumbfounded expression. The young man clenched his fists and stared at Wei Jing without blinking. If my previous words offended you, I apologize. It's nothing. Wei Jing was also very helpless when the young man openly questioned whether his previous painting was a hoax. He touched his nose and was a little displeased with the strong young man in front of him. That painting was indeed drawn by me. It's probably because the people in the painting were my brother and me. That's why the feelings were different. The young man was stunned. Then, he matched the young man in front of him with the young man in the painting. You two really don't look alike. The young man said. I feel that you are more seductive than in the painting. Wei Jing was speechless. Young man, are you here to pick a fight? The warm sunlight from the horizon shone on the young man's exquisite face. His cat-like eyes clearly reflected the other party's delicate features. His neck was as delicate as white jade, and a small Adam's apple bobbed up and down as the young man spoke. Wei Jing resisted the urge to complain and said helplessly, Can I leave now? Oh. The other party seemed to be in a daze. After nodding foolishly, he suddenly reacted and took out his phone. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I really like that painting too much. He was like a fanatic, and his eyes were burning with flames. Can we exchange phone numbers? Huh? This was the first time Wei Jing had encountered such a straightforward method of flirting these days. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kong. He reached out his hand. My name is Wei Jing. He slowly and reluctantly shook the other party's hand. I'm sorry. I don't have a phone, and the teachers are still waiting for me. Goodbye. In this era, phones were still a luxury. In junior high school, everyone basically used MP3 and MP4. Wei Jing's rejection was so obvious, but Xuelekong pretended not to understand. He said, "Then I'll leave my phone number with you. Remember to call me when the time comes." Wei Jing, what could he do? He was also in despair. Wei Jing stuffed the small note that the other party handed him into his pants pocket. He and the others followed the teacher to the post office to send the painting back to B City. Phones were not smartphones. Taobao had not yet appeared, and the express delivery industry had not yet risen. Even though B City and South City were close to each other, it would take 10 days to half a month to send it back. That night, in order to celebrate Wei Jing's good ranking of third place, the school's teachers took them to a good hotel to have a big meal. Their surroundings were filled with laughter, and unknowingly, Wei Jing also laughed. When it was past 9 o'clock, the group hailed a taxi and rushed to the hotel. Wei Jing's phone suddenly rang. He excitedly took it out to take a look, and immediately became depressed. It was not Big Brother, so sad QAQ. Seniorly, the young man tried to cheer himself up. Xiaojing. Li Fei's voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was low and deep, with the unique clarity of a young man. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations on getting third place this time. I originally wanted to congratulate you in person, but I didn't expect to be stopped by something at the last minute. So now I can only call you like this." Separated by a thin cable, Wei Jing could hear the chaotic music on the other side and the warm flattery between people. Wei Jing understood that people living in this world couldn't avoid social interactions. "It's all right, senior brotherly. You do what you need to do. This is just a small matter," Wei Jing said. Li Fei laughed in spite of himself and said, "When we return to S City, I'll celebrate with you. Then I'll wait. When the time comes, senior brother, you can't fool me." Wei Jing couldn't be more familiar with Li Fei over the years. It was normal for the two of them to joke around and act coquettishly. According to Wei Jing's observation, Li Fei's father disappeared when he was 14 years old. Since then, he had never appeared again. Wei Jing immediately breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. No matter what? Li Fei's father was gone, then the possibility of Li Fei killing his father did not exist. 2 years ago, under Wei Jing's instigation and encouragement, Li Fei forced his timid mother to apply for a forced divorce. Now, even if Li Fei's father committed a crime outside, it had nothing to do with the Li family. Li Fei's matter was resolved, but what gave Wei Jing a headache was Su Jiahui. This guy was determined to become a police officer. During the summer vacation last year, he even signed up for a class that specialized in bringing children to experience life in the military camp. When Su Jiahui came back, he was as tanned as a monkey, skinny and dark. However, Father Su and Mother Su were very supportive of their son's ideals. If Wei Jing didn't know about the future, he would have praised him greatly. But, how could he turn a blind eye when he knew that his friend would die if he took this path? After a few more words, the two of them hung up the phone. Wei Jing sighed helplessly. He could only take one step at a time. He only hoped that Su Jiahui was still young and would be able to change his mind in the future. Time always slipped away inadvertently. It was like a handful of fine sand. The tighter you held it, the more it would slip through your fingers. W City. The white-haired old madam wore a pair of presbyopic glasses. Her hand covered in age spots trembled as she held a small needle. The white thread was aimed at the small hole, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't go in. Sitting on the side, the old man saw this and said, "Okay, don't sew it. You've worn these clothes for so many years. We don't lack money. I'll buy a new one tomorrow." The old madam glared at him and angrily inserted the needle in her hand into the ball of thread. "I'm getting old. These clothes were bought when we got married. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. I'm not old anymore, and so are the clothes." She had a fresh white floral shirt on her lap. It was old and the color of the shirt had turned yellow. The thread under the armpit was broken for some reason, revealing a large bright hole. The TV was silent. The old madam found the remote control from the gap in the sofa. Even if she didn't watch anything, just listening to the sound was good enough. "Old madam, do you still remember Master Lin from our hometown?" They have 3 daughters and want to adopt the younger one. The old man thought for a moment and carefully said, "That girl is also pitiful. She has a small body of about 10 years old, but she's as thin as a 6 or 7-year-old. The old madam thought for a moment and dug this person out from her memories. She narrowed her eyes and her gaze fell on the TV listlessly. Good girl. The little girl is cute and considerate. She's better than the little rascal from before. Okay, then I'll call Master Lin tonight and ask them to send their daughter over tomorrow. Let's raise her for a few days first," the old man said. The old madam nodded indifferently. That Master Lin's family favored boys over girls. A few years ago, they gave birth to a son and didn't want a daughter who was only 2 years older than their son. This was good too. If they raised this child, they wouldn't have to worry about the other family going back on their word and asking for the child back. This child was really good-looking. Her gaze fell on the small TV screen. This mouth, this face, it was so similar to that woman from back then. Wait. The old madam shuddered and stared fixedly at the child with familiar brows. Her voice was a little sharp because of her excitement. Old man, look. Doesn't this child look exactly the same as that woman?" The old man followed the old madam's gaze and turned his head. With just one glance, he was stunned. Similar. Too similar. And look at those eyes. Don't they look like our son when he was young? Big and round, like a pitiful kitten. The more the old madam spoke, the more excited she became. She immediately ran back to the room to look for the photo album of her son when he was young. The old man was calmer than her. While the image was still on, he quickly took out his phone and took a photo of the TV. May arrived in a hurry. Delicate and pink peach blossoms fell to the ground, like a magnificent and dreamy fairy tale rain, fluttering in the wind. The fingernail-sized fruits stayed quietly on the branches, waiting for June to ripen slowly. At the beginning of the month, a major event happened in B City that shook the entire upper-class social circle. Jing'an Culture Company, Limited and Zhongda Communications Company, Limited launched a new smartphone that was completely different from the current one. Unlike the previous phones that were only small and light, which were basically palm-sized, the new phone was rectangular, and the screen took up 4/5 of the entire body. There was no numeric keypad, only a return button, a menu button, and a hook button in the middle that could return to the home page of the screen. When the phone first appeared, it attracted a large number of people's attention. Weijia and Zhongda Communications wantonly advertised on TV and set up online testing shops. This was a wonderful world. No matter who it was, after using something better, it was inevitable that they would feel a little disappointed when faced with the inferior phone in their hands. The asking price of a phone was 8,889 yuan, which exceeded the psychological expectations of too many people. Just as some people were hesitating, more people who were not short of money were not stingy with a large sum of money, just to get a novel thing, or to show off, or to express that they were different from others. Molly came from a good family, and she was willing to work hard. She was now a small leader of a foreign company. When the phone first came out, she hesitated for 2 days and chose to wait and see. Who knew that within a few days, the phone was put on a sold-out sign, and it said to the public that it had urgently notified the factory to speed up production, and the next batch of goods would only be available in a week. The people around her all used the new phones, and Molly held the old phone alone, feeling regretful. At the same time, various posts appeared on the internet asking for the purchase of the new phones. The scalpers stirred up the muddy water and sold the phones to others at double the price. In the clean and tidy hall, the warm yellow light poured down from above, casting a layer of soft light on the young boy's delicate cheeks. He stared at the velvet box in front of him, dumbfounded. The familiar big screen and buttons made Wei Jing feel that he had returned to his previous life for a moment. This, where did it come from? Wei Jing stuttered, and his white and delicate fingers subconsciously clenched. Could it be that, other than himself, someone else had been reborn? What's wrong? You don't like it? The young man sat beside the young boy. His tall adult body was like a beast, quietly lurking in this small world. Weijia glanced at Wei Jing strangely. Do you know what this is? Wei Jing's expression froze. Mommy. Did he say something wrong? He peeked at his big brother timidly. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he said vaguely, "Isn't this the cell phone that's been very popular recently? I heard that it's very hard to buy." "Where did you get it from, big brother?" "Little fool." His voice was low and deep with a hint of hoarseness. It was sexy and mesmerizing. Now that he was calling her so intimately and affectionately, Wei Jing's ears turned red. He said, "This phone was developed by our company. As the boss, I should have some privileges." Wei Jing. "So that's how it is. What the hell?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tried his best to calm his expression. Without showing any signs, he pretended not to care and said, "Big brother, did you initiate the development of this phone?" Wei Jia averted his gaze and stared at the young man's porcelain-like skin. His light pink lips had already been bitten to a crimson red. His curly black eyelashes fluttered uneasily, and his tender fingers fidgeted with each other. His lies were of such poor quality that anyone could tell at a glance. Wei Jia suddenly had a crazy and unbelievable idea. It was like a weed in spring. Even if it was suppressed to the deepest part of his heart, it still stubbornly stuck out its sharp teeth. "No." He lied with a light smile on his face. "It's just a group of young people who had an idea. I saw that their project was good, so I took the opportunity to invest a sum of money." He looked a little puzzled. "Is there a problem with that?" Wei Jing heaved a sigh of relief, and his nervous expression relaxed. "Nothing, I'm just a little curious." He grabbed the cell phone and snuggled into his big brother's arms like an ordinary child. He said in a soft voice, "How do I use this?" "Big brother, teach me." As long as it wasn't Big Brother who had been reborn, it was fine. Like this, like this." Wei Jia hugged Wei Jing and taught him patiently after turning on the cell phone, as if he hadn't discovered anything. The new cell phone was slightly inferior to the mature smartphones of the future, but in this era, it was definitely one of a kind. Wei Jing was used to using it after all, so it didn't take long for him to understand it thoroughly. The young man placed his broad palm on the young boy's soft black hair and praised him ambiguously. "My Xiaojing is really smart." Wei Jing looked back at the young man with a smile, his eyes rippling with a soft smile. He was silly, like a cute little animal, not knowing that his owner's heart was in turmoil at this moment. The night was deep, and the May breeze was still cold. Wei Jia was alone in his bedroom. The balcony window was open, and he could see the stars dotting the blue sky from afar. It was like a painting meticulously made by an artist, mysterious and distant. Wei Jia took out a cigarette from the drawer and put it in his mouth. He was addicted to smoking in his previous life and smoked 1 or 2 cigarettes every day. He didn't touch it in this life, but when he encountered a difficult problem, he liked to take out a cigarette. He didn't light it, but just inhaled the familiar smell of nicotine, which always made his thoughts clearer. On the road of destiny, there were countless crossroads. He was already familiar with the Wei Jing of his previous life. The person involved couldn't see clearly. Obviously, Wei Jing's tone and behavior were so different from when he was young in his previous life, but he was always immersed in the joy of regaining what he had lost. His eyes were blocked, and he couldn't see anything else. But, what if it wasn't him? Wei Jia took a deep breath. He didn't know if he should expect this to be his younger brother who had spent a long time with him in his previous life. Why did he betray him in his previous life? This was the answer that Wei Jia couldn't figure out even after racking his brains. Let's wait and see. He threw the cigarette in his mouth into the trash can. Maybe it was just his imagination. In the following period of time, the mobile phones developed by Wei Jia and Zhongda Communication were always in short supply. At the same time, Jing An's software development team also put up 2 new easy-to-play games in the mobile phone's built-in store. The brand new design concept and gameplay made people cry out in joy. Wei Jia rushed to launch a brand new social media app, which was different from QQ. They invited famous celebrities to participate in the app, and they didn't hesitate to advertise it on TV. People who had just gotten their hands on a mobile phone always liked to play with all kinds of gadgets. The app was downloaded as soon as they bought a mobile phone, and they only needed to register. They could browse the app even if they didn't register, but they couldn't leave comments or add things they liked. When Wei Jing opened the App Store, he was shocked. Wasn't this a Weibo from his previous life? With a little hidden curiosity, Wei Jing happily opened the app. He found that it was very lively now. There were people reposting beautiful photos of celebrities, writing all kinds of heart-wrenching stories, and drawing. There were all kinds of things. Wei Jing scratched his head in puzzlement. This was a new app. How could it be so popular? He didn't know that Wei Zhi always did things to the best of his ability. He knew how difficult it was for a new app to become famous in his previous life. The people in front of him were still naive, and they hadn't been baptized by all kinds of advertisements in the future. They had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. The effect of celebrities was very good, but just a few celebrities couldn't keep most of the customers. If he wanted the customers to stay, then he had to make them feel that it was fun and interesting. A heart-wrenching serial novel could make people unable to stop reading it. A two-dimensional cartoon version could make people like anime and manga fans, in addition to the constant flattery of the internet water army. As long as you registered an account, you would definitely get responses from strangers. You would get encouragement if you said something discouraging, and there would always be people who would answer your questions. Slowly, the more time you spent on the app, the more addicted you would be to it. In the end, you would become its most loyal user. From time to time, Wei Zhi would ask people to repost the app and draw prizes. The prizes were as high as a new mobile phone, and as cheap as a pencil and diary, and so on. The more mobile phones he bought, the more users there would be. Some people who didn't get a mobile phone heard about it, and they couldn't help but use their computers to log in and register an account. At the moment, Wei Jing didn't understand the trick, so he quickly registered an account for himself. When he was thinking of a name, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he remembered the manga in his brother's study and had an idea. The cute name of Little Pangolin Cat was born just like that. The avatar was a pencil drawing he made at the last minute. The fat orange cat was stretching its body, and its pink pads were stretched out. A pair of watery black eyes were innocently looking in front of it. It was soft and cute. Then, Wei Jing picked up the pen and drew a noble and elegant black cat next to the fat orange cat. The black cat's eyes were a charming light yellow, and its slender tail was resting on the orange cat's body. There was a hint of helplessness and love in its eyes. He picked up his phone, took a photo of this picture, and published it in an album with the caption, "Big Brother and Me." After he finished all this, it was already very late. Wei Jing covered his mouth and yawned. He wore cotton white pajamas, lay on the bed, and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he was stunned to see that he had gained more than 100 new fans, 300 to 400 reposts, thousands of likes, and more than 500 comments. Mommy! He felt that if this continued, he would have hundreds of thousands of fans in minutes. The road to online fame would not be a dream. Wei Jing put away his phone and ate his breakfast in a daze. Looking at his brother's busy figure, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh! If this continued, he felt that he should be able to support his brother. The midterm exams were approaching, so the atmosphere in the school was a little heavy. There were fewer people loitering around the field. Wei Jing's grades had always been good. Because he was concerned about his fans, he couldn't help but secretly flip through the pages under his desk. He was such a well-behaved person. In the past, at most, she would think of small mistakes. Now that she was doing such blatant small actions during class time, her heart was beating fast. The teacher on the podium was explaining a poem. The white chalk in her hand dyed her fingernails white. While Wei Jing felt guilty, he also experienced a thrill that he had never experienced before. The little fairy on his phone seemed to have turned into a little wildcat that had become a spirit. It raised its little tail and seduced him. "Come and play with me. Come and play with me quickly." How could he tolerate this? Wei Jing. The familiar female voice startled Wei Jing. He almost jumped out of his chair. Teacher. The gentle teacher smiled and said, "Remember to come to the office after school. The 2 oil paintings that were sent from S-City and the ones that you participated in the preliminary competition are in the office. Remember to bring them back when you go home." Oh. I got it. Wei Jing responded twice. He rubbed his stiff cheeks and heaved a sigh of relief. After this incident, Wei Jing didn't dare to play with his phone anymore. He supported his chin with one hand and rested his elbow on the cold desk. His curly black eyelashes blinked. His delicate face was like a doll's, attracting the attention of most people in the classroom. Wei Jing's idea of secretly playing games in private didn't exist. The teacher on the podium thought that her knock had worked and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she was afraid that calling a child who had not yet matured in front of so many people and confiscating his phone would cause psychological trauma to the child. During lunch, Wei Jing took his meal card and sat with Xiaosusu and Lu Qing. The three of them were already very familiar with each other after a period of revolutionary camaraderie. Xiaosusu always acted like a goddess in front of others. Her eating movements were extremely elegant. Lu Qing mocked her from the side. You really should let this group of juniors see your true colors. I've always been like this. You're so annoying. Xiaosusu covered her mouth with one hand and looked at Lu Qing with a smile. The last three words circled around the tip of her tongue. It was said with hundreds of twists and turns, with its own charm. Hearing it, Wei Jing couldn't help but shudder. Mommy. Senior, you're only 16 years old. Can't you speak properly? Wei Jing ate his meal and tried his best to pretend that he was invisible. He had been good-looking since he was young and attracted the attention of countless people. There were also many students who were secretly looking at him. Among them, there were two pairs of turbid and excited eyes that no one noticed. 4 or 5 days ago, Old Madam and Old Master were still in City W. In just a few days, they had already arrived in City B. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, it would be great if this was really their grandson. At the end of the broadcast, Wei Jing and the other students who were ranked would specifically note down the student's age, school, and grade. After the old couple got the name and school, they found their own connections and started living in the school. After a few days of investigation, they were already able to clearly know his daily mealtimes. The school cafeteria used the same plates and chopsticks. After eating, they only needed to put the plates and chopsticks in the same place and the cleaners would come and clean up. The old couple chose to sit behind Wei Jing and ate their rice in silence. Because of their worries, they ate very slowly. When the child finished his meal and walked out with his plate, the old couple hurriedly walked behind him and stared at the chopsticks in his hand. Perhaps because their stares were too obvious, the child turned his head. His beautiful cat eyes, which were identical to their son Chen Kuan's, flashed with a hint of confusion. Old Madam's breathing quickened and she tried her best to give the child a kind smile. When he didn't see the strange person, Wei Jing smiled awkwardly at the old couple behind him. He casually put the cutlery aside and said to Xiaosusu and Lu Qing, who were still arguing behind him, "You two, hurry up. Don't you need to study in the morning in the 3rd year of junior high?" At a place where Wei Jing couldn't see, the white-haired old man bent over and slowly put down the plate in his hand. When no one was looking, he quickly stuffed the chopsticks that the child had just put down into his sleeve and blocked it with his hand to prevent it from falling out. After getting what they wanted, the old couple looked at each other and hurriedly left the school cafeteria. Whether this child was their grandson or not, they would be able to confirm it with a paternity test. The Wei family's old residence. The servants coming and going had festive expressions on their faces. They carried all kinds of things in their hands and were preparing for the evening banquet. Wei Jia sat on the sofa and drank his tea expressionlessly. 6 years had passed, but Wei He's face didn't seem to have changed at all. He was still as exquisite and gloomy as ever. He looked like a harmless artist full of artistic aura. On the other hand, Wei Yuhui, who was already 22 years old, had changed a lot. He still had that square face, looking simple and honest. Now, he was wearing a decent ash-gray high-end ready-to-wear suit and a simple but expensive silver watch. After his hair was styled by a professional hairdresser, he had lost the childishness of a young man and looked mature and reliable. His mother, Zhao Wanwan, was sitting next to Wei He. She was a woman in her 40s, wearing a black V-neck dress, a set of diamond necklaces and earrings that shone with a beautiful light. In terms of appearance, she naturally couldn't compare to the 20-year-old girl outside, but she had a graceful and luxurious temperament. Beside the woman, there was a young and beautiful woman. She was wearing a simple pink dress. Her breasts were wrapped in pink lace. Her white thighs were exposed, and even her knees were an alluring pink. She was very attractive to men. Wei He had specially organized this banquet for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to build a relationship with Wei Zhe and introduce his connections to him. Secondly, he wanted to arrange a business marriage. Regardless of whether it was Wei Yuwei or Wei Ruru, who had been specially selected from the illegitimate daughters, they were both of different ages. Wei He wanted to find someone whose family background would be helpful to the Wei family. How could the two of them not understand Wei He's intentions? This was especially true for Wei Ruru. Her mother was no longer doted on by Wei He. This opportunity had come only because she had tried her best to please Wei He. She had to succeed in one fell swoop and get married. Big brother Wei Zhe. Wei Ruru brushed her hair behind her ear and said in a soft and flattering voice, "You are really amazing. You were able to create such a big company like Jing all by yourself. I really admire you." "It's nothing." Wei Zhe glanced at her coldly and said coldly, "It's nothing." Wei Yuwei secretly gritted her teeth. She knew that she was no match for Wei Zhe now. She might as well endure it for now and get rid of him in one fell swoop when she had the chance in the future. He had a simple and honest smile on his face and was not stingy with his praise. It was as if he was really happy for Wei Zhe. "You don't have to be so humble. If it's nothing? Doesn't that mean we can't even do nothing?" Wei Ruru quickly agreed with Wei Yuwei. The two of them went back and forth and praised Wei Zhe to the skies. Wei Zhe sat there without any expression on his face. He seemed to be unfazed by praise and humiliation. Wei He looked at his son, who could shake the entire upper-class society, and felt very comfortable. The only thing that dissatisfied him was Wei Jing. He had thought that Wei Zhe was, after all, a child. Even if he raised him, he would soon get tired of him. Who would have thought that after so many years, the relationship between the two of them would become even deeper? Fortunately, Wei Jing was a tactful person. He had been staying at home obediently and had not appeared in front of him. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not have been able to resist strangling him, especially when he looked more and more like that woman. "Wei Zhe. Is your company still short of manpower?" Wei He took a sip of tea and said to Zhao Wanwan, who could not suppress her excitement, "Yu Wei just graduated from university and is looking for a job. If you are short of manpower, you can bring him over." "Bring him to my company?" Wei Zhe frowned. His voice was low and deep. His deep and charming black eyes glanced at Wei Yuwei and refused. "My company is already full. If he comes over, he will have to start from the bottom." Zhao Wanwan's face was a little stiff. "Xiaoxia, aren't you busy now? How can you not be short of manpower? If Yu Wei is willing to come over and work at the bottom, I will be happy to." Wei Zhe said calmly, making it very obvious that he did not welcome the other party. Wei He's hand subconsciously stroked the warm wall of the cup. He narrowed his eyes and said pointedly, "I really don't want it." Wei Zhe shook his head and looked at the man with his long and narrow eyes. The other party could clearly see the disdain in his eyes. How could a mature beast be afraid of a cunning fox? "In that case, Yu Wei, come and report to me next week." As soon as Wei He's words came out, everyone was stunned to the spot. Zhao Wanwan's expression changed from gloomy to sunny. Her slender and delicate fingers covered her mouth as she laughed tenderly. Her voice was soft and charming. "Child, what are you doing standing there foolishly? Come and thank your father." "Thank you, father. I will work hard." Wei Yuwei's eyes lit up. He said happily, "This way, Xiaoxia and I can help each other in the future." His words were tactfully telling Wei Zhe that he had no intention of snatching the company from him. As for how he felt? Who knew? Who did Wei Zhe hate the most in the entire Wei family? It was undoubtedly Wei Yuwei. When he was young, Wei Yuwei's appearance made his mother depressed. He was the proof that Wei He had an extramarital affair. When he grew up, Wei Yuwei seduced his younger brother and led him to betray him. He was like a pest that was everywhere, but Wei He couldn't kill him with one slap. Wei He's previous inquiry was to send Wei Yuwei to his side and let him train him to be his right-hand man. Wei Zhe's rejection showed that there was no possibility of cooperation between him and Wei Yuwei. Wei He chose to send him to the Wei clan in the end, which was equivalent to setting up a target and enemy for Wei Zhe. Wei Yuwei didn't understand the logic behind this. Zhao Wanwan was even more so. She had been raised by Wei He since she was 18 years old. She had never worked and only knew how to please men. When to smile. When to cry. When to be gentle. Let men love her more. Wei Zhe was in the limelight now and had the support of the Wei and Yan families. Who in B City dared to not give him face? Those who had an invitation naturally came with it. Those who didn't tried their best to sneak in with others, hoping to be recognized by a group of big shots. Zhao Wanwan appeared as Wei He's female companion tonight. Her smile was graceful and noble. Even though there were fine lines on her face, it did not diminish her charm. Wei Zhe, who was dressed in a black suit, mingled in the crowd. He was only 18 years old, but he was as mature as an old fox in the business world. His words, conversation, and knowledge were all amazing. Thinking of their own children, the group of people felt helpless. Comparisons were odious indeed. Wei Yuwei wasn't bad either, but with Wei Zhe's glowing body around, how could anyone see him? As a child of the Wei family, Wei Ruru had fair skin, beautiful features, and elegant temperament. Even though she was an illegitimate daughter, she was still flattered by many young masters from ordinary families. They all wanted to be on good terms with the Wei family to pave the way for their future. People came and went around. Wei Zhe chatted with the crowd for a while, then found a secluded sofa and sat down. His long and narrow eyes swept across the crowd, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This group of old foxes saw that he was young and wanted to coax him into investing in a group of lousy things. Really, hello, may I sit here? A light and pleasant female voice sounded from beside him. Wei Zhe looked up and saw a young girl about 10 years old. Her face was as clear as spring water, and her skin was creamy. Her snow-white dress wrapped around her curvy figure, and her long black hair fell on her shoulders. She was pure and charming. Suit yourself. Wei Zhe coldly looked away. The seat the woman pointed to was opposite him. It was her business whether she wanted to sit or not. Hello, I'm Song Wenhua. She introduced herself and went straight to the point. Does Mr. Wei have a girlfriend now? Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows. This woman was still as straightforward as she was in his previous life. In his previous life, Song Wenhua had approached him at his 25th birthday party, hoping to marry him through business. She would help him secure the Wei family, and he would help her get the Song family. Wei Zhe didn't think for long and agreed to marry a woman who was ambitious, bold, and sensible. After all, he wasn't young at the time, and he needed a female companion to attend parties. Instead of looking for someone outside, it was better to settle down with a woman who was good in all aspects. But now, the man's cold eyes suddenly softened, and there was a sweet and careful gentleness in his dark eyes. I'm sorry, I have someone I like. What a pity. Song Wenhua clicked her tongue and raised the glass with her jade-white fingers. She took a sip of the champagne in the glass and said with a teasing tone, "Your appearance fits my taste perfectly. It would be great if we could be together. You should say that among everyone here, I'm the only one who fits your criteria." Wei Zhe exposed the woman's thoughts without hesitation. The woman laughed coquettishly, but her dark eyes were cold and sharp. Why do you have to be so heartless? There's no romance left. Compared to romance, the Song family is what you want, isn't it? The woman stared at the man in front of her for a few seconds and suddenly sighed. If possible, I really want to marry a smart man like you. Although she said it was a pity, she didn't show any expression on her face. She pushed a black and white business card in front of Wei Zhe. Let's be friends. Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows and handed his business card over. The Song family was in politics, and the old master of the family valued sons more than daughters. He wanted to raise his disappointing son. However, in the future, no one would have thought that the soft-looking woman in front of him would be the one supporting the entire Song family. Wei Zhe naturally didn't mind being on good terms with her. It was late at night. After a noisy banquet, only silence was left in the room. Wei Zhe picked up his coat and put it on. He glanced at Zhao Wanwan and Wei Yuwei's excited expressions and sneered in his heart. He said to Wei He, I'm going home. Wei He had drunk some wine and was excited. He waved his hand and said with a straight face, It's already so late. Stay here. No need. Wei Zhe shook his head firmly. Wei he didn't need to use his brain to understand why Wei Zhe wanted to return to that small apartment. Wasn't it because of Wei Jing? Whenever he thought of this child, he felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. However, the son he cared about the most doted on him. TSK, his gaze turned and landed on Wei Yuwei. Since he couldn't do anything to Wei Zhe, wouldn't it be better to make Wei Jing voluntarily stay away from Wei Zhe? When Wei Zhe returned to the apartment, it was already late at night. He turned on the lights in the living room, and a warm yellow light illuminated the silent room. His gaze was attracted by the two drawing boards next to the sofa. The drawing boards were leaning against the edge of the sofa, and their backs were facing Wei Zhe. He casually flipped one over and saw the painting that he had seen last time. This was Wei Jing's painting for the oil painting competition? Wei Zhe reached out and was about to flip the other one over. "Brother, you're back." The young boy with delicate eyebrows was wearing light blue pajamas. He was rubbing his eyes and hugging a pillow as he looked at him. Wei Zhe frowned and quickly walked over to pick him up. He rubbed the little boy's exposed feet and said, "Why aren't you wearing shoes? What if you catch a cold?" "It's okay. It's just a few steps." Wei Jing shook his head and smiled softly and sweetly. "Hey, brother, are you looking at this painting?" He pursed his lips and said dejectedly, "Someone said that my painting didn't look like me." "Brother, you also said that it didn't look like me. What exactly is it?" It was a tongue twister, but Wei Zhe immediately understood. "Do you understand?" Wei Zhe blinked and pointed at his cheek. He said shamelessly, "Kiss me and I'll tell you." At this moment, Wei Jing was in Wei Zhe's arms face to face. Wei Jing glared at the young man with his round cat eyes and kissed him under the latter's half-smiling gaze. After the kiss, he said angrily, "Now you can tell me if you're wrong." Wei Zhe's heart melted at the last two syllables. She sounded so arrogant that it made Wei Zhe's heart melt. "Come, I'll show you." Wei Zhe was very strong. He carried the child with one hand and took the painting with the other into the studio. "Get me some black paint." Wei Jing looked at the young man suspiciously and said in disbelief, "You want to draw?" He hesitated and said, "Forget it." He liked this painting very much and didn't want to give it to his brother as a test subject. Smiley face, angle, Wei Zhe raised his eyebrows and said gently, "Good boy, trust me." Okay. Since his brother had said so, what else could he do? Of course, he had to forgive him. Wei Jing thought in despair and handed the paint to Wei Zhe. Because Wei Jing loved to draw, Wei Zhe also dabbled in this field. If it was any other painting, he wouldn't dare to do it. But if the person in the painting was Wei Jing? Who could draw a more realistic picture than him? With a light stroke, he drew a line at the corner of the eye. The originally wooden child in the painting suddenly came to life. His black eyes seemed to have broken pieces of light, pure and seductive. Wei Jing blinked and blinked again. "This is me?" "Yes." Wei Zhe nodded. "Nonsense, I'm not so. He couldn't say it. He only felt that the person in the painting was more attractive than him. "My little idiot." The young man leaned over and kissed the child's hair. His voice was low and deep as he said dotingly, "You're more attractive than the person in the painting." Wei Jing. Wei Jing secretly blushed. It was already late. Wei Jing still wanted to look at the painting, but Wei Zhe forcefully sent him to the bedroom and told him to sleep. He even threatened, if a child doesn't sleep, he won't be able to grow tall in the future. He'll be a little shorty. Height had always been Wei Jing's sore spot. They were both 12 years old, but Su Jiahui and Chubby Boy were both taller than him. Damn it. He had already been reborn. Couldn't he have reached puberty earlier? Sad QAQ. While the two were pushing and pulling, a white card fell out of Wei Zhe's coat pocket. Wei Jing picked it up and looked at it. The name on it made him shiver, Song Wenhua. His brother's fiancée in his previous life. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head on a hot summer day. Wei Jing sobered up from the tipsy atmosphere. He silently stuffed the card back into his brother's coat pocket and smiled obediently. "Okay. I'm going to sleep. Brother, you should rest early too." He had to be a good boy. Otherwise, he would be abandoned by his brother. Wei Zhi's brain was numbed by the alcohol and he did not notice the young man's sudden change. He had a faint smile on his face as he intimately rubbed his face against the other's soft cheeks and praised, "Good boy." Yes, he had to be good. The smile on his lips was just right and his voice was as soft as a ball of cotton candy. It was so sweet that it could be pulled out. Wei Jing said, "Big brother, you should go to sleep too. It's almost midnight." "Okay." The man replied. Wei Jing watched as the young man walked step by step into the room. He watched as the door opened and closed. He watched as the young man slowly walked out of his sight with an unstoppable force. Wasn't this life? No matter how close they were now, at some point in the future, a woman would appear. She would stand by his big brother's side and intimately hold his hand. Her voice was sweet and intoxicating. They would sleep on the same bed and hold each other's crystallization of love for a long time to come. No. Perhaps there was no need for the future. That woman, the woman who captured his big brother's heart in his previous life, had already appeared. How far had the two of them progressed? Holding hands or kissing? Perhaps in a few months, he would hear the news of his big brother's engagement. In his previous life, he had seen Song Wenhua from afar. She was an intellectual, beautiful, and generous woman, like an elegant queen. The union of a queen and an emperor was as beautiful as a fairy tale before bedtime. He was the small, weak, and useless one. He was the cannon fodder who wanted to dominate the throne. He was a disgusting clown. Wei Jing's nose turned sour. He stretched out his soft little hand and rubbed his red eyes. He gritted his teeth and did not let himself cry. He was already an adult. His big brother did his best to take care of him and pamper him. How could he still have such evil thoughts like if only Song Wenhua did not exist? His big brother was happy, so he should be happy for him. The young man's entire body curled up on the bed. His delicate little face was buried in the soft and silky velvet pillow. The veins on the back of his hand could be clearly seen. It was beautiful but fragile. He was ashamed of his selfishness and blamed himself deeply. Wei Jing didn't sleep well that night. He lay on the bed with his brows slightly furrowed. In his sleep, he seemed to have returned to a time long, long ago. At that time, he was working hard to please his father, and there was no gap between him and his elder brother. On a sunny day, the blue sky was as bright as a piece of flawless jewelry. He was lying on the sofa in the living room, reading a finance book that he couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. The white roses in the Wei family's old house were in full bloom, and the faint fragrance of flowers drifted in from the window. Wei Zhi was dressed in a gray suit. His eyes were sharp as he casually talked about his upcoming engagement. What did he say at that time? She didn't seem to have said anything. She just softly said "oh" to show that she understood. It wasn't that he didn't care, but he cared so much that he didn't know what to say. His brain was in a mess, and his limbs didn't seem to belong to him anymore. He could only sit stiffly on the sofa. It wasn't until his elder brother was called away by a phone call that he woke up from the almost frozen atmosphere. The life he had spent with his elder brother for more than 10 years was like a gorgeous and unreal firework. After the most beautiful moment, all that was left was darkness. Wei Jing looked at the Wei family's old house, where he had lived for a long time. He counted on his fingers and calculated when his elder brother would get married. How long could he stay here? The rumors from years ago suddenly appeared in his mind. Those people had said vicious words, belittled him, and said that he would be chased away by Wei Zhi sooner or later. Now that he thought about it, the feeling was completely different. That was probably the initial fuse that caused the gap between him and his elder brother. When Wei Jing woke up from his dream, for a moment, he was so confused that he couldn't tell what year it was. The young man's dark, curly eyelashes fluttered slightly, casting a dense shadow on his face. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got off the bed and ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth with his slippers. The hair of the toothbrush was very soft, and it rubbed against the young man's white teeth. The toothpaste was cool and minty, and the blue and white foam between his teeth slowly mixed with a faint red color. He had just brushed his teeth too hard and hurt himself. The sweet and fishy taste spread in his mouth. Wei Jing was stunned for a moment before he reacted and quickly rinsed his mouth with water. There was a slight pain in his mouth, and it woke Wei Jing up completely from his confused dream. He rubbed his stiff cheeks and tried to pull out an obedient smile. He had already made a mistake in his previous life. How could he make another mistake in this life? Didn't they agree from the beginning? He had to be a good boy, not cry, not be willful, and not fight with his elder brother for the company. How could he have a mental breakdown after seeing Song Wenhua? He should support his elder brother. Wasn't he always looking forward to having a warm family? He pulled open the curtains in the room. The sun that had just risen was bright red. It wasn't glaring or burning, but it was warm and gentle. The brown wooden floor was illuminated by the sun, and the darkness of the night had faded away. However, in this bright world, there were always gaps where the sun couldn't reach, leaving behind traces of darkness. Wei Jing woke up very early today. It was just past 6 o'clock, and the confinement nanny was preparing the ingredients. When she saw him, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. She smiled and said, "Good morning, it's Saturday today. Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" "I slept early last night," Wei Jing replied half-heartedly. He didn't want to say anything at this moment. The confinement nanny sensed the young man's irritation, so she smiled and didn't say anything. Breakfast was steamed buns that the confinement nanny had given out yesterday. The buns were thin, and the stuffing was big. There was also fresh soy milk on the side. The white sugar was stored in a small transparent glass jar and set aside. He could add as much sweetness as he wanted. Wei Jing looked at his elder brother who had just woken up. He was an 18-year-old young man, and his face was handsome and mature. He smiled and said, "Elder brother, you're up. Auntie has already prepared breakfast. Come and eat." "Why are you up so early today? Don't you need to sleep in on Saturday?" The young man raised his eyebrows and teased, "Usually, I have to go and poach you personally before I can bring you out." Wei Jing snorted, "It's good to wake up early and sleep early. I want to be taller than you." "Forget about that." Wei Zhi waved his hand. He drank a mouthful of soy milk and felt that it was a little bland, so he added some sugar. "You're too tall. How can I protect you?" "Silly boy, if you're too tall, he wouldn't be able to carry you in his arms." "Then I'll protect you." Wei Jing's eyes lit up. He felt that he had found a direction. Wei Zhi smiled and touched the young man's smooth face. He said reservedly, "Okay. I'll be waiting." The two of them had breakfast happily. There was nothing to do on Saturday, so Wei Jing and Wei He personally cleaned up the bedroom, study, and other private places. In the end, Wei Jing stared at his two paintings and felt troubled. Wei Zhi touched his chin and said, "Why don't we hang them in the studio?" "Okay." Wei Jing hesitated because the studio was connected to his elder brother's study. He was afraid that his elder brother wouldn't like it. Now that his elder brother took the initiative to ask, how could he refuse? The first painting was the one that Wei Zhi painted yesterday. He liked the cute young man in it very much and fixed the painting behind his desk in the study. As for the second painting, he hadn't seen it yet. The young man's bony hands slowly tore open the outer layer of the packaging. He was very careful, afraid that he would damage the things inside. The moment he turned the painting over, Wei Zhi seemed to hear a loud rumbling sound. He stood stiffly in the living room. His handsome face was filled with shock. His mind was blank as he stared at the oil painting in front of him. The delicate white roses were blooming just right. The sky was very blue, and the soft clouds were floating in the distance like a ball of cotton candy. The garden of the Wei family's old mansion was now planted with the fiery red roses that Wei He liked. It wasn't until he became the head of the Wei family and Wei He retired from the front line that he replaced them with white roses. But now, in Wei Jing's painting, he saw familiar trees, familiar flowers and plants. "Elder brother, what's wrong?" The young man beside him asked timidly. He seemed to be shocked by the young man's expression. "Wei Jing?" Even someone as powerful as Wei Zhi couldn't help but feel nervous. He stared fixedly at the delicate face in front of him. The 12-year-old young man's face hadn't matured yet. He still had the youthfulness of a child, but his ink-black eyes were clearly filled with something that he had seen before. The person involved couldn't see clearly. Because he had always been by his side, Wei Jing had never changed in his eyes. But when he thought about it again, was no change the biggest change? A 6 or 7-year-old child was exactly the same as his grown brother, whom he would spend more than 10 years with in the future. This was the biggest loophole, but he hadn't seen it. He could hear his own voice. I am Weijia. The young man tilted his head. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if to say, of course I know that you are Weijia. You are my older brother. Do I need you to say it out loud? I am 28-year-old Weijia. He seemed to be laughing because he didn't know what he was doing. He was just following a specific program and revealing the bloody truth. Hello, 22-year-old Wei Jing. We meet again. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the young man's forehead. His bright eyes were like that of an injured rabbit. His face was filled with fear. His fear was like an invisible dagger that ruthlessly stabbed Weijia's heart. Why are you afraid? Haven't I treated you well enough? Have I given you everything I have? Yet you are afraid of me? This is a big, ridiculous joke? The sun was shining brightly today and the room was bright. They could see each other's expressions clearly. Wei Jing opened his mouth. He wanted to beg for mercy and act coquettishly, but nothing came out in the end. What could he say? He was the one who did not work hard enough and was jealous of his elder brother. He was the one who betrayed his elder brother because he was not determined enough. Everything was his fault. His elder brother took good care of him and listened to him. He was the one who was not satisfied. In the end, not only did he hurt himself, but he also hurt his elder brother. In his second life, he lived with his elder brother with the intention of atoning for his sins. In the end, he was still the one who needed to be taken care of. He was like a parasite, saying nice things while thinking about what he should do. In reality, he had been sucking his elder brother's flesh and blood to survive. He was despicable and selfish. How could he beg for his elder brother's forgiveness like this? Was he going to be abandoned by his elder brother? From his previous life to this life, he had been panicking for countless years. Now, it was finally going to happen. Wei Jing looked up in a daze and saw the young man's cold eyes that were no longer gentle. He wanted to hold the other party's hand, but he could not lift it. Don't you have anything to say? The man's voice was low and sexy. At this moment, in Wei Jing's ears, it was like the whisper of a demon. I'm sorry. The little boy shrank back. The corners of his eyes and brows were slightly red. He held back the tears that were about to fall and said in a soft voice, I will move out. When he heard the first sentence, Weijia's expression had just improved a little. However, when he heard the second sentence, he was so angry that he laughed. He stood beside Wei Jing. His tall body was like an insurmountable mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He sneered and said with contempt, move out? You? I'm afraid that in less than half a month, you will be tricked into becoming a child bride in the mountain village. He continued, he has no household register and no identity card. A 12-year-old child with a large sum of money. He is the best target for hooligans. He had put in so much effort for him over the years, but in the end, this child wanted to leave? Did he dislike him that much? Then why did he take the initiative to approach him back then? Did he lack a playmate? Now that there were more people, did they want to give up on him? Wei Jing's face turned pale. He had always known that he was useless. He wasn't smart, wasn't quick-witted, didn't know how to please others, and didn't have any skills either. Even after being reborn, he was still muddling along. The only way he could think of to earn money was to resell houses, a skill that any Chinese would know. He was a pest. Therefore, it was only right for Big Brother to look at him like he was looking at a pest. Don't cry. Big Brother hates weak people the most. Wei Jing told himself this. He shrunk his nose hard and held back the tears that were about to fall. He stood there stupidly, like a prisoner who had committed a heinous crime, waiting for the emperor's judgment. Say something. Are you mute? At this moment, Weijia was like a maniac. His voice was sharp, his eyes were red, and his face was distorted. He was doing things that he would never do when he was sober. Then. Big Brother. You. What do you want? Wei Jing couldn't speak fluently at this moment. The huge, indescribable pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his back. Everything in front of him turned black, and there was a temporary visual gap. Wei Jing thought that even if Big Brother asked him to die, he would jump off the balcony without hesitation. However, he waited and waited, but there was no response. It wasn't until the loud sound of the door closing that he was suddenly awakened from his muddled state. The white roses in the painting were in full bloom, and the messy packaging was thrown aside. The whole living room was empty, and he was the only one left. Wei Jing's legs went soft, and he knelt down on the cold ground. He had messed everything up again. Like a piece of trash. The confidence that he had just built up disappeared like the snow under the June sun. The young man held the painting in his hand silently. His delicate fingers, which were like flower buds, clasped tightly on the painting, and his fingernails were quickly dyed with the color of the paint. If only he hadn't drawn this painting. If only all of this hadn't happened. The painting was ravaged into a mess by him. Cold, salty tears fell on the painting one by one. Those uncontrollable, undeserved grievances collided with the self-blame and shame in his heart, making him feel like he was in a mixture of fire and water. He sobbed softly, and his voice was broken. His chest felt like it was being pressed down by something, and he couldn't breathe. It was as if he would faint in the next second. The sun was setting in the west, and this was the scene that the confinement nanny saw when she came to make lunch. The young man, who was about 12 years old, hugged his knees with his hands, and his eyes were tightly shut. His eyes were red, and there were still tears on his face. He was like a pitiful little rabbit that had been bullied but had no one to complain to. It was very lovable. "You're here." Wei Jing was tired from crying, and unknowingly fell into a light sleep. The confinement nanny opened the door, and he woke up with a start. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the ground. Because he had been squatting for too long, he almost fell. "Are you okay?" The confinement nanny, who was supporting the young man, asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Wei Jing shook his head. He wanted to say that he wasn't hungry and that she didn't need to cook today, but on second thought, what if Big Brother came back later? Even if the chances were slim, what if? "You cook." "I'm going to the bedroom to rest." "Okay." The confinement nanny nodded and comforted him. "Take it easy. There's nothing that can't be overcome in this world." Wei Jing forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. The bedroom was still the same as when Wei Jing woke up in the morning. It had only been a few hours, but everything had changed. He sat on the bed in a daze, and his gaze fell on the corner of the room. The yellow sponge and his gay friend, Patrick Starr, were quietly snuggling together, just like when Big Brother had just given him a few years ago. What was he going to do? Why wouldn't Big Brother be angry? Wei Jing didn't know. If he doted on someone so much, and that person betrayed him in the end, he would probably throw him far away and hope that he would never see him again. However, he had been mocked by Big Brother when he had said that he wanted to leave. So, Big Brother didn't want him to leave. Even in such a situation, a hidden happiness rose from the bottom of his heart because of this thought. Wei Jing thought about many things that day, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Wei Jing only snapped out of his daze when the curtain of night fell and the room was pitch black. His empty stomach screamed in hunger, but he didn't want to move at all. He even thought that he might as well just die. After all, he was useless in this world. Even if he died, not many people would be willing to shed tears for him. Bang! Wei Jing turned his head and saw the aggressive young man kick open the locked door. His face couldn't be seen clearly in the dark, and he could only vaguely see the man's long and narrow eyes. His voice sounded anxious. "What are you doing in the room all day? Come out and eat." Big Brother." He stared at the figure in front of him without blinking. He suddenly jumped off the bed and threw himself into the man's arms. His thin and weak arms hugged the man's strong waist tightly. He was afraid that this was just a dream and that it would disappear in the next second. Wei Jia immediately regretted it the moment he ran out of the house. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the small store in the neighborhood. Without caring about his image, he sat by the flower bed like a homeless man and smoked one cigarette after another. The familiar smell of nicotine filled his brain. People walking by the roadside pointed at him and looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey in the zoo. The sun in May was strong, and he was sweating like a fool. However, he didn't dare to go upstairs, afraid that he would say those hurtful words again. He didn't know what was wrong with him. As long as he was facing Wei Jing, he would easily lose control of his emotions. His previous calm and rational mind seemed to have been thrown to the dogs. He was like a rash person, saying things that he didn't mean, hoping that this person would give him more and show that he cared more about him. Once the other person's answer didn't meet his expectations, his temper would become even more irritable. He wanted to take a chain to Wei Jing and lock him in the house, so that he would never see anyone else. But this was wrong. Wei Jing was the person he loved. He should give him enough respect and treat him as an equal, and not as an object that he could casually manipulate. The person he loved should be a reserved and shy little prince. Although he was a little crybaby and didn't know much about the world, he was still him. He was the person he liked from the beginning, the person he cared about. So what if he wasn't smart? There were many smart people in the world, but he only loved one Wei Jing. So what if he loved to cry? Wasn't he just a little delicate? It wasn't like he couldn't afford to spoil him. So what if he didn't know much about the world? He had a lot of money and a lot of power. He could build a white ivory tower for him and let him live as he wished. But because of this, he couldn't wait to spoil the person he loved. When did he become so sensitive and fragile? He was like a delicate porcelain. He was beautiful, but too fragile. He was afraid that the other person would accidentally fall and break into pieces if he didn't catch him. He obviously wanted to be good to the other person, but the end result always seemed to be the opposite of what he expected. No matter what he did, it was wrong. Even if he asked, he would only get a tearful expression. It made his heart ache, but it also made him angrier. He wanted to drill into the other person's brain and see what he was thinking. Wei Jia sat alone in the garden of the residential area for a long time. He finished smoking a pack of cigarettes and his throat was hoarse. But he still didn't dare to go upstairs. His emotions seemed to be stirred up by a demon, making him feel uneasy and unable to control his actions. Wei Jing must have hated what he did before. That's right, he was so selfish, cold, and full of evil desires. He also hated it. Night fell and the sky darkened. The cool May breeze blew, bringing with it a chill. Wei Jia received a call from the housekeeper. The housekeeper said that Wei Jing hadn't left his room all day. He hadn't eaten lunch either, and it was still in the living room. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. She was afraid that something might have happened, so she quickly called. Wei Jia threw all his pain and selfishness to the back of his mind when he heard the call. He rushed to the apartment. With Wei Jing's stubbornness, what if he really took things too hard? Wei Jia was very upset. His mind suddenly flashed back to his previous life when he received the news of Wei Jing's death. He always felt that there was still a lot of time between them. They could take it slow, but fate was like a bad joke. It gave you a heavy blow without warning. Now that he had the chance to do it all over again, he actually made the same mistake. The door was locked from the inside. He didn't have time to look for the spare key, so he kicked the door open. The man was very strong. When his foot landed, it was as if the entire house was shaking. However, the person in the house didn't react at all. There wasn't even a cry of surprise. Wei Jia's eyes darkened. It was as if he had the help of God. He kicked the door open in a few seconds. In the pitch-black room, there was only a dim light from the outside. He looked at the young boy sitting by the bed in a daze. He wanted to go over and hug him, but his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He couldn't lift them up no matter how hard he tried. The first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. Wei Jia was on the verge of collapse. Did his rude behavior scare him? Would he hate him even more? His mind was filled with a mess of emotions, making it impossible for him to think calmly. Then, he was hugged. The boy's body was slightly cold. His fingers clutched his clothes tightly. He used too much strength, and even the flesh he was holding on to felt a sharp pain. Wei Jia's face was distorted. Fortunately, it was dark and no one could see his expression. He didn't push Wei Jing away. Instead, he bent down and hugged him in a strange and difficult position. The pain cleared his mind, and he could hear his own calm and gentle voice. "Why aren't you eating? How's your stomach? Big brother." The young boy was timid, like a weak cub. He said with a sobbing tone, "I thought you didn't want me anymore, big brother, woo-woo." He wailed loudly, as if he wanted to cry out all the pain, grievances, inferiority, fear. He was indeed a selfish person. She was acting coquettishly towards big brother again. Wei Jing felt deeply ashamed of himself. Clearly, his mind was screaming that he should not be a burden to big brother anymore. However, she couldn't control her body. She hugged her brother and used her tears as a weapon, trying to tie him to her side. If she cried, big brother would coax her. If she cried, big brother would not be able to talk about his betrayal. If she cried, she could continue to be like a parasite and stay by big brother's side. Don't cry, come. It's my fault. Don't cry." Wei Jia coaxed Wei Jing as if he was coaxing a 5-year-old child. He was annoyed. Why couldn't he control himself? He clearly wanted to pamper this person, but why did he make him so sad that he shed tears? "Big brother, I'm sorry. It's my fault. It's my greed that caused the Wei clan's shares to plummet." His apology was hidden in his sobs. In the silent night, it was especially heart-wrenching. Wei Jia picked the young boy up. He sat on the floor and wrapped the boy in his arms. He kissed the young boy's delicate cheeks gently and lovingly. "It's okay. It's all in the past, right? Big brother once said that as long as you know your mistakes, you're a good child. Don't cry. Big brother will feel bad if you cry." Wei Jia frowned slightly. He didn't dare to say that he had seen everything Wei Jing had done. Even the information he thought he had on Wei Jing was secretly passed to him. He was afraid that if he said it, Wei Jing would want to leave him. His approach was so cold-blooded, all for the sake of obtaining a false proof that he would not be betrayed. He watched as the young man walked step by step into the trap he had set long ago, watching as the young man felt guilty and proud of his own achievements at the same time. It was like a play. The person on the stage was acting with all his heart, but the people below the stage already knew the outcome. They looked at the pitiful and stupid rabbit pitifully, unable to escape from his grasp. Only the two of them knew the truth of their previous lives. Everything had yet to begin. Wei Jia was filled with guilt as he buried the truth deep in his heart. "Big brother, will you not want me anymore?" Wei Jing raised his head and stared at the person in front of him with watery eyes. "Why would I not want you? Idiot." Wei Jia reached out and pinched the young boy's soft cheeks. He felt happy because of the other party's possessiveness. He smiled and said, "If I didn't want you, why would I come back now? Why would I raise you in the first place?" The man's words reminded Wei Jing. He asked anxiously, "I died and was reborn." "Big brother, I don't know what happened either," Wei Jia replied, "I just fell asleep. When I woke up, I was 12 years old again." Wei Jia didn't need to say anything. Wei Jing understood. That car accident was the main cause of everything. Then, what about my 12-year-old brother? Will he go to my older brother's body when he grows up? Wei Jing sighed and felt guilty. Whether he went or not, it was unfair to the 12-year-old Wei Jia. He clutched his chest. Also, where would he go when he was young? At this moment, Wei Jing suddenly realized that what he thought of as rebirth was actually killing his former self. Even if they were the same person, the him when he was a child and the him when he was an adult were, to some extent, no longer the same person. He had experience that the other party didn't. Or was rebirth really a rebirth of the soul? Could it be that the brain waves after he died traveled through time and entered his current body? Wei Jing was a sensitive person. He thought of many things in such a short time. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head in guilt. "Okay, don't think about it." Wei Jia comforted him softly. "Have you forgotten? When I was reborn, the doctor said that this body stopped breathing. I think he died at that time." Yes. The current situation wasn't something they could control. Since he had managed to keep his life, he should make life better for others. Wei Jing mustered up his courage and said quickly, "Big brother, listen to me. I'm sorry. Everything I did before was because I was afraid. I've always been a burden to you. I was afraid that you would abandon me one day. That's why I wanted to take over the company to prove myself. Originally, he didn't want to say these words. He wanted to expose the dark side of his heart to his big brother. But he was afraid that if he didn't say it, his big brother would find out one day. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it himself and let his big brother choose, regardless of the outcome. He wouldn't regret it. His words made Wei Zhi's heart beat faster. Idiot, you're my younger brother. You're the family I care about the most. How could I abandon you? Wei Jing was slightly stunned. Then, he broke into a big smile. Yes. They were closely related by blood, and this was their deepest and unbreakable bond. Get up. Let's go eat dinner. The two of them cuddled for a while. Then, Wei Zhi got up and turned on the lights in the room. He looked at the child's red and swollen eyes and said, "Wash your face. Don't cry anymore. It's bad for your eyes." Wei Jing came back to his senses and found that he was a 21-year-old man crying like a child. His face was flushed red, and after silently answering, "Okay," he ran to the bathroom with a did-did sound. The food in the living room had long gone cold. When the confinement nanny heard Wei Jing crying in Wei Zhi's arms, she quietly left to give the two brothers some space. Otherwise, if their earth-shattering words were heard, it would be another round of trouble. Wei Zhi took the food and heated it in the microwave. When Wei Jing came out, the two of them sat together and ate. They had been hungry for the whole day, so they didn't care about the food and ate quickly. After they finished eating, Wei Zhi threw the empty plates into the kitchen. Someone would come to clean them tomorrow. Wei Jing smiled at the man ingratiatingly and started to clean up as well. He had never done these things before. It was hilarious to see him act as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Wei Zhi wanted to lighten the atmosphere. He teased, "In the past, you were so lazy that you didn't even want to walk a few steps after eating. Now, you remember to help me." Wei Jing. Wei Jing felt so embarrassed, but when he thought about it, he had always been lazy. Needless to say, in his previous life, he lived in the Wei family's old mansion. There were servants to do everything. In this life, he lived alone with his eldest brother. Usually, his eldest brother did all the chores. "I will be more diligent in the future," he promised solemnly. "Okay." Wei Zhi rubbed his chin. He looked Wei Jing up and down and said, "From tomorrow onwards, you will start running with me to exercise." I understand." Since his eldest brother had spoken, how could he dare to disobey? That night, Wei Jing slept on the same bed as his eldest brother for the first time in a long time. His eldest brother's embrace was very warm. They snuggled up to each other to keep each other warm. The next day was the weekend. Wei Jing woke up early for the first time. He sleepily followed his eldest brother to the neighborhood for his morning exercise. He was not physically strong and did not know any techniques. After running for a few steps, he was out of breath and lagging behind. Wei Zhi had no choice but to walk slowly with him. After breakfast, Wei Zhi sent Wei Jing to Su Jiaming's house. Now that the two of them were talking about it, the sweetness between them was simply like a young couple in love, making people click their tongues in wonder. After so many years, Su Jiahui had matured a lot. He was clearly a 12-year-old teenager, but he was a head taller than Wei Jing. Perhaps it was because he had taken good care of himself, but his hair had slowly turned black and shiny. It was no longer like a few years ago, when it looked like he had a head full of withered grass. Wei Jing greeted him and watched as Su Jiahui walked over step by step. He felt very depressed. Why did this guy have to become a police officer? Couldn't he listen to his advice? Su Jiahui was very happy to see Wei Jing. Even though he was very tall now, when he was young, the calm and wise Wei Jing had left a deep impression in his heart. Even though he had forgotten the scene at that time, the figure in front of him was deeply engraved in his mind. Like a silly boy, he ran to Wei Jing's side and said cheerfully, "Wei Xiaojing, you're here. Fatty and Mingle are here today too. Don't go draw. How about we go play together?" Wei Jing looked up. Sure enough, Fatty Yi and Mingle were sitting on the sofa and playing cards. When they saw him, they greeted him briefly and continued to indulge in the game, unable to extricate themselves. Among the three of them, Fatty Yi already understood that Wei Jing was a man and couldn't be his wife. Thus, he set his sights on the beautiful senior Xiaosusu. Although he still had a good relationship with Wei Jing, he didn't chase after him as much as before. Of course, this wasn't what Wei Jing wanted. Nian Ningel already had the demeanor of a future big sister. Perhaps it was because she had been molested by a man as a child, but she didn't care about other boys except for Wei Jing and Li Fei, who had helped her in the past. Instead, she was unusually gentle with girls and was the target of the girls in school. Oh. Wei Jing looked at the simple and cute pink sweater and jeans on the girl and couldn't understand why she would like to wear gender-neutral clothes in the future. He could only sigh at how a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even children were no exception. No. Wei Jing refused. Teacher Su is still waiting for me. Just as he finished speaking, there was a rush of footsteps from the staircase. Su Jiaming said apologetically, I have something to do today. Sorry, Xiao Jing, you stay and play with Jiehui and the others first. I'll be back later. It's okay, teacher. Don't worry, Wei Jing said. Okay. Su Jiaming said a few words and hurriedly drove away. Su Jiehui was overjoyed when he heard this. He took Wei Jing's hand and walked to the sofa to sit down. He smiled and said, Wei Jing, let's play Truth or Dare. Is that okay? This was a very popular game recently. Wei Jing nodded indifferently. Just then, the other two people were at the end of their Joker's card drawing. The winner, Nian Ningel, hit Chubby Boy's chubby hand mercilessly. There wasn't enough space in the living room and the furniture was in the way, so the four of them went to the study on the second floor. Sitting on the soft carpet, Su Jiehui took out a mug and said, whoever the bottom of the mug is facing will be punished. The person who is punished can choose Truth or Dare. Of course, the requirements for Dare can't be too excessive. He continued, and the person whose mug is facing can give orders and ask questions. Okay. The other three people didn't have any objections and answered in unison. Su Jiehui made the first move. He spun the mug on the floor. The first person to be chosen was Chubby Boy. The person whose mug was aimed at was unfortunately Nian Ningel, who had just hit his hand. The little girl smiled like a little devil. She stared at him with her round eyes and said arrogantly, say it. Which one do you want to choose? I choose Truth. Chubby Boy hesitated for a moment and said. Nian Ningel shook her head in disappointment. Chubby Boy sighed in relief. Luckily, he didn't choose Dare. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself. She said, okay. Let me ask you a simple question. Who was the first person you liked? At the age of 12, it was the age when one was curious about the affairs between men and women. Chubby Boy looked at Wei Jing with embarrassment. Under the other party's astonished gaze, he said like a little wife, it's Wei Jing. Clang, the three people present were stunned at the same time. Su Jiehui's fingers trembled. His face was full of disbelief as he said in a shrill voice, but isn't Wei Jing a guy? Nian Ningel also looked as if she had seen a ghost. She didn't expect that her casual question would lead to such a big problem. Disgust appeared on her face as she said, my mother said that boys should like girls. It's abnormal to like boys. At that time, the internet was not very developed. Most people thought that homosexuality was a mental illness and should be sent to a mental hospital for electroshock treatment. Don't talk nonsense. Chubby Boy glared at Nian Ningel and muttered, I was still young at that time and didn't know anything. I just thought that Wei Jing was the best-looking person in our school. My dad said that if you like someone, you should like the best-looking person. Chubby Boy was a very principled person who liked good looks. Nian Ningel heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and looked at Wei Jing, who was still in a daze. She said enviously, Wei Jing is a guy. How can he be better looking than a girl? I'm so jealous. Right. I also think he's the best looking. Chubby Boy seemed to have found a soulmate. He sighed regretfully and said, I think he's better looking than Senior Xiaosusu. It's a pity that he's a guy. Otherwise, I would definitely marry him. Su Jiahui felt that he was a little abnormal. Otherwise, why would his heart skip a beat when Chubby Boy said that he liked Wei Jing? It was as if a door had opened. However, Nian Ningle's words immediately woke him up. Yes, he was a guy. Wei Jing was also a guy. The two of them were guys and couldn't be together. Shut up. Su Jiahui said angrily. Even if Wei Jing is a girl, he wouldn't like you. Look at you. You're not even as handsome as me. But my family is rich. Chubby Boy blurted out subconsciously. Pfft. Su Jiahui laughed out loud. Which one of us doesn't have money? If you want to ask who's the richest, it's definitely not you. It's Wei Jing. He said proudly, you probably don't know, but the phones that came out recently were made by Wei Jing's family. Brother Wei even gave each of us a phone. He took out his phone and showed it off in front of the two of them. Wow. Chubby Boy's eyes lit up. He wanted to touch the phone, but Su Jiahui slapped his hand away. Chubby Boy said unhappily, isn't it just a phone that costs about 10,000 yuan? I'll have one in a few days. Let's talk about it after you get it. What if you break it? Su Jiahui looked at Chubby Boy with disdain. Phones were expensive nowadays. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy one. Wei Jing was sandwiched in the middle. He was afraid that they would quarrel, so he changed the topic. If you want a phone, I'll ask my brother to give each of you one. Don't quarrel. Do you still want to play the game? Yes, yes, yes. Nian Ningle was the most playful. She picked up the mug and spun it in her hand. This time, the mug was aimed directly at her. Chubby Boy was originally angry, but when he saw this, he was suddenly happy. He wanted to jump up and cheer. Ha 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 ha. Serves you. Right. Do you want to choose truth or dare? The mug isn't aimed at you. Why are you so happy? Nian Ningle glanced at him and then looked pitifully at Wei Jing, who was aiming his glass at her. I choose dare. Wei Jing wasn't in the mood to make things difficult for the girl. He said, oh, Ningle, you can go and help us bring the biscuits up. Okay. Nian Ningle didn't give Wei Jing a chance to change his mind. Chubby Boy looked at Wei Jing sadly. But, he was so beautiful. Of course, he would forgive him. After a few more rounds, everyone's jokes were not too much. Chubby Boy seemed to be especially unlucky today. He didn't get to give any orders. Just as he was wondering if it was time to end the game, the mug slowly turned in front of him. And the mug was aimed at Nian Ningle, who he had a deep hatred for. At this moment, he wanted to throw his head back and laugh. He stared at Nian Ningle as if she was a fish on a chopping board. Choose. Truth or dare? Truth, of course, Nian Ningle said. How would I dare to choose dare in front of you? Wouldn't that be asking for death? Okay. I won't go too far. Let me ask you the question you asked me just now. Who was your first love? First love? Nian Ningle was stunned. A thin layer of red appeared on her face. She opened her mouth, but the two words were in her throat, but she couldn't say them. I am Li. Before the last word came out, a loud bang came from downstairs. They were all shocked. Nian Ningle seized the opportunity to change the topic. Is there a thief downstairs? Let's go and see. You just don't want to say it. Chubby Boy muttered. He was also very curious. He quickly followed them. Wei Jing and the others followed closely behind. In the living room on the first floor, a vase with a picture in it fell to the ground. The water inside spilled all over the floor. The injured Li Fei sat on the sofa. His hair was messy and his face was full of anger. Li Fei was in a sorry state. His clothes were messy and covered in dirt. His face was also bruised. He was no longer as delicate and gentle as before. Instead, he looked like a hooligan who had just gotten into a fight. Su Jiaming's expression was not good either. He took out a medical kit and disinfected Li Fei's red and swollen arm. Why can't you talk nicely? Why did you have to fight? You even got yourself injured. Uncle Su, what's going on? Nian Ningle's little face was tense. She said fiercely, Big Brother Li, who hit you? I'll get someone to put a sack over him. That's right, that's right. Me too. Fatty Yi raised his hand. Wei Jing was puzzled. As far as he knew, Li Fei had always been polite and didn't like to fight. He was also Su Jiaming's proud disciple in the world of painting and calligraphy. Who would fight with him? Could it be his father? That couldn't be right. Wei Jing organized his thoughts. In his previous life, Li Fei had killed his father when he was 20 years old. He was only 12 years old now. Even if it was a butterfly effect, it shouldn't be so big. Unable to make sense of it, he simply asked, "Senior brother Li, who did you fight with?" The children's childish words made Li Fei feel much better. He looked up at the soft little boy. The coldness in his eyes gradually turned into a pool of spring water. He said lightly, "I just had a little conflict with a classmate, so we fought." Li Fei was 18 years old this year. He was currently in his first year of university. Young people were hot-blooded. It was common for young people to get into a fight because they couldn't accept it. Wei Jing looked the young man up and down. He saw that he only had superficial injuries. They looked serious, but in fact, he would recover after a few days of rest. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. It was good that he was fine. Wei Jing had been in contact with the Su family and Li Fei for a long time. He already knew what a bastard Li Fei's father was. He didn't want to see the tragedy of his previous life happen again. Li Fei should have a bright and glorious youth. Okay, you all go play. There's no need to gather here. Su Jiaming said, "Just leave this to me." Everyone said a few words of condolence. Seeing that there was no use for them to stay, they returned to the study upstairs. After this incident, it was impossible for Wei Jing to paint. He took out his phone. For the past few days, he had been posting pictures of himself on Messenger Pigeon. The number of fans had already increased to 1,000. The speed was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Thinking of the fans that he had painstakingly built up in the future, Wei Jing couldn't help but sigh that this was really a golden age. Okay. Wei Jing responded. The two of them quickly followed each other. He looked at Su Jiahui's pigeon. He was posting about food, drinks, and games. He actually had more followers than him. There were 1,500. There were also many people interacting with him. He didn't know if they were real fans or paid posters. The two of them were having fun. On the other hand, Nian Ningel was thinking about Li Fei. She was a little absent-minded. Fatty, who was isolated, felt very lonely. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? He thought sadly. In the evening, Wei Zhi came to pick up Wei Jing as usual. Before Wei Jing left, he hugged Li Fei and comforted him. Don't be impulsive. Calm down. We can always find a solution. He didn't know the exact time and didn't know what had happened to cause Li Fei to kill his father. Even though he was anxious, he could only wait for the situation to develop. After the young boy left, Li Fei came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to be comforted by a child 6 years younger than him. He touched his injured face. His eyes were gloomy, like a venomous snake hibernating in the grass. Can we always find a solution? After returning home, Wei Jing was still thinking about Li Fei. He knew that he wasn't smart enough. The young boy's gaze fell on the man beside him. He pursed his lips. Wasn't there a smart person here? What's wrong? Tell me if you have something to say. Wei Zhi saw that he was hesitating and took the initiative to speak. Wei Jing sat on the sofa and whispered to the young boy what he knew about Li Fei and Su Jiahui. His delicate little face was full of worry. Big brother, what do you think we should do? He was very upset. If he had paid attention to these things in his previous life, he wouldn't be like this now. He was in the dark and couldn't do anything. Wei Zhi. Wei Zhi was speechless. In his previous life, he had to compete with Wei He's illegitimate son to prove that he had the right to inherit the company. Later on, he had to face Wei Jing's betrayal and Wei Yuwei's tricks. He had to work hard every day and had to entertain others. If Wei Jing asked what the government was going to do next, where was the most valuable land? What projects were going to lose money next? He could talk about them like they were his family treasures. But a young policeman dying in the line of duty? A man killing his father? He didn't pay attention to these things in his previous life. At most, he heard a few words from others and forgot about them. Don't be anxious. There's still a long time before the incident happens, so there's no sign of it yet. We can't catch it even if we want to, Weijia comforted him. Take Su Jiahui for example. He was just a little kid now. He was far from being a police officer, let alone dying in the line of duty. As for Li Fei, they could investigate in advance. You're right. Wei Jing laughed bitterly. I lost my composure when I saw Senior Li injured today. Weijia was a little jealous. Even though he knew that Li Fei was just a brother to him, he still couldn't control himself. He pulled the delicate-looking boy into his arms and hugged him. He rested his head on the other party's neck. Tell me, is Big Brother more important or your senior brother more important? Big Brother. Wei Jing was so agitated that he stuttered. You aren't possessed by something, are you? What do you think? My brother doesn't care about me. He starts to worry about other people as soon as he comes home. Weijia softened his voice. He went to see a psychiatrist today. Now that he followed the doctor's advice and opened up his inner feelings, he felt a subtle sense of shame. Of course I like Big Brother the most. Wei Jing moved his body. The two of them hugged each other intimately. It felt a little strange. The sweet atmosphere quietly rose, with a subtle throbbing and shyness. At this time, the sky was already dark. The bright moon rose, and the sky was filled with stars. The bustling bee city lit up with colorful lights. There was no room for a third person between the two of them. No matter how busy Weijia was, he would insist on sending Wei Jing to school in the morning and then take a detour to the company. This morning, after watching Wei Jing enter the school, he glanced to the side and saw an old couple supporting each other. His gaze fell on his brother from time to time. Where did he see him? He fell into deep thought. Where exactly was it? When he arrived at the company, he was still thinking about this question. He was even absent-minded when dealing with work. At noon, Wei Yuwei came to his place. He didn't know if he was showing off or investigating the enemy, but he was very affectionate. His words were full of praise and yearning for the Wei clan. Weijia didn't want to talk to him. He said a few perfunctory words and sent him away. He didn't even have lunch with him. His attitude of rejection could be said to be open and aboveboard. It was a direct slap to Wei Yuwei's face. After being chased away, Wei Yuwei's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and stood in front of the headquarters of Jing'an for a while. His eyes were full of gloominess. He drove his car, thinking about Wei He's instructions, and arrived at Wei Jing's school. At this time, school was over. Many students were shouting to go out for lunch. Wei Yuwei looked simple and honest. He was dressed in a high-end suit, which made him look like a pretentious person. Moreover, he disguised himself well, so people who looked at him instantly had a good impression of him. He asked for directions in school. He was prepared to take a long detour to find Wei Jing. Weijia was too protective of him. Other than this, he couldn't find him at all. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, the people in the school revealed a knowing look and kindly pointed the way for him. Wei Yuwei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Wei Jing to be so famous in school. In the school cafeteria, Wei Jing was waiting in line to get his food. Today, the third-year students were taken out by the teachers to take graduation photos. Xia Susu and Licheng weren't around. The person who accompanied him was his deskmate. The two of them had a good relationship. Perhaps it was because he was young, but the other party had always taken care of him. Wei Jing, you're here. When Wei Yuwei walked up to him, he was still in a daze. In his previous life, Wei Jing had been set up so badly by this person that when he saw him, he was like a mouse that had seen a cat. His hair stood on end. He looked at him warily and whispered, "Why are you here?" Wei Yuwei smiled and said, "I'm going to work at the Wei clan in a few days. Father said that we brothers shouldn't be too distant. Since there's still time, I wanted to get together with you. Why don't we go out for a meal together?" "It's okay. Wei Jing rejected him without hesitation. I still have classes in the afternoon. I won't trouble you. It's just 12 o'clock. There's still a long time before afternoon classes. Also, we can eat outside the school. It's no trouble at all. Wei Yuwei dragged out the last syllable. There was a sense of mystery in his voice. Also, Father asked me to pass a message to you. When Wei Jing heard this, he hesitated. He looked conflicted. Then, okay. No matter how much he disliked Wei he was still his father. In his previous life, he had provided him with money for his studies. Even though he was cold to him, he had never harmed him. Now that he had something to say to him, it was only right for him to listen. Wei Yuwei found a high-end hotel outside the school and asked for a private room. The decor in the private room was naturally not to their liking. Wei Jing sat restlessly on the fake mahogany chair. The privacy of the private room made him feel uncomfortable. He was sitting with a bad guy who had set him up and his older brother up. How annoying! Wei Yuwei looked at the young boy in front of him, whose thoughts were written all over his face. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. If Wei he hadn't asked him to, he wouldn't have come over to talk to this brat. While the food was being served, he seized the opportunity to chat with Wei Jing. He wanted to get some information out of him. However, Wei Jing guarded against him like he was guarding against a virus. No matter what that person said, he would only respond with a simple oh, okay, or got it. It was enough to make him vomit blood. Wei Yuwei had also been spoiled by his mother. After he patiently asked a few questions, his face darkened and he minded his own business and continued to eat. Wei Jing didn't care about the other party's feelings. Or rather, the more unhappy Wei Yuwei was, the happier he was. You set me up in the past. Now you're getting your retribution. You deserve it. In the end, Wei Jing didn't know what Wei he wanted to say to him. After they left the restaurant and parted ways with Wei Yuwei, the young boy couldn't wait to call his older brother. He told him about Wei Yuwei's actions and reminded his older brother to be careful. In his previous life, he was the one behind all this. Okay, I got it. The voice on the other end was a little low. Don't worry. Your older brother has been reborn. I won't fall into the same trap again. Although, he didn't fall into the trap in his previous life. Wei Jing was relieved when he heard this. He comforted his younger brother and rushed to class. On the other side, Wei Jia stood by the window. His gaze fell on a corner of the empty space. He finally remembered, who were those two people? Too much time had passed. The last time he saw a photo of these two people was a long, long time ago. At that time, Wei Jing's parents had passed away in the same car. When Wei he investigated the identity of the man, there were photos of his parents attached to the investigation. He heard that the two elders had come to look for the child but left when they couldn't find him. At that time, Wei Jing had already brought the child to the Wei family's old mansion. Everyone outside knew that Wei he had a child. If the two elders took the child away, it would be equivalent to directly telling the upper class of B City that he had been cuckolded. This was something that Wei he couldn't tolerate. Thus, he brought the child home and left him there. He didn't care about him. But now, why did the two elders come looking for him? Did they know that Wei Jing was their grandson? Or was it a coincidence? An accident? Wei Jia calmed down and made a phone call. He called his assistant in and asked him to find out what these two people were doing here. Wait, this was an opportunity to separate himself from Wei Jing and not be bound to him as brothers. There was no construction without destruction. If he wanted to have him forever, he had to wash away the blood relationship between the two of them. The days passed as usual. It was like a pool of calm water. Waves surged on the inside, but there was no trace of it on the outside. After many days, the two elders finally received the DNA report. The report said that they were blood relatives. They couldn't help but cry tears of joy. After crying, they thought of a more serious problem. After a period of observation, they realized that this child's life was unusually good. He had a luxury car to pick him up and down. Even if they didn't recognize the brand of his clothes, they could tell that the price was not ordinary based on the fabric. Also, his drawing skills made it obvious that he was a pampered son of a rich family. Then, why don't we go and acknowledge him? Grandpa Xian asked with a trembling voice. They were just ordinary people. They could afford a car, but they couldn't afford a driver. Plus, they were old. How could they take good care of the child? Instead of letting him suffer with them, it was better to watch him from afar and know that he was living a good life. That's my grandson. I haven't even hugged him. Tears fell from Grandpa Xian's eyes as she spoke. Really, how could they go back? Then they would be separated by a long distance and wait for them to die. They probably wouldn't even know that they were his family, right? Hey! That's enough. I have something to do here. You don't have to talk about that. We won't accept it. Grandpa Xian hung up the phone. His cloudy eyes were filled with fatigue. It was little sister. It's about the same thing. Does she think we're easy to bully? Who doesn't know what she's thinking? Grandpa Xian sat on the chair angrily and tried to calm herself down. Grandpa Xian comforted her with a few words. It could only be said that people were fickle. They used to be so close to each other, but now they were scheming for money. In this world, who didn't love money? But she tried in vain to push the child into their care in order to get the inheritance. After they rejected her, she kept harassing them. Wasn't that a little too much? Why don't we talk to our grandson and see which side he's willing to go with? Grandpa Xian and the others had always thought that Wei Jing was adopted. Okay. Grandpa Xian looked at the sky outside and said, then we'll go look for him tomorrow. It's best if we talk in a place where there's no one around. Otherwise, if the people at school hear us, there'll be gossip. You're so thoughtful. Grandpa Xian nodded. With a grandson, it was as if all the fatigue in her body had disappeared. She stood up from the sofa as if she was flying. She looked left and right in the mirror in the room and said, this won't do. Tomorrow is the first time I'll talk to my grandson. I have to go buy some good clothes. I'll go with you. Grandpa Xian, who had always been indifferent to clothes, became nervous at this moment. He picked up his wallet and prepared to change from head to toe. B City was much more prosperous than W City. The two elders helped each other into the shopping mall. Not only did they choose a new set of clothes, but they also bought new shoes and bags. They hoped to leave a good impression on their grandson when they met tomorrow. In a small, secluded private room outside the school, Wei Jing sat in silence. He looked at the documents in front of him, then looked up at the two elders and said with difficulty, you mean I'm your grandson? That's impossible, He wanted to refute, but the documents in his hand and Wei He's sudden coldness became ironclad evidence. The two elders didn't expect his reaction to be so big. They said awkwardly, we just want to see you. We won't force you to go back with us. We understand that you want to be with your adoptive father and family, but, can you call me Grandpa? Just once. He wasn't adopted. Wei Jing opened his mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He turned his head and said weakly, how did you find me? There was a broadcast on TV about you. You look so much like your mother, so we followed you here. Grandma Xian said softly, we took the chopsticks from your meal and did the DNA test. I understand. Can you leave me alone for a while? They were both in their 50s and 60s. Wei Jing tried his best to force a smile. He didn't want to show any resistance and make them sad. His ink-black eyes were filled with confusion. The elders didn't dare to provoke him. They said a few words and walked out of the private room. They didn't dare to leave. They were afraid that something would happen to a child outside. They sat at the open dining table outside and waited for someone. Wei Jing stared at the report in front of him, his heart filled with panic. His elder brother was willing to accept him, forgive him, and dote on him because he was his younger brother. But now, this report in black and white was like an executioner's knife. It viciously chopped down and destroyed his last hope. He wasn't Wei He's son to begin with. He wasn't his elder brother either. He thought about his previous life. After his scheme to take over the Wei clan was exposed, Wei He looked at him with hatred. It was as if he was looking at trash. He chuckled softly. His laughter was bleak and sad. No wonder. He was a child who was not related by blood and had taken over the Wei clan's property. Of course, he would be disgusted by him. What should he do next? Leave the Wei family? Leave Big Brother? At this moment, Wei Jing was at a loss and didn't know what to do. He even felt a trace of hatred. Why did they have to tell him this? Why did they have to break up with Big Brother when they had just reconciled? Why? Wei Jing didn't care about the Wei family, but he couldn't bear to leave Big Brother. Including his previous life and this life, they had been together for almost 20 years. They had never been separated from each other. Now that he said he wanted to leave, he wanted him to leave B City and go directly to the distant and unfamiliar W City. The fear of facing the future and the fear of his big brother's disappointed eyes were like a mountain pressing down on him. Why did his mother cheat on him? Wei Jing thought about the past. In his hazy memories, his mother had never been a strong woman. She was delicate and weak, like a delicate lily. Every time she encountered difficulties, she would sit on the soft chair on the balcony and start wiping her tears. She would cry again and again, as if there was no end to it. It wasn't until Wei He rushed over, hugged her, comforted her, and coaxed her that she finally smiled. She wasn't a good mother. She didn't know how to cook or coax him to sleep. She also didn't have time to teach him to do his homework. The most she said was, "You have to be obedient, okay? Otherwise, Mommy and Daddy won't like you anymore." These words had been spoken countless times by the ears of the young child back then. They were deeply imprinted in his mind like a brand. He couldn't fight, because that was being disobedient. He couldn't swear, because that was being disobedient. He couldn't disturb Daddy and Mommy, because that was being disobedient. He couldn't cry loudly, because that would cause trouble for the nanny, because that was also being disobedient. And if he was being disobedient, Daddy and Mommy wouldn't like him anymore and would throw him away. He would be eaten by the big bad wolf outside. For young and immature children, their parents' words were like an imperial edict. End of chapter 60. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.